First at this hour, our cameras, courtesy of Saltwater Recon, capturing strong wind and rough surf as Hurricane Beryl nears landfall on the Texas coast. The big message from officials is to hunker down and stay off the roads. Thank you for joining us at this early hour. I'm Stephanie Simmons.
And I'm Ron Trevino. We have you covered with what you need to know right now. We have teams stationed all across the area, but we start with meteorologist Cheetah Craft and the latest on Hurricane Beryl. Cheetah.
Good morning. The National Hurricane Center just released their latest advisory. This is the 3 a.m. update. And notice the winds have stayed the same. So maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. I mean, we are nearing landfall with Hurricane Beryl, and this is going to be a Category 1 at landfall in Matagorda County, and then it is going to continue to race northward. It holds its Cat 1 strength as it moves across portions of Matagorda, Brazoria, Fort Bend County, portions of western Harris County, and potentially even Waller County. That's why we could be tracking hurricane force winds over the next couple of hours. We're already starting to get some of those readings right now in Matagorda County. Live look at the radar. I will show you the outermost part of the Eyewall is starting to push into Matagorda County. Can you see that clear spot? So when you see the clear spot on the radar loop, that's that well-defined eye in the hurricane. And again, that's moving onshore into Matagorda County. The only warning that we have right now is this flood warning that's in Matagorda, right split in between Matagorda and Brazoria County. And that's because they've seen consistent rounds of moderate and heavy rain. That's really where we've seen the heaviest. But I zoom in again, that's the outermost portion of the Eyewall. This is just east of Palacios. That's just south of Blessing, and then it's just going to ride northward. Okay, let me put the radar into motion. Remember, when we're tracking Hurricane Beryl, there are really 4 components that we're going to monitor closely. 1, the amount of actual rain that we're going to pick up. 2, the wind speeds, so the potential of those tropical storm force and hurricane force winds, storm surge, and the possibility of tornadoes. I don't want you to let your guard down. So severe weather is a possibility, especially through about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. That's how long our tornado watch is issued for. Now, how much rain have we seen in the last 24 hours? Notice why the flood warning is in effect, that flash flood warning in effect between Matagorda and Brazoria. They've received over 6 inches of rain. These are just radar estimates, but you get the idea. Notice in portions of Fort Bend County, 2.5 inches of rain just about. In northern Harris County, a little over an inch. So big discrepancy here, how much rain we have seen across the area. Live look at our active flood gauges. We're partners with the Harris County Flood Control District. So far, so good. Everything is reporting green. I like that. However, the flood risk for today, notice on a scale of 1 to 4, we're at a 3. This is a moderate risk for flash flooding today. So you need to keep your guard up for high water spots. That's why for these overnight hours and early morning hours, I would say up through about 10, 11 o'clock this morning, stay off the roads. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating right now. Live look outside in Galveston. Yeah, the camera lens continues to go back and forth. Winds are picking up, wave heights are picking up, and so is the storm surge. Storm surge will be dangerous to life-threatening as we continue throughout the morning hours in Galveston. So you see that live image. I'll pop in a few other spots. This is a live look towards the Med Center this morning. Just messy out there. Now, I'm expecting conditions inland to rapidly deteriorate, probably starting around 4:35, and that takes you through about 11 or noon. Winds, current winds right now, Palacios at 53 miles per hour, sustained 30 miles per hour there in Galveston, sustained. Check out these wind gusts. Kim Castro, I want to bring you in. So I just looked at this. Palacios picking up a wind gust there at 81 miles per hour, but we have had reports even higher than that. So that's already putting in that hurricane force winds inland, and that's only expected to intensify here over the next couple of hours.
That's right, and we haven't had a landfall yet, so hurricane force winds ahead of the landfall, during the landfall, and afterwards, because Beryl is expected to maintain its Cat 1 strength for a few hours. So with that in mind, there are several other risks to track as well. With the forward motion of the wind, coastal storm surge is going to be a concern, and flooding for the low-lying areas, in addition to just the bands from Beryl itself. That could lead to inland flooding too, and of course, course, tracking the threat for some spin-up tornadoes from those bands too. We're under a tornado watch, like Cheetah mentioned, until 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, in addition to that, anywhere between a hurricane warning to a tropical storm warning, this includes all of southeast Texas. So keep in mind that hurricane force winds could push further north than where the warnings are currently situated, and that's because Beryl is intensifying upon landfall. It has retained its wind speed at 80 miles an hour between the 2 and 3 o'clock advisory. That tells me it's not really seeing much of a disturbance from interaction with land. It's not weakening from those outer bands grazing southeast Texas. So again, it maintains that threat for hurricane force winds. The wind field of at least tropical storm impacts extends pretty much where that swath of rain extends. So from the coastline all the way up into Walker County. So 39-mile-an-hour winds, that's tropical storm force impacts. And again, that's from the coast all the way up into Walker. This is the entire viewing area for southeast Texas. Now, I want to get a little bit more specific as to those stronger wind gusts that could push above tropical storm force into hurricane force. So there's Beryl right now, expecting to make landfall here within the next hour or so, and then it continues to wobble a little bit closer towards Brazoria County. So that's a snapshot at 6 o'clock. Look at the projected wind gusts from our short range high-res models. 92 miles an hour in Angleton. This continues to hold its hurricane strength as it tracks inward. So 8:30 in the morning, Sugar Land could see a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. And notice, even stronger on the east side of this eye, the dirty side. If I had to pick the areas that are going to see the most significant impacts when it comes to wind, storm surge, when it comes to prolific rain, I would say it's going to be Matagorda and Brazoria. And in fact, that's where we find our Jason Miles in preparation for this landfall. Jason, you're in Pearland, correct? What is it looking like out there? I'm sure the winds picked up. There's rain bands that are moving in.
Here in Brazoria County, we've been watching. I'm sorry, Kim. Yeah, we've been watching the rain bands come in. It's been steady all morning long since we've been here, at least the last couple of hours or so. And I can tell you the wind has intensified over the last 30 minutes or so. I saw a report of wind gusts in excess of 50 knots down in Angleton, not too far from where we are. That equates to what, about almost 60 miles per hour. It seems like it may be stronger than that at times, and obviously we are awaiting Beryl's arrival in this area over the next few hours. Obviously we're about an hour and a half north of Matagorda, in that area where the landfall is anticipated any moment now. Here in Pearland, it appears as if people have taken the advice of police. The police down here, like agencies all over the area, urging people to stay at home if you can. The busiest we've seen anything is the Whataburger across from where we are. Obviously, they're open 24 hours, and some people are still out and about. In fact, a few moments ago, we even saw a gentleman walking down the street here. Probably not advisable since debris can still be blown around and things like that. But right now, nothing crazy at this point in Pearland, but definitely gustier winds, steady rain, and we certainly anticipate a lot more of that as the morning progresses. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we can count on things getting worse there, even in Pearland. Thank you so much, Jason Miles. We'll check back in with you a little bit later this morning. Now we're going to head back to Sugar Land. Fort Bend County is bracing for strong winds, rain, the potential for flooding.
Maria Aguilera is joining us live from Sugar Land right now. And Maria, you took over for Jeremy just a bit ago. Have conditions changed there?
Yeah, earlier today, Jeremy said there was just some light rain. I can tell you now, rain has picked up within the last hour. You can see here, it's coming down pretty hard as Beryl makes its way through the area, and the winds have picked up as well. You can see the wind pushing the rain down the street. We're in Sugar Land right now, in the town square to be exact, and you can see there are some nice lights here and everything, but with those winds picking up, we're really monitoring all of that movement on those lights, on the trees as well. Again, all of the water picking up here in the area. And officials are urging residents to shelter in place in all of Fort Bend County. The reason for that is because although Beryl is a Category 1 hurricane, officials are treating this as a Category 2 just to err on the side of caution. Now, again, people are urged to shelter in place and stay safe as Beryl makes its way through the area here. We are right now, we have cover and we have shelter as well in case we need to go inside somewhere. So obviously we want to keep you informed, but we want everybody to stay safe. And like Jason Miles said, it's really not advisable to be out at this time as the storm moves through.
No, it's not. Okay, Maria, this is Cheetah. So we saw that same live shot from Jeremy Rogalski about an hour ago, and I can tell the rain picked up. I want to focus on the winds. Right now, I'm having sustained winds. I see reports around 22 miles per hour. Tell me what you're feeling outside with the wind.
Well, right now winds they're picking up, and we've had moments where it feels like it calms down just a little bit, and then all of a sudden you feel like the wind is kind of pushing you and you have to kind of hold yourself together. And this isn't even the strongest that it's going to get, as you guys have mentioned. So of course, if this is what it feels like right now, I can't even imagine as the winds pick up and get stronger again as Beryl pushes through the area. But of course, we're going to stay here and monitor these conditions to keep you informed. I have been in touch with emergency and county officials, and no updates as of yet, but of course we're going to keep you informed. But for now, live in Sugar Land, I'm Maria Aguilera, KHOU 11 News.
Yeah, stay safe out there. Thank you so much, Maria. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the morning. So things aren't looking too bad here close into town right now, but that's going to change over the next several hours. Further down south, though, the wind and the rain are really ramping up. I mean, look at this live image. Joining us live now outside in Bay City, area meteorologist Bob Pack. Bob, so strong wind, heavy rain. I have a live image of the radar up right now. And wow, we're really seeing some of those steady bands moving across the area. What do you feel?
Well, Cheetah, my anemometer went down on me earlier today, but I think we're getting gusts here probably approaching 70 miles per hour, especially now, maybe even 75, because that eyewall is just now really starting to hit me. It just started just before you brought me in, and it's come in with a vengeance. Now, I have had some situations. I've seen power flashes. I have a transformer blow. Whoa, that's a good gust right there.
Oh, wow.
I had a transformer blow just about 25 minutes ago, just right next to me. And I mean, it made me jump. And then next thing you know, I see an ambulance going down. So I hope there's no real issue there. But yeah, it's starting to get really dicey here. I'm downtown Bay City right now.
Okay, Bob, make sure you're in a safe space. Stay inside. You know, I have been seeing some of these wind gusts in Palacios from the airport there. And, you know, even that can go in and out. We had a report that was, 80 plus miles per hour. Right now it's showing 74 miles per hour. But you're right. You know, the outermost part of the Eyewall is starting to move across the portion of southern Matagorda County. So I only expect this to intensify. Now, how is it on the roads across the area? Have you seen anything shut down, and is there any water spilling across the area?
Not really.
Okay.
I came out of Matagorda earlier, but we've got right lanes that are starting to be flooded. I mean, it's probably been 6 or 7 inches of rain has fallen here in the last couple of hours, to be honest with you, because a lot of stuff is filling up, but there are no road closures at this time that I'm aware of.
So, Bob Peck, you're exactly right. In fact, I was looking at some of our radar estimates, and even over the past 6 hours, you know what? We have seen anywhere between about 5 to over 6 inches of rain. So you're right. Okay, stay safe. Stay inside if you can. You know, this is only going to intensify. We are expecting landfall within the next hour. So again, thank you for your live report there. For now, Steph and Ron, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Cheetah, thank you. We're going to go now southeast of where Bob was and take a live look at Galveston Island, courtesy of Saltwater Recon. You can see right there the wind really picking up, and it's causing some dangerous surf.
Matt Doherty joins us live from the island. Matt, you've been there throughout the night. It just keeps getting worse out there.
Yeah, it certainly has. Since the last hour that we met you at the beach, we've decided to come here to stand in front of the San Luis Hotel, and we just heard some glass break. These winds have gotten stronger and stronger even as we've been here for the past half hour or so. I'm going to ask Ryan to just pan the camera just a little bit so you can get an idea of how strong those winds are right now. We are safely taking cover where we are right now, but you know, you can't see wind, but you can see the effect it has on the rain. You can see what it's doing to all of the vegetation and the palm trees and everything else out there. It's not a safe time for us to be down there on the seawall. That's why we've come back up here to try to get some cover and try to be in a place where you can hear us and where we can also be able to have an overview of what's going on out there. Since we've been here, we've seen several transformers blow, so I imagine that there are several parts of the island that are without power tonight. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor that and try to get you some more solid details on that coming up in our morning newscast, guys.
All right, Matt, thank you. Glad you moved in closer to safety. Safety is the most important thing, and hopefully you can towel off soon so you can stay safe out there. All right, let's take another live look from Galveston, further away from where Matt is right now, courtesy of our partners at Saltwater Recon. And you can see the power of the hurricane sending water spraying over the seawall. In fact, that's why Matt Doherty had to move. We're going to be showing you conditions there all morning long. That heavy rain and strong wind now having impacts on the power as we expected here in the Houston area.
Yeah, shouldn't be a shock to anyone. Let's bring in our Grace White, who's live in the newsroom, breaking down what you need to know. And Grace, how many people are being affected right now?
Well, right now, this is the latest number of Centerpoint customers affected, 46,000. It's a number we will be watching very closely all morning, because if you've ever lost power during a hurricane, you know how frustrating it can be. And for context, we saw this number climb to around 1 million during the derecho earlier this year. And since then, Centerpoint's outage tracker has been down. So the map we're used to seeing online is not available, but they are updating the numbers here on their website. And again, right now, that number just over 46,000 customers. And here's why this matters. Power outages can come into play at any level of storm. This post from Centerpoint is a great reminder. They break it down by category. And here's where we are right now, Cat 1. That's winds of up to 95 miles per hour and power outages that could last several days. If you want or need to report an outage, here's the number to call: 713-207-2222. I'll say that one more time: 713-207-2222. That will get you to Centerpoint customer service. Ron and Steph.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Grace White. We'll check in with you throughout the morning. I'm sure those numbers will be going up.
Meanwhile, school districts across the area are closing campuses and shutting down offices along with summer programs because of Beryl this morning. They include Houston, Fort Bend, and Spring Branch ISDs, just to name a few. You can find that full list on KHOU.com. Also this morning, Harris County courts and Houston municipal courts will be closed. All criminal and civil court cases will be reset. For a new court date, check with your attorney or the clerk's website for the latest. Jury duty for today is also canceled and will not need to be rescheduled.
Right now, all Metro services are suspended. At this point, Metro Rail and Lyft services are set to resume at 8 o'clock this morning, but all park and rides and HOV lanes will be staying closed.
All right, at 3:17 this early hour, our team weather coverage continues for you as we wait for Beryl to make landfall. Cheetah Craft joining us now.
Yeah, and Cheetah, the main impacts are from the outer bands, but that's about to change.
That is about to change. You know, I am continuing to monitor all of our current and live reports, and then looking at the forecast, you know, this is really holding together kind of as we were expecting this to play out, which is going to be impacting everyone across the board. So current winds right now, there are so many different layers with Beryl. I'm going to dive into a couple right now. So current winds sustained around 56 miles per hour in Palacios, sustained around 40 miles per hour in Galveston. Notice in town it was more like 24 to 25, but that's sustained. You know, typically anything over 35 miles per hour capable of knocking power out in saturated grounds across the area. Big part of Beryl now covering the entire area. So probably everyone picking up moderate to areas of heavy rain in some of these bands from Beryl. Notice the Eyewall, this clean area. This is the Eyewall, well defined, and the northern edge of this is already pushing on land in Matagorda County. So to call official landfall, it would be the center of the Eyewall there. So that has not happened yet. But what I'm monitoring is as the northern portion there starts to move on land, this is only going to continue to push and drag all this deep tropical moisture with it. So right now we do have one active flood warning. That's from Matagorda County into Brazoria County. The reason, they have seen steady and consistent bands of moderate to heavy rain, and that's totaled about 6 inches of rain in about a 6-hour period there. They've had the most rain so far. Across the loop and the Beltway, notice we're blanketed with moderate to even patches there of some heavy rain. Bel Air to West U, north up from Jersey Village into Cypress this morning. Northern Harris County from Galena Park moving into the east side as well from Deer Park, Galena Park there, again, seeing some steady rain. So blanketed rain across the area. Rain accumulations have really varied. So just over the last 6 hours, remember I was saying we picked up over 6.5 inches there, right on the cusp from Matagorda into Brazoria County. However, a look at our live gauges, our flood gauges across Harris County, thanks to our partnership with the Harris County Flood Control District, they are green. So right now we are monitoring the creeks and the bayous, but so far, so good across the area. We have a lot more time, though, to be dealing with this steady rain across the area. Let's focus now on the winds. So these are wind gusts, and we're taking wind gusts from Galveston at 56 miles per hour. Notice Palacios at 74 miles per hour. However, we did have a peak wind gust in Matagorda over 80 miles per hour. So already right now we are getting hurricane force winds, and we have been seeing that over the past hour. Zooming in, Hobby Airport wind gust 39, IAH at 36, 39 in Sugar Land. So with saturated grounds, power outages are really going to be a threat. This is going to be a concern as we continue and take you through about lunchtime today. Let me put this into motion for you. So notice our future track wind gusts. I'm going to give you a timestamp. This is 5 a.m. this morning. Watch how the center of circulation holds together. So potentially a Cat 1 as it moves right in from Matagorda through Wharton, portions of Fort Bend. And this is on the edge there on the western side from Sugar Land and Katy, where we could experience not only tropical storm force, but potentially gusts of wind that are at hurricane force, at a Cat 1 hurricane. And remember, that's 74 miles per hour or even higher. So that's what we're going to be watching across the area, potentially even through Harris County. So everyone going to see the effects of this Cat 1 hurricane. We're already feeling that before it makes landfall, but well after it makes landfall as well. Now I'm taking you into the afternoon. Winds are still going to be really breezy right through the afternoon, but we will start to see big improvements as we head throughout the day. As I put our future track into motion, notice how we are not expecting Beryl to stall. But with that, we could easily see 4, 6, up to 10 inches of rain in a very short period of time. And that is why on a scale of 1 to 4, we are under that moderate risk for flash flooding. That's why do not get out on the roads. You know, if you're watching this right now safely from your house, continue to stay just like that. Hunker down this morning. We have to listen to our local officials, especially at a time like this. Flash flooding is going to be a concern. Hurricane force winds. That is why today we have a weather impact alert day all throughout your Monday. And then that is it. Starting tomorrow through the rest of the week, we get back to our typical summer-like pattern. But as far as today, I'll show you another image there of our radar. You know what? Let me take you live outside in Galveston. Oh no, our camera went down in Galveston, as to be expected. You know, when these winds pick up like this and the conditions continue to deteriorate, I'm expecting some of our signals to go in and out, that sort of thing. Inside the city, a very different story. Live look towards the Med Center this morning. Messy, wet on the roadways, but notice we're not seeing the same impacts. And the reason they're seeing that, of course, Beryl's approaching the coast, and that's what's sending that storm surge across the area. Remember when we were talking about all the components, the layers of Beryl? So as far as the rainfall potential goes, big portion of the area could see between 6 and 10 inches of rain. That cuts off, though, right when you head either east or just west of the area. But basically, the entire area, we are going to be bracing for the brunt of Hurricane Beryl, and this is going to take place now through 12 o'clock. So what are the coastal impacts? I'm going to zone in here between Galveston to Matagorda Bay. It's now through noon. Storm surge between 4 to upwards of 7 feet with that storm surge. So there's active rain, and then thanks to the winds, that's what pushes all that water on shore. Now keep in mind in Galveston, you know, you have the seawall. Once you head towards, let's say, Jamaica Beach or towards Matagorda, they don't have that built in. So that water that pushes on land, that's basically just driving right in. So that's why, you know, all already most residents there have taken a precautionary action. So you want to seek higher ground, but those impacts again are now through too. Let's talk about the inland impacts from Fort Bend, Harris, Waller County, portions of northern Brazoria County. The worst is going to be now through too, and mainly the impacts are going to be that flash flood threat. So how much rain is actively falling, and the wind threat, the tropical storm force, potentially hurricane force winds. That's why we have active warnings across the board. Now, when I talk about these warnings, the red here you're seeing, that's the hurricane warning, and that's in effect for Wharton County and all of our immediate coastal areas. The orange that you're seeing are the tropical storm warnings. The immediate warnings that are in place, we have one flash flood warning between Matagorda and Brazoria, but that is it as of right now. The wind field, when we're talking about the potential of these tropical storm force winds, shaded there in orange, the potential of hurricane force, that's at 74 miles per hour or higher. Watch out throughout the morning hours. This holds together through about 10 o'clock in the morning. It's not until lunchtime that we really start to see that wind field start to weaken and push northward of the city through the afternoon. So now through 2 o'clock this afternoon, you do not want to be outside if you don't have to be. Another layer to this, those different components, is the tornado threat. We're going to be watching for the potential of these severe thunderstorms. We did have one tornado warning issued last night just before 10 p.m. And so far, that has been it. But as all this moisture works from the Gulf, all that energy, when it touches land, it causes friction, and that is what causes the spin and the vorticity once it goes in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and that is what can cause some spin ups and tornadoes, and that's why I'm expecting to see those warnings come in on and off pretty much throughout the morning hours. So there is a tornado risk throughout the day to day. Flood watch is in effect pretty much for everyone, so high water spots will be a threat throughout the day to day, and that continues, I'd say, through early tomorrow morning. But overall, keep in mind, this is a today event. It's happening now through 2 o'clock. As far as these rainfall totals, this is from our Neighborhood Weather Network. This is only for today. We've seen over about 1 inch to 1.5 inches. I take you further south from West Jew towards Rice Boulevard there. Notice about 1/2 inch of rain, upwards of about 1 inch of rain. And that was really to be expected because we haven't seen the heaviest rain just yet. So I'll get you back to the radar, and then I'm gonna go ahead and listen to our producer for cues from here. But overall, the big story is Beryl is about to make landfall here within the next hour, and you can easily see that with a clear eyewall. In fact, it is nearing landfall. I mean, the northernmost portion there is already in Matagorda. I'll zoom in just a little bit. Jen, I'm going to send it to you in a second here, but let me zoom in and really give anyone watching right now an idea of landfall. Again, this is going to happen soon. Here's Matagorda County. You can see Palacios, and watch out towards the bay. It's not quite in the center, but it is getting very close. Once this eye moves over land, again, what it does, because you have counterclockwise circulation around an area of low pressure, or in this case a hurricane, it's pulling all of this deep tropical moisture, and that's why this is the beginning of a very wet, messy, dangerous morning. The potential of dangerous to life-threatening storm surge right along the immediate coastal areas. And Jen, then we go into flash flooding. So good news, I love to see that our live flood gauges all were green so far. That was really good news to see. But again, we have several hours to watch this through our lunchtime and early afternoon.
Right. I mean, we've got to brace for things for
That's
sure.
right.
And I just saw a whole stream of Houston TransStar cameras go out. And this was very recently. I've been in for over an hour now tracking a lot of the camera shots. The only one high water spot that's been reported, and that's been since last night, was on the South Beltway at 521 along a feeder road. We did see some high water along North Freeway feeder road yesterday at Parker, but then that receded as the break in rain hit that area. So right now you can see all of our camera shots sort of rotating, but I'm telling you, it's getting worse because on the Gulf Freeway, we had a whole stream of cameras, about 15 or so, go out here very recently, which just means those winds are getting closer and closer to us. Okay, so we do have some travel notes. Obviously, Cheetah and I and Kim, everybody will be telling you to drive only if absolutely necessary. It's a short duration, several hours, and then you'll be free and clear to get back on the roads. But if you must must go to work. I know I'm getting a lot of tweets going, okay, can I get to work? You've got this short window. We do want you to avoid any flooded roads that do pop up on us. Of course, we don't have any major flooding as of right now. Watch for compromised roads as we get into the thick of this. Be vigilant around higher vehicles as they can splash up that water on your windshield and sort of be a blinding effect on you. We do expect some downed trees or at least branches, some power lines maybe. Expect some signal light issues as well as we get these winds to really pick up. Here is the current radar, and you can tell that a lot of our area obviously is just wet. The most dangerous right now to drive through is where you see red. So it's going to be 288 all the way to the coast, shooting up through the Brookside Village area. So this would be the South Beltway, and this is 288 leading all the way past Angleton, like I said, to the coast. Galveston, same for you, 45 Gulf Freeway, all the way up through League City and the South Beltway. It's going to be a wet one. Okay, one of the cameras that is still in operation along the coast is 61st Street, but just past this, like I said, about 15 of those camera shots just wiped out completely. We probably won't have access to them for the rest of the day here. So that's what it looks like. You could actually see the wind and the rain on these live camera shots. This is what it looks like at Scarsdale. This is some 40 miles inland, and you can still see the camera shaking, some of the vehicles out there, not many, but a few drivers having to slow their speeds just a bit, and you can just tell the rain is really coming down. So we'll keep you posted. We'll show you these camera shots again a little bit later on so we can keep an eye on how bad the cameras are shaking and if we have any high water spots. This is the Fred Hartman Bridge, and I know I had some industrial workers tweeting and emailing me yesterday saying, hey, what about today? Do you think I can get to work? Well, we don't have a shutdown of any roads, so police have not closed anything. You can see one of the drivers about to hit the bridge. Go on the bridge, that is. But rain is really coming down. You can tell here on the bottom part of your screen there that it is no joke to be out there. It's going to be very slippery. So like if you do have to be on the roads, we want you to really, really slow down. Look for the curb markings and make sure that you're not going through any high water. And again, none has been reported, but things can quickly change. I-10 East Freeway here at Sheldon. Just wanted to show you what it looked like in and out of the Channelview area. East Tex Freeway, we're looking at East Mount Houston, near the airport. Things are in decent shape. I know that if you are picking up a loved one, they still want you to wait in a cell phone lot. You do need to check with your airline carrier to see if your flight is even going to depart. So far, nothing coming out of the Twitter accounts on either Hobby or Bush Airport of any cancellations, but of course, we'll keep you posted. And that is your latest look at traffic right now. See you back in just a few.
All right, Jen, thank you. We're grateful to have the cameras that we do have, but the ones that went out tell the story altogether. That wind is no joke right now. Again, we are waiting for Hurricane Beryl to make landfall any moment now. Our cameras you see right there in the quad box, courtesy of Saltwater Recon. They're capturing the strong wind and rough surf as Beryl nears landfall on the Texas coast. Big message from officials is to hunker down today and stay off the roads. Thank you for being up early with us. Your time now is 3:32. I'm Stephanie Simmons.
And I'm Ron Trevino. We're going to continue to update you as we wait for Beryl to make landfall. Cheetah, bring us up to speed with the very latest now.
Yeah, you guys are really right. I mean, it's going to make landfall really soon. Let me show you. So the well-defined eye, Category 1 Hurricane Beryl, maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. You can see the northern portion of the Eyewall has already pushed into Matagorda County, and really official landfall is right in that center Eyewall there. So it is going to be very close. We will be looking for the official reports from the National Hurricane Center. A couple things that have changed though over the past 20 minutes. I want to show you some of these deeper red pockets that are moving in. So again, these are bands all from Hurricane Beryl that are pushing ashore. So I first focus on the Eyewall that's moving into Matagorda County. This is also an area, do you see that green box there, that's under a flash flood warning? That is the only active warning that we have as of right now, and it's right between Matagorda into Brazoria, and that's because they've seen steady, moderate to heavy rain over the past several hours. I'm going to zoom in where that pocket of red is though right now. Alvin Manville. Notice this is going to be an area that pushes towards Friendswood, potentially Pearland. This is right along the Gulf Freeway. So far you've had, let's say, some moderate rain, maybe some light rain at times. Once you get some of these deeper red pockets that is all tropical moisture moving in, that's when you're going to hear those rainfall rates. You're going to hear it because you're not outside, you're inside. You're going to hear those rainfall rates really start to pick up, and it's going to get louder in intensity. Across Harris County, yeah, we're just blanketed with moderate, and I would say at times pockets of some heavy rain, just very consistent at this point. And that's what's going to lead to those high rain accumulations, just with this consistent moderate to heavy rain over the next several hours. Okay, as far as official landfall goes, it is soon as a Category 1. Again, those winds at 80 miles per hour. The next category would be a Category 2, and winds would have to be at 96 miles per hour. So I think we are going to stay as a Cat 1 for landfall, but I say this is moderate to strong, and the impacts are going to be felt all across the area. So as Beryl makes landfall, notice how it remains a Category 1 hurricane as it moves inland. Fort Bend County, northern Brazoria County, portions of western Harris County, Waller County. These are areas that may experience hurricane force winds on top of all of this torrential rain that's pushing inland as well. Current wind speeds, so these are sustained winds. We're not talking about gusts right now. These are current active winds, 40 miles per hour in Galveston. That has stayed steady over about the past hour. Angleton at 26, sustained around 54 in Palacios. Inside the city, both airports around 24 to 26 miles per hour. As expected, the further north you travel, Conroe to Huntsville, notice they're at 12 miles per hour. Now let's check out some of these gusts, because you're going to see this change. Once Beryl makes landfall, all the winds that you see here right along the coast, that's what's going to be driving northward. So wind gusts in Galveston at 56, Palacios at 81. I'm going to read, though, from the National Weather Service. The Matagorda Bay entrance did experience a wind gust at 89 miles per hour. 89 miles per hour. So, I mean, that is really getting close almost to a Cat 2 there at 96, right? Some really serious winds experiencing that we have been over the past 30 minutes and now in Matagorda County. Inland, no, notice Sugar Land wind gust 39, notice from Hobby to IAH. So really strong. This is the type of wind on top of saturated grounds and heavy rain that's going to knock power out. So guys, that's what I'm concerned about, that there's just going to be this widespread amount of power outages. I hope not, but we're going to be dealing with tropical storm force and hurricane force winds over the next several hours. We really have to get through about lunchtime today to start to see some of these winds weaken. Back to you.
All right, Cheetah, thank you for that update. We want to go now to Mitch Thames joining us on the phone with the Office of Emergency Management in Matagorda Bay. Mitch, thank you for joining us at this early hour. What is your message to residents in that area?
Please stay home. There is no reason for anybody to be out. They're not out. I'm actually out and about. I'm actually looking now at some of our major highways, and everybody is staying home. That's the message. We are experiencing high winds. That is exactly right. Sheets of rain, literally sheets of rain coming down. High winds. We know we're going to have tree troubles. We know we're going to have limbs down, power outages as well. We've had scattered reports of power outages. The gusts come through from time to time that will just knock you over. Now, I'm in Bay City, so I'm about 17, 18 miles inland. I can't imagine what it is along the coast right now. We have pulled our deputies out of those low-lying areas and out of those areas. We've got them in a secure area. Our first responders are all secure. It's just riding this out and then dealing with the aftermath.
And again, we're talking with Mitch Thames with the Matagorda County Office of Emergency Management. Now, are you in a position to be ready if any high water rescues need to be made? We have all the teams in. We have the TDM, the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We have their strike force in Bay City. Of course, they're embedded with us as well. We've got high water rescue boats here. We have airboats here. We have pre-staged plenty of equipment. Our commissioners are ready to go. Their equipment was all dieseled up, made sure everything was fine.
Everybody's on standby. Right now, we're just waiting for the worst of the storm. Right now, it is not safe for anybody to be out. I encourage everybody to stay where you are. Let me congratulate you for staying where you are, because I'm not seeing anyone on the road, which is a very, very good sign, because it's not safe for anybody. And it's also not safe for our first responders as well. So if somebody got out and got themselves into trouble, we just wouldn't be able to help them right away.
And we certainly hope that does not happen. Mitch Thames with Matagorda County Office of Emergency Management, thank you for that vital information. We appreciate you being up early with us. We do want to go now to meteorologist Kim Castro. I understand we have a brand new tornado warning. Kim.
Yeah, that's right. A brand new tornado warning for Brazoria and Fort Bend County. This is radar indicated, and that's exactly what we have been bracing for with these bands of Beryl that have a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So that's a look at rainfall rates in the area. I'm going to turn on velocity here to show you inside the storm how we're tracking the motion of it. So notice right there, there's a bright spot just west of Thompson's. That's where we could be looking at a couplet forming. Again, it's really hard to see within the rain shield of these thick tropical plumes from Beryl, and that's why they are so dangerous, because they're embedded within the actual thick eye lining of the wall. So that's something we're going to be monitoring throughout the morning. Right now, this tornado warning is active for the next 20 minutes. Again, this is Brazoria and Fort Bend County inside the polygon. Needville, Long Point, Sienna, and Pleak. Really hard to see what's going on inside that polygon, but some sort of a couplet looks to be forming just west of Thompson's, perhaps even some higher reflectivity values there for Waters Lake Boulevard. So under an active tornado warning means you need to find your interior-most portion of your home, have the most walls around you that you can. So if that's an interior hallway, perhaps it's a pantry, whatever area of your home that is most reinforced with outer walls, that's where you want to get to. So if you're in Sienna, you want to find that interior space. Notice that there's some brightness there with velocity, but it's really hard to see inside of these deep tropical plumes. But the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, Brazoria and Fort Bend County, radar indicated rotation, and even some radar indicated hail too. So that's just popped up with some of these outer bands as Beryl is nearing a landfall here. I'm going to take you back out to the infrared imagery from Beryl right now to take a look at where the center of that eye is and how close it is to making that landfall. Just a couple minutes away from an official landfall, we've seen the outer walls of Beryl pushing into Matagorda County. It is expected to make that landfall in Matagorda and then continue pushing towards the north-northwest. Right now, winds forward motion at 10 miles per hour. Winds within Beryl 80 miles an hour. This is a Category 1 hurricane, not just at landfall, but expected to maintain its composure as it tracks inland. So we're seeing that tornado warning right in the outermost bands on the dirty side of the storm, and that's where we have the highest risk. You'll notice this counterclockwise flow gains all this momentum and all this spin on the right side, and that's where the highest threat lies when it comes to the potential of spin-ups. So that's where we're seeing those active tornado warnings right now. In addition to those tornado warnings, we're going to be tracking some strong wind gusts, hurricane force. We've already seen an 89-mile-an-hour wind gust for Matagorda, and the worst of the wind is still ahead. As that eye crosses in, that's when we get the strongest forward momentum. So I'm suspecting not just strong wind gusts here, but along the Angleton, Sugar Land, even as far north and east closer to Pearland, we could see some of these spin-ups. So that's a snapshot at 6:30. Right now we're nearing the 4 o'clock hour, so we've got several hours where we have the threat of at least Category 1 force wind gusts, maybe Category 2 force wind gusts. Remember, that starts at 96 miles an hour. Our short-range, high-resolution models showing us the potential for Cat 2 strength and the potential for those tornadic storms. Right now, again, there is a tornado warning near Needville. This is Brazoria County area. As we head to 11 o'clock, we still track those strong wind gusts, at least tropical storm force, if not hurricane force. And then by about 2 o'clock, that's when the biggest impacts from Beryl start to subside. So we've got an active tornado warning that we're tracking. A tornado watch is for this entire area highlighted in red until 10 o'clock. But the Richmond area, you're under a tornado warning until 4 o'clock in the morning. What you need to do at this point is ride out the storm in an interior space. Now, make sure when you go to this interior space, take your phone, take your tablet so we can walk you through this warning. We will be doing wall-to-wall coverage throughout the morning as we watch some of these warnings pop up. But right now, this tornado warning in the Richmond area, Fort Bend and Brazoria lasts until 4 o'clock in the morning. So some of these bands have some spin in the atmosphere, and we're seeing a radar indicated signature of a tornado. Regardless of if a tornado is confirmed on the ground, these wind gusts have that strength. 90, even upwards of 100 miles an hour possible with these bands of Beryl that are going to be pushing in as the eye makes its landfall. We're a few minutes away from an official landfall, and that impact of Beryl will have the potential to spin up tornadoes as far north as Harris County. That's why there's the watch in motion. In addition to that tornado warning, we're watching this flash flood warning. Already, Matagorda area that's under this flash flood warning that extends into Brazoria too has received radar indicated rainfall rates of 8 inches. So that's already flash flood potential, and that's going to continue to push up north, which is why the warning is in effect now, and more warnings may continue to proliferate as Beryl continues to turn northwest. So 6 to 10 inches of rainfall expected. We could see locally higher amounts. Remember, Matagorda already seeing that rainfall stack up to 8 inches. The worst of it is happening right now through 2 o'clock. We're under an active weather impact alert. Flooding, wind, and some of that wind that has spin bringing us that tornado threat. Again, tracking an active tornado warning, which means if you are not in that tornado warning currently and you've got some extra time, this is the moment that you want to make sure you've got your devices charged. If a tornado warning pops in your area, you're able to take the tablet, you're able to take at least some sort of a streaming device so we can walk you through the warning until it expires. But the active warning that we're looking at right now until 4 o'clock in the morning is for Brazoria and Fort Bend in the Richmond area. It's hard to see inside the storm with all of these very juiced up rain bands from Beryl, but I'll take you inside of it. And it's exactly where we've been seeing those deeper reds, those plumes of deep convection and spin. So Cheetah, this is going to be something that we anticipated with Beryl. We knew that the bands are going to provide the spin in the atmosphere. We know especially the dirty side of the storm, which is on the north and east side, has this potential. So, you know, this is something we could see throughout the morning in many of our neighborhoods.
We're expecting that. You know, we were expecting that. That was the forecast. We have a tornado watch in effect. You know, Ken, we're looking at the exact same thing here, and it's this is in effect towards Thompson's, Sienna, and notice, the hail size potentially there less than an inch there in diameter. But the thing is the possibility of not only spin in the atmosphere, but when you're talking about these really strong winds, potentially flying debris, you could have power start to be kicked out right now, and that's thanks to really strong wind shear. So anytime we start to see some rotation that's possible there to form a tornado or even a funnel cloud, just keep in mind that's enough to cause damage, even if we don't see that actually touch ground. So this is an area, you know, if you're watching right now and you are close to Sienna, Thompson's, Richmond. Here's George Ranch Historical Park. You know, if you are in this area, it is time to take action. Move into the most interior portion of your home.
Okay,
You want to
gotcha.
limit yourself near any windows or any areas that could cause any harm to you or your family. So under an active tornado warning means take action now. This is in effect until 4 a.m. It's 3:48 right now. The couplet was recognized from the National Weather Service, and it was radar indicated, but they issued this tornado warning, and it was just west there of Thompson's. So again, this is the main area. Now I'm going to start moving our radar so you kind of get a scope of where we're talking about. This is a big portion of Fort Bend County. Here's Richmond, here's Sugar Land. So the tornado warning is just south of these areas. But because you have so much energy around a tropical system, so Hurricane Beryl, and that's what's pushing all of this energy across the area. When it starts to interact with land, the reason tornadoes are so common with tropical systems, that causes friction in the atmosphere, and that is what causes these spin-ups or these tornadoes. That's why we were anticipating this. Again, you know, we're under an active tornado watch pretty much most of our counties through 10 o'clock this morning, but this is the area. So you see a small portion there of northwest Brazoria County, but a big portion of Fort Bend County, also including the eastern edge there of Needville, just south of Richmond area. I'm going to go back and zoom back into our radar so you can see, again, Thompson's is an area that I want you to take cover now. When you see the deeper pockets of red on our radar, that's also showing you torrential rain is across the area right now. So you have rain pretty much blanketing this area, and then you have possible spin in the atmosphere, and we're going to see this through about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. We are going to have these radar indicated tornadoes probably pop in and pop out. But if you hear that you are under an active tornado warning, that means you take action right now. That means not only could we be looking at a possible tornado, you know, these EF0s, EF1s, very common with these tropical systems that make landfall, but you could also be dealing with either straight line winds. We have learned in the past several months what kind of damage winds can do. So again, we are seeing some rotation. That's why we are under an active tornado warning. Big portion of Fort Bend County, just south of Richmond, south of Sugar Land, on the eastern portion there for Needville, including the western portion there of Houghton. So if you're familiar with this area, again, time to take action. Portions of northwest Brazoria County, that's just west there of 288. Bonnie is just south of that active tornado warning. But putting this into motion, we can see, you know, we are looking so you're looking at the green and the red, and you're trying to look at where these are moving in. And the couplet, again, was right towards Thompson's. And that's where it's time to take shelter. That's when you want to take action right now. Now, again, as far as the hail size, I did look and track to see if we were looking at any hail. I previously did not see any that was located on the radar, but this is an area that we are going to be monitoring closely. Tornado warning in effect until 4 a.m. this morning. Big portions of Fort Bend County, small portion there of Brazoria County. But again, time to take action. I am expecting this to pop in and out on our radar. Broader view here, and you know what? I've got some of our local storm reports on the radar as well to see if we are also seeing any other spins, because we could see other areas take effect to see this as well. Broad view, we are expecting landfall really, really soon. Ron, Steph, I'm going to send this back to you, but potential landfall from Category 1, Hurricane Beryl, expected in the next 20 to 30 minutes, and an active tornado warning for a big portion there of Fort Bend County. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sheena. And right now we have Greg Bapst. He's with the Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management. Can you hear me, Greg? Hello, Greg, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, tell us what the situation is right now in Fort Bend County.
Again, Fort Bend County is experiencing those pre-tropical storm winds, and we're constantly monitoring that inside the Emergency Operations Center. We're getting gusts, you know, anywhere between 20 to 30 miles an hour currently, sustained winds, and we are underneath that tornado warning currently for a majority of the county right now. We are watching those weather elements to see where those tornadoes could be potentially, and then we also have all of our first responders staged at this point to respond to any of those incidents that occur.
And right now, you haven't had any reports of any damage?
Not as of yet, sir, no.
And it looks like right now, most people are taking the advice of authorities and staying indoors.
Yes, sir. Again, we'll reemphasize that shelter in place while this storm impacts the county, and only go out if you desperately need to go out, stay off the roadways, and if you have any major concerns, please contact 911 and we'll get support out to you as fast as possible.
And so this tornado warning, which is till 4 o'clock this morning, is in the Richmond area. Do you have any advice to anybody in that area that might be watching right now?
Yeah, again, we posted out across all of our social media outlets those proactive measures that you want to take whenever you're in a tornado warning. Again, get to the center part of the house, get to somewhere where you can hunker down and in a solid structure, and then and stay away from all those open windows or open areas.
And of course, you have to remind everybody that we could be dealing with hurricane force winds for hours right now.
Yes, sir. Again, yeah, those sustained winds are supposed to again be up to that peak tropical storm force winds, which is 74 miles an hour, and then with higher gusts. So the projection right now is all the way until about 1 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon for Fort Bend County. So again, we're telling everybody to hunker down, shelter in place, and avoid this storm as much as possible.
Okay, we'll be talking to you perhaps throughout the morning. Anything else you want to add?
Again, Emergency Operations Center is open. We're at 24 hours operational periods. We've got staff here to support the county. We're keeping a good situational awareness picture and be weather aware.
Yes, as the weather continues to get worse. Thank you so much, Greg Bapps with Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management. Let's get back out to Kim Castro with more on what's happening right now. Kim.
Yeah, we've got a number of things that we're tracking, but right now, official word, Beryl has made landfall. The center of the eye has crossed Matagorda, and it's made an official landfall along the southeast Texas coastline, and it comes with several impacts. An active tornado warning, which I want to warn our viewers about both in English and in Spanish, especially if you have a bilingual household. So right now, an active tornado warning. Tenemos un aviso por un tornado que nos da una indicación en radar. This is radar indicated, and it is for Fort Bend and Brazoria County. Notice a brand new tornado warning. Ahora tenemos dos avisos por tornados en los condados de Brazoria y Fort Bend. Two active tornado warnings in Brazoria and Fort Bend counties. Ambos de estos dos están dándonos señales de rotación por el radar. Both of these are giving us radar indicated rotation. So if you are in Siena, if you're in the Manville area, you're just outside this tornado warning. This could very well lift up closer to you. Si es que está en la área de Siena o si es que está en la área de Manville, ahorita tienen una indicación de tornados y tienen que entrar al lugar más interior de su casa. You need to go into the most interior space in your home. This also includes Long Point, Pleak, Needville, all of these areas that are on the polygon or anywhere near it. I would honestly advise you to get to your interior space, because although these are radar indicated rotation sites all along this swath, we're seeing very strong wind gusts, which has the potential to turn out some tornadoes. So we've just seen our Needville tornado warning expire, so the one that was just south of Richmond, that has been allowed to expire. Now we're tracking this brand new tornado warning, which goes into effect from now until 4:15. So we'll be watching this radar indicated tornado warning at least until 4:15. Estamos monitoreando este aviso por tornado hasta las 4:15 de la mañana. Entonces, si es que vive a lo largo de la carretera 288 en la ciudad de Siena, encuentre el lugar más central de su hogar y protéjase hasta las 4:15. Find the most interior space in your home at least until 4:15. There is a radar indicated tornado. Now this is the debris locator, which right now is really muddled. So what happens with these outer bands, because they are so prolific in their rain, it's really hard to see inside of these storms, which is why it makes for a pretty dangerous situation. If you can't see the spin in the atmosphere and you can't see a tornado potentially reaching the ground, it's hard to conceptualize the threat that comes along with that. So because of that, we rely on the National Weather Service to bring us these tornado warnings, which they have brought one to us until 4:15. So until this expires, we need to be inside of our safe space. So that's the area in your home that has the most walls around you. So be it a pantry, be it the hallway, whatever area you can get to, which doesn't have the threat of loose furniture or things that might be displaced with these strong winds, were at this outer band to break a window or something of the sort. Just be in the interior space of your home. This is impacting some 3,000 people, again, south of Fresno, south of Minville, along 288. Sienna, you're right on that polygon at the current moment. Taking a wider look, in addition to this tornado warning, we're watching this big swath of heavy rainfall, which again shows the possibility of rotation. So I turn on the storm tracks with this one, and you'll notice that radar is picking up on rotation with these outer bands, with these bright colored spots. And that's where we typically see tornadic storms form when we have a landfall from a Category 1 hurricane. This is what we call the dirty side, the area that gets the most friction, the most interaction with land, and has the most curvature. You can even see how much it's curving just by observing the counterclockwise flow from Beryl, which, by the way, has officially made a landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in Matagorda and is expected to maintain its Category 1 strength as we go into the next couple of hours. So tracking not just the wind, but the prolific rain, a flash flood warning for Brazoria, for Matagorda. This is impacting more than 150,000 people. So far, the rainfall by radar estimates is up to 8.5 inches. In addition to the rain threat that we have throughout the passing of Beryl, we've got the risk for tornadoes at least until 10 o'clock in the morning. Again, right now tracking a brand new tornado warning, and I'm going to send it over to meteorologist Cheetah Kraft. Cheetah, we knew these were going to start, and now we've got 2 of them that we're tracking just in the last 15 minutes.
Yes, and you know what? I'll give you some good news. One just expired right at 4 a.m. The National Weather Service expired that first tornado warning. But you're right, we are dealing with, this is the second tornado warning that we have had this morning. And again, this is right on the cusp now of Brazoria County and Fort Bend County. This is going to continue for the next 15 minutes. So with radar indicated tornadoes, the best idea, if you're in an area, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer, but think all areas around Sienna. This closes in along 288. This is just south and west of Manville. These are areas that you want to take action. You want to head to the most interior portion of your home. You want to limit the chance of any debris potentially harming you. So that means windows breaking, anything that could fly outside, you know, a roof that could tear off, a tree that could go down. Power outages now may be an issue. When you're dealing with spin in the atmosphere, that's what causes the potential for that debris. Now also, let's say we're not going to get a tornado, a confirmed tornado out of this. We could see straight line wind damage, and we can get just as much damage. We have learned that over the past couple of months. So again, time to take action. If you are near Sienna, this is a tornado warning extends across 288. This is just south and west of Manville. It is time to take action. This tornado warning is going to continue until 4:15. That first tornado warning that also included Thompson's there originally, that did expire. I'm going to walk you a bit around the radar, because not only are we dealing with the potential spin, and that also you know, is also going to pop in and out. So I'm expecting through about 10 and 11 o'clock this morning, this is going to be very common on the radar across the entire area. Look at the torrential rain though moving along the Gulf Freeway. This is now impacting areas right on the south loop there from Brookside Village, and then moving across 288 and impacting areas near Hobby Airport. And with that, we could easily see so much energy that either it causes straight line wind damage or the potential of an another tornado. So Beryl did make landfall just moments ago at a Category 1 hurricane in Matagorda County. What's going to happen now? Well, it's going to continue to lift northward. So all the energy is following along. So areas that haven't seen much rain, well, you're going to start to tap into some of the bands now from Beryl that are going to bring this torrential rain. So landfall again Beryl made landfall in Matagorda County. Heaviest rain right now, Friendswood, League City, right along the Gulf Freeway. Blinding torrential rain, dangerous to be outside, and it's going to be on and off like this over the next several hours. Right across Harris County, inside the loop, inside the Beltway there, you're looking at the same. And again, places that haven't seen so much rain now, you're tapping into it. Areas like Spring, right through Montgomery County, Conroe into Pinehurst, now including Liberty County. Don't forget, we are all under that flood watch throughout the day today. Flash flooding is going to be a threat all throughout the day. Putting our latest advisory, this is the 4 a.m. advisory. Right now, we are getting these hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. So just after landfall, still a Category 1 hurricane, overland, expected to move right across portions of western to central Harris County, including Fort Bend County, and potentially including eastern Waller County as well. And we could have hurricane force wind gusts. We have already seen that in Matagorda and on the western fringe there of Brazoria County. We've been getting those updates from the National Weather Service. But again, as this continues to push on land, we're still going to be getting the same impacts that we are right now through 7 a.m., but potentially 10, 11 o'clock this morning. So I will get back to that latest tornado warning, because anytime we have an active tornado warning, I want you to see exactly who is included in this. It lasts until 4:15. When you're under an active tornado warning, that means take action. So if you're watching right now, you know someone who lives in this area, you call them, text them, say, hey, make sure you're paying attention. Do you have our app? Make sure we're going to send you these alerts, because what's going to happen, this energy right now, it's impacting areas like Siena and over 288, so portions of Fort Bend and Brazoria, but this is going to lift northward, and everyone could see the same impacts throughout the morning hours. So just now it's south of, let's say, the city. That will not be the case over the next couple of hours, because this is all expected to lift northward. So reset here for you, active tornado warning for portions of Brazoria, Fort Bend County. This does include Siena. This extends across 288. Notice just west of Alvin. This is south of Brookside Village, but this same energy is lifting northward. You can also see that on our radar with the deeper reds into the purple. That is showing you that torrential rain. Now, I'll show you on a broader scope here and putting our radar into motion. Notice this is north of Bonnie, but all of these areas could be looking at winds capable of producing damage. So debris potentially flying. These are areas that you want to move into the most interior portion of your home. So it's shifted now a little east of where that original couplet was towards Thompson's just about 15 minutes ago, but this is the same similar area between Fort Bend County and Brazoria County, and the reason, that's where some of the strongest bands are right now, but we're going to continue to see these shift northward, potentially eastward as well. Take a look, 45, the Gulf Freeway. I mean, from League City to Santa Fe, these are areas that are getting torrential rain. To Dickinson, some of these rainfall rates, you're going to be talking about 2-3 inches plus per hour. A broad view on our radar, I want you to see that center eyewall. I mean, a Category 1 hurricane just made landfall in Matagorda County, and this is what is all being lifted northward. Around a tropical system, around an area of low pressure, you get counterclockwise spin, and because of that directional flow around an area of low pressure, again, around Beryl, it is pulling all this deep tropical moisture in. There's so much energy in these bands of Beryl that once they move over land, because there's not anything stopping this, it creates friction in the atmosphere. And that's why tornadoes are common with landfalling tropical systems. We were expecting this, but this is how it's playing out. Do you see where the heaviest rain is, the heaviest bands? It's right into southern Harris County, northern Brazoria, portions of Fort Bend, but right along the Gulf Freeway. And these are really dangerous conditions. When we're talking about the storm surge happening right now along the bay and into Matagorda, this is dangerous to life-threatening storm surge. So if you're So if you're watching this safely in your home, I'm going to bring in meteorologist Kim Castro. What have we been saying all morning and last night? The same message from David Paul: stay home, do not get out, and this is extremely dangerous. And I know you're still covering the tornado warning, that active tornado warning right now.
Yeah, and Cheetah, the shot that you have up right now is the exact spot where we anticipated those tornado warnings to pop. It's on the east side of the landfall, on the east side of the eye, the dirty side. That's where we see the most spin in the atmosphere. That's where we see the most forward momentum. The most impacts are going to be felt just east of where the eye sits. So right now the eye is in Matagorda. What's east of there? Brazoria. What's north of there? Fort Bend. So north and east of this eye, we're expecting to see tornado warnings. So far, we've had 2. One has been allowed to expire, but there's another one that lasts us until 4:15. So until this expires, listen to the sound of our voice. We'll walk you through it, and hopefully we'll see some relief for at least the Siena area once this starts to expire. But I am going to give you some of these updates in English and in Spanish in case you have a bilingual household and you're listening to this from your interior space, or perhaps you have the TV turned up loud and you went into your interior space. I want you to at least listen to the information. Tenemos un aviso por un tornado señalado por el radar. Por el momento, ese aviso de tornado afecta a la comunidad de Siena. We have an active tornado warning that has been signaled through radar. So it's not confirmed on the ground. However, radar is picking up on rotation, and this is impacting the community of Siena until 4:15. This also includes areas that are just south of Manvel, just north of Lockridge. Eso también incluye comunidades que están al sur de Manvel y que están al norte de Lockridge, a lo largo de la carretera 288. This is along 288 and FM 521. También incluye la carretera FM 521. So this is going to last us for the next couple of minutes. However, we could see more tornado warnings throughout the day. Este aviso nos dura hasta las 4:15, pero es muy posible que veremos más avisos por tornados. Entonces, por favor, manténganse con nosotros a lo largo de esta mañana, ya que estamos viendo los impactos del huracán Beryl que ha tocado tierra. El centro de la tormenta ha empujado el sureste de Texas y tenemos la confirmación que este huracán ha tocado tierra. So we just received that confirmation that Beryl has made landfall. The eye has crossed through Matagorda, so now we're bracing for the strongest of the impacts, especially on the east side of the eye. Debris detector, I'm turning it on for you, but I'm not seeing anything, and that's to be expected. This is a very, very muddled system because there's so much deep tropical moisture that's being ushered in. So again, seeing some signs of spin in the atmosphere in these deep reds. So we're going to see the potential for spin ups throughout the morning as we track the east side, the dirty side of Hurricane Beryl, Category 1 hurricane. You'll notice this wide look really shows the center of the eye has pushed in, and now we're seeing the counterclockwise impacts, not only bringing in the force of the wind that could be at 60, 70, 80. We've already received confirmation of gusts closer to 90 miles an hour, but some of these gusts also spinning and producing tornadoes. We are under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock in the morning, and a tornado warning is active for us now. So I want to tell you what you need to do within your home, and I'm going to tell you this morning in English and in Spanish. So get to the lowest level of your home and get to an interior space. The reason why we say that is because you want to have as many walls around you to protect you as much as possible. So an interior space could be a closet, it could be a bathroom, it could be a hallway. Si es que está bajo ese aviso de tornado, tiene que irse al piso más bajo de su hogar. Ya que esté en el piso más bajo, trate de encontrar un sitio en el centro de su casa. ¿Por qué en el centro de la casa? Porque de esa manera tiene paredes y ventanas que le va a proteger. Aléjese de las ventanas. So Cheetah, what I was just saying in Spanish is that under these active tornado warnings, or really even under any sort of bands from Beryl, which encompasses all of us. Once we're experiencing the strong wind, the heavy rain, we want to be away from windows.
We do.
Because not just tornadoes, but even straight line winds can have, impacts to our homes.
Because you think of, let's say, the Midwest, and everybody says, hey, go to the basement. You know what? Nobody has a basement here. So what you want to do, and the reason, just like Kim showed you, you go to the interior portion of your home, you just want to limit the potential of any debris flying. Kim, I wanted you to see this. Check this out. Some of our wind gusts right now. Now, we have had reports that in Galveston and Palacios, where I wanted you to see some of our peak wind gusts. Well, the station has been down, so it's kind of going in and out as to be expected, of course, the signal. But check this out. I mean, Pearland right now seeing a wind gust of 53 miles per hour. Sugarland right now 45. And think we just had landfall. So we have several hours to watch that eye continue to move northward. Hobby Airport seeing wind gusts of 48. IAH at 31. We already had at the Matagorda Bay entrance of winds well into the mid to upper 80 range. So that enough is capable of producing damage, debris flying. Right now, if you can see this, Kim, you were showing the tornado threat that's in effect right now. You can see the rain that we're picking up. I mean, it is torrential rain across portions of the Gulf Freeway. I'm showing you some of the peak wind gusts, but we've been talking all morning. There's really 4 components when you track a tropical system like Hurricane Beryl, and all of them are happening starting now, and that's going to last through 2 o'clock. So stay off the roads. But we were expecting winds like this, and it's really coming into play.
And Cheetah, when we have our reporters out in the field, it really gives that perspective.
It does.
We saw the live shot with Matt Doherty and with Jason Miles. Who's live in that?
Yeah, look at this. This is
shot?
Sugarland. This is live outside in Sugarland. Look at that. I mean, really, when you say sideways rain, that is sideways rain. I mean, we're picking up 2-3 inches per hour, and some of our rainfall rates could be higher than that. Kim, since we're up, I'm going to give everyone another view. We have just 30 more seconds left of that active tornado warning. I wanted to see if the National Weather Service was going to keep that up. And because we're on continuous coverage right now, this is kind of what we're going to see. So here is the latest view of that tornado warning. It is still in effect. It is still expected to expire at 4:15 this morning. Hey, that's what I wanted to see. Did you see that, Kim? Live update.
Expired.
It is gone. Okay.
Good.
But we are expecting this to go on and off. So again, those 4 components, the amount of rain that we're going to see, storm surge, the tropical storm and hurricane force winds, and the tornado threat. We've been talking about that over the past 24 hours. I'll give a broader view of our radar. And Kim, it is just what we've been talking about. It's already made, Beryl's already made landfall, but all of this deep tropical moisture moving inland right now.
Yeah, it's made landfall, but the Category 1 strength is going to continue for several hours. And so we're tracking that wind field, we're tracking the rain impacts. Everything's on the table with Beryl.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, okay, and I'm listening.
Send it back to our anchors?
I think so. We're listening to the updates from our producers. So, guys, I think Ron, Steph, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cheetah and Kim, doing a good job of keeping track of the tornado warnings that come and go, but a reminder that the tornado watch remains in effect for most of the area until 10 o'clock this morning.
And we expected a lot of Okay, we're just getting new information. We are heading to our Devon Roming, who's live for us right now in Galveston with the latest. Devon, oh my goodness, your shot, it just popped up and we can already see how crazy it is behind you.
That's right. It has gotten pretty wild out here. We are just off the Seawall Boulevard here in Galveston, underneath the overhang of the San Luis Resort. We were trying to go down to the seawall, but it is quite frankly just too dangerous to be down there. That's because the big story out here right now is the wind factor. You heard our meteorologist mention there, we're seeing wind gusts well over 40 miles per hour. And in fact, just to the south of here, the National Hurricane Center was reporting seas up to 23 feet. Just to put things into perspective of how strong the winds are here and how rough the seas are just off the boulevard here. I'm going to step out of the shot just so that my photographer here, Mo Beltran, can show you what what we're seeing. You can see just how strong these winds are, pushing these palm trees, just moving them here in this wind here. You can see we also have seen a lot of flashes of lightning here off on the Gulf of Mexico. The flashes of lightning have been off and on. We've seen power outages that have flickered. We've seen the power here even at the resort that flickered on and off just because of the strong winds that we're seeing. We're also seeing a bit of that sideways rain as well that you guys were seeing out in other regions of the area. We're seeing that here as well as this storm pushes inland. But this is a live look here in Galveston right now of what conditions are. We are going to continue to monitor these conditions out here as things continue to unfold throughout the morning and bring you the latest from here on Galveston Island. But for now, we will send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah.
We're going to send it back to meteorologist Cheetah Craft.
Devon, you know, we were expecting the conditions in Galveston to deteriorate, and wow, that live image shows what a difference from about 1 o'clock this morning when we had Matt Doherty live and he was seeing some light rain and the waves picking up to just, I mean, wow, what a different shot. And I mean, that's what we were expecting. To reset here, this is a live look at our radar. Category 1 Hurricane Beryl has now made landfall in Matagorda County. It is now expected to move northward. What's happening? Well, you get counterclockwise spin around Beryl or an area of low pressure. That is what's pulling all this deep tropical moisture in. That's what's giving the energy across the area for the potential of straight line winds. We're talking tropical storm force to hurricane force winds and the potential for tornadoes. And that's what we have been monitoring. Now, as of right now, no active tornado warnings. We do have a flood advisory in effect, and you can see why. I mean, you have torrential rain moving across the Gulf Freeway, Brookside Village. That's portions of Pearland, Sugarland, even northern portions there of Richmond. A big area right now. Fort Bend, northern Brazoria, northern Galveston, a big portion of southern Harris County, all seeing these really high rainfall rates per hour. That's how we're going to get those 6 to 10 inches of rain expected here for today. Here's a detailed look, a close-in view of the Eyewall. I wanted to see this. I mean, isn't this just amazing when you look at this at a radar imagery, how you can see those outer bands producing tornado warnings, and then how calm it is all across the Eyewall. So again, right across Matagorda, back to where the heavy rain is from League City into Friendswood, right along the Gulf Freeway towards Kemah, Santa Fe. These are all areas that have been just seeing heavy rain. You've probably noticed that, you know, at about midnight to 1 a.m. Yeah, we had some moderate to some areas of light rain. This is going to stay steady, and this is the concern of flash flooding, of high water. So if you're watching at home right now, do not leave. Do not leave the place that you're at right now over the next several hours. I would at least get through about lunchtime today, and we'll continue to give you these live updates. Another concern that I have because of how much rain we're picking up and these strong winds, power outages. Make sure you have our KHOU 11 app and the notifications turned on, and that way we can show you and tell you. Let's say if your signal goes out, the power goes out, you can pick up your phone and you can watch this. You can stream our coverage. And areas now from Montgomery County, northern Harris County, Liberty County, Cleveland, Conroe, Pinehurst, Cypress, 290, right into Hempstead, through Jersey Village, all areas picking up heavy rain. The big airport, consistent heavy rain. Now, the latest track as of 4 a.m., remember, now the National Hurricane Center is issuing these hourly updates. And that way, each hour, we can kind of push a reset and show you what's going on. After landfall, still a Category 1, remains so. It looks like it weakens, but not until about midday. So that's what's going to produce potentially in Fort Bend County, Harris County, potentially maybe even in Waller County, hurricane force wind gusts. Remember, that's over 74 miles per hour. Category 1 hurricane is over 74. If winds would have been up to 96, that would have made it a Category 2. So that did not happen. We're not expecting that to happen, but some of our wind gusts in Matagorda County have been over 80 miles per hour, and we've had that even though some of the gauges have gone out, signals have gone out because of the winds. Speaking of, yeah, you can see what a mess it is outside with that live image that we're showing you here with the rain, and then how messy it is with the winds. I'm going to focus right now on sustained winds. So these are not the peak wind gusts. These are active sustained winds all across the area. Galveston at 38 miles per hour, Plashes at 51. However, both of those sensors, we've had reports that they've gone down. So we'll see when all is said and done some of the other reports coming out of those counties. But notice both airports, 32 at Hobby Airport, 21 at IAH. Now, as the center of circulation from Beryl starts to lift northward, these winds are going to be picking up. Okay, so this is kind of only the beginning over the next several hours. Some of our wind gusts right now, Plash is showing 71. However, again, we've had reports that the sensor went down, so we will have to give you some of those official storm reports kind of when all is said and done. Sugar Land, though, right now, seeing a wind gust of 51 miles per hour, or at least over the last 30 minutes. That's the average wind gust there over the last 30. Wharton, notice 56 mile per hour wind gust. Angleton at 51. Hobby Airport, wind gusts around 48. Again, concerning that this is happening so early, and we have several hours of this, and that is why power outages are going to be a very big concern. All across the area, we're seeing winds, pretty much wind gusts over that 35 mile per hour marker. And wow, okay, so wind gusts at 51. This is a live image you're seeing in the double box there of a live look in Sugar Land. Sideways rain. Guys, when you look at this all coming together, Category 1 hurricane, still a Category 1 over land. I'll send it over to you.
And you have to point out the fact that you know it's getting violent kind of right now. It's getting violent, and we have more hours of this probably till early afternoon.
Very dangerous. Yes, and that shot to the right of the screen was Sugar Land, but we want to go now to Byron Franklin with the city of Galveston Office of Emergency Management, where conditions are getting much worse there as well. Byron, we appreciate you being up early with us. To the best of your knowledge, with those deteriorating conditions, if someone should need an emergency help or an evacuation, do you think that 911 could make it to those people?
Right now, we're having a lot of street flooding throughout the city, especially in our low-lying areas. First responders are having a difficult time making it through the high water to get there. You know, we do have high water vehicles that we can deploy to get to them. But, you know, the situation here, the weather is getting worse, the wind speeds are kicking up. And so they will do the best that they can. We'll, you know, make no guarantees that we'll be able to get to them, unfortunately. You know, we haven't had that many calls for service. We've had a few, you know, weather events that have occurred out on the west end, which is closer down to the Freeport out on, and our first responders were able to get to them out there. But right now, we're getting pretty good wind and pretty good rainfall. So.
Mm-hmm. And again, if you're just joining us, we're talking with Byron Franklin with the City of Galveston Office of Emergency Management. And are there areas of Galveston that you're concerned with more than others?
Yeah, the west end portion of the island, because it's not protected by the seawall. You know, we've got the storm surge coming in. We've got winds that are blowing in pretty good. Some of these bands of storms are moving in. They're producing tornadic activities. And so it's a risk getting our folks out, you know.
Byron, at this point, any preliminary reports of any outages there or damage that you're hearing?
We've lost quite a lot of the electrical grid, you know, due to the high winds, tree branches blowing in. Most of the traffic lights are out on Broadway. You know, most of them are flashing or not at all. And so this, you know, it's concerning for people that are going to try to come into work today. We're hoping that everybody will just, you know, heed the warnings and not, you know, try to get out on the roads this morning and wait till this thing is over with. It appears to be a fairly quick moving storm, so we're thinking maybe 3 this afternoon things will kind of get back to normal and we can start doing major repairs.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Franklin, we have to keep pointing out to people that what we're seeing now, we could be seeing till early afternoon. We have hours and hours of this yet to come.
Yes, you're correct in that. and we still have quite a few the feeder storms are lining up to pass right over our jurisdiction.
Byron, your city is built for this. They were bracing for this impact. You had preparations all this weekend and last week heading into this. What is the main message right now for the residents there?
Right now, our message to our residents is to, stay sheltered. We always push every year to have a hurricane kit, rely on your supplies, things like that. If things start getting really bad, to call our 911 center. We'll try to get to you. But, the best thing right now is kind of shelter in place and just wait and see what the rest of the afternoon is going to bring to us.
All right, Byron, thank you so much for being on the phone with us. You stay safe, and we're certainly thinking about everyone in the city of Galveston right now. All right, your time is 4:28. We want to get to our Troy Kless, who is live at Transtar for us right now.
Yeah, Steph, we're here where many staff are watching the storm closely and keeping up with the information, relaying it to keep you safe at home as well. I'll bring in meteorologist Jeff Lindner. And so as this storm has made landfall, what impacts are we going to expect within Harris County in the next several hours?
Yeah, the biggest impact we're getting into right now is the rainfall coming in from the south. So we are starting to get some heavy rain in the southern part of Harris County, moving up from Brazoria and Galveston County. Rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches with this band coming in, so we could get some street flooding. And the second is the wind. We're starting to see those stronger winds move further to the north. So 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds going to be moving into the metro area here over the next couple of hours. This is the time where we really need people to be indoors and hunkered down here. And this is going to continue. We're going to see these deteriorating conditions through the morning, through about mid to late morning, and then we'll start to see some improvements. Down on the coast, we still have storm surge. The tide is coming up. The water levels are coming up, especially in Galveston Bay now. We're going to be going towards high tide this morning after the sun comes up through about midday. That, with this really strong wind pushing the water toward the coast, is going to push those tide levels up. And so we are getting coastal flooding. We have coastal flooding that y'all been showing down there along the beaches. We're going to start getting some of that here in the Bay and in southeast Harris County, around Kemah and Seabrook and the Clear Lake area.
So you just mentioned those areas, and the judge mentioned last night shouldn't be as bad as other previous storms. But again, what if any extent of damage should people be expecting?
I think the majority of what we're probably going to see is wind impacts with this, potentially some flooding impacts. We'll see how much rain we get and where we have the heaviest rain. But this really looks like wind, and when I say wind, we're talking about down trees, tree limbs, power outages, down power lines, that type of wind, not roofs torn off, not windows blown out, but the kind of wind damage you get with a severe thunderstorm. But it's going to be over a very large area. So all of the metro area, all of the surrounding counties, we've seen these wind reports down on the coast, 89, 75, 89 miles an hour at Palacios and Matagorda this morning. And so that is going to be pushing into the metro area as we get into the next few hours or so. So we're just sort of getting into this. I know it feels like we've been dealing with this for a long time on the coast. We've been seeing pictures down there all night. It's now going to get further north and into the metro area. So it's still coming. It's working its way up here, and we really need people to be paying attention and staying where they're at here through about noon, 1 o'clock today.
You've been watching, this storm obviously since, the formation, and what have you noticed that has stood out to you as it's, in this past couple of hours, as it's approaching the Texas coast? What stood out to you about this storm?
Well, I think anybody who's looked at the radar recently has really noticed how that eye of this has really come out, and you can really tell this is, we wrap thunderstorms all the way around that eye. So this Beryl was definitely strengthening as it came up to the Texas coast, and luckily it's running out of water. It's made landfall now, and so that is going to stop. But the forward speed and how organized it is going to carry these strong winds further inland, so pretty far inland. And we're even talking about areas that typically maybe wouldn't be worried about hurricane conditions up in Montgomery County and Walker County, areas far inland that could get some decently strong winds here today. And so, you know, we've been kind of watching it, and it was very slowly developing, but it finally did get its act together as it came up to the coast. And then, you know, if you just think about, we've been talking about Beryl now for, I don't know, 7-8 days. And really the big track changes we had in the Gulf of Mexico Friday to today. You know, Friday, 4th of July, we were looking at a South Texas, Northeast Mexico landfall, and here we are having a tropical storm and hurricane in Houston on Monday.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned, you know, the next, 9+ hours is going to be the timing that, Harris County residents are going to have to be very careful about where they're going. Again, what's the key message to them right now as we're watching this storm?
The key message is stay where you're at. We will assess the situation, see how our roadway systems are. We could have down trees and down power lines, and we could have some flooding as we get into late morning and midday. So we're asking everybody to stay where they're at until we can assess the situation and give kind of the all clear, if you will, to kind of go out and about. The second thing is be very careful. So we know we're going to have debris and stuff on the roads. Be especially careful with power lines. So if you see a down power line, stay away from those. Report that to Centerpoint. They will be aware of the outages, but stay away from any down power lines and just be very careful. And then we will assess what the situation looks like here as we get through the morning hours and see what exactly impacts we've had. Is the wind impact more significant? We have a lot of down trees blocking roads, or do we have water on the roadways from the heavy rain? So we'll just see. We could have both, and it could be different in different areas. So if you do get out later this afternoon, be very careful because it could be very different as you drive around.
Wind, heavy rain, and again, reminding people to stay safe and stay inside while this storm is still with us. Thank you very much, Jeff Lindner. So again, we'll send it back to you guys, but again, we're going to be here in the Emergency Operations Center throughout the morning, getting updates, and once we receive them, we'll share them with you as well. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Troy Kless, coming to us live from Transtar, and Jeff Lindner is always on top of things. As he pointed out, stay inside if you can, because the hurricane has made landfall, and we in the Houston area are already feeling the effects of that. Let's go back out to Sugar Land. We had a live picture from Sugar Land earlier. It's getting worse. Let's check in with Maria Aguilera.
Yeah, Ron, we're here at the Sugar Land Town Square, and we've been here about 2 hours. Let me tell you that conditions have changed drastically. It started with some light rain, and quickly the wind started picking up and the rain started picking up as well. Cheetah had mentioned that sideways rain, and that's really what we've been seeing a lot of, the wind really pushing that rain down the street. And here, officials in Fort Bend County have been telling us all morning and since yesterday, this is going to be one of the hardest hit areas from our general area. And of course, Beryl is a hurricane category 1, but officials are preparing and taking precautions as if it's a category 2. Some of the biggest concerns are the winds and the rain. Of course, flooding is a concern. The winds have picked up drastically. We see back here, we have some nice lights. Those have been moving. The trees have been moving, and at moments it seems as if it's going to calm down, and then quickly it picks up again. We've been able to stay mostly dry considering these deteriorating conditions, and that's because we have cover right now. Obviously, the biggest thing right now is for folks to shelter in place. That is what emergency officials are urging people to do. Just ride out the storm. We are here. We have cover. We have shelter as well if we need to take that. But again, we've just been monitoring the conditions, and they have just been getting worse and worse, and we still expect more as Beryl comes through the area. Cheetah, for now, I'm going to toss it back to you so you can talk a little more in depth about the conditions that we're seeing out here.
Oh, yeah, Maria. We're looking at your live shot in Sugar Land. I have a live shot in Galveston. I want to give you some perspective. I mean, really, all morning we have seen the conditions in Galveston just continue to deteriorate. We had a live shot from Matt Doherty earlier this morning, and there was some light rain and the waves were picking up, but not anything like what we're seeing. Now, I want to show you here some of our current winds. Now, these are sustained winds, wind gusts across the area. So notice in Galveston at 67 miles per hour. We have had reports, though, out of Matagorda County and Galveston of their sensors being down. Now, inland, though, this is what I want you to take note of. Sugar Land wind gusts. You just saw the report there from Maria in Sugar Land. Wind gusts at 43 miles per hour. What a big change from just 2 o'clock this morning, okay? 48-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Hobby, 31 at IAH, and this is all going to start to drift northward. So more inland. Let me put our future track winds into future motion. Watch the timestamp here. So we're going to get into about the next 30 minutes. We're still concentrating the strongest winds right along the coast. But watch what happens as I get to about 8 o'clock this morning. Sugar Land, you're looking at the potential of hurricane force winds. You see that 80 miles per hour. Anything over 74 would categorize that as a hurricane force, a category 1 hurricane force wind. Now, even at airports, though, the airports, they're checking in near 70, 50, 70. And then once you get into about 10:30 this morning, remember, as Beryl lifts northward, the strongest winds will wrap around that as well. You're looking at wind gusts at IAH 75 miles per hour potentially. I mean, this is just a model run, but this is an overall idea of what you can expect as we continue throughout the day. Now, by about 4 o'clock this afternoon, okay, it's basically north of us, so winds will finally start to weaken, but we have several hours of some dangerous wind gusts where it could easily knock out a big area of power. That's a big concern. Now, we're also looking at just rain across the entire area. It's blanketing all of southeast Texas. Here's the center of circulation. This is the eye of Hurricane Beryl, still a Category 1 hurricane, made landfall just about 15-20 minutes ago in Matagorda County. Right now, the only warning that's in effect is this flash flood warning that, notice, it's on the fringe of eastern Matagorda County into western Brazoria County. This continues through 6:45. That's because they've had consistent waves of moderate to heavy rain. Now, this is where we are seeing blinding torrential rain right now in portions of Harris County. So right along the Beltway here from Brookside Village towards Hobby Airport. Notice this is along 288. Big areas picking up some very heavy rain. You probably hear the rainfall rates. Let's say if you're in Bel Air towards the medical district. I'm going to bring in our chief meteorologist, David Paul. Yes, you were on air last night. You are joining us this morning. We appreciate it, right, Kim? But I mean, this is what an event that is unfolding. And just like we heard Jeff Lindner say, what a change in this forecast. But yeah, really unfolding right now.
Well, from a strong Category 1 hurricane. And as you guys have been mentioning, we're getting all factors that you get with a landfalling tropical systems. On the coast, we're getting surge, we're getting strong winds on the coast, we're getting inland wind, and now we're beginning to see this inland flood threat beginning to get a little bit more of a tighter grip on us. I see a flood advisory has now been issued for Harris County, Fort Bend County, folks in northern Brazoria County as well, northern Galveston County, as that heavy rain band you showed us coming across. And so we've been talking as we've been moving along. We track all the bayous in here. These are all live active flood gauges. And so far in Harris County, we've been doing great. But in northern Brazoria County, there are a couple of spots that I do want to show you. We've got at least a moderate rise on the bayou. This is Chocolate Bayou. It is near Arcola. So there's Highway 288. There's Highway 6. So right in here, Chocolate Bayou. It's about halfway to 3/4 up the bank, so that one's getting close to being bank full, not there yet. However, Old Chigger Creek, now this is near Highway 35. You've got a neighborhood in here, Windsor Estates, that Old Chigger Creek feeds into. So Windsor Estates, the creek above you as it crosses Highway 35, is at bank full. It's just coming up out of its bank, so we're beginning to see some of these smaller creeks react, and Chigger Creek in particular has now come up and out of its banks. A lot of high water spots on roadways. I don't have any reports of any water in homes or businesses yet, but that will be a threat as we move through the rest of this morning with very heavy rain, of course, associated with the landfalling hurricane. Rain total so far, so not too much for most of Harris County so far. 1/2 inch on the north side, 1.25 inches up near the Cypress area. Mont Belvieu to Baytown about 7/10. But look at rain totals further to the south. Brazosport area, more than 7 inches of rain has fallen. Better than 5 inches just south of Alvin. And so Kim Castro, it's rain totals like these that are now moving into the heart of southeast Texas and the Houston area that are going to begin to really puddle up the streets, cause the bayous to react, and Kim, we're going to have to watch those very carefully over the coming hours.
David, this is a Houston hurricane. Even though Beryl made landfall in Matagorda, some 80 miles away from downtown Houston, remember Beryl was intensifying before making landfall, so it has enough energy to maintain its Category 1 impacts as it moves into Harris County. So don't forget that. We still have the brunt of the force from Beryl to look at as we go into the next couple of hours. So projected wind gusts are going to be strongest on the dirty side of this hurricane, on the east side. And yes, Brazoria, Harris County on the east side of Beryl. So we could see gusts that get up to 80 miles an hour for Hobby Airport. We could see gusts that get up to around 60, maybe 70 miles an hour for Bush Airport too. Even up into Conroe, wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So not hurricane force, but at least tropical storm impacts as far north as even into Huntsville. That's barely below the threshold. Tropical storm force winds start at 39 miles an hour. And so all the way up into northern portion of southeast Texas, we could feel the strongest impacts from Beryl. And that's why you cannot turn your back on a Category 1 hurricane. I know usually you think Category 2 or Category 3, that perks up your ears, opens up your eyes. However, a Category 1 hurricane that's strengthening upon landfall can be just as impactful as those other stronger storms. Right now, current wind gusts along the coastline where Beryl has made landfall, 70, 80, even 90 miles an hour. You don't see the 80 or the 90 because a lot of these sensors have gone down. That's something we're going to be tracking throughout the morning, in addition to the prolific rainfall. Some of our cameras are going to be going out throughout the morning. This was a live shot looking back at the Gulf Freeway towards downtown. I lost it. These strong wind gusts are all going to be doing that. Sustained wind inland Harris County right now, 20, 30 miles an hour. That's a shot at Pleasure Pier. I saw some bright flashes, so there's plenty of lightning moving in from the Gulf. Impacts are tracking inland, Jen.
Yes, Kim, we just saw a ton of cameras on the Gulf Freeway go out, so I know exactly what you're talking about. 288 cameras are still in play, but we do have high water spots located on the South Beltway feeder road before Alameda. I know you're not surprised. Marys Creek west of 35, avoid travel. East Parkwood near Bay Area Boulevard. These are just several of the high water spots that have popped up. We are expecting dozens more. These are just the official ones that are currently listed on Houston Transtar's website. Here's why. You know, we're talking about this storm being our hurricane. Well, you can see all of the red that's on the map, and this is going to be downpours for hours to come. That is bad news for low-lying areas. That's why we're asking everybody to stay put, stay off of the roadways. You've heard from officials that they will have trouble maybe getting emergency crews on the coast here if you do run into an emergency situation. So try to eliminate that issue. West Beltway, we do have a new problem near Briar Forest. This is a crash northbound. I did want to go through a couple of camera shots just so you can see what we're seeing. 288 at County Road 59, heavy trucks getting through, but very slow going. And we saw the rain, you know, headed sideways in this picture just moments ago. You can see that it is still coming down. And yeah, we're losing video as we speak just because those camera shots are experiencing those windy conditions. So debris is an issue. Signal lights that'll be out or flashing. That's why we're asking you to hold your commute until later on today so that you and your family stay safe. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jen, thank you. We are also keeping an eye on power outages across our area this morning.
Yeah, you can imagine how that's going. Our Grace White joins us live from the newsroom. Grace, what are you seeing right now?
We've been watching these numbers steadily climb for the last few hours. Right now in Texas, we're looking at 146,000 customers statewide without power. Now let's take a look at the latest Centerpoint numbers. I'm going to refresh this just to make sure. And yep, it went up 129,000 Centerpoint customers now without power. Centerpoint, the utility, tells us they've been pre-positioning crews throughout our area, making sure they have crews in place that can quickly respond to restore power once the storm clears. I also want to give you a number that you can call to report a down power line or report a power outage. So get a pen out. It's 713-207-2222. I'll repeat this number again. It's for downed power lines and to report power outages. 713-207 2222. We'll keep a close eye on this throughout the morning. Again, the latest Centerpoint numbers for you: 129,000 customers impacted by these power outages. Ron and Steph.
All right, well, there's no surprise there. Let's hope it doesn't get as bad as it was during the derecho, and nobody's predicting that, but that was around 1 million people that lost power
For days and then weeks. Yes. All right, we are going to toss it now to our Sherman Chow for the latest. Sherman, where are you? What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're out here on Westheimer, kind of in the Galleria area, and if you can see behind me, we're getting a wave now of rain coming through. That's how it's been going. The wind and the rain kind of coming through, and gusts. We're hitting one right now, and maybe if our photographer, Chris Luna, can kind of pan off, you can see those sheets of rain coming down the pavement here. So kind of fierce at the moment. We've been looking at our wind gauge here a little bit. Nothing super impressive yet, but we certainly expect that to change. We are just about a block east of Bering Street, and for those of you familiar with the area, you will know that Bering at Westheimer floods with a good summer storm. We'll be keeping our eyes on some of these lower lying spots that tend to flood, like I-45 North, Parker and Tidwell, that feeder road, classic flooding space, I-45 South, near U of H, West Park, all of those areas routinely flood, catching motorists off guard, trapping vehicles. So if you have to get out in this rain, some folks have to get to work. Please be careful, especially if you know about those low-lying areas that, regularly trap motorists. The good news behind us, as you can see, the power's still on here, lights going, burning bright. That's the big thing, of course, Houstonians are keeping their fingers crossed for, because we know, our meteorologists have told us to expect storm winds that are very, very strong, tropical force winds, 74 miles an hour and down, and that, of course, can prove very troublesome for the power grid. That's what folks are really keeping an eye on. And guys, behind me, you can see it is quiet right now in Westheimer, both because of the hour and no doubt because of Tropical Storm Hurricane Beryl. Guys?
All right, Sherman, thank you, and glad you mentioned that Bering and Westheimer, even Chimney Rock, have a tendency to become flooded. We saw that in Imelda. We know that all too well, but a lot of people have no choice but to go to work, and a lot of people work near the Galleria area, which is where Sherman is. And conditions continue to worsen. We've got our back door facing Bering right now, and it sounds like the wind is carrying the rain sideways. Gotten a lot louder in the past 30 minutes for sure. And we did bring up the issue of power outages in the area. It's about 129,000 people so far. We're hoping it doesn't get as bad as it did during the derecho, but the problem with this storm is it's going to continue for hours, these hurricane force winds, as they make their way throughout the Houston area. And one of the areas that is taking the brunt of the impact right now is Galveston. In fact, we want to go back out live to our Devon Roming. Devon, where are you exactly, and has it gotten any worse since we last checked in with you a few minutes ago?
Yeah, things have picked up here on Galveston Island. We are just off Seawall Boulevard in front of the San Luis Resort. We're just under their overhang here, and I'm going to step out just so that you can see what we're seeing. But winds have picked up here drastically. We've seen gusts anywhere from 60 to 70 miles an hour, and we're being slammed not only with the wind, but with the sideways rain. You can see behind me just how strong the winds are with these palm trees here that are just swaying back and forth as these wind gusts come in off the ocean as Beryl pushes inland here. We've seen several flashes of lightning out here along the coastline. We've also seen some of the lights flicker back and forth, both some of the street lights here as well as the lights here in the hotel. We've been watching the Seawall Boulevard here. It's been barren with the exception of law enforcement and first responders that we've been seeing patrolling the seawall here, making sure things are good, making sure that no one is out here. In fact, we tried to go down to the seawall earlier this morning, but it was just way too dangerous for us to be down there. So we decided to come up here to take cover, but also give you a perspective of what's happening here from where we are. Of course, conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as this thing progresses throughout the morning. And one of the biggest things that's going to be of concern concern for the folks here, obviously on Galveston Island, is going to be the flooding. I know that high tide is supposed to move in here around 7:30, so that's going to be a big concern because it's still going to be raining at that time, and the wind is still going to be a factor here in this area. So it's something that we are going to be monitoring very closely as we monitor the conditions here on Galveston Island. It's interesting because we were here a couple weeks ago when Tropical Storm Alberto moved in, and obviously that was further south from us, but we still felt the effects from that. But that was nothing compared to what we are experiencing right now. Alberto, we experienced winds between 20, 30, maybe upwards of 40 miles an hour, but right now we're experiencing wind gusts of 60 to 70. So things are a lot wilder out here than they were a couple weeks ago, and things are only going to decline as we continue to monitor the situation here. For now, we'll send it back to Cheetah for an update on conditions elsewhere across the region. Cheetah?
Yeah, okay, Devon, right now we have your live shot, and then we have kind of a broader overview in Galveston. I mean, those palm trees in your shot are almost sideways because of the wind. And then, of course, you were talking about the rain, and you can see that on a broad scope in this live image, how just even the visibility, the conditions have completely deteriorated. And like Devon said, they're going to reach high tide. Now, that storm surge on top of the active rain that's falling, I mean, that is very dangerous in Galveston right now. This is the thing, these sensors, so right now, Palacios showing a wind gust over the last 30 minutes at 81 miles per hour. Then you can see 70 in Angleton. You can see 67 with that wind gust in Galveston. These sensors have been going kind of back and forth. So I'm showing you what they're showing right now, but keep in mind they could be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Now further inland, Pearland seeing a wind gust right now at 43 miles per hour, Hobby at 58, Sugarland at 40. I mean, all the winds pretty much across the area could easily be having debris flying around, causing damage. So again, stay safe and put in your home. Now the wind gust forecasts are only going to intensify inland as Beryl continues to lift northward, and we could be looking at tropical storm force winds to hurricane force winds across the area through at least midday. This is the last look before we get our 5 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. So this latest advisory at 4 a.m. still a Category 1 hurricane. As this moves northward, look at the amount of counties that are still going to be under the threat of a Category 1 hurricane. I'm going to bring in our chief meteorologist, David Paul. But yeah, as I look at this track, I mean, David, we're looking at all these effects, not only for Matagorda, Brazoria, Fort Bend, Harris County. So heavy rain, strong winds. I know you've been tracking the potential of the flooding, and Kim Castro as well. All hands on deck this morning.
Well, and the center of that storm is coming up just to the west of Highway 288, and that's putting the eastern Eyewall right up 288. So this storm, basically the worst of it, is coming right up south to north up 288 through Brazoria County, and then right up through downtown and eventually right up I-45 into our northern county. So it's coming right through the heart of southeast Texas and the Houston area. You guys have been watching the rain, the wind. I'm watching the rain, and rain totals beginning to add up, and we're seeing a few more bayous on our live flood gauge match begin to show signs of rising. There are a couple down here that I showed you earlier. Another one's popped up near Missouri City, another one near Pearland. This is the one, Chocolate Bayou near Arcola. It is now getting near bank full. It's not high enough yet to go red, but it's still got a little bit of space to go up, but it's getting higher and higher on Chocolate Bayou. That's right there at the corner of Highway 6 and 288. That's in Brazoria County. And then here's Old Chigger Creek. This is on Highway 35. Again, here's Highway 6. There's Highway 35. This feeds into the Windsor Estates neighborhood. So folks in Windsor Estates, you could be seeing high water on roads and the creek rising there on Old Chigger Creek. There are a couple more that are beginning to show signs of moderate rises. I'm going to be able to update that when I see you again in a few minutes. Rain totals continue to add up. Now, so far in most of Harris County, it's not too terribly bad. Half an inch up toward the Humble-Kingwood area, an inch and a third in the Cypress area, east side Mont Belvieu to Baytown, better than a half an inch. But look at this. We've had an inch of rain since the last time I saw you in northern Brazoria County, up to 4 inches there. That's why those creeks in northern Brazoria County are beginning to respond, and Old Chigger Creek getting above bank full. Now 3.5 inches near Sugarland and Missouri City. Creeks are beginning to rise there as well. And rain total so far, 7.5 inches across the Brazoria area south on 288. 5.5 inches just south of Alvin. Kim Castro, these rain totals with the storm as it moves inland are expected across Harris County, and that is going to aggravate the flooding on bayous and roads over the next couple of hours, which is why we've been saying stay off the road, stay home, and just watch us give the reports here.
Yeah, David, Beryl has a lot of energy, still a long way to go. In fact, we just have the brand new 5 a.m. advisory, and even though Beryl has made landfall, you think it's cut off from its moisture source, it's weakening now. It's not. Winds still 80 miles an hour, and it's moving at a pretty slow pace. So north 12 miles an hour. We're going to be tracking these impacts from Beryl, like David said, in terms of the rain and the wind for hours. So still expected to have Category 1 hurricane impacts into a portion of Harris County. So here's a look at satellite and radar. You'll notice we're under flash flood warnings for 2 different areas now. So this is Matagorda, and this is now Fort Bend, Brazoria, Chambers, and into Harris County too. Those outer bands, the deep reds, those are the ones that are really problematic with the heavy downpours, yes, but also with the strong wind. By the way, I'm off location today. I'm at our downtown studio in Avenida, and this deep band of tropical moisture just came through downtown. And I'm looking at the string lights outside. They're hanging on for dear life. I mean, you can definitely tell the difference between the moderate rain and then these deeper bands that are pushing in the tropical downpours and the tropical and hurricane force wind. Now, when we see gusts 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, we usually see that in an isolated area with a severe thunderstorm warning. Think of this hurricane as an entire severe thunderstorm. The whole thing is producing wind gusts at 60, 70, 80, even 90 miles an hour. We've already seen that recording stations along the coastline before the sensors went out, before the winds were too strong, and now we're not getting readings from the coastline. But right now, impacts from Beryl almost stretch into all of the viewing area, all of southeast Texas. So right now we're seeing the rain encroaching areas that haven't been touched just yet. So Grimes County is getting in on the shower activity now. Brenham, the rain is spreading towards you. Columbus, so the westernmost portion of Colorado County, that's the edge of the viewing area for southeast Texas, is getting the rain. So the southernmost portion of Beryl, this isn't even including the outer bands, all the way up into the northernmost portion of the viewing area, this is about a 180-mile spread. And then when you look at the width of this, so from Wharton County into Chambers, 135 mile spread here. So this is a huge chunk of, like I mentioned, severe thunderstorm elements with heavy downpours and the very strong wind. Wind gusts right now, 79 miles an hour for Angleton, Pearland, 54 miles an hour, Hobby Airport 48, Bush 43. And some of these are not going to have the accurate sensor readings because some of these are getting blown out, you guys.
All right, Kim Castro with the latest as we approach the 5 o'clock hour. Right now, there are several evacuation orders in place for many of our coastal areas.
Right now, Quintana, Texas, just south of Surfside Beach, is under a mandatory evacuation order. Brazoria and Galveston County officials issued voluntary evacuation orders on Saturday.
Lamarck emergency management officials then issued their own voluntary evacuation order for Omega Bay and all areas outside of the levee system. We have full details for these orders on KHOU.com. Also, right now, the downtown district is asking all employers with buildings in downtown to have their employees work from home today. This comes as several buildings are still getting their windows replaced following the derecho.
Right now, all Metro services are suspended. At this point, Metro Rail and Lyft services are set to resume at 8 a.m., but park and ride services and HOV lanes, they're going to be staying closed. And right now, the Galveston Bolivar Ferry has suspended service. According to the Galveston County Office of Emergency Management, a service will be suspended indefinitely until conditions improve.
All right, 5 o'clock on the dot now, and we want to get back out to our reporters who are live tracking conditions across our viewing area.
Our Jason Miles is live right now in the Pearland area. Jason, you just got out there. What are you seeing?
Oh, the wind has definitely picked up just within the last few minutes, in fact, and I'm facing the wind, so a lot of these little raindrops and mist it's pounding me in the face, as you might be able to tell. I tried to wear my hood, put it over my head, but it's just getting blown off. We're looking east right now from 288 along Broadway, looking toward Pearland Town Center to give you a better exact location of where we're standing. I heard David Paul mention earlier that Beryl is basically making its way up 288, the South Freeway, toward our area. And just a few, maybe 30 minutes ago, I thought, well, there's kind of a lull, it seems. But it turns out it was just a weaker band, I assume. But now it is much stronger. You may be able to see the rain. It is slanted, as you say. But people here in Pearland heeding the warning of police and the city by staying in. In fact, the city of Pearland just posting on social media a short time ago, urging folks to remain indoors, charge your devices now. Power outages are expected potentially. Also possible tornadic activity, street flooding, all of that a possibility as Beryl makes its way up the 288 corridor toward the city of Houston. And we certainly anticipate more winds, more rain, and the potential of all kinds of effects as this storm continues to pound the area. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it looks like a ghost town in Pearland, except for a few cars. We hope people stay indoors. Thank you so much, Jason. We'll check back with you later this morning.
And we just told you about voluntary evacuations in place across our area, including Brazoria County. Sharon Trower joins us live on the phone now with Brazoria County Office of Emergency Management. Sharon, we appreciate you being up early with us. We know you were dealing with a tornado warning earlier this morning. Have conditions gotten any worse? What are you seeing there in your area?
Well, right now we are under a flash flood warning in the southern part of the county until 6:45 this morning. We are continuing to be under a tornado watch. We are continuing to get information and reports of damage from our local jurisdictions, which include power outages and trees down throughout the county. We'll know more as the sun comes up this morning on reports throughout the county on damages and assessments from our partners.
Do you have any indication yet whether it's pretty widespread in terms of the damage?
Right now we're getting reports from throughout the whole county. So, of course, a lot of it's focused in the southern part of the county, which has been, pounded with some heavy winds and rain.
We hope residents there have heeded the warnings leading up to Beryl making landfall. We understand there's some high water spots and flooding could be possible. So if people need to get help from 911, do you feel that emergency crews would be able to reach those people at this time?
Right now, I think it's a little bit dangerous for our high-profile vehicles to be out. The winds are still pretty strong. Of course, we want people to reach out to 911 if they do have emergency, and we will, our responders will get there as soon as possible.
And right now, the damage there in Brazoria County, is it limited to just downed trees and things of that nature?
Right now, that's the reports we're getting mostly right now are, power outages and trees down. We did get a report from the city of Brazoria that there was a power line down on Highway 36. So that's a dangerous situation. We would, ask people to avoid that area.
Sharon,
so we are, yes, ma'am.
Sharon, I want to circle back to 911. Since you were saying your high-profile vehicles are having trouble or will have trouble reaching some people because of possible flooding, what would you say people should call in for versus stay at home and ride this out? What's an emergency right now versus what are they going to have to deal with on their own?
I think an emergency situation is going to have to be determined by, the individuals. If they're, a life-threatening situation, definitely they need to call 911. But we're asking people to stay indoors till this blows through. The situation is pretty dangerous outside right now. We're still receiving very high winds and lots of rain.
Mm-hmm. Anything else you'd like to tell people there in Brazoria County this morning?
Just everybody stay safe and stay indoors till this blows over.
All right, okay, thank you for joining us this morning. Sharon Trower with the Brazoria County Office of Emergency Management. Good luck to everybody in Brazoria County.
All right, we want to go back to our Sherman Chow, who's live for us near Westheimer and Chimney Rock. And Sherman, you're not far away from us, and we can hear how heavy the rain is outside of our doors in the studio.
Yeah, it is. You know, the wind and the rain coming kind of in bands, and it's relatively quiet right now. Maybe about 5 to 10 minutes ago, it was really blowing and going through here, and you could see the rain coming through like waves across that pavement underneath the street lamp. It was pretty impressive, and when it gets loud, yeah, it's a howl. I think I described it earlier almost like a siren as it pulls through the corridor here. We're actually out in front of our studios, and, you know, the folks here actually have had to put they got a wet vac going on inside right now because the wind has blown the water underneath the doors back over here. I'm going to step out of the way just for a second so you can see Westheimer behind me. It's pretty quiet, as you can tell. Not much traffic. That's a good thing. Obviously, it's pretty early in the morning, and then hopefully folks have heeded the warning from the meteorologists and authorities to try and stay off the roads if they can. We actually have a low water spot right out here, so if a car passes through, you may see it splashing if it comes right by the sidewalk. That one's closer to the median on the other side. So the rain, steady at the moment, but we do get pretty big bands, and of course we're anticipating more rain and more wind as it comes through. That's the big concern, of course, hoping that the power grid stays on fairly well throughout all of this. People are really keeping their fingers crossed about that. Cheetah.
Sherman, you're exactly right about that, but we have several hours. That's the thing. So Hurricane Beryl did make landfall at about 3:55 this morning. Now it's continuing to still stay fairly slow, but it is starting its trek northward. And then by this afternoon, that's when we're expecting it to move out of here. We have 2 active flash flood warnings. So I first want to take you, notice on the eastern side of Matagorda County, portions of Brazoria County. This is in effect until 6:45. And this is because they've seen steady rain from even late last night. Now our second flash flood warning, this is actually fairly new. This is issued for a really big area. I mean, take a look here, the amount of people that are impacted here, 3.4 million. So a lot of people impacted under this flash flood warning across the city. We're seeing not rainfall rates 2-3 inches per hour. And notice this is Brazoria, Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris County until 8 o'clock this morning. So we have several hours under that flash flood warning. High water spots are a threat, and they are going to be very dangerous through about midday today. So like you've heard everyone say in their live reports, do not leave where you are right now. Continue to stay put through about midday or early afternoon. The heaviest rain right now, take a look, is draped right across I-10. So I-10 westbound from Hunters Creek and Addicts right through the city, and that goes almost into Channelview. So a big portion of I-10. Now Montgomery County, portions of Walker County, Liberty County, you know, we haven't really focused a whole lot on those areas because we weren't seeing much rain. That has changed. So these bands from Beryl are already impacting our northern counties. Everyone feeling the effects of strong winds and heavy rain right now. So Category 1 Hurricane Beryl still has max sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. It will, because it's over land, gradually start to weaken. But as it moves northward, notice Wharton, Fort Bend, Waller, Harris County, all going to feel the impacts potentially as a Category 1 hurricane, transitioning at some point midday through our early afternoon into a tropical storm. But either way, we're going to be feeling those impacts from tropical storm force winds to hurricane force winds. Our chief meteorologist, David Paul, joins us live this morning. He was forecasting this, you know, for the past week and a half, and here we are playing this out. Flooding, strong winds, power outages, you know, they're all unfolding. Kim Castro, we've been covering this all morning together as well.
It was interesting to see how in the late hours last night, and as the storm was nearing landfall, it was intensifying. If this was still over water, it would be rapidly intensifying. It's been cut off from its energy source. It's now over land, but because it was in the process of intensifying, it's going to kind of hold its strength for a while, and that, Cheetah, is exactly what you're showing there. We still have winds sustained at 80. We're getting gusts to 70 and above. We've had a gust to 80 in our coastal counties, and I expect we're going to see those gusts to near hurricane force possible, likely Fort Bend County, possible in Harris County. I'm watching the bayous very carefully, and rain totals, they're beginning to add up now. Across Harris County, bayous you see all lit up in green. We haven't had enough rain to get them going yet, but I think that's going to happen as the heavy rain is just now entering Harris County. A couple of bayous further south, northern Brazoria County. Chocolate Bayou near Arcola, that one's moderately full. It's heading toward the top of the bank. It's not there yet, not red yet, it's yellow, but that's right there, Highway 6 and 288. So we're monitoring Chocolate Bayou. This is Old Chigger Creek. That one is up and out of its banks, according to Harris County Flood Control. This one feeds into Windsor Estates, which is right here. Feeds right in there. So folks in Windsor Estates, heads up, the creek above you is now going into flood stage. Mary's Creek, this is near Ravenwood Estates. Here's Magnolia Parkway. There's Harkey Road. So right in here, Mary's Creek near Ravenwood Estates. It's moderately full. It's coming up. It's another one that we're keeping an eye on. And then, well, that's improved. Okay, at the moment, that one's gone back to green. This one near the Sam Houston Parkway is no longer showing signs of flooding, but with the rain totals in Brazoria County exceeding 7 inches and all that rain heading toward Harris County, we're going to see the bayous react. Rain total so far, about 1.5 inches in Cypress, about 1 inch now in Mont Belvieu Baytown. Rain totals are adding up. Now it's 4.3 inches. Radar estimated northern Brazoria County, almost 6 inches of rain just south of League City. So that's the heavy rain that's on the way. Alvin, 5.5 inches of rain near you. Getting closer to now 8 inches of rain, 7.6 just south of Angleton. This is where we have had an active flood advisory in effect for several hours, and the rain continues to come down. So if we get these rain totals of 7.5 inches of rain up in Harris County, we're way ahead on our rainfall across the county by like 10 inches of rain. We're going to see the bayous react, so it's going to be a morning where we're watching the potential for bayou flooding in Harris County. There's the storm, Category 1 hurricane moving north at 12, winds at 80 miles an hour. And another threat with this will continue to be not only the flash flooding, but also, yeah, we've got a new tornado warning, looks like in North Harris County. Kim Castro, are you set up for... Okay, Cheetah, are you tracking this new tornado warning?
Yes, this just popped up. So while you were showing what could happen, here it goes. It's happening now. So active tornado warning the National Weather Service just issued. Now, this is for Harris County. Remember how the first 2 tornado warnings happened from Fort Bend and Brazoria? And I said that same energy is going to start to lift northward. So here is our active tornado warning in Harris County. This is in effect until 5:30 this morning. This is radar indicated. And remember, all this energy that's over water, this is all associated with Hurricane Beryl. Once it makes landfall and all that energy pushes on land, it really doesn't have anywhere to go. So that land is creating friction, and that's what can cause those spin ups or the potential for these tornadoes. That's why we're under this active tornado watch through 10 o'clock this morning. Here's our tornado warning. If you are in Hawthorne Place, it is time to take action. What does that mean? Go to the most interior portion of your home. You know, a lot of times when we talk about tornado warnings, what to do, people, let's say in the Midwest, will go to their basement. We don't have that, right? So the reason you're going to that interior portion, you want to limit any debris that could potentially harm you. So limit any type of windows or exposed areas that could be blown in, that sort of thing. Even straight line winds, even if we don't get a tornado out of this, straight line winds can do serious damage. We have learned that over the past couple months. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Kim Castro. You know, Kim, we were talking earlier, we were expecting these tornado warnings to kind of pop in and out. Looking here, you know, I was seeing if we had a radar indicated couplet. I'll go off screen and do that, but it looks like near Hawthorne Place is the time to take action in Harris County with this active tornado warning.
Now, what makes the situation extra dangerous is, first of all, it's happening during the overnight hours, so it's dark. Second of all, these are rain-wrapped tornadoes, so we've got the prolific rainfall, which also makes it hard to see anything like this, which is why we've been preparing you all week long, telling you once the time comes, to stay inside. Do not be out on the roads for whatever reason. We've got a couple of hours to watch for the chance of tornadoes. So yes, an active tornado warning that has popped up for Harris County. So I'm going to give this update in English and in Spanish here for anybody that might be in a bilingual household. Tenemos un nuevo aviso por tornado en el condado de Harris hasta las 5:30 de la mañana. Esto incluye la ciudad de Hawthorne Place, está al oeste de East Houston y está al norte de la área downtown. So if you are along the Beltway, if you're along the loop, this is the swath that's producing tornadic components on radar, which is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. It lasts until 5:30. If you live near Hawthorne Place, if you're just east of Roslyn, if you're just north of San Jacinto City, north and west of there, west of East Houston, you're under this polygon that has been warned for the potential of rotation. So within these bands, notice this was the exact same band. Sheena mentioned this. The exact same band that was giving those tornado warnings for Brazoria and Fort Bend has lifted north, and it's still spinning up that energy that has now produced a brand new tornado warning for Harris County. Within that tornado warning, the threat for heavy downpours, which is why we've got flood concerns as well. But really the imminent threat comes down to these couplets within the hurricane that produce or have the ability to produce consolidated spin. So for the time being, we're going to be watching that active tornado warning. This is really a system that has vast coverage. So typically we see these kinds of winds in isolated severe thunderstorms. If this is your first time going through a hurricane, if you just moved to southeast Texas, think of this as a widespread heavy rain, strong wind event with the capabilities of producing tornadoes basically anywhere in its path, especially to the north and east side of the eye. That's what we call the dirty side. Jen, I really hope you're not seeing anybody out on the roads. We've been advising everybody to stay inside for this exact reason.
Oh yeah, and I am getting a friend of mine, John, who lives near the Katy football stadiums, who lost power. So we wanted to go to that Katy camera shot. Yeah, one vehicle right here at Mason. That's why we're telling you stay off of the roads. We have flash flooding is a concern. I've also seen some of the traffic poles and light poles on the south side of town. I can see them ebbing and flowing, and we're also losing cameras. Every time I pull up a different camera, it also goes down. And this is not only on the Gulf Freeway, this is now affecting 288, parts of the Beltway. I'm trying to flip the camera shot. Let's see if we'll get another view here. 290 at Spring Cypress, one of the camera shots that does operate. You can see drivers that are moving inbound after we've been repeatedly asking folks to stay put. I know some have to head to work. Maybe you have an emergency type of situation where you're a police officer or a nurse or a doctor. You will be seeing a lot of the flashers on. You see the back end of these vehicles off of the North Loop at Airline. So folks are having to slow their speeds, and they're definitely putting those flashers on to alert that other driver that they are moving way below top speeds and that they are just using caution because a lot of this rain is hitting sideways. This is 225 LaPorte at Scarborough, and it's just all of those camera shots that we continually go through to alert you on how conditions are setting up right now. Over to you.
All right, Jen, I was watching that camera going back and forth. You can even see how strong those winds are. Do we have an active tornado warning? So we're going to do a reset here. Tornado warning in effect in Harris County until 5:30 this morning. We were expecting this. We're under an active tornado watch through 10 o'clock this morning. Tell you what, I put the velocity tracker on, and I was noticing this little couplet that was just north of Hawthorne Place, just east of Highland Heights. Sometimes as quickly as these can spin up, they quickly dissipate. I want to bring in our chief meteorologist, David Paul. I know that you're toughing it out in the early morning hours after forecasting and tracking this all last night, but we were both watching this, and again, with these tropical landfalling systems, they can easily spark up these tornado warnings, and we were expecting that. However, actually watching that on the radar, so here is the active tornado warning that is in Harris County, and we were expecting this. We were both looking at that, seeing that couplet, but I didn't see it as clearly as I did about 2 minutes ago, Dave.
I think this is the 6th or 7th little tornado warning we've had overnight. I think we're going to end up having a couple of dozen of these. Very common with landfalling tropical systems, as you mentioned, the frictional component with all that vorticity with the twist of the storm. There's your active tornado warning outlined in red. It is in North Harris County. If there is a couplet, it's right in here. It's tough to see in so much radar debris from so much rain coming in and it's blowing sideways, but there's There's your couplet. It went through Hawthorne Place. Now it's near Highland Heights. If you're in Highland Heights on Veterans Memorial, take cover. Interior room of your home, away from windows. An interior hallway, interior closet is the safest place to be. And really, I mean, if it's raining where you are, you've got the possibility of seeing one of these little tornadoes come and go very quickly, and you may not even get a warning for it. They're going to come and go that quickly. Storm track on this pushing off to the west-northwest at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So in the path of that tornado, Eisenhower High School, Edlin Elementary School by 5:23, Cook Junior High by 5:29, Venker Hospital Houston by 5:30, and Satsuma by 5:31 as that moves off to the northwest at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So that's going to be moving into the portions of northwest Harris County pretty quickly here. But again, those tornadoes in these type of situations, they come and go very, very quickly. And we will see more and more of those little tornado warnings come and go. But that's the type that can knock a tree down, do some roof damage, break windows, and so take cover on the interior room of your home in the first floor.
You know what, Dave? I'm up with you. And so you're tracking that tornado warning, and you're talking about the potential of damage. And we're also seeing that with our winds. So wanted to show you our future track wind gusts. We're taking you now through 8:30 this morning. Timestamp. All right, 8:30 this morning. We're still looking at the potential of these wind gusts from Sugar Land, Angleton, Wharton, in Fort Bend County of 70 plus miles per hour. Take a look, Hobby Airport. So everyone going to be feeling the effects of tropical storm force or potentially hurricane force winds. Remember that Category 1 hurricane is classified as 74 miles per hour or higher. That continues to lift northward. So everyone will be under the threat of impacts, severe impacts from Beryl, meaning either tropical storm force or hurricane force winds, the potential of these isolated tornadoes. This is a broad view on our radar. And just like David was saying, as quickly as sometimes these spin-ups can happen, they can also dissipate. And that is the case right now. But I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter so you get an idea. Not only are we dealing with an active flash flood warning across a big portion of Harris County, Fort Bend, and Brazoria County, we are also watching and monitoring this active tornado warning here for about the next 7 minutes. I want to bring in meteorologist Kim Castro. It's all hands on deck this morning. We're tracking this Category 1 hurricane that made landfall in Matagorda at about 3:55 this morning. And because of that, Beryl brings all of this tropical moisture. That's why we're going to see these spin-ups, the potential for those tropical storm or hurricane force winds. Kim, it's a lot to track. We were expecting this, a lot of layers and components with this morning.
Yeah. Definitely watching Beryl making its impact as it's moving inland. Ignore this. We're in the middle of editing graphics and we're having more and more warnings pop up. But I did want to touch base with you on the latest track for Hurricane Beryl. So as of the 5 o'clock update, it still has 80-mile-an-hour wind speeds, and it's expecting to continue on that trajectory until the late morning, early afternoon. Notice it won't be until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that it falls below hurricane criteria. So it need to fall below 74 miles an hour. The National Hurricane Center has it weakening to 65-mile-an-hour winds by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But at that point, it's almost out of the area anyhow. So we will see widespread impacts at hurricane force throughout southeast Texas. Now, if you're worried about your home, I give you the Saffir-Simpson scale. So Category 1 hurricane, 74 to 95 mile an hour winds to your home should leave minimal impacts. Now, to the surrounding area, it could have major impacts that could last us a while. Why? Because we could have power that gets knocked out. We're tracking that already this morning. We could have a lot of tree damage. We could have damage from flying debris. So this only tracks damage to structures. So if you were worried about your home, at least most of the impacts should be mitigated. Now, we've already recorded some wind gusts along the coastline that are up and over 90 miles an hour, so getting closer to that Category 2 strength. So in those spots, we could see structure damage. We'll just have to wait for those storm reports to roll in throughout the morning. And you know where else we could see more structure damage? where we see the potential for tornadoes. So we have right now an active tornado warning from the National Hurricane Center. This is radar indicated, so not confirmed on the ground just yet. However, we're seeing spin in the atmosphere that's producing couplets that we're monitoring on radar for the potential of producing even stronger wind within the couplets. So right now, a tornado warning for Harris County. This includes Hawthorne Place. Estamos bajo un aviso de tornado en el condado de Harris. Si es que vive en la comunidad de Hawthorne Place, asegúrese que se vaya al centro de su hogar y se mantenga protegido de las paredes extremas. What I just said in Spanish is if you live in Hawthorne Place, anywhere in this polygon, now's the time to move to an interior space away from windows and shielded by the exterior of your home, by as many walls as possible until 5:30. Cheetah, we have team coverage all morning long with you, with Chief Meteorologist David Paul.
Yes.
This is a hurricane that is having impacts from the coastline up into as far north as Walker County.
All of Southeast Texas. Kim, thank you so much for doing that in English and Spanish. Our job is to communicate what is happening right now and to keep you safe. And we are trying to do that for everyone right now. So just like Kim said, we have an active tornado warning in effect for Harris County. This is in effect for about 3.5 more minutes until 5:30 this morning, okay? And this is an area that, and what I've put on the radar right now is the velocity. So I'm trying to see when you see the green and the red come together, that is where the green is going into the radar and the red is going away. So it's showing that there's spin in the atmosphere. We did have a little couplet there towards Hawthorne Place and it kind of dissipated, and we're expecting that. You know, with landfalling tropical systems, tornadoes are very common. We're under an active tornado watch through 10 o'clock. Another warning that I'm tracking right now, a flash flood warning. This is for, notice the eastern portion of Matagorda and Brazoria County. They have continued to see waves of moderate and heavy rain. That was since about late last night. Now, right now, we have another flash flood warning. So yes, the tornado warning there is in red, but this green that you see that covers a big part of Harris County, Chambers, Galveston County, Brazoria County, that's another flash flood warning. High water spots are going to be a threat throughout the morning hours and into your midday. Keep in mind, some of these rainfall rates could be 2, 3, 4 inches of rain per hour. Where do you see that coming down? It's all the red that you see on the radar right now. So active tornado warning until 5:30 this morning. Some of these are going to be capable of producing spin-ups of an EF0, an EF1, but think even some of our straight line winds, like what we've learned over the past couple months, they can do just as much damage. And we are having tropical storm force and hurricane force winds right now. Big part of our northern counties that we haven't talked a whole lot about, but from Montgomery to Walker County, Liberty County, San Jacinto County, we are now seeing Beryl completely bring all this wraparound rain out of the Gulf, and that's what's going to continue to push inland. This will drive northward throughout the morning hours, and we are not expecting this to stall. So take a look at the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. They've been giving us these hourly updates since 1 o'clock this morning. So this is the latest advisory, 5 a.m. this morning, still a Category 1 hurricane, even though it's already made landfall. Beryl made landfall at 3:55 this morning. Maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour. It's moving in that northerly direction around 12 miles per hour. So it's expected to hold its strength at least over the next couple to several hours, and then it's expected to start to weaken as we head into this afternoon. You know, David, first of all, thank you for joining us and continuing this team coverage all morning. But we were saying, oh, this is going to be possible, but there are so many components when we're talking about these landfalling tropical systems, just like Beryl.
Yep, these little tornado warnings are going to continue to come and go. If you're at home and you want to be as safe as possible, spend the rest of the morning in an interior room of your home away from windows. So if we do get one of these little tornadoes that spins up near you, you're already in a safe spot. The Cheetah just pointed out the storm moving north at 12, so kind of a rule of thumb, how much rain can we get from a tropical system? Take the forward speed and divide it into 100. So how many times does 12 go into 100? Between 8 and 9 times. So roughly we're expecting widespread 8 to 9 inches of rain by the time it's all said and done, and that is playing out right now. Now, so far in Harris County, we're only beginning to get in on the heavier rain band. So we've had 1.7 inches of rain in Cypress, 0.8 up near Huffman, Kingwood. But south, where the rain's been coming down heavier and for a longer time, already 4.5 inches of rain just north of Alvin, northern Brazoria County, 6 inches now just south of League City. Closer into Houston, Harris County, around the Beltway and the 610 loop near Hobby Airport, 4 inches of rain. That's just south of Hobby Airport. Dryersdale, 1.3 inches of rain. Out in the southwest side near Bel Air, about 3.6 inches of rain has fallen just outside the 610 loop. Out towards Sugar Land, 3.3 inches of rain has fallen there. So rain totals beginning to add up now in the southern portion of Harris County. Brazoria County, Angleton, 7.7 inches of rain so far this evening. Alvin, 5.8, getting closer to 6 inches of rain. So again, what did he say? 12 goes into 100 about 8 to 9 times. 8 to 9 inches is rule of thumb, how much rain we get. So we're getting very close to that, what we would expect in Brazoria County. And we will go over that number in some spots. And look at the rain just coming down in sheets. The wind is blowing. Again, a little bit earlier, we had an interview with Jeff Linder. This type of wind, he's right on the money. A lot of broken limbs, but hopefully not any major damage to structures, except, of course, where you may see a tree come down or something blown into a home. So that's what's going on rainfall wise right now. We take a look at the actual update from the Hurricane Center from 5 a.m. Again, still an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. So it's a moderate Cat 1 hurricane, and it's now well inland into Brazoria County, producing winds sustained at 80 and gusts above that. Again, there it is moving north at 12, pressure 979 millibars. A little closer view of the radar. You can see the eye of the hurricane right there has now moved into Brazoria County. That's interesting. So right near the center, you see the calm center. The rain has ended. The winds have dropped right there, but just outside northern Brazoria County, Galveston County, Baytown to League City to Galveston, enough rain to prompt the flash flood warnings there. And again, these are current winds, sustained at 41 in Galveston, sustained at 40 at Hobby, sustained at 58 in Palacios. Gusts during the past half hour, gust to 66 in Galveston, had a gust to 62 at Hobby, had a gust to 60 at Bush Intercontinental Airport. Palacios, a gust to 81. You'd expect that with the center of the storm coming in right there right now and lifting north. It'll be up into Fort Bend County within the next hour or two. That is where we stand right now. All right, where are we going? Where are we up to next?
David, we will take it here back at the desk. Thank you so much. Time now is 5:32, more than an hour after Beryl made landfall along the coast. Take a look at this. These are conditions outside right now. We're going to be checking on these live cameras for you all morning long. That heavy rain and strong wind now having impacts, of course, as we expected, on the power in our area.
Yeah, so let's bring in our Grace White, who's live in the newsroom, breaking down what you need to know. Grace, how many people are being affected right now? I'm guessing those numbers keep going up.
They really do, Ron and Steph. This is the latest number of Centerpoint customers affected. Right now, 316,000 customers. We just saw that go up, and I'm going to refresh it again. Okay, so still at 316,000 customers impacted. If you've ever lost power during a hurricane, you know how frustrating it can be, especially as you're just waking up. And for context, we saw this number climb to around 1 million during the derecho earlier this year. And since then, Centerpoint's outage tracker has been down, so the map we're usually used to seeing here is not available, but they are constantly updating their website. And they talked last night about their emergency plan and how they were going to restore power after the storm. Let's go ahead and listen into some of that sound.
Once the storm passes through, we will go through an assessment phase, and once we assess, we'll get out and restore power to priority buildings like hospitals.
Other important priority buildings are water facilities and police stations for obvious reasons. Beyond that, the utility says they will focus on the customers where they can restore power the fastest. So that's their plan, and we'll be keeping a close eye on it throughout today. Jen?
All right, thank you, Grace. Really important information to pass along to you. We are getting numerous, high water spots. A lot compared to earlier. These are dangerous driving conditions. We actually have a wreck on the West Sam Houston Tollway northbound around West Park. This is Harwin. You can see that all drivers are stopped right now, whether or not the emergency crews are halting it, or whether you can see the sideways rain that's impacting the drivers in that area. It is unsafe to be on the road, so we have repeatedly asked folks to avoid travel if at all possible. North Freeway, we had a bad crash at West Road. It just cleared, but you can see drivers driving driving with their flashers on, you'll notice that. Low-lying areas are already seeing flooding, including major highways like this, 69. This is at Dunleavy, not only on the shoulder, but this high water is going to leak into that right lane. And if you're not paying attention, driving too fast, easily hydroplaning, easily a spot that is very dangerous for drivers. So avoid any low-lying areas or areas that you know could be very treacherous. Look at the sideways rain here, 288 at County Road 59. You can even see these light poles swaying with the winds that are so high. That is again why we're asking any drivers to avoid travel until later on today when things are safer. Emergency crews having to make some obvious rescues or responding to some wrecks, I should say. 69 at Elgin, you can see this pole ebbing and flowing in the wind as well. So just dangerous overall, guys. If somebody has to head out, I'm telling you, you're going to be slowly driving to your destination. And again, any areas that are low-lying, you need to try and avoid or watch for the curbs and the markings to make sure that you're not driving through any high water. Ron,
All
Steph?
right. Thank you so much, Jennifer Reyna. And take a look at this photo sent to us from Texas City's Office of Emergency Management. Earlier this morning, the Marathon Refinery went through a controlled flaring in order to burn off some excess product. We'll have more from experts on how power outages led to that decision.
Meanwhile, Texas City Mayor Dedrick Johnson is live on the phone with us this morning. Mayor Johnson, thanks for being up early with us. I want to first of all ask you what plans you have in place for your city should there be any emergencies in that area.
Well, right now we are here at the Emergency Operations Center, and we are just keeping watch of the conditions of the storm. We stand ready and able to, activate any different plans with our emergency operations, police, fire. They've been working throughout the night, and right now we're just keeping watch on everything.
What are the conditions out there on the streets and in the neighborhoods of Texas City, Mayor?
Well, we have some spot temporary power outages in various neighborhoods. The streets are obviously, we're getting some consistent rain, but none of the streets are flooded yet. We have 2 of our pump stations fully operational, and so everything is able to be commuted. But like I said, we're keeping a watch on that, and hopefully it kind of stays that way. Our pump stations are working pretty well.
What is the most important piece of information you want residents in that area to hear right now?
That we're keeping watch on everything, and that they need to stay put, hunker down where they are. Hopefully people have made the necessary preparations for this storm, and we're going to weather it together.
So, Mayor, have you got any specifics on any kind of damage out there? Do you have downed trees or any homes being damaged? Do you know of anything like that?
No significant damages. Most of the calls that have come in throughout the night have been power lines falling, some outages here and there. I'm sure Texas New Mexico Power is aware of those things, and as soon as the storm passes, they'll activate their crews to try to get everything restored.
Well, it can't pass soon enough. All right, thank you so
Absolutely.
much. And best of luck there in Texas City. The mayor of Texas City, Mayor Johnson, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now we're going to get back to Sugar Land. Fort Bend County is now facing strong winds and heavy rain.
Maria Aguilera joins us live from Sugar Land this morning. Maria, how are conditions right now? Oh my goodness.
Well, right now conditions have deteriorated drastically in the past hour, in the past 30 minutes or so. Really, it's gotten a lot worse. Winds have picked up so much. At one moment, it seemed like it was kind of calming down, and then it just picked up drastically. We've been seeing those sideways rain. We've been seeing the strong winds. The lights went out here. We're actually at Sugar Land Town Square, and the lights went out. The only lights that you're seeing appear to be from City Hall, and we're assuming that's a generator, as well as this hotel that's right next to us. Right now we are under a cover and we have shelter right next to us. The most important thing is to seek shelter and stay indoors. That's what emergency officials are urging folks to do right now. We're outside just informing you and telling you what the conditions are like, but obviously we have shelter just right next to us that we can go inside. But yeah, like I mentioned, as you can see here, the conditions have deteriorated dramatically. The winds so strong, they have picked up. The last time we heard from Cheetah, they were about 40 miles per hour. I'm assuming they are a lot more by now. But again, we've just been monitoring it, and this is so far the worst that it's been so far. And I assume it's only going to get worse until Beryl finally leaves the area. Again, this is Fort Bend County, and this is why officials really were telling folks that although it is a Category 1 hurricane, they are treating this as a Category 2 for precautions. And clearly, you can see why this is the worst winds that I have personally experienced. Of course, if we weren't under this cover and right next to shelter, we would not be out here. We have seen some crews out here picking up chairs, debris, things that might fly away in this storm. So of course, people, just please stay inside, heed the warnings. Like I mentioned, we are just trying to stay as dry as possible and as safe as possible as conditions deteriorate. But for now, I'm going to toss it back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, Maria, get back indoors where it's safe. Want to keep you and your photographer safe this morning. She was having a hard time just standing upright. Quite a change from when we checked in with her an hour ago.
Yeah, I don't live in Sugar Land anymore, but I lived there for 20 years and I never saw that.
Yeah. Yep.
Never saw that. All right.
Very
Beryl continues to ramp up right now as it moves inland, bringing in heavy rain and strong winds.
Right now, power outages across Texas continue to go up as we imagined. Here's a closer look at what we're tracking. Right now in Texas, we are looking at, as you can see, just about 316,000 plus outages. And statewide, Ron, if you can read that, can you read that better than me from the screen here?
I might have to put my glasses on.
Yeah. 317,000. The utility has activated its emergency response plan, which means it's pre-positioned crews so they can get to the areas quicker to restore power once this storm clears. Now, if you want or need to report an outage, here's the number to call, 713-207-2222. Let me say that number again, 713-207-2222, and that will get you to Centerpoint customer service. You can also call to report a down power line. We know that's very dangerous.
So it seems like the numbers doubled since the last time we checked on them.
Yes, they've been slowly climbing all morning, and then it's gotten worse in the last hour for sure.
Yeah, not unexpected, but we, of course, pray it doesn't get as bad as it did during the derecho a couple of months ago.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
All right, time now is 5:42. We want to get back out to our Sherman Chow live outside the station in West Houston. Sherman, it looks like it's gotten worse where you are as well.
Right, just actually not far from you on the doorsteps of our station, and we have been clocking the winds. It has been coming and going. It's a little hard to see. Luckily for us, this wind gauge is waterproof. I've seen it up to about 17 miles an hour kind of blowing through this little corridor here. The wind dying down just a bit right now, but it has been strong and it blows. It is loud. In fact, it blows so hard into the doors here. It took two of us to push the doors back open so we could get in and out. So thanks to Wilmot back there leading into that door for us. But the bands of rain and wind continue to go, and right now, literally blinding rain, because I'm having a hard time seeing our photographer, Chris Luna, on the other side here. The wind and the rain continue to go through. Something else we spotted just a little bit ago, some storm drains getting overwhelmed by Beryl. So that, if you've seen it before, it's the classic where it looks like a fountain. The water sort of turns up through the holes there, bubbles, and it's so forceful that those manhole covers, which are super heavy, are sort of clanging in their hole. And if it's really bad, you know, with street flooding, it can lift up and off over that manhole. Another reason why it's dangerous either to walk in a flooded street or to drive your car down one. Fortunately, the streets right now fairly quiet. We don't see much traffic at all. I'm sure that's because A, it's early, and B, because Beryl has decided to make itself known pretty clearly right now. The last bit of good news, power's still on right now. You can see all the bright lights in the Galleria area still blowing, still burning rather, and of course that's what we hope will continue to happen. We are worried, nervous about those strong tropical storm force winds that could be heading our way, and that of course can make it problematic for the power grid, as we know only too well. Guys?
All right, Sherman, thank you. We appreciate you being out there in the elements, showing people what they can expect and keeping them safe. Now, get back inside here as we turn now to a live look at Galveston Island, courtesy of our partners at Saltwater Recon. The wind, you can see, really picking up there as it has been in the past several hours. It's also causing some dangerous surf. Hurricane Beryl made landfall near Matagorda around 4 o'clock this morning.
All right, our Devon Roming joins us live from the island. Devon, you just took over for Matt Doherty, and conditions have been just getting worse by the hour.
Well, things have gotten a lot worse out here. We've been out here for about 2 hours now, and I got to tell you, you know, we're right here off of Seawall Boulevard, and so we don't have any sort of buildings here to my right sheltering us, or shielding us rather, from the wind. That wind is coming right off the ocean and right smack dab into us. We've seen wind gusts out here, wind speeds reach up to 70 miles an hour, and you can see just behind me just how strong those winds are by the way these palm trees here are just swaying back and forth, basically holding on for dear life, if you will, so that they don't fall over. Looking out to the ocean, you can't really see anything from here. You know, typically when it's dark like this and there's not a lot of rain, you can typically see the ocean from where we're standing at the San Luis Resort, but right now it is pitch black out there, and all you see is sideways rain moving in off that ocean as this storm continues to move in towards our area. We did get a report from the Galveston Emergency Management that mentioned that there are some power outages here on the island. Fortunately, on this portion of the island where we are at the San Luis Resort here, this area has not seen any power outages, but emergency management here in Galveston has reported that along Broadway there are several power outages and street lights that are out. So they're asking people as they're waking up this morning not to try to venture out because of how bad the conditions are right now, and things are only going to get worse with that high tide that we're expecting here later on at around 7:30 in this area. For now, we'll send it back to you guys. That's the latest here in Galveston. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Devon, I mean, I just see the palm trees there in your live shot, and you can see even those waves behind you. I mean, everything really started to deteriorate just a couple of hours ago, and wow, it just continues. I wanted to start off with a broad view, a live look at the radar of Hurricane Beryl, still a Category 1, made landfall at 3:55 in Matagorda. It is starting its slow northward trek that we're going to be tracking throughout the morning. I show you the broad scope because even though we're talking about the bands of Beryl impacting everyone right now, I want you to notice how this deep tropical moisture extends well into the Gulf. So we are going to be tracking this over several hours right through the morning and into your midday. Now we have a big part of our area under flash flood warnings. In fact, most of you watching right now are under a flash flood warning. What does that mean? High water is a threat. And so don't get out if you don't have to. You heard that from our local authorities. All of our live reporters have been saying the same thing. It is dangerous to be outside right now. Here's that flash flood warning in effect until 9 o'clock. Notice how many counties it includes. Take a look at how many people are being affected. 3.4 million. So a lot of people seeing the potential of high water because of these high rainfall rates. Now we were expecting this with Beryl, but it is pretty much area wide. I take you from Matagorda into Brazoria, also under a flash flood warning. This is in effect until 6:45. Notice the center of circulation of Beryl still right over Matagorda. Now it is becoming a little bit tighter. This is going to continue to lift northward and eventually, because it's over land now, will weaken. But it is currently a Category 1 hurricane producing those winds for a big area as well. Now across the area, I mean, I could take you north and south of town. We are all dealing with these really heavy downpours. This is torrential rain when you see that red on our radar. We've seen anywhere from 6 to maybe 8 inches of rain, especially southwest of the city so far for the morning. Into Montgomery County, Walker County, big portion of Waller County, Liberty, San Jacinto, Polk County, pretty much everyone feeling the effects of Beryl right now. Moderate to heavy rain. And let's talk about these wind gusts. So earlier this morning, I was focused in on Matagorda. Now these tropical storm force winds are now starting to push well inland as expected. Take a look, Galveston getting a wind gust at 75 miles per hour. Remember, Category 1 hurricane is 74 or higher. Hobby Airport at 62 miles per hour. These are on average wind gusts over the past 30 minutes. 60 miles per hour at IAH, extending into College Station, Brenham, and this is all going to tug northward, all of this energy. Pearland with a wind gust at 55 miles per hour. So our chief meteorologist, David Paul, joining us this morning. We are so thankful for that. You know, not only the wind is going to knock power outage, but now we've got all these saturated grounds with the potential of high water. And I know you've been monitoring the flood gauges, but it's a lot this morning. It really is.
And bayou flooding and the threat of flooding in Houston is very stressful. We've had so many floods, so I'm keeping an eye on all the bayous and the rain total. Let's go over everything that's happening up to this point. Right now, all the gauges in Harris County are below flood stage. There are a couple of that have reached the yellow area near Jersey Village, one there, and a couple here in the Memorial Villages, but it has not reached to bank full or above bank full there. There is one spot that has come out of its bank. That is Old Chigger Creek. That is near Windsor Estates. So Windsor Estates is a neighborhood right here. The creek feeds through and goes into Old Windsor Estates. So areas near the creek, Old Windsor Estates, expect to see flooding in that area from the creek and just high water all over the place because of the high rain totals we had. We're keeping track of the rain totals. These are running totals. So far, about an inch of rain up near the Huffman-Kingwood area. Not bad at all. Getting close to 3 inches in the Cypress area out 290 to the northwest. Katy area getting close to 3 inches as well. Mont Bellevue, Baytown, you're about 1.5 inches so far. But look at the rain totals further south where you'd expect them to be as the storm's coming up from the south. 5 inches of rain, that's near Pearland and Friendswood, 6.5 inches on I-45 south of the League City exit. Sugar Land, Missouri City, 4.5 inches of rain, so rain totals there really beginning to add up. We zoom in on the immediate Houston area. Almost 4 inches, that's near Bel Air and just west of Bel Air, near the Braeswood Bayou watershed. 4.6 inches of rain, that's right near Hobby Airport. Let's see, Jersey Village, Acres Homes, about 2.3 inches of rain there. Mission Bend getting close to 4 inches of rain. And there's that 1.5 inches I showed you near Mont Bellevue. And then further south, Galveston at Shoals Field, 6.3 inches of rain, really adding up there. Almost 8 inches of rain in Angleton. And Kim Castro, that's about the rain total you would expect from a landfalling tropical system moving at 12 miles an hour. We would get 6, 7, 8, 9 inches of rain. And that's where it looks like we're headed area wide. Kim, you've been looking at the storm as well. I see we've got a new flood warning across a big chunk of the area right now.
We do, David. The impact's growing exponentially. Beryl making landfall just before 4 o'clock in the morning, so we're about 2 hours in, and we are seeing those flash flood warnings slowly overtake a good chunk of southeast Texas. I'll start with the biggest flash flood warning that we have right now, the most people affected, in case you're just tuning in. Brazoria, Fort Bend, Galveston, and Harris County. This initial flash flood warning impacts almost 3.5 million people. The threat is considerable. Why? Because like I mentioned, it's been 2 hours of non-stop rain. How about just south of there? So along 288, Booney to Angleton, Liverpool, Jamaica Beach, and Galveston, this impacts another 150,000 people. This flash flood warning lasts until 8:30 at least. I think some of these are going to get extended. And then working our way down the coast, Matagorda, Brazoria, under a flash flood warning at least for the next hour. Notice Matagorda seeing that little gap, that hole. That's the eye from Beryl. By the way, that's it. It's just barely nudged in. So now the eye is fully inland. It's taken a while for it to move fully into Matagorda County, and it's going to take several hours for it to move out. So that's a snapshot right now, just around the 6 o'clock time frame. Well, how about we fast forward it another hour? 7 o'clock. It doesn't move a whole lot, so we're still seeing widespread rain across southeast Texas. How about 8 o'clock? Well, we still see those deep pockets of heavy torrential downpours from Walker County to Montgomery, Harris, Fort Bend, Chambers, Galveston. So the bottom line, more heavy rain, not just through the next hour, but now we're taking it to 9 o'clock. So the next 3 hours, the image on radar is going to look very much the same to what we're seeing right now. So this is an all morning long heavy rain impact, heavy wind impact too. We're tracking those wind gusts that have had hurricane force because Beryl is still a Category 1 hurricane. And by the way, it was intensifying before it made landfall, which means it has the forward motion to kick up that Category 1 intensity further inland. So where we would expect a hurricane to start to die down once it interacts with land, Beryl's not going to do that so easily because it was intensifying when it was pushing in. So for that reason, you're wanting to know how long are we going to have to watch this? Well, by the noon hour, the heavy rain starts to push into Walker County, but notice still pockets from wraparound bands hanging around Harris County. I think by 2 o'clock, you guys, that's when we finally start to see the rain bands quiet down.
2 o'clock can't get here soon enough. Kim Castro, thank you for that. At 5:55, now that Beryl has made landfall, more communities further from the coast will start to experience high winds. Of course, we want you to stay safe in the storm. You need to treat these gusts almost as if it was an actual tornado. So take cover in a small interior room. Stay away from windows and any glass in your home. Things like mirrors and pictures that could fall off the wall, all included there. All right, we want to get back out to our reporters who are live for us this morning across the area.
Let's get to Jason Miles, who's live in the Pearland area. Hey, Jason.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, the wind, definitely the gustiest. We've seen it this morning, and the wind is slapping me in the face right now. We're telling people to stay safe, stay at home, and we are staying as safe as possible as well out here in the field as we cover Beryl as it comes ashore. This is looking east toward Pearland Town Center from Highway 288, and I can tell you, the wind is really gusting tremendously as I speak. I thought it was bad earlier, but it's the worst we've seen it here in Pearland. I think I heard Cheetah say winds in excess of 60, 65 miles per hour. I saw a report at the Brazoria County Airport of possibly winds 80 or 85 miles per hour. Certainly some very strong gusts. And as we continue to keep an eye on traffic and things like that, even as the morning has progressed, traffic has picked up a bit. But as you can see, most people still taking the advice of police and other emergency officials, staying at home this stormy Monday morning, and we have heard literally at least 3 or 4 transformers blow in this area. We've seen at least 2 fire engines coming by, a couple of police cruisers, and I've noticed on the west side of 288, no, let me take that back, the east side of 288, we're looking toward the west here, toward Pearland Town Center, but on the east side, there is a current power outage, at least at some businesses that I can see from here. So the city warning folks earlier that the power outages were possible as the storm comes through, as is street flooding a hazard as well. So far we have seen some ponding, but the motorists we have seen out and about seem to be taking their time at least and trying to be careful as they navigate these streets. Reporting live from Pearland, Jason Miles, back to you.
All right, Jason, be very careful out there. Obviously, it is very dangerous. The high winds bringing down some trees, and falling trees and power lines don't mix very well.
No, they certainly do not. It's quite dangerous out there. Well, here is another live look at West Houston. This is just one of several areas we're continuing to monitor this morning. Meanwhile, school districts across the area are closing campuses and shutting down offices along with summer programs because of Beryl this morning. They include Houston, Fort Bend, and Spring Branch ISDs, just to name a few. You can find that full list on KHOU.com.
As we continue to deal with the impact of Beryl, we want you to be safe. If your power goes out, stay away from rising water, which can hide submerged outlets or electrical cords. And this is extremely important. Stay away from downed power lines. Experts say you need to stay at least 30 feet away and call 311 to report that downed power line, and only call 911 in a case of emergency. And if you plan to use a generator, you want to be extremely careful with that too.
Generators do produce carbon monoxide, and last year we had over 430 people die from carbon monoxide poisoning. I want to remind you, do not run them in your garages. You want to run them 10 to 20 feet away from the house.
Yeah, some people are losing power. Also, if you light candles, do not leave them unattended. Do not forget to blow them out when you go to sleep or leave the house.
Also this morning, Harris County courts and Houston municipal courts will be closed. All criminal and civil court cases will be reset. For a new court date, make sure you check with your attorney or the clerk's website for the very latest. Jury duty for today is also canceled, but will not need to be rescheduled.
Right now, all Metro services are suspended. At this point, Metro Rail and Lyft services are set to resume at 8 o'clock this morning. All park and rides and HOV lanes are staying closed. All right, joining us live near the Wharton County area is meteorologist Bob Pack.
Bob, a lot of rain and strong wind where you're at. What are you experiencing right now?
Well, right now I'm in a lull. I'm basically in what's left of this eye of this storm, heading towards Wharton from Bay City. Now, one of the issues that I've had about halfway through this drive up here, I can only go about 25 miles per hour because there are a lot of trees down. And I'm glad you mentioned power lines just a few minutes ago, because there are power lines that are really low hanging. And honestly, if I did not have these bright overhead lights on, I probably would not have seen them. So if you're driving out there this morning before the sun comes up, be real cautious of that.
Tell us exactly what road are you on right now?
I believe this is Highway 60. It's the one that runs from Bay City straight up to Wharton northbound.
Okay. All right. And so earlier we saw you in Bay City where things were pretty bad. How have things changed right where you are right now?
Well, the wind has dropped. Of course, in Bay City, the wind dropped too once that Eyewall came through, that north Eyewall. So I'm ahead of the southern side where the winds will kick up again. But right now, it's just a steady little rain, nothing serious. The wind's not bad at all. It's not rocking me going up and down the road here. So really no issues except for debris, trees down, and here's another power line. So those are the things you have to watch out if you're out there today.
Yeah, because these are the kinds, this is the type of wind that will bring down trees, and down trees bring down power lines. And we've heard of some power going out in many parts of the area. We heard an explosion out here.
Yeah, we certainly did. Yeah, we're on generator now.
We're on generator power right now, right? Bob, be very careful out there.
All right, the good thing to note, the little silver lining there in Bob's picture, is that we didn't see any other cars passing or trying to pass him. So a lot of people heeding the warning, and he seems to be the only one out there, which is good news. All right, we want to go back to our chief meteorologist, David Paul, with the very latest. David, what do you have right now?
Interesting to see Bob's report mentioning limbs down, some trees down, seeing some power line damage as well. That is about exactly what you would expect to see, with winds sustained in the 50s and 60-mile-an-hour range at best. Galveston has a sustained wind right now out of the east-southeast at 44. Angleton sustained at 53. Palacios sustained at 58. In the Houston area, Hobby's got a sustained wind at 44. Bush sustained at 28. So those are the constant winds out there, all tropical storm force. But the gusts that come along every now and then with the stronger downpours have been pretty strong. Gust to 81 in Palacios, Hobby gust to 69, Bush a gust to 53. Tomball's already had a gust to 61. We're closing in on almost 400,000 without power at the last I just checked from Centerpoint. So we're closing in on 400,000, maybe a 500,000 by the time the next hour goes, as the stronger winds are now getting into the heart of our population centers here in Houston and southeast Texas. But winds gusting definitely strong enough to knock power out, to damage limbs that are touching those power lines and causing the power to go out and the transformers to go. Latest from the Hurricane Center, this is the 6 a.m. advisory. Just came out a little bit ago. Winds sustained at 80, still sustained at 80 as the storm is now inland as a strong Cat 1 hurricane across Matagorda County. Moving north at 12, so that'll continue to move. It's not going to sit on us, but it's here long enough to produce very heavy rain. We'll go over the rain totals too. And you see the flash flood advisories that are in effect now, basically from the coast through Brazoria, Matagorda County, and into Harris County, Fort Bend County, and Galveston County, as those rain bands curly Q in around that counterclockwise rotation around the center of the storm. There's the center, right there on the Matagorda-Brazoria County line, just now moving into southern Fort Bend County. So the northern Eyewall right there is in the process of moving into Fort Bend County right now. There's the northern Eyewall. So strong winds now. Expect winds to pick up across Fort Bend County over the next hour as that moves up and across through Richmond, Rosenberg, and Sugar Land and Missouri City. Houston, Harris County, there's that green area. That's the flash flood advisory. It means we've just got high water spots on roads, ponding and puddling all over the place. Stay off the roads, what we've been saying. And that will continue. Say that one more time. Okay, and go to her in just one moment. Rain continues across the northern counties, Conroe to Huntsville to Cleveland. You will see rain totals and rain and wind pick up here across the northern counties as well. And just one example, so here's the center of the storm. We're moving north at 12, so who's in the path of that? Richmond, Rosenberg, Sugar Land, Katy. You're about 30 miles. The leading edge of that's about 30 miles from Katy and I-10, moving north at 12. So it's about it's about 2.5 hours from reaching the I-10 corridor with the strongest winds. So Katy, you see the strongest winds on that I-10 corridor in about 2.5 hours from now. Grace White, with power outages across the area, those numbers continue to grow. Hi, Grace. How are we doing power outage-wise?
Well, good morning, David. And you're right. We are watching these numbers continue to climb. The biggest jump we've seen in just the last few minutes. Now, 533,000 customers affected. These are Centerpoint customers that are now without power. We know that's a lot of you waking up this morning for the first time, realizing you are in the dark and the lights are out. So again, right now, Centerpoint customers impacted, 533,000 customers. If we look back throughout this morning, as of 4 a.m., we were at 80,000. So 4 a.m., 80,000. Now here we are around 6 a.m. at 500,000. That is a huge jump, and why we are continuing to pay very close attention to power outages throughout this morning. I also want to show you on KHOU.com, you can track these power outages along with us. So we have all this information for you right here. You can go to Centerpoint, their tracker, the one I've been showing you here, and watch these numbers throughout the morning with us. Again, we will be keeping a close eye on it for you. And I want to give you a phone number. If you need to report an outage or a down power line as you're waking up this morning and you're noticing things aren't right in your neighborhood, this is the number to call, 713-207-2222. I'll repeat it one more time for you, 713-207-2222. That is Centerpoint's customer service number. They're asking people to call this morning to report down power lines. It can be a very dangerous situation as you start to wake up, as the sun rises, and as we continue to track these numbers throughout the morning. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Grace White. Again, 533,000 people without power, Centerpoint Energy customers. And again, the number 713-207-2222 if you see down power lines. They want to hear from you.
All right, we want to get back out to our Sherman Chow live for us off Westheimer near Chimney Rock, and winds have really intensified in that area. And Sherman, viewers who are watching are worried about your well-being, but we know you can come right back inside after your report.
Oh. Oh, that's very gracious of them. No, we're okay, and as we like to say, not our first rodeo, not our first storm, so we're being mindful and careful. But what we did want to show you, of course, is that the winds have picked up dramatically, and I've got our wind gauge, our anemometer here, and I have clocked it at to about 30 miles an hour here. We're actually a little bit on the sheltered side. We're still kind of next to the KHOU studio building. We walked down to the sidewalk about 15 minutes ago, and I'm telling you, it was so strong back down there. I don't know if Chris Luna can show it to you. Literally had trouble standing up, had to hunker down and move in this way, which is one reason why I literally have a foot against this metal railing here, this parking guard, just to make sure we're steady and we're not slip sliding anywhere we don't want to be. But yes, so about 30 miles an hour when it gusts pretty good, those winds really howling through here, and we have seen the power now start to go. We've heard some transformers blow. Wow, that is like pins and needles, that rain coming down. And we've also seen that the power and the lights just go down, flicker on and off. As you can see, really powerful right now. And again, we are still partially sheltered by a large building. Once out on the street, far more dangerous, far more wind. And this is what our meteorologists have been warning us about. Those tropical storm force winds coming through, you know, at some points maybe 70 miles an hour. Right now we're standing probably in about 25 to 30 mile an hour winds would be my best guess with the help of this handy little wind gauge. Back to y'all.
All right, thank you so much, Sherman Chow, just right outside our studios of Westheimer and Chimney Rock near the Galleria. The conditions just getting worse.
All right, we want to go back out to our Maria Aguilera, who's been live for us this morning in Sugar Land. And Maria, my goodness, your shot just keeps getting worse and worse every time we go back to you. We just checked in with Cheetah Craft, and she did confirm that winds where you are 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, and you can really feel how strong and intense those winds are. At moments, it almost feels as if it calms just a little bit. I mean, you can imagine what calm is compared to this. And then at other moments, you can see I'm trying to hold my balance. But we've lost power here in this general area. This is Sugar Land Town Square. The only light we're seeing is from generator from inside this hotel and generator from City Hall. So we've actually put a light here to show you just how strong the winds are. You can see that rain, sideways rain, and how strong the wind is because that's pushing it to the side. I mean, this is just what we've been dealing with for the past couple hours. Completely different story from when we first arrived this morning. Really now, obviously it's dark out here because we've lost power, but as the sun rises a little bit later, we're starting to see some light in the sky, so that's obviously going to be helpful. But really, this just comes to show why emergency officials tell people to shelter in place and to stay where you are because of these conditions. I mean, this is just how strong it is. As you saw, I feel a little calmer now. It feels like it calms for a moment, and then the wind picks up right again, and then I have to hold my balance. Again, we mentioned to folks, we're out here keeping you informed, but we're also staying safe ourselves. Obviously, we're here next to a hotel. They have an awning, and we have shelter just right next door, and we have been staying in our vehicle when the winds pick up and just making sure that there's no debris flying. We have some trees here that have just kind of been flying and moving in the wind, and so we've been really conscious and cognizant of that so that we don't get hurt ourselves. But again, this is just really important for people to stay safe. See, it's picking up again. You see that wind, and you can see all of that rain pushing through. That's just what the scene has been here all morning. I have spoken with emergency officials, and they said that they've already responded to some down power lines in Richmond, and they've also responded to some sparks as well in Needville. That's from Fort Bend County Office of Emergency Management, and this is why they've been saying that although this is a Category 1 hurricane, they are treating it as a Category 2, and just by being out here, you definitely can tell why. This is the strongest that I've ever felt winds in this area, but of course we're trying to stay safe and just keep you informed. So just stay at home, ride out this storm, this hurricane as it passes through. And now I'm going to pass it back to you, Cheetah, so you can tell us a little bit more about the winds and the conditions out here.
Maria Aguilera live for us in Sugar Land. That live shot shows everything. See, when we get these heavy tropical rain bands that they push across the area, you could easily be experiencing stronger winds than even what I can show you. You know, I'm basing that on the airport site there, and that's the sensor that we're using. Right now, you are under, all of Sugar Land, under an active flash flood warning. This continues through 9 o'clock this morning. Now, it's not only Sugar Land. This is in a big portion of Fort Bend, Harris, Brazoria, Galveston County. I mean, look at that. 3.4 million people under an active flash flood warning this morning. So high water, you saw that live shot from Maria, is going to be a threat not only now, but through the morning. I want to give you some broad perspective, though, on Beryl. Still a Category 1 with the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Center of circulation starting to move just north from Matagorda County, and that's going to be pushing north, potentially right on the border there between Wharton and Fort Bend County over about the next 20 or 30 minutes. And I've been watching that back and forth. Active flash flood warnings in effect for Matagorda and Brazoria. What I'm going to do right now, though, I lifted all the warnings, so that way you're just looking at the radar on the screen, so there's not anything else distracting. I'm going to loop our radar back over the past 6 hours. What I want you to take note of: 3:55, it officially made landfall. Then watch how the center of circulation started to kind of wobble back and forth. That's where these rain bands start to push, and we get some of these big, not only rain accumulations, but also those really peak wind gusts. Again, watch that center of circulation kind of wobble. What I have noticed, though, notice how it was fairly broad, the eye, and then it starts to get a little rain wrapped. So even though we're still dealing with maximum sustained winds at 80 miles per hour right now, it's a Category 1 hurricane, even over land right now, we are eventually going to see this become rain wrapped, and that's when it'll start to weaken and gradually move northward. Now let's get back to the warnings. Flash flood warnings in effect for Matagorda and Brazoria County. Now further south, they're in effect until 6:45 this morning, so you have about 30 more minutes. We will see if those are extended. But again, a big area from Harris, Brazoria, Fort Bend, Chambers County, all under that flash flood warning until 9 o'clock. Guys, Over land, right now, we're dealing with that Category 1 Hurricane Beryl. It is still continuing to hold its intensity, gradually going to weaken. Bottom line, though, this is not expected to stall. So anyone watching right now, this is not an event that's going to continue for several days, but really serious conditions unfolding right now. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cheetah. As we take some views from around the area, right now we're looking at the medical center. We can't see too much from that other than some raindrops on the camera.
Yeah, a little bit of sideways rain.
And
there.
here's NASA. This is a shot that we take often for our weather shots right outside Space Center Houston.
And let's get a look at Galveston now. Wow, by far the worst. This is near 18th Street Beach, right there by the seawall. Now, our Devon Raming was live for us not far from that area. We understand he and his crew lost power, so it's getting very dangerous there.
The power outages are mounting up. Just as we were listening to a previous live report, we heard another, what we can safely assume was a transformer.
Just blew right outside our studios here.
Yeah, so the transformer booms are being, no doubt, heard throughout the area.
Yeah, that's the second one, in fact, we've heard close by. We're at Bering and Westheimer, so in the West Houston area. That was, second in the last hour here.
So if you're just tuning in, the last count is 533,000 Centerpoint customers without power. 533,000. That number keeps climbing. We're going to be monitoring that all morning long.
And monitoring the conditions as they continue to get worse. Chief Meteorologist David Paul with the latest. David, what do you hear?
Yeah, we're still monitoring the rainfall totals and watching the bayous very, very carefully as the wind continues to howl and bring down branches and knock out power. As you mentioned, 500,000 people now without power. Most bayous and creeks are in their banks or rising, but still within their banks. There are two spots where we've come out of the bank. I want to highlight those for you. One to the south and one to the north and west. One is one that we often see flood, which is Maid Creek out off I-10. The other spot is down to the south. This one we've been tracking for a couple of hours now. This is Old Chigger Creek near Windsor Estates. Windsor Estates is right here. The creek comes through Windsor Estates like that. So if you've got flooding in the area, it may be from Old Chigger Creek, which came out of its banks about an hour and a half ago and has stayed out of its banks. The other areas in the yellow are not out of their banks, but they are coming up, and so we're monitoring many of those spots as well. Cat 1 hurricane, as of 6 a.m., still a Category 1, winds of 80 miles an hour, still sustained near the center of winds of 80, moving north at 12 miles an hour. So it is moving, but it is dumping heavy rain and causing a lot of ponding on roadways. So we've got widespread flash flood warnings across the area for high spots on the roads across the Houston area. There's one, there's another one. A new one just being issued now for the north side of Harris County. That includes Spring and Cypress Creek and the Lake Houston watershed as well. As you see the spiral bands of Beryl coming in, pulling that moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. Heavy band of rain now coming up across the Galveston area. Galveston right there into the Bolivar Peninsula. Crystal Beach, going to see some very heavy downpours there. You've already seen rain totals there that are getting 3, 4, 5-inch rain totals there since the storm came in. Let's look at rain totals across Harris County. Cypress area getting up to 3 inches of rain now, getting better than 1.5 inches up toward the Kingwood and Huffman area. Mont Belvieu, Baytown, not bad, almost 2 inches of rain there. But the south side where the heavier rain totals are coming in, 5 to 6 and almost 7 inches of rain near League City on that portion of the Gulf Freeway. Closer view of Houston, 5.5 inches of rain. That's right near Hobby Airport. Bel Air, Meyerland, 4.6 inches of rain. Northwest side, that's Jersey Village, and just inside the Beltway near Sam Houston Race Park, almost 2 inches of rain has fallen. Sugarland, 4.5 inches of rain. Man, the rain is really pounding on the sides of the windows here in the Galleria area right now. 3 inches of rain out near Katy. And again, deeper out into the Cypress area, 2.5 inches of rain. This is where the rain totals have really been heavy. Now more than 8 inches of rain estimated by radar here south of Anglo between Angleton and Brazosport on 288. Almost 7 inches of rain in Angleton. And there's Galveston now. Shoals Field, 6.5 inches of rain has come down. Whole lot of high water spots here. And Kim Castro, not only the rain totals adding up, the roads are a mess. but here in the Galleria area, the wind is just howling and the rain is battering against the wind right now. You're at our studio on Avenida of the Americas at the GRB. How are we doing there? How are the weather conditions there, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, a lot of howling. We're seeing the rain that's sideways. Basically everything we're seeing across Southeast Texas, we're feeling downtown too. Every time I look out the window, I see more branches that have fallen. There's a string of lights that I keep staring at too. Those are swaying, hanging on for dear life. But taking a look at our Galveston camera, I can usually see Pleasure Pier. Obviously, you can't see much of anything at this point. And I want to show you, not only do we see these wind gusts getting up and over 70, 80, 90 miles an hour along the coastline, sustained wind 44 miles an hour. So that means constant wind that is going to be knocking out trees and knocking out power. So far, again, more than 500 people without power. The wind field from Beryl is what's most impressive. I mean, this is the swath of path that has at least tropical storm force winds. That's all of Southeast Texas. So the landfall with Beryl was really a matter of a direct science as far as why we're being so impacted across all of the viewing area. This is a wide look at the scope of the rainfall. Everybody seeing rain. So from Walker County to Grimes, Washington, Austin, down to Matagorda, Brazoria. And again, because these rain bands are set up over the same spots, more and more flash flood warnings popping up. Now for Montgomery, Spring area, down to the Woodlands, Harris County under a flash flood warning that encompasses close to 3.5 million people. This one lasting until 9 o'clock in the morning. And again, more of those warnings the closer you get down to the coastline too. So Jamaica Beach under a warning until 8:30. That's because rainfall rates, like David was showing us, anywhere between 5, 6, even 7 inches, especially the closer you get to the coastline, because this was the first pathway of Beryl. So along I-10 close to the coast, this is what the strongest rainfall rates look like. So Angleton to Brazoria, about 8 inches of rainfall already in just the last 3 hours. So the strongest impacts happening now until about 2 o'clock. By 2, I think those rain bands are clearing Walker County. Until then, we'll be watching the threat for flooding and the threat of these strong hurricane force winds. Not to mention, some of these winds have already produced radar indicated tornadoes. So we are under a tornado watch. This lasts until 10 o'clock in the morning. It's those bands that wrap around the eye, the dirty side of the storm, that have the potential to bring us the vorticity, the spin in the atmosphere, and the threat of tornadoes. So as of the 6 o'clock update, another recap in case you're just joining us, 80-mile-an-hour winds still with Beryl. Made landfall just before 4 o'clock, and it still maintained its strength 2 hours later. We were expecting this because Beryl was intensifying as it was pushing inland, and for that reason we've been warning you of not only tropical storm force wind impacts but hurricane force wind impacts. Jen, I know you're keeping a really close eye on the roads. I hope, again, no one's out there. Wow, look at the trees swaying in the background. Wow.
Yeah, it has been something else to see the light poles moving back and forth, to see all of the trees here. We have high water at 69 in Dunleavy. Lots of spots that have high water. So if you have to be out on the roadways, you'll want to check the curbs or the markings so you can see where you're going, so you can try to avoid running through any high water conditions. You do see a few drivers throughout these camera shots. I did want to head around town so you can get a glimpse maybe of your area. Lots of flashers on here on these vehicles. West Sam Houston Tollway at Clay. And what's to note, if you stare really hard here, you can see all of that rain whipping over all lanes in a sideways manner. And that is not something that we see every day. So we can definitely tell that those high winds are definitely impacting things. We have a live look outside at our next camera shot. You know, many of them went down. Okay, that's going to be one that I grabbed that is no longer in service because all of them were working. By the way, if you head to my Facebook page, Twitter account, Instagram, I've updated all social media accounts so you can get a glimpse of maybe what's happening in your area. A lot of people commenting on my Facebook where they live and where the lights are out. With over 500,000 customers out of power, there's no doubt that we are seeing it being a widespread issue. This is 288 at County Road 59. And can you see the winds just whipping all of that rain just going horizontally? This is an unusual sight for sure. We do have some drivers out there, and I have seen them use their flashers. We've had 1 or 2 major crashes, and that's pretty much it because we've asked people to stay put. 225, your look at Scarborough here on the east side of town. As you can see, thin conditions as far as traffic, just the way we want it. 290 at Skinner, a look at the northwest. I'll send it back to you, Ron, Steph.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer. A dramatic video there from our TransStar cameras, why you should be staying home right now.
All right, now let's check in and see how conditions are looking in Port Lavaca.
We've got Bill Churchwell with our sister station, KHOU.
I'm Bill Churchwell in Port Lavaca, which is seeing the outer edge of Hurricane Beryl. We are seeing those sheets of rain as well as tropical storm force winds where we are standing. But I want to walk right over here. This sign at the gas station, no match for these tropical storm force winds. A lot of that sign blew off. You can see some of the debris right there in the roadway. This is Highway 35 right behind us. Now, to our south at Port O'Connor, they actually saw wind gusts up to 76 miles an hour. But you know what? A lot of businesses in this area, they took precautions. They boarded up just in case. And this is the reason why. Here's another piece of that sign landing right in the roadway here, the 7-Eleven side. But we are going to continue to follow the latest developments with the storm and bring you those updates.
All right, 6:25 is your time now, and right now there are several evacuation orders in place for many of our coastal communities.
Right now, Quintana, just south of Surfside Beach, is under a mandatory evacuation order. Brazoria and Galveston County officials issued voluntary evacuation orders on Saturday.
Lamarck emergency management officials then issued their own voluntary evacuation order for Omega Bay and all areas outside of the levee system. We have full details for these orders for you on KHOU.com. Also, right now, the downtown district is asking all employers with buildings in downtown to have their employees work from home today. This comes as several buildings are still getting their windows replaced following the derecho.
Right now, all Metro services are suspended, and just minutes ago, Metro shared an update that all Metro services will be suspended until further notice. Some services were originally scheduled to resume at 8 a.m., but we figured that wasn't going to happen. It's no longer the case. The suspension includes all park and ride service, HOV lanes, and Metro rail and lift services. Okay, right now the Galveston Bolivar Ferry has also suspended service. According to the Galveston County Office of Emergency Management, service will be suspended indefinitely until conditions improve.
All right, now back out to a live look at Galveston Island, courtesy of Saltwater Recon. The wind still continues to pick up there and causing some dangerous surf as it has been, and we've been seeing the last couple of hours. Hurricane Beryl made landfall near Matagorda around 4 o'clock this morning.
Devon Raming joins us live from the island, and Devon, conditions, they just keep getting worse. You lost power for a while?
Yeah, that's right, Ron. We did lose power, and we are still out of power here outside of the San Luis Resort. I want to show you kind of just what's happening here. Within the last hour or so, we've been seeing some debris being blown around, including some of the coating from the awning, the paint here on the awning here that's been making its way across the area here. That's from the wind pushing it around. And then we also have the wind, those strong winds that are continuing to push these palm trees. You can see them swaying back and forth, just sort of hanging on there by a thread as this wind continues to push through. You know, this is the first time that we're actually getting a glimpse of the ocean here, of the Gulf of Mexico. You can see just how rough it is out there from where we're standing. We tried to go down to the seawall a little bit ago, but it was just way too windy, way too dangerous to be down in that area. In fact, there is some isolated flooding that's happening along Seawall Boulevard right now. You can see some of that water coming over the seawall onto the boulevard, and we've been seeing emergency crews that have been been patrolling this area back and forth. You can see just how high the water is from the water as their tires are pushing through that water. There are several portions of the island right now that are out of power. The emergency management here in Galveston says that there are several street lights that are out, especially around the Broadway area. So for people that might be waking up right now looking to venture out, do yourself a favor, stay inside. Things are just not safe right now to be outside seeing sights and seeing what's taking place right now. Let us handle that for you, as we are also taking our own precautions as well to stay safe. That's the latest from Galveston Island. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Make sure you're staying safe. Yeah, those live images have just continued to deteriorate out of Galveston. We now want to shift gears, bring in Dr. Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center. Thank you for your time this morning. You know, across our entire area, Dr. Brennan, we've continued to see our live shots just deteriorate. The wind, the rain, of course, the storm surge, the tornado warnings that have popped in and out. You know what I want to ask you, how do you think the forecast has verified to what you guys have initially put out and then like leading up to today?
Well, I think we were able to anticipate that Beryl was going to regain in hurricane intensity. It really didn't start to intensify, though, until just a few hours before landfall, which is a good thing because otherwise it would have had an opportunity to get even stronger. We laid out a pretty broad area covering the risk of storm surge, hurricane, and tropical storm force winds, given that uncertainty in the timing of the turn. But I think we were able to capture most of that risk pretty well. But we'll take a look. The event's just starting for folks in Metro Houston. As you know, conditions are still deteriorating. We're still seeing wind gusts. Still seeing the storm surge, the heavy rainfall, the tornado threat. That's all going to play out through the day today.
You know, Dr. Brennan, I see your radar imagery. I have the same one behind me, and you see all that tropical moisture still in the Gulf. You're exactly right. What is your forecast here? Let's look at the next 6 to 12 hours, specifically for us here locally.
Yeah, well, as the center, the center of Beryl is still here over Matagorda, Brazoria County area. It's going to continue to move north at about 12 and then take on a northeastward motion. But, as that center stays, to the near and to the west of the Houston metro area, all that moisture on the east side is going to continue rotating in around it until the center passes to the north. So that heavy rainfall is going to continue. That's going to exacerbate the surge flooding, that the water still piling into Galveston Bay with those strong onshore winds. So that combination of the surge and the rainfall is going to create some pretty dangerous conditions. You got flash flood warnings already in effect for basically the entire Houston metro area, and those conditions are going to continue for at least the next several hours. The tornado threat's going to exist as well, and we still just had a wind gust to almost 70 miles an hour at Hobby Airport. So those gusty winds, strong winds are going to continue. We haven't really seen the peak winds of Beryl come down at all since landfall, still around 80 miles per hour in our best estimate.
And Dr. Brennan, David Paul here with you as well, both Cheetah and I and Kim up this morning. You alluded to it right there. This storm was undergoing an intensification right as it reached the coast and right as it was moving inland. It was in the process of getting stronger. It moved in around 4 a.m. or so, 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. And at 6 a.m., your advisory with the eye inland still has an 80-mile-an-hour sustained wind Category 1 hurricane. It's interesting, and talk a little bit about how these storms that are intensifying right at landfall can hold on to that intensity for quite a long way inland.
Yeah, that's the case sometimes, David, as we see, as the storms are strengthening even after they come inland. Part of the circulation still out over water, and actually some of the strongest winds we're seeing on radar are back here in Matagorda, Brazoria counties along the coast in the sort of westerly flow to the south of the eye. So there's still some very strong winds occurring here and then on the east side as well. So it'll take a little while for the circulation to gradually spin down, but the peak winds do come down pretty quickly once you get over land and away from the immediate coastline. But the gusts are going to be pretty strong, and so you're going to still see those gusts up to or at hurricane force even in portions of the Houston metro area for the next few hours.
This was a storm that began life out there east of the Caribbean and had this incredibly long westerly track all the way across the Caribbean, all the way here into the western Gulf of Mexico. Looking at the setup for the rest of the season, or at least the next month or so, I wonder if that that idea that storms are going to be moving further west, and in fact we talked about a little bit at the hurricane conference that with the setup this season we might see storms that have are able to get further west through the Caribbean and into the Gulf. What do you think about that trend continuing?
No, it's certainly possible. You know, again, the other thing that we lacked last year, for example, with El Nino, was we didn't have a lot of storms that formed in the Gulf or in the Caribbean. So systems formed farther out east and then they recurved for the most part. We could see additional long track storms that stay pretty far south, but you know, the biggest threat, or one of the big threats to the Gulf Coast, are storms that form in the Gulf, in the Caribbean, and can rapidly strengthen and then make landfall within just 2 or 3 days. We may not have a week or more to watch them come across the Atlantic like Beryl, so that risk is going to exist in both categories you know, later on this season. And it's a great reminder to people, we've got most of the hurricane season left. Those peak months, August, September, October, are still to come.
We're just getting warmed up. All right, Mike Brennan is director of the National Hurricane Center. And Mike, thank you for your time this morning as we ride out a strong Cat 1 Beryl here in the Houston area early on this Monday morning. These are wind gusts during the past half hour. Gust to 68 at Hobby Airport. You heard Mike mention they saw a gust to 70 near Hobby Airport a little bit ago. Bush a gust to 59, Tomball a gust to 52. So Harris County getting gusts to 50, 60, 70 miles an hour now. Palacios a gust to 81 during the past few minutes. There's the center of the storm right there. It's centered over Angleton right now. Even on the backside, we're getting those very strong winds on the backside of the center. We continue to watch the flood gauges. Got a few more that have popped up in red now. Now, I haven't had time here to update all of those, but we've got a couple of creeks here in northern Brazoria County that are now coming up to bank full. This one here in Harris County, that is Maid Creek at Greenhouse. That one is notorious for being the first creek to flood when we get heavy rain. Bear Creek Park area, soccer fields there, so that's causing flooding, but Greenhouse Roads gets inundated, so another reason to stay off the roads is, regardless of that, we've got all kinds of high water spots around the area. And a new one has popped up right there. That is near 69 and the southwest side of the Beltway. We'll get an update on that as we move forward. This is Old Sugar Creek, Windsor Estates. It flows into Windsor Estates right there. That has come out of its banks. And another one just north of that also showing signs of getting up out of its banks. There's the hurricane, still a Cat 1 with winds of 80. And boy, Kim Castro, we've got many hours to go before this thing gets up and out of here. I estimate that center of circulation is going to reach the I-10 corridor right around 8:30, 9 o'clock. So we've got a ways to go with this.
And at that point, we still have the outer bands bringing us rain, bringing us the wind impacts. Yeah, this is going to be a morning-long, widespread wind prolific rain event, and an event that could bring us those spawning tornadoes as well. This is why we tell you it is so important to watch the forecast at least once a day, morning, afternoon, or evening. If you remember, the cone from the National Hurricane Center had our western counties, Matagorda, Brazoria, on the far end side of the cone of uncertainty. And look where Beryl made landfall, Matagorda, as a Category 1 hurricane, and it was intensifying when it made landfall, and for that reason, even 2 hours after landfall, it maintains its 80-mile-an-hour strength, and it continues to churn up through Fort Bend County into western Harris County throughout the late morning, early afternoon. And it'll finally be expected to drop down to a tropical storm by the 1 o'clock advisory. At that point, the National Hurricane Center projects that it'll have 65-mile-an-hour winds, but those wind gusts could be stronger than that. Not to mention, there's still that threat for an isolated tornado at least until 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's walk you through future track. So there's the eye of Beryl passing through Matagorda. Just barely made its inland appearance completely. So the center of the eye made landfall right around 3:55. Now the entire eye is over land, but it's still not weakening. 80-mile-an-hour gust currently. As we take you over the next few hours, so that's a snapshot. An hour forward in time, still seeing widespread impacts. So all of southeast Texas, the landfall quite literally was projected in Matagorda, and the wraparound bands encompass all of us. So from Walker County down to Brazoria, if you look at the east side towards Chambers, everybody seeing the heavy rain and the wind impacts. I'll take you through the next hour after that. 9 o'clock, much of the same. 10 o'clock, again, that eye barely making its way up into Harris County. And so those outer bands will continue to bring us exactly what we're seeing outside right now. That sideways rain. Why is it sideways? Because there's strong gusty wind associated with that. So until we get into the 1-2 o'clock time frame, at that point, the eye has moved far enough north that those wraparound bands move out of the way, and then things will start to quiet down. But the wind field with Beryl, that's been something that's been really impressive to track. Look at that, the high probability of everybody seeing tropical storm force winds at least is high. I mean, the highest category that extends through Walker, again, Montgomery, Harris. Everybody has that strong wind field in play right now. Not to mention the heavy rain is at play for everybody too, which is why we've got those active flash flood warnings, and they continue to multiply. So from Matagorda up into Brazoria, Fort Bend, Harris, this is all in all more than 4 million people affected under a flash flood concern throughout the morning. Looking at our camera shot, so now we've been seeing a little bit of see, it goes in and out. So you get some clearings when the rain band takes a little break. So we go from moderate rain bands to lighter rain bands to eventually heavier bands. They kind of just cycle in and out. But the wind really stays consistent. So we've been seeing that throughout the morning. Sustained wind 45 miles an hour along the coastline. By the way, when Beryl first made landfall, we got those recorded wind gusts in Freeport at 92 miles an hour. San Bernard River down to Brazoria, wind gusts at 91 miles an hour. So far in excess of what the projected totals are with this type of a system. Wind gusts right now 59 miles an hour at Bush Airport, Hobby 68. So the strongest impacts happening from now until 2 o'clock. We'll be watching the heavy downpours and the wind, guys.
All right, Kim Castro, thank you for the latest update on that. At 6:40 now, we know there are a lot of power outages in our area right now.
Yeah, Grace White is monitoring the situation in our newsroom with the very latest now. Hey, Grace.
Good morning, Steph and Ron. We just saw another huge jump. We're now just under 1 million people without power. This is Centerpoint customers. And just to give you an idea of what we've seen and how it's changed this morning, around 2 this morning, we were under 20,000. Then by 4, we were around 80,000. Then at 5, 200,000. And now, as you can see, we are at 966,000 customers without power. We know a lot of you are waking up in the dark, and that's frustrating. I've gotten texts from friends and family this morning that say, Grace, we are now without power. We are in the dark. This is a number we want to give you. Centerpoint says if you need to report a power outage or you see a downed power line as the sun comes up and you're looking around your neighborhood, 713-207-2222. I'll say that number one more time. It's to their customer service line, 713-207-2222. One more thing I want to mention. Again, we're just under 1 million customers without power. During the derecho earlier this year, we were around that same number. So we'll watch this number and see if it continues to climb. Back to you.
Unfortunately, we knew that was going to climb, but it is
I mean,
it
doubled, practically doubled since the last time we talked to you, Grace.
Yeah, thanks for keeping us updated, Grace. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
All right, back out on the island, people there are currently under a disaster declaration with some evacuating before Beryl hit.
Here's what the seawall looked like around 3 o'clock this morning, courtesy of our partners at Saltwater Recon. Just take a look at the strong wind pushing water over, heavy rain, rough surf there as well. Joining us now is Galveston County Judge Mark Henry on the phone with us. And Judge, the city made a lot of preparations ahead of Beryl's landfall. How are those measures holding up right now?
Well, we won't really know until we can get a better look at things, but it appears that things are going as well as we could hope for right now. We've been getting pounded since about 3 o'clock, as you reported, so we'll have a better feel here in about an hour when we can see outside.
Yeah, conditions look pretty bad out there, and that's no surprise. What do people out there need to do right now to stay safe in Galveston?
To the best of your ability, stay put. The ferry service has been suspended to Bolivar Peninsula, and Highway 87 has become impassable in Bolivar. So if you're on Bolivar especially, you can't go anywhere, stay inside. Anywhere else, to the best of your ability, stay inside. It's hard enough for our first responders to get around. We don't need unnecessary vehicle traffic on the roads, making it more difficult.
Would you say areas of most concern right now are those not protected by the seawall?
Yes, for sure. And we haven't gotten to high tide yet. That's our other concern. So as this water gets pushed up over the coast, when high tide gets here in about an hour and a half, that's going to be our worst chance for some coastal surge flooding.
Yeah, a surge and high tide do not mix well. Judge, can you tell us what you've been able to ascertain in terms of damage around the island? Is it just trees or is it more than that?
So far, the only reports we have are a home was destroyed on the west end of Galveston Island. Don't know if that was a tornado or not, but I've seen a picture. The home is virtually gone. Other than that, it's been mostly trees, lots of down power lines. We know we have 11,000 customers without power from Centerpoint, from Texas, New Mexico, and Entergy. We don't have reports from Centerpoint, so we don't know how many customers they have without power.
So, Judge, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so that's all the impacts we know of so far. We'll know more once the sun comes up and we can see.
Okay, going back to that home, you said it was destroyed on the west end. Do you know of any injuries there?
No reports of injuries, but that may just be because they haven't been reported. I don't know one way or another for sure.
Okay, let's hope nobody was injured in that, but a whole home destroyed there on the west end. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Galveston County Judge Mark Henry. All right, let's get back to Sugar Land. We've seen video from there before this morning where conditions are pretty bad, strong wind and rain. Fort Bend County is now facing a lot of that.
And every time we've gone back in to check in on Maria Aguilera, it's gotten worse and worse. Maria, how's it looking right now?
Yeah, well, right now here in Sugar Land, it's actually, compared to a little earlier, it's a little calm. And I know it's kind of funny saying that because this really isn't calm at all. The storm Beryl, the hurricane, is still passing through. Right here you can see some of that damage now that the sunrise. There's some debris here. You can see the strong winds pushing that rain still. The rain has not stopped since it started raining earlier this morning around 1 or 2 a.m. It started with light rain, but you can see here, obviously, a lot of wind still. It picks up, it calms down a little bit, but so far this is a little calmer than before. What we are seeing is there's a lot of thin trees, and so we've been really cognizant of that because of the strong winds. That's really dangerous. And so I really actually want to show you something on this side because it's one of these trees here that actually bent over a vehicle, and I want to show you. It is practically uprooted and leaning on a vehicle here. You can see that white vehicle there. That's one of those thin trees that I was talking about, and that's because of those strong winds. It's still kind of holding on, and so I know whoever's vehicle this is, the tree is just holding on by a thread, so hopefully it doesn't cause too much damage here, but that's just to show some of the wind damage. Lots of debris now. We're barely able to see some of the damage that it's caused because earlier this morning the lights went out, so it was just really dark out here. Still no power in the area. The only light we see is from backup generators from a hotel, but they've lost power as well. You can see some things are down here. Earlier crews were here picking up some items just to make sure that they weren't blowing in the wind. You can see these chairs, they're all on the ground. They put them all together, so these things could potentially be very, very dangerous. Again, this is the calmest it's been so far because we're able to kind of walk now, keep my balance. A little bit earlier you saw my reporting and I was barely able to keep my balance. Again, Fort Bend County is one of the strongest hit in the area and it's still not over yet. Earlier Cheetah mentioned that wind gusts were going to be about 40 miles per hour, and that's kind of what we've seen, but again, it slows down and it's picking back up again. So for now we're going to continue monitoring these conditions, and of course we'll toss it back to you.
Thank you so much, Maria, and we still have more hours of this throughout the morning.
Conditions ripping through that Sugar Land area very quickly. Time now is 6:47, and we want to get back out to one of our live crews to show us what conditions are looking like near Pearland right now.
Yeah, we're talking about Jason Miles. Hey, Jason, it looks about as bad as it was last time we talked to you.
Yeah, very gusty still. The rain still coming down in sheets covering the roadway here. Behind me, we're at 288 and Broadway here in Pearland. I'm going to turn my back to you because it's easier that way because the wind is hitting my back. I was facing the wind, in other words, so not that comfortable. But here in Pearland, as the sun has risen, we get a better look at Broadway here. As you see, a lot more people on the road. than there was within the last few hours. Hopefully these people are taking it slowly, watching out for high water spots. There is a little bit of ponding along the roadway, but I tell you, over the last hour or so, the winds have really picked up, and a lot of that water has been blown away, at least here on this turnaround area at 288 and Broadway. The city of Pearland telling folks that there are power outages in the area. High water spots are possible. The best advice, as we've been telling people all morning, just to stay inside here in this area and elsewhere. Of course, the eye of Beryl made landfall earlier and was making a path northward toward our area. It looks as if, and meteorologists will know better than me, that it's moving more northwest now. I could be wrong, but certainly having an impact still here in the Pearland area. We've been seeing bands of rain and winds, but fairly gusty consistently over the last hour or so since we last checked in with you, and debris flying about. So again, stay off the streets if you can, and certainly if you're on the streets out and about, don't get out of your car. It could be dangerous with some of this debris blowing around, guys. Back to you.
All right, Jason, thank you for that live update from Pearland. You can hear how strong the wind is there, whipping against his microphone. It's impossible to avoid.
It's certainly not safe to go outside right now.
All right, at 6:49, we want to go now to a live look at Galveston Island, courtesy of Saltwater Recon. The wind continuing to pick up there, still very dangerous surf. Hurricane Beryl, as we've been telling you, made landfall near Matagorda around 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, almost 3 hours ago. Devon Roming joins us live from the island. Devon, how are conditions there now as we try to get some of that moisture off the lens?
Yeah, well, things are still the same way they were about 30 minutes ago to an hour ago, with those strong winds and the rain. We can get a better picture of what we're dealing with now that the sun is coming up here on the island. But about an hour ago, blackout here. Our entire resort actually lost power and is still without power, but you can see behind me just how strong the winds are. We've got several bits and pieces here that are blown over from the wind. The trees there you see swaying in the distance, and then I don't know if you can see from where we are, but the ocean, the sea there is just roaring right now. We have had reports of waves up to nearly 23 feet from the National Hurricane Center here along the coast, and things are just only going to pick up from here, as you know, with high tide that's going to be happening here in the next hour or so. That's going to be a major factor for the folks living here on Galveston Island as this storm continues to pass through and that surge continues to move in. For now, that's the latest from Galveston Island. We'll send it back to you.
Devon, these live images just continue to show how, all the weather conditions are deteriorating. I mean, look at that. I mean, even the fact that the signal is holding right now, that we can see that, is absolutely incredible. So pretty much draped across a big portion of the area, we are under a flash flood warning. This is in effect until 9 o'clock this morning. So again, over the next 2 hours, look at the amount of people affected under that flash flood warning. 3.4 million. Brazoria, Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris County. Again, big portion of the area. Broad view on our radar of Hurricane Beryl, which is still a Category 1 hurricane. Notice the center of circulation. That's the eye. And you can see how calm that is as it moves out of Matagorda County into portions of Wharton and barely on the western cusp there of Fort Bend County. Bottom line, it is producing and bringing all of this tropical moisture along with it. So all of this energy out in the Gulf, as it transitions on land, we are still going to see the potential of some rotation. Remember, as all this energy moves over land, that's the friction that can give those spin ups. So we've seen these on and off tornado warnings this morning, and I'm expecting that to continue. We're all under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this morning. We also have this flash flood warning for Matagorda and Brazoria. Now this continues until 8:45. This may be extended. There were waves of moderate to heavy rain that started in Matagorda and Brazoria last night that continued this morning, but it has been a big cross of Harris County, Fort Bend County, Waller County, that we've now continued to see these really heavy rainfall rates per hour. So we could be looking at between 6 to maybe upwards of 10 inches of rain just for today. And those are the type of rainfall rates that can produce flash flooding. I want to bring in our chief meteorologist, David Paul. Thank you for staying this morning. Not only are we dealing with this rain threat, all of these power outages, I mean, over 1 million people. It's a combination. You know that rain and wind.
Strong Category 1 hurricane.
Yes.
And we're seeing everything you would expect with that. And it's not pleasant and it's not safe, and stay home is what we've been saying.
Right.
But not only that, the wind causing power outages, more than 500,000 people without power right now. This is going to go on for several more hours, as you just mentioned. And of course, the rain totals are beginning to add up, and we track the bayous and creeks, and so I want to go over the latest on that. There are a couple of new spots that I want to show you. Most of the creeks and bayous are in the good range, but a couple of them have come up. We've been tracking this one. This is Chigger Creek that moves into Windsor Estates right there. And so that one has been out of its banks now for a couple of hours, and it continues to rain there. That's in northern Brazoria County. This is South Maid Creek at Greenhouse. This one quite often is one of the first to come up and out of its banks when we get a heavy rain event. So South Maid Creek at Greenhouse is up and out of its banks. And then this is a new one. So this is in the Memorial Villages. So it's Buttermilk Creek near Spring Shadows. So there's Blaylock, there's Gessner, there's Clay Road. Here's Hempstead Highway. That's 290 right there. There's Long Point. So that's a spot right there, Buttermilk Creek near Spring Shadows. It's a little creek, but it is up and out of its banks. There are a lot of homes in this area, a lot of roadways in this area, and so that is a spot where we are seeing high water with the creek coming up out of its banks. We'll continue to monitor all that stuff. Rain totals, I'm keeping track of that. Cypress area now 3.5 inches of rain. Mont Belvieu, Baytown, now you've added an inch since I last checked with you, 2 1/3 inches of rain, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. Northern Brazoria County, southern Harris County, seeing rain totals now that are coming in at 6 inches. That's near Hobby Airport. 5 inches there near Braeswood, the headwaters of Braeswood. And then down into Brazoria County, 7.3 inches south of Alvin, almost 9 inches now south of Angleton. And as we've been saying, and Kim Castro, we've been watching, the storm is moving north at 12 miles an hour, so it's not sitting on us. But these things dump so much rain, even at that speed, we're going to end up with 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 inches of rain in some spots before this is all said and done.
I know, these are the longest 3 hours now since landfall, and boy, oh boy, we have a long way to go still. You and Cheetah were talking about the rain, how much rain we've had, how much rain we can expect to still gain. I want to talk about the wind, because we are all in this wind field. That means we are all at least going to experience tropical storm force wind, if not hurricane force wind, and we've seen that already. Here's a live look at satellite and radar with Beryl continuing to move in those outer rain bands, those stronger swaths of red right there. That's where we have the highest threat for those torrential downpours and those hurricane force wind gusts. I'm getting local storm reports now along the coastline, and these will continue to filter in the later on in the morning that we go. But we did receive a report of a radar indicated tornado that did destroy a home on the west end of Galveston Island. So Jamaica Beach received the report of tornado damage. We'll have to check in with the National Weather Service as they survey the area once the storm wraps up. Additional storm reports that we're getting for Brazoria County, where we saw the initial landfall straight to the east of there. Wind gusts in Freeport, 92 miles an hour, Jones Creek, 91 miles an hour, and then for Palacios, another wind gust at 89 miles an hour. So again, hurricane force wind gusts, something we are monitoring all morning long, Jen.
All right, thank you, Kim. Yes, we are looking at that, and I did want to take you out to a lot of our camera shots. I was tweeting and updating our social media account, so I was just tweeting what David Paul had told us about the flood gauges over on the west side of town, because I am seeing on drivetexas.org that there are big blue areas indicated of flooding, which could impact side streets. Looking at 69 at Dunleavy, we have high water in a right lane. As you can see, light traffic, but I am looking at high water spots, not only at this location, but at many locations across town. We are looking at, let me see if I can change our camera shot here, because a lot of our camera shots have been acting up. This is the West Sam Houston Tollway at Clay. I'm really surprised that this is still in operation and this camera shot hasn't gone out, because rain was sideways. We saw the poles really swinging about. So I've definitely been checking in on this camera shot. 225 over on the east side of town. We've seen the power go out. out. You just saw the lights come back on in this area, but they were down. Looking at 290 at Skinner, everything's really slippery. We've been asking drivers to stay put for the whole entire morning and into the late evening hours. So it has been something else. I'll tell you, we have had flight delays and some cancellations as far as airports are concerned. We've had camera shots go out. Ron, Steph, I'll toss it back your way, but we still are advising folks to just hold off their travel until later today when some of the power can be restored. But we are going to be dealing with signal lights that are out and flashing. Eventually, those will have to be repaired as well.
Yep, and until they can get repaired, you're supposed to treat those, as you've been telling everybody, Jen, as a four-way stop just to stay safe. All right, your time now is 6:58. All morning we've been staying on top of conditions all around this area. Now people in the downtown area are starting to see that heavy rain and strong wind.
Our Victor Jacobo joins us live from downtown right now on Louisiana Street. Victor, what's it like out there?
Yeah, Ron and Steph, as you mentioned, we're here downtown under the Hyatt Regency underpass, taking some cover there, but obviously you can see behind me that the downpours do continue. We were making our way from west heading into downtown on Elgin, and as we were going there, we kind of saw the flickering of street lights going in and out, and eventually just going completely dark and completely black. Now that it is daylight, we are getting a better sense of what some of the unique dangers of the downtown environment do provide. So, some of the high rises, I've seen some falling furniture. When those are not secure, the wind is able to pick them up and knock them down. So I was able to see some furniture fall to the ground. I've also seen it down traffic lights as well as construction fencing knocked over to the side. We've seen different trees, some large, some small, also knocked over. And that gives you a sense of just how powerful that wind is. But as you can see behind me here, the downpours do continue. I'm going to step a little bit out of frame here so you can get a better look, but this daylight helping us get a better sense of not just what the environment looks like, but it helps drivers get a sense of that how deep some of these water spots are. When I was driving a little earlier, over on Westheimer, there was some flash flooding that was occurring and making it challenging, but it's definitely, different spots were providing different dangers, so people have to be aware of that. And in the dark, that's challenging, but now that it's daylight, helps a little bit, and important to remember to turn around, don't drown, and keep safe in these types of environment.
Yeah, and hopefully a lot of people decided to stay home. Downtown, they're still replacing so many windows from the derecho.
Yeah, they got pounded during the
and could get a lot of high winds today. All right, thank you so much, Victor Jacobo.
All right, at 7 o'clock on the dot, we want to check back in with our Sherman Chow live outside our station here in West Houston. Sherman, any changes or it's worse?
The bands of wind and rain just come barreling through, and it sort of depends. Like right now we're getting a tiny bit of a break, but just out of nowhere there'll be a huge gust. We've been checking in with our wind gauges, and 28 miles an hour is probably the strongest that we have registered so far. And yep, we're getting another band right now. The good news is that at least the sun has come out, so if you have to be out on the streets, motorists can at least see what's going on, what's happening on the roadways in case there's any debris, tree limbs, a downed power line, so people can at least circumnavigate those, get around them. I will tell you, photographer Chris Luna saw a man on a bike trying to pedal down Westheimer a little bit earlier, and that actually does happen in the overnight hours. He was struggling to stay up. We hope he found some shelter. Maybe hard for you to see, but across the street underneath that Orvis sign, there is another pedestrian, and he is seeking shelter underneath there. A bit tough to see, but some folks caught, some of them riding buses and whatnot, trying to stay dry, trying to stay out of this wind and this rain. Been a little bit of a light and a sound show for us here as well. We heard 2 transformers blow outside of our studios, and I gotta tell you, it's really a little bit scary because out of nowhere, boom, it is a loud, explosive sound. And then we actually saw the sparks flying in the air. It was a little bit like a July 4th fireworks show, but a very dramatic sight there. At any rate, this gives you an idea of what's happening outside, and we are kind of, just balanced up against the park bollards here, just so that we're steady and we're not, drifting anywhere we don't want to be. Sorry, just taking a minute here as the wind comes on through. But this will give you an idea of what the situation is like right outside the front doors of the KHOU 11 studios. Guys?
Sharon Min Chow in the elements. Thanks for that story out there. And she was talking about all the booms that we've been hearing, the transformers blowing. No doubt they're hearing that all over the area because we're almost to like 1 million Centerpoint customers without power.
Yeah, we heard 2 within the last hour, those transformers blowing. It's quite scary when you're not expecting that. All right, at 7:03, we do want to get back to our chief meteorologist, David Paul, with the very latest. David, how's the track coming? Is this what you expected?
Well, it's what we expected, at least for the past 24 hours, that we would see this coming into our western counties. But, you know, the forecast edged east, and so now this is coming right through the heart of southeast Texas and the Houston area. It's still a Cat 1. This is the 7 o'clock update. Winds have come down. They were at 80, now it's 75. So even well over land, the storm is hanging on to its Category 1 hurricane intensity. Still moving north at 12. That's good. It hasn't slowed down at all. Still moving north at a good clip. But we've still got several hours to go as the storm moves north and dumps rain and wind and knocks out power. Got 1 million people without power at last check. At the moment, the bayous, most of them are behaving. We've got Maid Creek at Greenhouse that's out of its banks. That one is quite often the first one to come up and out. Here's a closer view of radar. There's the center of Beryl. You can still see the calm, clear center of the hurricane. Still a hurricane inland. And the northern Eyewall is reaching Richmond-Rosenberg right now, just about to reach Sugar Land. You're getting very strong winds right there right now. The green areas are all the flood advisories. Everybody's under a flood advisory. Don't go out. High water spots all over the place right now. And you can see the rain field, the scope of this, you know, all the way still from Matagorda Bay up north of Huntsville. It's raining and raining heavily. Zooming in, again, heavy rain across the I-45 corridor coming up off the Gulf Freeway. Look at this rain band. Very heavy rain right in here. That's some of the heaviest rain right now from the Bolivar Peninsula and Crystal Beach up across the bay, Baytown, Mont Belvieu getting very heavy rain, and then that goes right into downtown and across the north side of the downtown area, and you can see the blinding rain there. That's Galveston Island right now. Again, there's that band coming across the Bolivar Peninsula. Heavy surf, heavy rain, one little flash of lightning there. It's quite often that you don't get a whole lot of lightning with these tropical systems. They're warm core lows that reduces the lightning. It increases the rainfall as the atmosphere is tropical and saturated from top to bottom. Wind gust forecast by 10 a.m. The center forecast to be right here, just over Richmond, Rosenberg, west of Sugar Land, just near the I-10 corridor. That's getting close to Katy. You're sitting right there. So this is going to make a move, the center of it, right over the Katy area here in about an hour, hour and a half. Still wind gusts to 70 possible. These are gusts, not sustained, but possible gusts to 70 in Harris County, to 50 in Montgomery County. Still 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts possible across our coastal counties. We get into 11:30 noon. The center begins to move north of I-10. Still wind gusts 50, 60, 70 possible as the storm weakens, but very slowly weakens. This is really holding together for a long period of time. There's the center. By the time we get to 2 in the afternoon, nearing the Huntsville area, maybe just west of Lake Conroe, and you can still see gusts of 40 and 50 across our northern counties by 2 in the afternoon as the storm lifts north and finally begins to wind down as we head into 3, 4 o'clock. This will end, but really not completely until after 3, 4 o'clock as it lifts up and out of the official southeast Texas area. These are wind gusts during the past half an hour. Had a gust to 67 at Bush, so almost a gust to 70 at Bush Airport in the last hour. Gust to 62 at Hobby, gust to 59 Pearland, gust to 60 in Tomball. Still haven't seen too much in the way of wind gusting over 30 miles an hour up toward College Station, Huntsville, Conroe. You've had gusts to about 30, 32 at best. That will increase as that storm lifts north. You guys are going to see gusts to 40 and 50 possible across our northern counties. You know, Spring, Woodlands, Conroe, Huntsville, Navasota, Bead Eyes, Brenham to College Station, and Waller as well. Waller out 290. You're going to see those gusts, if not already seeing them in the 60. So again, Hurricane Beryl sitting right here, centered just west of Angleton. The northern Eyewall into Fort Bend County now, seeing strong winds, some of the strongest winds right now through Richmond, Rosenberg, and the Sugar Land area. Winds at 75. moving north at 12. That's live out of Sugar Land. You can see the rain just blowing in sheets across Sugar Land. I believe that's near Town Square. And then here we go with the track moving north, due north. Still by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, forecast to be up here across Montgomery County, eastern Grimes County into Walker County, still as a strong tropical storm. Winds sustained near the center and east of the center of 65. That's at 1 o'clock this afternoon across our northern county. So you have the threat for new limbs to come down and new power outages across the northern counties, Conroe, Livingston, Huntsville, Navasota, as we get into the afternoon. And then finally after that, it will lift up and out of here late in the afternoon, and we'll finally begin to get a break. Once again, there's the way the storm looks right now. Winds of 75 as a Cat 1, a strong Cat 1, just barreling right through the heart of Houston and the southeast Texas area. Guys, it's going to be several hours until this finally has a chance to wind down. We've got several hours to go before things settle down. Stay home, stay off the roads. Lots of high water spots out there. The wind is going to stay up for the next several hours across the area. We've got 1 million people without power right now. That number is probably going to at least hover where it is, if not stay put. I'll say that one more time. Let's go live to Devon, who is in Galveston. He's been there all morning. Devon, how are you? Look at the palm trees blowing behind you. It's a rough morning in Galveston, Devon. How are they doing there?
Yeah, it is pretty rough out here. You know, now that the sun has come up, we're getting a better picture of what's actually unfolding. You know, to my right is the Gulf of Mexico, just off the seawall here. And earlier this morning, it was completely dark in that direction. You couldn't see a thing. And then as the sun started to come up, you could slowly start to see how high the waves were. They were reaching roughly 23 feet, according to the National Hurricane Center. But now as we look out at the ocean from here, you can't see a thing. It is completely grayed out by the wind and rain that is pushing in off of the Gulf of Mexico right now. And as you pointed out, yes, you can see how strong the winds are here behind me, with just how the palm trees here are just swaying back and forth here in this weather. You can also see there's some debris here that is flying around on the ground here that has been pushed around by some of those strong winds. And there is still power outages that are being reported here on Galveston Island. I know that our hotel here, the San Luis Resort rather, is still without power. There are still some street lights that still are active. We've been seeing the Galveston police that have been patrolling this area, making sure things are good. As of right now, we haven't heard of any reports of there being any sort of issues with folks that have been out here trying to take in the sites, but authorities are asking people not to be out here, to just stay hunkered down wherever they are as this thing pushes through. That's the latest from Galveston Island here as we hunker down outside the San Luis Resort. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Galveston County certainly prepared for this. They had protocol in place. We spoke with the judge earlier, and we will continue to check in on Devon Rahming and see what the latest conditions are.
The hurricane made landfall over 3 hours ago. It's affecting in one way or another the entire Houston area, the entire area. And some people, it's affecting more than others. We're talking about over 1 million people now that don't have power. Grace White is monitoring conditions with that. Grace.
Good morning, Ron and staff. We just crossed the 1 million mark. I want to show you the latest numbers, and as we do that, I'll refresh it just to make sure it hasn't changed again on us. In just the last few minutes, we saw the number of Centerpoint customers affected here make it to 1.1 million. These are people who are waking up this morning in the dark without power. We know that's incredibly frustrating. I want to show you some of Centerpoint's teams. These are some of their social posts that they have. Obviously, crews in place that are monitoring these power outages as they happen. We have had them tell us that they've pre-positioned crews throughout the Houston area to prepare for this moment, and they will be working throughout the day on restoring power. But as I take you back to these live numbers, it's just incredible now to see 1.1 million customers impacted. And again this morning, waking up in the dark with lights out. Incredibly frustrating for people dealing with this during the storm. Kim?
Yeah, Grace, I mean, it is incredibly frustrating. We're seeing, unfortunately, these power outage numbers continuously going up, because look at the current sustained wind. So this is wind steady throughout southeast Texas, anywhere between 25 to 45 miles an hour. Galveston Island still clocking in steady wind at 45 miles an hour, just about. Those gusts are stronger, and the bands from Beryl in Galveston hammering the coastline from Galveston to the Boulevard Peninsula. And there's plenty more fuel where that came from. In fact, those outer bands extend far and wide into the Gulf. And so impacts for the coast are going to continue throughout the next couple of hours. The only area that sees any little bit of reprieve is the Eye, and I'm going to talk about that here in a second. But rainfall totals right now for Galveston Island, 5 inches, up the Gulf Freeway closer to 7 inches for Santa Fe. Now, something that's famous or noteworthy when it comes to the hurricane is the Eye, right? That one spot that we do see a clearing. Where's the Eye right now? Needville, New Gulf, and Magnet, Bay City. You guys have a clearing for the time being. Now, Beryl's moving north at 12 miles an hour. So who's going to see the clearing next? Very soon we'll see Richmond in the path of the Eye, and then from there on it'll track closer to Sugar Land. Let's put a track on it, actually. So north at 12 miles an hour, this is going to be the timing for when the Eye gets to your neighborhood. So Rosenberg here in the next 30 minutes or so, 7:45. By 8:15, the Eye is in Pecan Grove. Cinco Ranch, the Eye gets towards you by 8:50, and then Katy, you'll see the clearing from the Eye right around 9 o'clock. Cypress, right around 10. So it'll take a little while for you to see any clearing. Before that happens, look at the picture across southeast Texas. Basically the whole thing in either yellow, moderate rain, to those deeper oranges, heavy rain, and then torrential tropical downpours with those red bands that are also spitting out those gusts that are up and over 70, even 80 miles an hour. Right now, Beryl, as of the 7 o'clock update, still a Category 1 hurricane, dropped its wind just a little bit from 80 miles an hour to 75 miles an hour, but still looking at hurricane warnings along the coastline. Anywhere between Matagorda, Brazoria, even into the southern portion of Harris County, hurricane force impacts expected, and then beyond there, tropical storm force winds expected. The National Hurricane Center has Beryl dropping down in intensity to a tropical storm by the 1 o'clock advisory, but throughout the morning, still looking at hurricane force impacts from Beryl. Now, we've got team coverage with all of our meteorologists this morning. Cheetah Craft, I know you've been watching the rain from Beryl and just how intense it's been. I mean, it's just not letting up whatsoever. These bands coming in round after round, and the deeper reds in Galveston, that's concerning me right now.
I know it is concerning, and let me show you why also it's concerning. I'm with you, Kim, not only because of the rain that's happening right now in Galveston, right along the bay, but take a look at the energy behind it. That's what I want you to keep in mind. You know, it's 7:16, and we've continued to do live continuous coverage here, but there's a lot more to come. I mean, we are just seeing this unfold right now, and we're still talking 1 million people without power. We have a lot of energy sitting out in the Gulf. This is going to transition on land, and our tornado watch continues for the next 3 hours through 10 o'clock. Now, active warnings that are in place: flash flood warning in effect for Matagorda, Brazoria until 8:45 this morning. Big part of the city, from Harris County, Fort Bend County, Brazoria, Chambers, Galveston County. Notice 3.4 million people under this active flash flood warning. So high water is very much a threat. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer. You know, over the past couple of hours, we've continued to see these waves and rounds of moderate to heavy downpours. You can see in the red basically draped across Harris County. I mean, it doesn't matter almost where you look on the map, from Jersey Village, Cypress, Hunters Creek, the Med Center, Westview, into Galena Park, towards Channelview this morning. Everyone dealing with these really heavy pockets of these tropical bands from Beryl. So just keep that in mind. It's really not going anywhere. Flash flood warning was also extended now to include northern Harris and Montgomery County. This is in effect until 9:30 this morning. So almost most of the area under these flash flood warnings. Now, what I did More in the upper levels of the atmosphere. You can see some of the winds coming in 80 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour there. You can see more shaded in the yellow. But I just want to give you the idea, as Beryl continues to move northward, some of those really strong tropical storm force to hurricane force winds are also going to be following Beryl. What I'm noticing though, as the center of circulation pulls northward, notice this with our current wind gusts, the sensors aren't able to sustain it. So sometimes we're not actually getting the real data. Some of the sensors are going out, so we're giving you the best information that we can. Future track models still showing 10 o'clock this morning. Notice Hobby, IAH, looking at winds potentially at hurricane force or higher. Remember, Cat 1 hurricane is 74 miles per hour, and that's at 10 o'clock. Now, once we get into lunchtime today, still tracking that, especially north of town. Remember, center of circulation is going to start to pull northward. And then finally, I think by about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, winds will start to weaken. Bottom line, this live look outside in Galveston, but we could show you these live images all around town. I'm going to bring in Jennifer Reyna, who's been tracking all of these live shots all around town. I mean, Jen, it doesn't almost matter where you go. These conditions have continued to deteriorate. The wind, the rain, just bad conditions out there right now.
I know, and
Scary.
a lot of our cameras, I can tell when it's hitting a certain side of town because my cameras are grouped by highways. So let's say East Freeway would be I-10 East, and there are hundreds on the east side, and all of a sudden they all black out. So I can tell where the winds are really picking up and where it's very problematic. Now, of course, we have not had a lot of drivers out there, but we don't want any drivers out there. 69 at Dunleavy, showing you this camera shot because we do have high water in the far right lane. I'm going to flip that camera shot so you can see other highway conditions. West Sam Houston Tollway at Clay, deserted here as far as any traffic, but we have had just a few drivers with their flashers on. Try to get to the next camera shot, but yeah, a lot of these cameras have pulled up no video stream once I have checked them and they are in operation, and then they sort of go out and then they come back online. I know with over 1 million people out of power, there's no doubt that we're going to have signal issues. You can see here on the North Loop at Irvington, just a few drivers trying to make their way east and westbound, but it has been treacherous for sure. I-10 East Freeway here at Monmouth, you can see how our cameras are all shaky all across town, and you can just see that the wind is blowing the trees, and it's just been one of those mornings. East Tex Freeway at Lyons, this is 59 up on the northeast side where our camera lens is wet. Now we have had high water conditions mainly along low-lying areas and also leaving neighborhoods. You heard David Paul talk about the flood gauges out on the west side, but as far as main lane highway conditions overall, we are just seeing no one on the roadways again, which is exactly what we wanted to see. 69 at 288, only emergency personnel or people who have to be somewhere should be out and about. Ron, Steph, I'll toss it back your way.
Yeah, I really like to see those empty roads. So it looks like a lot of people staying home or at least working from home today.
Yeah,
Jen, thank you.
Yeah, it should be staying home for hours because this is not over. Now, we've had reporters all around southeast Texas. Last night, this morning, someone who's been in Pearland all morning long is Jason Miles. Let's check back in with Jason to see how conditions are there in Pearland. Hey, Jason.
Hey there, guys. Well, the wind's still gusty, but not as much rain at the moment. I'm not getting that pins and needles feeling on my face at the moment, at least. You're looking west right here along Broadway. We're underneath the overpass of the South Freeway 288 just to keep ourselves a little safe from the elements. Obviously, we're out here giving viewers an idea of what's going on so they know just how treacherous it could be if they decide to leave their homes. I heard Jennifer mention that most people seem to be staying in, not a lot of traffic, and as you can see, maybe one car in the distance here on this street here in Pearland. Unfortunately for folks staying home here, like in many other areas in Houston right now, they are without power. In fact, the city of Pearland putting out on social media that power outages are fairly pervasive in this area. High water spots can also be a problem, so if you do happen to have to get out for some reason, beware of high water spots. Keep your hazards on. We've seen some folks do that, and as we've mentioned as well, the only folks that should be on the road are emergency vehicles, and we've seen fire trucks and police here in Pearland. Back to you. Actually, I'm going to toss it to my colleague Maria Aguilera over in Sugar Land. Maria?
Hi, yeah, we're here in Sugar Land Town Square, and the winds just picked up a lot more, and I want you to take a look at what we're seeing over here. This is actually City Hall, and a part of the roof actually just started coming off and collapsing. That's because of those strong winds. Just as we thought that the worst had gotten to us, this seems to be the worst that it has been so far. And we are just really right now kind of taking cover on the side because, again, the winds have gotten the strongest that they have been so far. I just want you to really take a look at this. I mean, it's impressive to see just how powerful and intense they are. At last check, we had seen that they were about 40-mile-per-hour winds, and they just kept on even getting stronger. So this is just some of the impact and effects that we're seeing of that. It actually pushed a tree down as well that was on top of a vehicle. But this, by far, is the most damage that we've seen. We've seen little debris here and there. But again, that is substantial damage to a building that has been here. So this just happened a few moments ago, and we are just now taking a look at the strongest that Beryl has hit Sugar Land so far. Again, Fort Bend County, one of the strongest hit in the area. Just as we thought the worst had come, this is now the end. But now we're going to toss it back to you. We're going to continue to stay here and monitor these conditions, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maria. And it still looks pretty bad right there behind you. I mean, it looks like you could be standing in Galveston right now, but you're in Sugar Land. All right, thank you so much. Be safe out there.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we've done a round robin now with all of our reporters. Galveston, Pearland, Sugar Land, it's all bad. And David Paul, now everyone wants to know, when will this be out of here?
Well, Sugar Land, you're in the northern eyewall of a Cat 1 hurricane. That's what you're in right now, with winds gusting 75 and above. That's why that damage is happening there. I am monitoring the flooding potential very carefully. There are a few spots where we have bayous and creeks that have come up to bank full and a little out of their banks. Let me go over that. Most of the area is doing good, but there are several spots that I am monitoring and watching. This one for a while, we've been watching for several hours. Old Chigger Creek, northern Brazoria County, feeds into Windsor Estates, which is right there. That is out of its banks. This is Clear Creek. So there's I-45, here's Clear Creek, and it's now getting several spots along the creek that are up and out of the bank. That's Clear Creek near Clear Creek Village. That's the name of the neighborhood right nearby that spot. Clear Creek Village is right here. So you may be seeing some high water coming up out of the creek, with Clear Creek coming out of its banks there. And you see up the bank another spot that's coming out, another spot getting close to bank full there on Clear Creek. South Maid Creek at Greenhouse, that's out of its bank, so Greenhouse Road has high water on it. That's another spot. The Memorial Villages, again, there's Hempstead Road, there's Blaylock, there's Gessner, there's Clay Road. Here's Long Point. Right in here, Buttermilk Creek near Spring Shadows, the neighborhood of Spring Shadows, not far from the golf course out there. You've got a spot there where the creek is up and out of its bank. And then Keegan's Bayou. This is the southwest side of Beltway 8. That is 5969. Keegan's Bayou right there at Rourke Road has come up out of its bank as well. There's the storm, Cat 1, still a Cat 1 in Fort Bend County. Winds of 75, sustained, higher gusts are possible. It's moving due north at 12. Actually looks like it's almost moving a little east of north in that last update, but that's the infrared enhanced satellite. The brighter colors than the white colors showing the cold cloud tops. That's the rising air that's wringing out all the tropical moisture available and giving us this torrential rain that we've had for hours, and we've got several more hours of it to go. Just a closer view showing this is just such a rare sight to have a Cat 1 coming into Fort Bend County, moving through Wharton County right now, El Campo, to Richmond, to Sugar Land. That's the northern eye wall is not far from getting to the Katy area. Katy, the eye of this thing is going to pass through your neighborhood in the next hour or so. So once again, here's the radar, and you can clearly see the eye, the clear center of the hurricane as it's over our southwest counties. Just an amazing sight, a troubling sight, and why we've got everything just shut down right now as this strong Cat 1 comes on, and heavy rain bands here coming up across Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula. Those wrapping into Harris County right now, and I can hear the rain just beating against the glass here at our Westheimer studios. Let's look at the eye. This is where things are quiet for a brief moment. Needville, New Gulf, Sweeney, you've been quiet for a little bit. You're about to get the back edge. Is that the back edge of the Eyewall now about to lift in and bring back the wind and the rain there? You can see Richmond, you're just on that outer northern Eyewall. Sugar Land, you're just near that northern Eyewall as well. That's where the strongest winds are with this system. So put a storm track on the eye, the northern Eyewall. It's going to reach Richmond. Richmond, you're going to go from heavy rain and wind to calm as that eye moves up and over your neighborhood here in central Fort Bend County. It continues to lift north right through the Katy area. It's going to graze through Spring Valley, Cypress, the Copperfield area right here. You're going to get the eye of this hurricane as it moves north over the next couple of hours. Here's some times. The northern Eyewall reaches Katy by 9:06, so in about an hour from now. Spring Valley by 9:38. Cypress, if that eye holds together, it reaches Cypress by 10 o'clock. Tomball by 10:49 as it lifts north as this unusually strong inland hurricane moves through Houston and southeast Texas. This is going to be one for the books. Look at the heavy rain band. Very heavy rain. Blinding rain, Galveston, Bolivar Peninsula, up across the bay to Baytown, Mont Belvieu, wrapping into Harris County with flood advisories for high water spots on the roads just all over the place in effect. And there's just that blinding rain coming across Galveston and the Bolivar Peninsula right now. Yes, rain totals real quickly. Southern Harris, northern Brazoria, getting to Fort Bend County, 6.5 inches of rain near Sugar Land, 7 inches near League City, 2 inches northern Harris County. So you've got the heavy rain yet to come in northern Harris County. Across the central portion of the Houston area, 3 inches on the north side of the Beltway. South side of the Beltway getting to 6-7 inches of rain. That's why Clear Creek on the south side of Harris County is beginning to come up and out of its banks there at I-45. And then Brazoria County, 7, 8, 9 inches of rain between Angleton and the Brazosport area has fallen. I believe Kim Castro, yeah, there you are. What an amazing morning. And it's just beginning to kind of dawn on me that how rare this is. We've got a Cat 1 well inland. We have a visible clear eye on the radar. It's a difficult morning. It's an amazing morning. And this is going to be one for the books, Kim.
I was just going to say, I was going to kind of rehash that thought. We're in active hurricane coverage right now, but can you really think back to how much Beryl has done throughout the last couple of days, how many separate landfalls it has had, how many different evolutions it's had. Category 5 hurricane at its peak, the earliest ever recorded. The one prior to this one was Emily in 2005, and that didn't form until July 11. So this one is one for the books for a multitude of reasons, but for us, it's because it's a hurricane in Houston. And I'm not talking about the coastline. I'm talking about in Houston proper. So we saw Maria Aguilera in Sugar Land experiencing the outer eye wall and the intensity, the force that comes with. She was describing roofs being blown off. She was describing a lot of destruction, and we were seeing it too. Now, I'm off location, by the way. Our KHOU studios are on Chimney Rock and Westheimer. I'm out of Avenida today, and I can tell you personally, this buckling of the wind right here between the eye wall and these outer bands as the eye's racing north is squeezing. And the squeezing motion here in Harris County, particularly downtown, I'm looking at it right now past the camera. I'm looking at the lights in Avenida shaking around, the trees hurling with the wind. It's a force. Beryl is a force, and it still is at 7:30 in the morning. It made landfall just before 4 o'clock. 3.5 hours later, still a Category 1 hurricane. So a couple of different things that I'm looking at here. Again, Sugar Land, the outer eye wall, seeing tremendous impacts still. So I hope Maria Aguilera is finding shelter in a covered space, because these bright reds, that tells me that there's still hurricane force winds to be felt with Beryl for a number of hours. And again, that extends into downtown, and beyond that, Baytown seeing those impacts as well. But the strongest force of the wind right now, Richmond to Sugar Land. And then just south of there, a clearing. This is the eye. This is the signature we look for with a hurricane. Still a Category 1, so we're still seeing that defined eye. New Gulf to Needville to West Columbia, Sweeney, Magnet. Seeing a break from the shower activity for the time being. But the eye is very deceiving because behind it we'll have more showers wrapping around this still Category 1 hurricane. David, you put a track on the eye. I'm going to track it as well. It's moving north at 12 miles an hour, and so the eye moving towards Pecan Grove by 8:15. So it's moving out of here, which is good, but still pretty slow. Cinco Ranch by 8:50, and then Katy, you'll see some clearing over the next hour and a half. It won't get to you until 9:04, and until then, you'll see exactly what we've been seeing all morning long. Bands of heavy rain, basically blankets all of southeast Texas. The only spot not seeing showers, the eye. And then wrapping around the eye, these bands streaming in with the bright red signals hurricane force wind, especially along the coast, but at least tropical storm force wind as far inland as northern Harris County. That's when the National Hurricane Center projects that Beryl will drop down from a Category 1 hurricane into a tropical storm late morning, early afternoon. Jen, I know you've been keeping a really close eye on the roads, and it's been, I mean, I don't know if fascinating is the right word to use, but it's a phenomenon, I would say, to watch this wind wipe the rain kind of like a river through the street, just like that.
You see what's happening?
High
this
water
is the
spots.
Katy Freeway, I-10. Into downtown Houston, eastbound direction. That's why we're saying very dangerous for travel. Did you see that 18-wheeler just go through all of those lanes there and really pull that water up and out? You can see smaller vehicles with their flashers on. It's only been a far left shoulder. That's been the only thing that a few vehicles have really safely gotten around this, if you can even call it in a safe manner. All lanes flooded here. Katy Freeway, eastbound direction at Houston Avenue. This is leading into downtown Houston. I'm just going to give you a second to take in this picture, because as the drivers go through, this is all high water right near White Bayou there. It's on the right, if you're coming in from the Heights to downtown Houston. White Oak Bayou sits right nearby, and you can see that the drivers trying to get through right now are going to use that far left shoulder, and that's going to be it. Only 18-wheelers and bigger trucks are able to get through in the center lanes, and no one's using that far right lane. This is nearby where police are up on the bridge nearby, I guess preventing drivers from even entering is what I'm guessing, because the side streets here leading into downtown, I have not heard, are underwater. As you can see, they're okay. I believe they're trying to block traffic from getting onto the I-10 corridor so that they don't dip down into all of that high water that I just showed you in the other camera shot. We have the high water at 69 in Dunleavy, and this is in a far right lane. We've seen drivers get by in the other lanes, but it has just been treacherous. And like Kim Castro was pointing out, you know, it's hard to say that these are fascinating shots, but we don't hardly see flooding like this across a main lane of a major city. Looking at 45 Gulf Freeway at Telephone, it's one of the few cameras that are in operation. I've been looking at many highway and collections of our camera shots, and they're completely out. So Katy Freeway, there are hundreds of cameras that I should have access to that I cannot show you at this point in time. The wind is so bad that it is not allowing those camera shots to even be operational. A lot of these no video streams have been popping up, as you can see, so we have just limited camera shots. Anyway, I will keep an eye on this flooded spot, but again, avoid travel. I-10 Katy Freeway leading into downtown. Cheetah, bring us up to speed on what you're seeing.
Yeah, Jen, you're showing us all of those live images. I mean, really dangerous out there. I mean, we have a Category 1 hurricane over land making its way northward. So yeah, I mean, really dangerous conditions. Stay inside if you can. That brings me to bringing in meteorologist Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District. You know, when we have these tropical events and really flash flooding events, you know, I want to bring you in and let's really talk about this entire situation. The wind, the amount of rain, the storm surge, the tornado threat. I mean, we just have layers on layers with Beryl. So break it down for us, Jeff.
Yeah, you know, this is a hurricane, and a hurricane is a multifaceted threat, and we're getting all the threats happening this morning across Harris County and the surrounding counties. And so, you know, right now we are really taking it on the chin with the wind, frequent gust of 60 and 70 all across the metro area. That northeastern eyewall coming in is going to be pretty rough here in the next 1 to 2 hours. And then the rain, we have quickly accumulated 5, 6, 7, 8 inches of rain this morning, especially in the southern part of Harris County. We do have flooding, overbank flooding now on Keegan's Bayou around Beltway 8 and US 59. We are anticipating Clear Creek to have flooding along the entire channel as we get into later this morning. Not necessarily structure flooding, but just flooding along the creek. There's a lot of rural and open areas along Clear Creek, and we anticipate flooding along there. And then we are very, very closely watching Brays Bayou right now, especially in the Meyerland area. The channel is extremely high. With additional rainfall coming in, we could see some flooding along Brays Bayou, portions of Brays Bayou in part of the Meyerland area. And I don't want to forget Brickhouse Gully up in the northwest part of Houston there, going into White Oak Bayou around 290, and then a little bit further west to around Hollister. It is likely we are potentially seeing some structure flooding along Brickhouse Gully now. So we are seeing significant responses in all of our watersheds. Again, as this heavy rain translates north through the county, that's going to bring those watersheds on the northern side of the county into play. And so at this point, we're asking everybody to monitor the flood warning system website very closely to look at these bayou levels and creek levels, fws.org, harriscountyfws.org, and pay attention to this. Luckily, we have not had significant damage thus far to our gauge networks. We are still receiving data in on what is happening along these creeks and bayous. And then storm surge, we do have the storm surge going on. I think we're closing in, or probably by this point exceeding 5 feet on the western side of Galveston Bay. So we do have storm surge, that seawater flooding going on down there in the Kemah, Seabrook, Clear Lake area, all the way up towards the Lynchburg Ferry and into the Houston Ship Channel. And most of this is lowland flooding, coastal flooding, under homes that are elevated down in that location. But you got the waves on it, debris and all that. So we're having pretty much everything thrown at us this morning.
You know, such a serious, dangerous event continuing to unfold. You know, you've been through so many different tropical systems, you know, whether you've been tracking it here in Southeast Texas or you've been monitoring it even, you know, along the U.S. coastline. I have a question for you, because you've been through so many of these. You can never compare a storm, and especially a tropical event. But watching how this played out, is there anything that kind of triggers you to think back of on an event kind of like this, how it's played out across the city?
You know, the closest I would draw maybe a comparison to is Nicholas, and this is way more significant than Nicholas. You know, Nicholas kind of did the same thing. It was disorganized, came up to the coast, strengthened right at the coast. We got a lot of wind. The heavy rain stayed offshore. We didn't get that much storm surge. This one's definitely, you know, bringing it all. And you know, this isn't an Ike. We're not at Ike levels with storm surge, and we're not at Harvey levels anywhere close to Harvey on rainfall. And so you're exactly right. Everyone is different, and this one is bringing, you know, really significant impacts. You know, but not what they could be. I mean, the winds could be significantly stronger. The storm surge could be way higher. So we are having impacts. But it's you know, this isn't a Category 4 hurricane. But I think this is eye-opening for a lot of us who haven't been through you know, an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane.
Yeah,
you know, we always talk about the Category 4s and the Category 3s. Well, here we are with an 80-mile-an-hour Category 1. And look at the situation we're in, you know, the power outages, the damage, the tree damage, the potential flooding. It doesn't have to be a major hurricane to cause a lot of issues, and this is exactly the reason why.
You know, you're exactly right, and we're not expecting this to stall out. You know, this is not like a 2, 3, 4 day event. We are expecting Beryl to continue to move northward, which it is right now, but it is still impressive that it's maintained its Category 1 hurricane strength, even over land. So we're going to continue to monitor, of course, the rainfall rates, the storm surge, the winds, of course, the potential for those tornadoes. But Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District, thank you so much for your time. We're going to have more updates to come. Guys, I want to send it back to you for now.
All right. Thank you so much, Sheeta. Some good information there, and disturbing the concerns that we have about Braised Bayou and the Meyerland area as the bayous quickly get filled up.
All right, we want to go now back out to Byron Franklin with the City of Galveston Office of Emergency Management. Byron, thank you for being back on the phone with us. We spoke with you a few hours ago. How have conditions changed in your area since we last talked?
So last time we talked, we just were experiencing some of the increased rain, some of the increased winds. So far, we've had about 6 inches of rain out on the west end versus, 5 inches, downtown in the major part of Galveston that's behind the seawall. The winds have picked up. We're starting to see a little decrease in it right now. We're continuing to monitor everything, and of course we have a lot of power outages right now. Wind blowing tree limbs and things like that, and some of the power lines have gone down. So we're working with Centerpoint Energy, and as soon as the winds die down, they'll be making repairs to our grid down here.
Byron, let's talk about damage on the island. We heard from the county judge earlier this morning talk about a home that was destroyed on the west end. Do you have any more information on that? Was anybody injured?
There was nobody injured. It was an older home. We haven't been able to go out and do a damage assessment on it. It was called in as a possible tornado. It could have very well been right at the, as Beryl was coming on board to landfall. It could have very well been straight line winds, but we won't know till later on. Probably around 1 or 2 this afternoon when we go out and do damage assessments on what exactly it was.
Byron, we know a lot of streets in your area are impassable. So what is the main message that you want to get out to folks right now as we approach the 8 o'clock hour?
So we're asking all of our citizens and our visitors to maintain sheltering, wait till some of the water recedes. As the Beryl makes, goes further into land, the winds will be dying down and some of the tides will be slacking down. So we're asking everybody just to maintain what they've done overnight and continue to do that until, the situation clears up down here.
And Byron, so the storm surge, are we at high tide right now?
I don't know. I think our high tide was earlier. Yesterday, but we're not at high tide right now. But with the wind and being driven into the bay, especially along the west side of Galveston Bay, it pushes water back in to some of the tributaries and things like that. So we're
we heard from Jeff Lindner a little earlier this morning saying 5 feet of storm surge there in Galveston. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right. That's what we were kind of expecting, 5 to 6 foot, and that's pretty much on point of what we've gotten.
All right, and Byron, we talked about this earlier this morning, but just to recap, for people who do have life-threatening emergencies, talk about the response to 911 at this point and getting out to those residents.
So, we continue, police, fire, and EMS to respond to those type calls as they're coming in. And, there is a point in which we can't put our first responders at risk to go into really, dangerous waters, deep waters, and things like that without being fully prepared. We're doing our very best to get to those that we can.
All right, thank you for joining us. Byron Franklin with the Galveston City Office of Emergency Management. We might be talking with him a little bit later this morning and perhaps even this afternoon. All right, Katira Winfrey is joining us live now. She's at the Buc-ee's in Katy right now. Katira, it looks kind of rough out there.
It is very rough, Ron. The wind has just picked up. Well, it's been picking up off and on and just bringing that water into my face. You can see I'm covered in it. I can hardly keep this eye closed, so I'll have to get that checked out. But the wind is really extreme. Just the drive over here on the highways, you can just see how intense that rain is pushing the water sideways. Not a lot of cars on the road, but even just getting out of the Westheimer area, we had to turn around multiple times because the roads were just totally flooded. We saw so many cars stalled out, especially those cars that sit really low. I myself had an issue getting into the office this morning, and I talked about how that wind speed picks up and it's sending that water directly into my face. I'm actually going to turn backwards just a little bit here, guys. Okay, so but the wind is coming down, the rain's coming down, the wind is really heavy and is pushing that rain. But the good news, not a lot of people on the roads, which is what we've been warning. And I know, Dave, you've had a lot to say about that.
Well, we're getting all facets of a strong Category 1 hurricane, and it is inside and stay safe is the only message you need to be hearing right now if you're listening to us right now. Stay inside and stay safe. We are seeing rises on some of the watersheds. You heard Jeff Linder allude to the Clear Creek watershed in particular, right here where all the red dots are. Clear Creek watershed coming up out of its bank. Jeff was thinking that a lot of that flooding there is going to be lowland flooding and not structure flooding. So we're monitoring that very carefully. Again, Chigger Creek's out of its banks where it leads into Windsor Estates. We're watching that. This is the Clear Creek watershed. That's I-45, the Gulf Freeway. So Clear Creek near Clear Creek Village, which is a neighborhood right in here, the Clear Creek up and out of its banks. But again, it looks like at the moment it's all just lowland flooding, and at the moment no structure flooding. We're keeping an eye on that. South Maid Creek at Greenhouse, that is out of its bank. High water there in the Bear Creek area where that is one of the retention basins. And then Buttermilk Creek near Spring Shadows, Memorial Villages. There's Blaylock, there's Hammerly, there's Gessner, there's Long Point. That's where Buttermilk Creek has come out of its bank. So high water spots here near some of the businesses and homes there as well. Spring Branch near Spring Oaks, that's moderate flooding. A little bit ago that did go red. Now it's showing as moderate level, so maybe that's not quite out of its banks there. But again, Spring Branch Creek near Spring Oaks, that is a high spot that we're monitoring. And then Keegan's Bayou is out of its banks and causing flooding near the bayou there. Keegan's Bayou at 59, Cat 1 hurricane. You're also looking at the other side of the screen. That is a new tornado warning.
Yes.
Which has now gone into effect. That looks like that's going to be for Chambers County coming across the boulevard near High Island, Cheetah. How are they doing?
Correct. It's in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. So I put on the velocity. I wanted to see if I could see that couplet, but you know, I'm not seeing it right now, but that doesn't mean that there's not some spin in the atmosphere. You know, we've been talking about this all morning, that with these tropical systems and all that energy that's moving out of the Gulf, let me get the radar back going on. You know, these are live updates as they come in, but these big heavy rain bands around Beryl are what's producing all this energy. And once they move onshore, so on land, well, let me see what happened with the graphics here. They have so much energy that the friction with the land is what makes that turn, that spin up in the atmosphere. So again, radar is coming up. It's a lot of data that comes down on these machines. So let me focus in on this. So I'll zoom in. Here's a live look at the radar. Again, tornado warning, active tornado warning for Chambers, portion there of Galveston County towards Bolivar, in effect until 8 o'clock. So we've got about 9 minutes that we need to watch this. So this is just west of High Island, just west of Seabreeze. This does include Bolivar. Now, again, when I tried to look for the couplet, these are radar indicated. I didn't quite see it. So, but if you are in this area, mainly in Chambers County, it is time for you to take action. What does that mean? Go into the most interior portion of your home. You know, also, as we see all this energy off the Gulf, this is not out of the question that a lot of our coastal areas could see not only what could be a waterspout, but also the potential of a tornado. This is very common in these tropical landfalling systems. Again, that explanation here, tornado warning till 8 a.m., all this energy moving out of the Gulf, the friction with the land is what causes that spin in the atmosphere, and that's what can produce a tornado. Sometimes we get waterspouts that you see that just offshore, but once that goes on land, remember, if it touches ground, that's a tornado. It can cause damage. It can cause debris to fly around across your neighborhood. So you want to move into the most interior portion of your house. The reason you want to limit yourself being close to any windows that could cause damage. You're just trying to stay safe, protect you and your family. And these are going to pop in and out. We've seen that already this morning. Now, we've really seen across the coast, I'm going to give more of a broad view on our radar, so kind of a broader scope of what's going on. We have seen the conditions all across the coast completely deteriorate. Some of our live shots this morning around 2 a.m. From Galveston, yeah, we were seeing some of the winds pick up and the wave heights, but that has completely changed. It is a serious, dangerous situation unfolding right along the coastline. Not only do we have the active tornado warning effect, but look at all of this heavy rain, and it's really not moving a whole lot, and that's the case for all of our coastal communities here. We do have a live reporter, Devon Ramin, who's out live in Galveston. Wow, Devon, even the visibility has been really reduced across the area. The winds, we can see the palm trees behind you. Explain what you're seeing and feeling right now.
Well, Cheetah, yes, it is still very windy out here, but you know, it's interesting because it feels as though the worst of this is over. I could be wrong, but from what we've experienced since we've been out here since 4 a.m., this is probably the lightest it's been as far as the rain and wind, which really isn't saying much considering visibility is near zero when you look out past the seawall here into the Gulf of Mexico. We actually just heard a few rumbles of thunder. We hadn't heard that at all this morning. First time we heard that literally as you were tossing to me. And we also have been seeing flashes of lightning as well here in this area. But I'm going to move out of the way just so you can get a better look at what we're seeing here. You can see the palm trees just hanging on there as they're being pushed back and forth here with these winds moving in. This is just off the seawall here in front of the San Luis Resort. That's where we are standing right now. We're under their awning here outside of the resort just for our own safety and protection. But off in the distance, I can see that there are street lights that are out. The awning from the IHOP restaurant right next door looks like it is hanging on there by a thread as it's leaning, hanging down from the top of the building there. And then, of course, there are lots of power outages here on the island. Our resort is out of power right now, and several residents are out of power in this area. Of course, we will continue to monitor conditions from this area as the storm continues to move in. We'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Devon, so we have your live shot up, and I have zoomed in on our radar where you are, and you were saying, yeah, you were hearing some thunder. That's because, take a look, there's a lightning strike really, really close to you, and then just offshore. Now, you were saying it felt like you were almost getting a break, but what I want you to take note of, these feeder bands around Beryl extend well offshore. Okay, this event is continuing to unfold, but this is not almost over. Again, I want to give you a broader perspective. This is all wraparound moisture and feeder bands around Beryl. This is all being tugged inland and going in that counterclockwise circulation. That's the way that it circulates around an area of low pressure, or at this point, Hurricane Beryl. So again, all this deep tropical moisture holds a lot of energy, powerful, all right? That's what's producing all of these really heavy feeder bands. And in fact, where you see that tornado warning, notice that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. You'll notice that when we get these tornado warnings, that's where we're also picking up torrential rain. So that potential spin in the atmosphere is what's going to cause these tornado warnings to pop in and out. So it's 7:56. I'll zoom in on this tornado warning, and then I'm going to bring in meteorologist Kim Castro. We've been tag teaming with our chief meteorologist all morning long. Active tornado warning in effect through 8 o'clock this morning for Chambers and Galveston. This is radar indicated. I didn't quite see that couplet, Kim, but notice this is very similar to some of the tornado warnings that we've been seeing this morning. morning. They pop in, they pop out pretty quickly, but they can produce damage, even straight line winds. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Kim Castro. All right, Kim, we've been monitoring the conditions here all morning long. What are you tracking right now?
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised that they issued that tornado warning. I've been watching those feeder bands, and Cheetah, if you look at the radar shot, it actually kind of looks like something out of a horror movie, because it's like a claw of moisture that's streaming in 3 separate bands from the counterclockwise flow of Beryl, and an endless supply of energy with this. So not only the prolific rain with those reds showing up on radar, but the energy of the wind field too. When it encounters the friction of land, especially along the barrier islands, yes, that's where we can get those isolated spin-ups. Now the tornado has been allowed to expire, but I'm going to keep a close eye on these feeder bands because they are well defined. They've picked up in intensity over the last 15 minutes or so, and so the coastline is going to be an area that I'm immediately watching for the threat of additional tornadoes. Now, still keeping a close eye on the outer Eyewall as well, as those are some of the areas with the bright spots too. And of course, we can't ignore the flash flood warnings. I mean, now going on 4 hours of Beryl making landfall, pushing in these tropical downpours throughout southeast Texas. And so with rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches of rain per hour over 4 hours, you do the math. Many spots already seeing about 8 inches of rainfall. I turn on velocity just to check up on the coastline. And yep, I'm not seeing any individual couplets. However, you'll notice there is certainly twisting in the atmosphere from Beryl's counterclockwise motion. We see the counterclockwise motion with any low pressure system, and of course, that's very much intensified when you're talking about a hurricane, not only for the force, but for the scope. The scope being all of southeast Texas. This is a Houston hurricane that we're tracking, not a hurricane just along the coastline, one that has maintained its strength and maintained its bullseye path through highly populated areas. We're talking about neighborhoods in Sugar Land, in Richmond, downtown, which I'm at, by the way. I'm seeing the outer bands from Beryl bringing in that gusty wind that's going to be with us for the next 2 hours. Now, tracking the eye over Needville right now, so to the north and east, that's where we see the strongest wind impacts. Now, behind the eye, we start to see wraparound moisture, but it's a lot lighter. A lot of the energy from Beryl pushes towards the east, the dirty side. So this is the scope of the areas that are getting the strongest wind right now from the forward momentum of Beryl. Think of a pendulum swing. The strongest wind is on the come up, right? It's not when it swings down, it's when it whips around. And so that's exactly what Beryl's doing. It's whipping around, and on that upward momentum, that's where we get the strongest wind and the heavier downpours, the potential for tornadoes as well. So I'm going to keep a really close eye on these feeder bands, again, because of the forward momentum that's being pushed up by Beryl. The dirty side of a hurricane is the one that has the highest likelihood of seeing the most substantial impacts. What's at play with a hurricane? Winds, tornadoes, a storm surge, and flooding. Notice where it's most likely to happen: the right side of the hurricane. Ron and Deborah Duncan, this is something we're going to be watching for the next couple of hours. It won't be until 1 or 2 o'clock that the rain finally calms down.
All right, thank you very much. I am Deborah Duncan. I wish I could say it's a great day. It's not, but we'll all get through it. I'm here with Ron Trevino, David Paul. We've ridden through a number of storms over the past 20 years. So let's get to it. Yeah. And David, as we always say, you know, every storm has its own fingerprint. This is no exception.
Did it take a hurricane to bring the three of us back together on this to anchor the morning show? Is that what it's going to take?
But you know what? As we always say, disaster creates community, because once the sun comes up and the storm clears, we know if people are in trouble, Houston will go ahead and take care of that. We have great hearts, and we'll get through this.
That is so true. A storm brings Houston together like nothing else, and that's what we've got across the area. This is going to be one that goes down in the books. I'm sure they will be retiring Beryl. Remember, this hurricane, you know, began as a Cat 5 a week ago, earliest Cat 5 ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin in a hurricane season. Now it's a Cat 1 and it's right on top of us. So, you know, think about this. This is just a Cat 1 and it's causing so many problems across the area with almost 1 million people without power or more, and the flooding on the streets, the wind, the tree damage, the power outages. It is just an absolute mess, and we're still getting a burst of convection across the area right now as a Cat 1 hurricane moves through Fort Bend County right now, entering western Harris County as well. Here's the big picture. There's the center of the storm, which is just entering Sugar Land, by the way. We'll get to that in just a second. To the right-hand side, Kim was showing you that's the strongest side of the storm. Look at these thick rain bands coming in, torrential rain across the coast of Galveston and Bolivar. Our tornado warning has been allowed to expire, I'm noticing here in Chambers County, but just be advised, you can get little spin-up tornadoes that will come and go without warning. They happen so quickly. And so just place yourself under one right now and be very careful. Stay in your house, stay away from windows. I zoomed in on this area to show you the tornado warning for Chambers County. That has now been allowed to expire, but that's blinding rain coming across between the Bolivar Peninsula, High Island, and Crystal Beach. And again, that's one of the areas under many of the flood warnings across the area right now. Closer view, Harris County getting soaked. There's the eye. That's the center of the hurricane, still a hurricane 50 miles inland. And in fact, our Maria Aguilera is in Sugar Land, where for the last couple of hours they've just been beaten and beaten by the rain and the wind, and now the eye is coming in and you're in the calm of the eye of the hurricane in Sugar Land, Maria.
Yeah, and we can definitely feel it because this is the calmest that it's been in the past hour. It was the most intense winds that I have ever felt, and it got really, really dangerous really quick. I want to show you some of the damage here. This is Sugar Land City Hall, and you see that ceiling, the roof right there. The strong winds ripped part of that ceiling, and it actually came crashing down here on the ground. I mean, we just couldn't believe it when we saw it. We heard it. It was so loud. It just really ripped it apart. And that's just to show you how strong and intense those winds were. There was a part that we just had to take cover ourselves because obviously safety is our priority. That's our #1 priority. That's what we keep telling folks out. I mean, when folks are at home, is to stay informed and be safe. Here is some of the debris. Obviously, now that the sun is out, we can see some of that damage. Here's some of those branches here that the storm just really pushed through here, and like you mentioned, right now we're in the calm, but obviously it's far from over. And even on the side this way, there was a tree. There's a lot of really thin trees, and one of them fell over on top of a vehicle. Obviously, we've been just really careful here, watching our surroundings because the winds, like I mentioned, for the past hour were so intense. It got really dangerous really quick, so we had to take cover ourselves. Right now, this is the calmest that it's been. But of course, like you mentioned, it is not over yet, so people still need to shelter in place, stay at home, heed the warnings. Again, it's picking up a little bit right now, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it to the anchors so we can go and also take shelter again.
All right, that same strong winds what knocked out the power to a lot of traffic lights. And of course, coming in, if you have a flashing red light, you treat it like a four-way stop, right? The problem is a lot of those lights aren't even flashing, and a lot of people are just blowing through them. So they got to keep that in mind throughout the day, throughout the week.
Stay home.
Stay home. But if you have to get out there, remember if there's a traffic light there, even with that light is not flashing, I treat it like a four-way stop. All right, let's go to Jennifer Reyna and get an update on what's happening out there in terms of the traffic. Jennifer.
And here's the thing, Deborah, is that when the lights are completely out, you're used to seeing the colored lights, so that's why you're flying through it almost unintentionally. Look at the widespread rain that's happening all across the area. I have gotten so many comments from you guys about my power is out, over 1 million of you. I have seen a lot of you say that it's dangerous on my side of town. They have just shut down 225 at Ritchie Police Department there, Pasadena Police, reporting that it is dangerous to drive through. We saw earlier how I-10 right in the downtown area over in the Katy area, that was underwater, basically right near White Oak Bayou. So we have lots of areas that are still impassable or not safe to drive through. And you've also heard us talk about the flood gauges out on the west side of town, lots of side streets that are not going to be friendly to drive through. You are likely to stall, ruin your vehicle, or at least be trapped and then have to call 911. And we don't want that to be a situation that you have to go through. 225 at Allen Genoa is one of the very few cameras here on the east side of town town that are even in operation. We have hundreds that have gone out throughout the morning on different highways. And 225, you were the latest to see a long stream of the Houston TranStar cameras just go out. Katy Freeway at Houston Avenue. We saw a large amount of water on all lanes here on the right side that was underwater. 18-wheelers going through it. You could see that on my Instagram account if you want to back time that. We've seen some of the water recede at this location, but you can still see it is pouring. And here's the White Oak Bayou. I mean, at its banks, basically. So we are monitoring this. You can see police up here ill-advised and trying to block traffic from getting onto the I-10 corridor because we did see this being a very, very dangerous spot to drivers. Again, I-10 leaving the Heights, and you can just see that rain coming down in sheets, and it's actually moving in the horizontal movement of the rain showers, really depicting how badly the winds are. 290 at 529. We do have crews out on scene. All along town, they're double checking drainage. They are double checking for high water spots. They are making sure that things are going to eventually get back on track. Again, a lot of our camera shots like this indicating no video streams across town. I-45 Gulf Freeway looking at Telephone Road. We have very light traffic, but you can just see it is not too pretty on roadway conditions. And then, like you said, Deborah, we are going to look at those power lights that are either out, the signal lights that are flashing, and that's not just going to be today, but that is going to be for days to come. And for an update on our power outage situation, let me take it to my colleague, Grace White. What are the latest numbers? It was over 1 million when I checked not too long ago. What do you have?
Yeah, Jen, it is 1.3 right now. Power is going to continue to be a big problem as we deal with Beryl throughout the day. Again, these are Centerpoint customers that are currently affected. I'll refresh this just to make sure we're looking at the most up-to-date numbers here. 1.3 million customers waking up without power this morning. I've received texts from family and friends that say, Grace, my lights are out. It is very, very frustrating and a difficult situation to be in. But again, 1.3 million customers right now without power this morning. Centerpoint does have crews monitoring this whole situation. Here's some pictures they've been posting on social. They obviously have teams pre-positioned in certain parts of the Houston area ready to respond, but obviously difficult to do as the rain continues to come down. But they tell us they will be working to restore power first to critical infrastructure and second to neighborhoods where they know they can restore power the fastest. Again, the live numbers right now, 1.3 million customers in our area. Cheetah, back to you.
All right, we'll be getting to Cheetah Craft in just a few minutes. Our entire weather team working this morning, but God, 1.3 million.
Yeah, you know, I just got a text, of course, 1.3 million without power, but the only one that counts is your house, right? So my son just texted, hey, Mom, the power's out. When will it be turned back on? Just find the flashlight, son.
Good question, good question. Yeah. With the derecho, it took days, almost a week for some people.
You know, and speaking of that, Cheetah, with the power out, we know that through the rest of the week, it'll be around upper 80s, lower 90s. It's going to get warm, so that's going to be an issue for people. We want to remind people that there are cooling centers throughout the city, so go ahead and look at the City of Houston website, and under their emergency heading, they have areas where you can go to cool off, because if the power is not restored for quite some time, it's going to be hot, it's going to be muggy. Although it's upper 80s, lower 90s, it's going to feel much hotter. All right, let's get on over to Cheetah Craft to find out the latest in terms of the path of this storm right now and how much more before we see things clear up.
Guys, you're exactly right. I mean, the impacts are going to be extensive. I mean, they already are. Over 1 million people without power. And look, the center of circulation, so the eye is just now getting into portions of southern Fort Bend County. Now, keep in mind, as the center of circulation moves north, that's what's going to take all the energy along with it. But as it does, it is still pulling all of this deep tropical moisture along with it. So still we could see active tornadoes. We're under tornado watch until 10 o'clock this morning. We could easily still see those rainfall rates around 1, 2, 3 inches per hour. So that active flash flood warning still in effect for Matagorda and Brazoria County. Now, a big portion of Harris County, Fort Bend, Chambers County, Galveston County, notice 3.4 million people impacted under this flash flood warning that's in effect now until 11 a.m. They extended that. That originally was set to expire at 9. That's been extended. And, you know, I won't be surprised if that continues. They also reissued another flash flood warning that's now in effect for areas in northern Harris County and through Montgomery County as well. So again, in effect until 11 o'clock. High water is going to be dangerous, and it is serious really through about lunchtime today. Once we get into our later afternoon hours, I think that's when we'll get to see how long some of this water will sustain itself. So keep that in mind. When you see the radar and you're looking at some of the orange and the red on our radar loops, that is still blinding rain across the board. I take you from Spring to Conroe, Pinehurst, all areas from Montgomery to Walker County, San Jacinto, Polk County, Liberty County. I mean, it's pretty much smack dab all across the area. We're also still tracking some of these winds gusting anywhere from tropical storm force to hurricane force winds. So current wind gusts looking across the area. Notice Hobby Airport picking up a wind gust over the past 30 minutes. So it takes the average wind gust at 76 miles per hour. That's over hurricane force. Remember, a Category 1 hurricane is at 74 miles per hour. We're looking at 76. IH at 53, Tomball at 56. Now this is extending into Montgomery County, 48 there for Conroe, 52 in Columbus. You see all these sites that aren't popping up from Wharton into Sugar Land, Galveston. That's because the sensors are knocked off. They're not actually able to give us any data. So those winds were so strong, it's knocked a lot of that data that we would typically show you. I will put this into forecast motion. So it's 8:13 right now. I'll take you to 10:30 this morning. We're still looking at across the board dangerous wind gusts, 75 mile per hour wind gusts potentially at IAH, Hobby at 71, even along the coast, still 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we're talking over 1 million people without power now. I think this is going to continue over the next couple of hours. Extensive damage. You know, just like Deborah was saying, if we're looking ahead for over the next couple of days, yeah, the heat and the humidity is going to return quickly. In fact, starting tomorrow, we get back to a typical summer-like pattern. However, 4 o'clock this afternoon, I do want to show you winds do start to weaken. We're talking more 20 to 30 miles per hour. All right, this live look out in Galveston, if you've been watching all morning long, boy, these camera shots have really evolved. Earlier around 1, 2 a.m., we saw the wave height starting to pick up, really deteriorated around 3, 4, 5 o'clock, but dangerous conditions. You see that one truck on Seawall, but this is not something you want to get out in. Guys, serious situation continuing through about lunchtime to early afternoon today. These power outages already extensive, and it's just going to continue. I hate to say it, but it is.
Yeah, sadly, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah. All right, Cheetah, thank you very much. Okay, if you are expecting to fly out today or you're expecting someone to come in, that obviously has put on hold. Jim Sesniak is the Director of Aviation for the Houston Airport System. And one thing a lot of people have to realize is that even your own staff is having trouble getting to work this morning.
Yeah, it's a very busy day today for the airport as far as mitigating the storm impacts right now. All flight activity basically has ceased during the morning and the afternoon, and right now we're riding the storm out, being able to try and get traffic later this evening.
So what are the conditions actually at the airport? We heard of gusts in the 70s, 70 mile per hour gusts out there.
Yeah, so again, we are having 70 mile an hour gusts at Hobby, and those are heading towards Bush now, so it is pretty windy out here. But again, right now we're hunkered down, and again, mitigating any of the little things that happen at the airport right now, with our intention to be able to get operations up and running this evening for flight operations to return.
All right, Jim, where can people go if they're looking at how long their flight might be delayed, or if they're picking up somebody, how long that flight might be delayed?
So your best bet's going to be your airline's website, and then also the airport's app will also give some information, particularly about the roads around the airport. So although we are intending to start flight operations later this evening, we've got some roadway flooding around the Hobby area, and we've got some traffic lights out around the Bush area. So getting to and from the airport is going to be a little more complicated than usual. So we'll try and give with our social media presence, updates on how to best get to the airports.
Yeah. We know oftentimes those flights are downright canceled because we knew the storm was coming. But in this case, a lot of flights were canceled yesterday. Are other flights being diverted someplace else?
Yeah, so as of right now, we have no flights activity active at either Bush or Hobby, and so that won't start until this afternoon. But we're coordinating with the airlines to right now to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. But our intention with the airlines is to be able to sometime this evening return to flight operations.
And any damage per se out there at either of the big airports?
Nothing major right now. A lot of minor stuff.
Give people an idea of how much air traffic on a daily basis is in the air when something like this happens. How many flights or how many people are actually impacted? Because it ripple effect across the country, if not around the world.
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking right now at probably somewhere in the neighborhood to 900 to 1,000 flights have been impacted at both airports to date. So again, it's a significant impact. It's it's eerie here though. Actually, it's so unusual to see no activity here. So it is kind of eerie.
Yeah.
All right, Jim Sesniak with Houston Airport System. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
All right. When I came in this morning, which was around 6:30 this morning, the wind was blowing so hard, the doors were flowing open. Of course, we have a wetback in the lobby right there, but walking through the parking garage was crazy too, because it's like this wind tunnel, and that is where Sherman Chow is right now. And Sherman, you weigh about $110, so you need to be careful. You might just blow away in that parking garage.
I don't even think that much.
Yeah, right. You don't even that much.
Well, you were talking about that lobby, and that is actually why we've had to move to a new location, because the wind was getting so strong down there by the big glass doors. There was fear that we might get some broken glass, so they wanted us to get everything. So I'm moving here just a little bit indoors to this parking garage. What we wanted to show you, demonstrate to you here, is the issue that anybody who's walked through downtown Houston on a windy day is familiar with, and that is when wind gets channeled by those tall buildings, it gets amplified and you get these sort of wind tunnels. And the same thing can happen here in an open air parking garage. The wind sort of streams through the openings on each floor, and you can see also the trees and the wind blowing and going there. Really gets loud. The other thing is kind of interesting is a parking garage, of course, is made to give a bit because of the cars coming and going, but we can actually feel the structure moving a little bit because of Mother Nature today. Again, designed to do that because of the cars, but right now happening because of the wind. All very forceful and very strong. Kind of interesting, we move locations to try to get away from those glass windows and the big strong wind pushing through there. We picked a parking garage at first because we thought it would give us a little bit of shelter, but obviously there are spots, if you will, sweet spots in the parking garage where it is powerful. The wind really is whipping through in circles. So just a little demonstration about the power of wind and how it can be aggravated depending on the architecture of the structures around you. Kim Castro and Cheetah Craft, all of our weather team, Kim, I know you've been telling folks all morning that the big concern, a major concern with this storm, are those winds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sherman, the wind field encompasses all of southeast Texas, and we have reporters like you and anchors stationed all across the area. And in every spot that we've checked in on, we've seen those at least tropical storm force winds, if not hurricane force winds. And guess what? We are now on hour 4 of Beryl making landfall, and it is still a Category 1 hurricane. So it made landfall just before 4 o'clock in the morning, right around 3:55. This is the 8 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and it still has 75-mile-an-hour winds. And it is pretty far inland at this point. So we will continue to track the impacts from Beryl at hurricane strength throughout the late morning into the early afternoon. The latest track from the National Hurricane Center still puts this storm weakening late morning to early afternoon into a tropical storm, but at that point it will have passed through a big chunk of southeast Texas. I'm going to take you to satellite and radar now to show you the big picture, and I'm talking the big picture. Look at the wind field, the energy field of Beryl. It extends into Lufkin, the north side of it, and then the southern bands well into the Gulf. This whole stretch is more than 350 miles of energy that Beryl has. And notice, look at what we have here. On the dirty side, a tornado warning. This is not for southeast Texas. This is now pushing into East Texas out of the viewing area. This is for Hardin and Tyler counties. But this is again from those outer feeder bands coming in from Beryl. So we gotta watch these closely because they can pop up tornado warnings instantaneously because of the spin in the atmosphere. So this one is radar indicated rotation, again, from one of these bands, the outermost band that's feeding into Winnie and then extending a little bit further north into Hurricane County. Now, looking at the other bands that are following through that, more impacts along the island. So that's a shot next to me at NASA, and it's shaking. So shaking all of our cameras across Southeast Texas because of these winds. They're sustained, steady, 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then those gusts have been also steady at 60 to 70, even hurricane force wind gusts, especially along the coastline. I've been watching throughout the morning the storm reports that have been coming in through Brazoria, through Matagorda. We at least have 2 storm reports of 90+ mile-an-hour wind gusts, one in Freeport and the other one from the St. Bernard River along Brazoria County. Those were both in excess of 90 miles an hour. There's also a storm report for a structure destroyed for the west side of Galveston Island, and that is suspected to be from a tornado. Radar indicated tornado. Crews will have to go assess the damage and see if that was damage from a spin up or from the straight line force of Beryl and those counterclockwise bands hurling in all the energy along the coastline. In fact, we have, like I mentioned, crews everywhere, and one of the crews out there is Devon Roming. He's been in Galveston Island all morning long. And Devon, I'm a little concerned now because you've got some electricity feeding into the barrier islands right now in Galveston. Are you looking at any flashes of lightning there just yet? It looks like it's streaming in from the waters and should be knocking on your doorstep here in a couple of minutes if you haven't seen it already.
You're absolutely right, Kim. You know, it's interesting because as you were just walking us through what's going on, it was pretty chill out here for the most part. And as you tossed to me, things started to pick up again with the wind and rain and, yes, even lightning. We've heard more thundering as well out here, something that we hadn't really heard earlier this morning. You know, we've been out here since 4 o'clock this morning, and, you know, it's just been a story of the wind and rain. But, yes, now we are seeing lightning and we are hearing that thunder. You can hear the rain and see the rain as it's pushing in towards the camera there, coming in with those sideways bands pushing in to our area right now. The wind just whipping these palm trees around here in this area. It's been moments where we've struggled to even stand as we get some of those gusts that have swept through this area. Of course, there are massive power outages here on Galveston Island. The San Luis Resort, which is where we are, we're just out front of the resort right now, is completely without power, and our street lights here in this area just went down within the last half hour or so. They had been on but are now officially out. We do see crews that are patrolling the seawall here, Seawall Boulevard, police. We've seen EMS and fire trucks here. We haven't had any reports of any sort of issues that folks have might been dealing with, but we do know that they are out and ready to respond if there are any issues and keeping people out of harm's way in this area. That is the latest here on Galveston Island. We will send it back to you guys in the studio for another update elsewhere.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, you look at that wind. That's the reason why we said before, make sure you bring in the patio furniture and things like that. I was coming in off the Katy Freeway this morning, and there was somebody lost their cushions to their patio chairs. They were sitting in the middle of the highway.
I did all that stuff last night.
Yeah,
I did all that stuff last night. But this storm is affecting the entire Houston area. It is so massive, and it still has Category 1 winds. I've been getting a lot of calls, or I'm sorry, texts from friends and family in Katy. Well, we have Katira Winfrey in Katy this morning. How are conditions now, Katira?
Hey Ron, conditions seems like they've gotten a lot better. We spoke to you maybe 30 minutes ago and the wind was pushing that rain like crazy. And we've since moved. We are still at the Buc-ee's standing under an awning closer to the door now. But earlier the wind was going so wild and crazy, pushing the wind. But from the looks of it, things have gotten better, but the rain is still coming down. But also we're starting to see more people start to be on the roads and making their way in and out of the store. But on the drive here, On the highway, it was so intense. It was pushing the wind sideways. We saw some of the trees that line the side of the highways. One of them was laying in the side of the road, so you definitely want to pay attention to that. And also just navigating this on those side streets. It was so much flooding. We had to turn around multiple times to try to make sure we could get through safely. So conditions are still not in the best of shape, but compared to 30 minutes, an hour ago, or even more, we're in much, much better shape. Now, is that going to last? You all are the experts, Cheetah, back at the station. But as of right now, it looks like things have gotten better, but who knows how long that's going to last. Cheetah.
Okay, so Katira, I'm looking at your live shot, and you're saying that this is the calmest that it's been. You know why? The northernmost part of the Eyewall is heading your way, and that is when you're going to experience these calm conditions. So you're seeing this in a wave because we have so many reporters live right now. You're seeing this Eyewall as it moves north, the impacts that it's having. So you'll get these torrential downpours in the feeder bands around Beryl, and you'll also get the strongest of winds. And then once that Eyewall starts to creep right near you, that's when it starts to calm down. So notice the energy is still there. Beryl is still pulling all of this deep tropical moisture in out of the Gulf, and that's what's wrapping around. But where Katira is in Katy, she is starting to get just a little bit of a break. In fact, I'm going to zoom in. So here's that eye. Now it is getting a little rain wrapped, so we are going to see this gradually weakening. It is still a Category 1 hurricane with max sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. But again, as the rain starts to wrap into the center of circulation, that eye, that's starting to show weakening, and you can see that live on the radar. Again, there's Katira. Here's Katy. You're still looking at that light to moderate rain, but again, as that eye starts to work northward, you're getting a little bit of a break from that torrential rain that you were seeing over about the past hour or so. All right, big picture. We did have that active tornado warning that was just east there of Liberty County. That is now expired. All of this moisture, though, is still going to be wrapping around. So it is shifting a little east, which is common with a landfalling tropical system. You're looking at that northeast quadrant. Now, looking ahead to Harris County, right now we're under this active flash flood warning. This is in effect until 11 a.m. What I want you to take note of is the amount of people affected. We also have been showing you, these power outages, how 1 million plus people are without power. Well, 3.4 million people are just within this flash flood warning alone. And that does include areas like Sugar Land, downtown Houston, West U, Bel Air, the Med Center. High water is very much a threat all across the area. We're all under a flood watch throughout the day today, so this was expected. But again, the waves of this tropical rain is still going to continue over the next couple of hours. So stay at home. You want to stay at home. Think about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that brings me to our impact. So we are under an active weather impact alert day. When it is now through about 12 o'clock, that I think that is when it is worst along the coastline. The surge and the wind combine, and then of course active rain falling. So what you need to do, seek higher ground. Different impacts with the impacts of Beryl inland. So now looking at Fort Bend, Wharton, Harris County, Waller County, even Montgomery County. The worst is happening right now through 2 o'clock. Notice how that timeline is a little further back from what we're expecting for our coastal areas. What? Flood and wind. The flooding is happening now, and we have seen those tropical storm force to hurricane force gusts again happening right now, and that's continuing over the next couple of hours. Future track, we're going to put this into motion. It's 8:30 right now. I'll take you through 10:30 this morning. Notice how Beryl gradually lifts northward, so it is not expected to stall. I want you to take that away. Okay, we are not expecting this to stall. However, the severe impact's happening now. By 1:30 this afternoon, a big part of Beryl and all of its energy is north. But notice how these feeder bands are still being tugged out of the Gulf. Where these line up for the afternoon will only continue to create the flash flood threat. So I don't want you to think this is completely over by the afternoon. I think it'll be less, and I think the rain will be a lot more intermittent, but it's just not completely dry. Now, overnight getting into tomorrow, okay, we're back to a typical summer-like pattern. Right now, wind gusts across the area, 51 miles per hour in Tomball. Check out Hobby. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that. Our wind gusts over the past 30 minutes at 84 miles per hour. So that's stronger than a Category 1 hurricane. Not as strong as a Cat 2. Cat 2 would be 96 or higher, but still 84 miles per hour. That is strong. That is serious. That's why these power outages are going to continue to be extensive. From Sugar Land, Pearland, Galveston, I'd love to show you the wind gusts. Those sensors are down. So I'll put this into future motion here. Notice we keep some of these tropical storm force to hurricane force winds, 75 miles per hour there at IAH through about midday. And then gradually, as Beryl starts to move north, it takes a big part of the energy as well. Okay, Jason Miles is live outside. Again, we have these live reporters everywhere. Jason Miles, where are you and what are you seeing? And how have the conditions changed over the past couple of hours?
Well, it's been pretty consistent here in Pearland, Cheetah. Gusty winds. The rain has calmed down a little bit, not as rainy as it has been, but this wind has really not let up that much. And my colleague's talking about experiencing calm in that eye. I don't think that eye has Pearland on its sights today. But the good news is most people staying indoors, not much traffic out here. Power is out in this area. Interestingly enough, the traffic lights are still working. I've seen power outage reports farther south down in Manville as well. I saw a report of a downed tree or trees along FM 521 that is also farther to our south here in Brazoria County. The best advice again is to stay off the roads because you may encounter debris on those roads, if not trees, other small debris, and stuff that can fly through the air, hit your car, hit yourself if you for some reason happen to be out of your car walking around. We did see a gentleman earlier walking around for some reason. That is definitely not advised. I'm also keeping an eye on things farther or closer to the coast, Surfside Beach, where I covered Alberto just a few weeks ago. Alberto causing street flooding, some storm surge and things like that. It looks like this system, Beryl, actually caused some fairly significant structural damage as well. I don't know if you're familiar with Surfside Beach, but there's a series of A-frame homes that kind of stretch out into the beach, almost built right on the beach itself. It looks like they suffered some pretty catastrophic damage. The homes, that is. No word on any injuries down there. Hopefully that is not the case. But we will continue to track things here in Pearland as these winds, again, just don't let up. Guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yes, let's hope we don't have any injuries there. All right, thank you so much, Jason Miles. It's 8:33. I'm Ron Trevino.
And I'm Deborah Duncan, and we're keeping you up to date on every bit of what's happening with this storm. We have reporters throughout the greater Houston area. I have to say, the person who gets the star this morning, if you can write out a storm anywhere, Katira is writing out a storm out of Buc-ee's, all right?
That's a good place to write it out.
Every one of our reporters have talked about downed trees and things like that. In fact, Centerpoint Energy says 20% of the outages are caused by trees hitting those lines. We have over 1 million people without power right now. And Kim Castro, it's interesting because people are saying, okay, it's getting a little bit better in my area. Maybe the storm has passed, but that's just because of what part of the storm is passing right now.
It's
much
very
more lies
deceiving.
ahead.
Yeah. Much more does lie ahead. Both of those things are true. It can be deceiving when you see a little bit of reprieve from the heavy rain and from the wind. That just means one of the bands has passed through you, but there's another one coming in behind it, and they stagger. So some of them are a little bit more on the moderate side, and then the one that comes in behind it has those deeper reds, which signals not only another torrential downpour, but with the wind, and then you've got still hurricane force impacts from Beryl. Guys, this is the 8 o'clock advisory. It made landfall just before 4. So now we're at 8:30. It's more than 4.5 hours later that Beryl has been cut off from its moisture source, cut off from the Gulf, and it's maintaining its Hurricane 1 strength. Now, for context, this is passing through Harris County. So I'm at the Avenida studio right now, and so the northeastern part of the Eyewall is passing through downtown. And the last time that we've had an eye pass through Harris County was with Ike in 2008. That was 16 years ago. So this is something that we have not seen in quite some time, especially not this far inland. So even though Beryl became a Category 1 hurricane at landfall or just before landfall, That's the key component there. It was intensifying, and because it was intensifying when it made landfall, it still had this forward momentum and it was building up energy. So think of that as like a reserve. It had all this built up energy and now it's exhausting it here in southeast Texas. So we'll take it to the live shot here across not only southeast Texas, but pushing into Lufkin. That's where the northernmost bands are now. But look at how much energy still trails in the Gulf, and some electrified storms coming in too. So these bands that are filtering in the dirty side, the right side of Hurricane Beryl, have a history of spawning tornadoes. Now that tornado warning right there is not for southeast Texas. It's just out of the viewing area. However, this is still a threat a little bit further west. So this could still be a threat with these bands that are pushing into Liberty, that are pushing into eastern Harris County. We are still under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock in the morning. So watching those bands closely, especially as they interact with the friction of the coastline. So the initial impact on land kicks up some of the turning motions, and then sometimes the wraparound force kicks up more tornadoes on the north side of the hurricane as well. So watching the east side and the north side very closely. What's happening on the west side? Well, it's a little bit less intense. So we've got the Eyewall that's wrapping around the southern portion of Sugar Land right now. And so you still have rain, you still have wind, but certainly not as powerful as what we're seeing on the east side. We're also seeing some electricity. We've been tracking that throughout the morning. So some lightning strikes for Galveston Island. And then for looking at Brazoria, Matagorda, the areas that were initially heavily impacted with those 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, now seeing the back end of the storm. So the side of the storm that has lessened threats. And I say that loosely because it's still very windy and it is still raining. We're tracking storm reports all throughout the area. This is a brand new one, by the way, near Columbus. So I'll have more details on that one here when I see you back in a couple of minutes. We're going to take it to Maria Aguilera, who has been bracing some of these strong bands. And Maria, looking at you now and looking at the radar now, it looks like you're taking a little bit of a reprieve at the moment.
Yeah, Kim, this is the calmest that it had been, and actually just a few moments ago it was calmer than this. We actually took our jackets off to dry. Now the rain is starting to pick back up. The wind is starting to pick back up. Like you mentioned, some of the strongest, most intense winds that we had were a little earlier today. You can see some stuff on the ground. And then if you look over here, this is the city of Sugar Land, City Hall, okay? And if you look at the roof, those strong winds ripped off part of the roof and then they came crashing down here on the ground. That's just how intense the winds got. And that was the most dangerous that we experienced at one point, that even we had to take cover. And if we keep walking this way, you see some of the debris that was left. There's a lot of trees here, a lot of branches on the ground and leaves. And on the other side of the street here, there's actually a tree that fell over a vehicle and it's just kind of leaning on there, just kind of hanging on, not fully uprooted. But like I mentioned, this is really the strongest that it's been, and we haven't really gotten much stronger than what we saw about an hour ago. And then we were really calm. It felt like a relief even to us out here in the field. And just now it started picking up a little bit. It's starting to rain now, and that's how you can tell that we're kind of getting out of the eye of the storm, and it's going to pick back up again. So that just lets folks know at home that it is not over yet. Once you think that it's over, it's going to pick back up, and we still have a while until this moves through our area. So we're just going to stay here, continue to cover, and hopefully it doesn't get much worse than this. But again, just stay home, stay safe. Fort Bend County is one of the hardest hit in the area, and this is kind of the most impact that we've seen so far. For now, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio, Ron and Deborah.
All right, thank you so much, Maria. You know, I used to live in Sugar Land.
Yeah.
I lived there for 20 years. I never saw anything like that.
Yeah, in fact, my friend just texted and said it is really crazy right now, even worse than it was with that derecho that came through. So again, every storm has its own fingerprint. Some areas that aren't affected as hard before can be affected even more.
Because they're feeling hurricane category 1 winds right now. So
all of our reporters have mentioned, like, the kind of the ebb and flow of what's happening right now. So let's go to Devin, who's in Galveston. And the last time we checked in with you, things were really, really tough. It looks like it's eased up just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, but for the most part, it's kind of just like you mentioned, an even flow, just kind of an off and on situation out here at this stage in the storm here on Galveston Island. Obviously, we've been out here since about 4 a.m. We saw pretty heavy wind and rain early on for those first few hours, starting to sort of teeter off a little bit, but then it comes again. And as you can see just to my left here off the seawall, you can see just how strong those winds are. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico angry right now. You can tell just by how high some of those waves are reaching out there. Some of the water is even reaching above the seawall and starting to filter in onto Seawall Boulevard here. We've seen several of the first responders that have been driving and patrolling the seawall going slow because of just how isolated some of the flooding is starting to get on Seawall Boulevard. But as of right now, it is still a story of the wind and rain right now, and we know that flooding is going to be a major concern and issue as we move into the rest of the day with this storm, considering high tide and the amount of rain that we have been seeing here on Galveston Island at this time. That's the latest right now from Galveston Island. We'll send it back to you guys at the desk in the studio.
All right, thank you very much. Just want to mention, you saw all those trees bending right there. And so we've had a couple of people call in. One's a landscape architect who said the trees that didn't snap the last time are under stress and could snap this time. So if you're out driving around, we saw plenty of pictures where trees that literally crashed into cars. Just be careful.
Yeah, and obviously they're bringing down power lines too. And they're on the west end of Galveston. A house has been destroyed. Don't know of any injuries there. Let's hope it stays that way. Kim Castro, of course, tracking the latest with this storm. No let up yet.
No let up for the next few hours at least, because remember, the eye has to clear us in order for us to see some relief from the wind and the rain. And the eye is still very much pushing inland. In fact, it's pushing through Harris County at this point, and we haven't seen that in 16 years. So the last time we've had an eye move through the center of the city in very populated areas was with Ike in 2008. So this is certainly something that is going to leave an imprint in our minds as far as the extent of the impacts with Beryl. Now, notice the wind gusts have been at hurricane force along the coastline and at least tropical storm force winds inland as well. It's really impressive how long Beryl has maintained its Category 1 strength. Typically, we see these storms once they cross over land, they're cut off from their warm Gulf source, they start to die down. But because Beryl intensified into a Cat 1 right before landfall, that was a key component. It had the forward momentum to keep its Hurricane 1 status as it continues north. So right now, looking at the eye, it's becoming very muddled. So I suspect by the next advisory, it may get downgraded into a tropical storm, but for the time being, watching hurricane impacts right now. Winnie seeing some strong bands filtering in from the counterclockwise flow. Remember, on the right side of the eye is where we see the most damage, the most threats when it comes to the strength of the wind, when it comes to the consistency of the rain. I'm talking about sheets of rain coming down for Galveston County, for Chambers County, pushing into Liberty too. And this is an area that I'm going to be watching closely for the potential of spin-ups as well. Yes, we've seen tornado warnings this morning if you're just tuning in, and that's what we can expect with a hurricane. We're going to be tracking that throughout the morning. In addition to, look at how much rain we've had. The image has looked like this since Beryl made landfall. So since 4 o'clock in the morning, it's looked like this. Just clouded in rain, colored in, stenciled in either yellow, which is some periods of moderate rain, to downright darkened red, which is that tropical downpour that causes that surge of rain quickly, which is what's putting us under a flash flood warning. This is from Montgomery to Harris to Galveston to Brazoria, Matagorda. We're going to take it over to our Troy Kless. He's got a live interview right now with Lena Hidalgo. Troy, please give us an update on Beryl and how Harris County is responding.
Kim, thank you. Yeah, we are just now getting this new information here from Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo. So thank you for joining us. So we understand we've been getting some information from emergency officials. What do we know right now about the immediate impacts to Harris County?
The most important thing for everyone to know before I get to that is that from now to the next couple of hours is going to be the absolute worst of this weather event. And so the way we're talking about it amongst the emergency management personnel is everybody in Harris County, please treat the next hour and a half to 2 hours as if a tornado were coming to Harris County, because the entire eastern wall of that hurricane is going to hit us really hard. So I'm asking everybody to shelter away from windows. We didn't think we were going to get to this point of that strength, but it is a dangerous situation. We have one confirmed casualty, a gentleman in Humble, 53 years old, casualty due to weather. It was a fallen tree. A tree fell, and we don't know more details than that. I know City of Houston has an unconfirmed tragedy, not sure whether it's weather related or not. There have not been a whole lot of rescues overnight. Some in the city, we didn't have any in Harris County. Last update about it an hour ago. However, the fire department's EMS on the northern part of the county are totally in place. They will not be going out for calls because it's that dangerous. So just to give everybody an idea, but this impacts the whole county. Right before I got here, everybody's calling loved ones to say, please be sure and shelter. So that's the message I'm really hoping you guys can help me get out. In terms of flooding, we are seeing some flooding. What happens in the next couple of hours will determine whether we see tens of homes that might have some flooding or whether we see an even more widespread event. So our bayous are doing very well so far, better certainly with the work we've done, but they're very close in a lot of places. So we're concerned for Meyerland, we're concerned for Halls, Greens, Hunting, Brays also toward the medical center is concerning. The area of downtown is totally impassable. 45 and I-10 there are going to close, pretty much are already impassable. And the good news is the bayous, obviously, they go like this, and so there's a lot more capacity at the top. So we're hoping that crossing fingers, it won't be too much out of banks. Once the eye of the hurricane gets past us, there's just not that much rain on the southern bottom part, I guess, of the hurricane. So we will be able to hopefully get a little break from the rain for those levels to go down. But right now, as the eye enters Harris County and goes to the west of it is when we really need everybody to shelter. I do want to thank everyone. We're watching the images of the various roads. We have all the cameras here and very, 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 very little traffic. I mean, really, just one car here or there. And so I think, obviously that's why we haven't had rescues, because people did stay inside as we requested. Looks nothing like the Monday morning we normally have, but as I said, next hour and a half, 2 hours, please, 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 shelter in place away from windows.
One thing that's also impacting a lot of people right now is Centerpoint Energy reporting over 1.3 at least million customers without power right now. You told us last night you're bringing in assets that are ready to come in after the effect. Do we have enough to get people back online? I know it's hard to tell, but when could we start to see some of those customers get power back?
Okay, so good news and bad news. Bad news is we're at 1.7 million customers without power in the region. I'm still trying to get the number for Harris County specifically, but that's for the whole region. Another piece of bad news, we were expecting the transmission lines would be fine. The last update is 11 transmission lines are down. Those are the really big ones, what they call the highways that get the power to our community. So that's the bad news. The good news is, number one, at the last event, the derecho, Centerpoint figured out how to go around the transmission lines. And so their assessment right now is they'll be able to do that again and reroute somehow around those downed lines. And this time they won't have to figure out how to do it. They can just go in and do it. So hopefully it won't take that long to get them back up. Another piece of good news is they are already sending an additional 4,000 mutual assistance crews to Harris County. So that's on top of the 2,500 that were already slated. Not to Harris County, to the region, to the service area of Centerpoint. But still, that's a big number. So added to the linemen that are already in our region, there's going to be around 10,000 working to restore power to our region. So that is a reason for hope that we won't be facing these outages for too long. But yeah, I mean, folks here, their homes also, as they're chatting with their loved ones, are without power. And I know it's a challenge, but one thing at a time right now. As we predicted, the most dangerous part of this is the wind, which obviously causes outages, but it also poses a major threat to life safety.
Again, the key message for people is to stay home for the next several hours. Any other messaging or any other areas of concern around Harris County? You mentioned the northern part, but any other areas of concern right now?
The whole county is at risk. So the northern part is worse right now because, it's just the way things are going, but that doesn't mean that if you're not in the north, you're okay. To be clear, we're still predicting that this is going to go through to noon, but the next hour and a half, 2 hours is where you talked as though there was a hurricane. After that, we hope that the rains will subside and levels will start to go down, but we'll see.
Judge Hidalgo, again, thank you. Any other message for people as, again, riding out the storm, staying in place for the next several hours, and again, just your message as we get to, again, into tonight and into tomorrow as well?
We're planning forward already toward recovery. Unfortunately, right, we're already recovering from the derecho and the floods. I know there's this, but so we're very much leaning forward on that. And other than that, thank you for heeding our warnings, and please look out for yourself and your family.
Judge Hidalgo, thank you so much for your time here. So again, the key messaging, again, to stay input and stay in place again until noon and possibly beyond. And again, some key updates there. 1.7 million Centerpoint Energy customers in the region without power right now. And again, at least 2 weather-related casualties, one in the Harris County area and one within the city of Houston. Again, waiting to confirm details about that, but again, just speaks to the danger of this storm right now. So again, we're here in the Emergency Operations Center. We'll keep giving you new information once we receive it.
All right,
we'll
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Troy Kless, a very concerned county judge, obviously, and we should all be concerned because this storm is still a hurricane, a Category 1 hurricane. We understand a tree fell on someone. That was one of the casualties that we had. So the dangers of going outside with these trees that are structurally not sound right now.
Yeah. And a lot of them not sound because of what they went through before. They were stressed, right? And so on the brink of breaking. And so we've seen across the area trees coming down when people are driving through, or just even you're walking outside. So.
Yeah. And these next 2 hours are very critical. So stay indoors if you can.
We always say don't drown, turn around, don't drown, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's almost become trite for a lot of people. But I got to tell you, coming in this morning, I realize it's tempting. I had to make decisions this morning coming in and then turn around and go another way as opposed to risking it. And you heard the county judge Hidalgo say that they will not be sending rescue teams out to certain places because it's just too dangerous.
Just too dangerous,
don't risk it. Okay, speaking of the roads, let's go to Jennifer Reyna.
Yeah, Deborah, Ron, I can tell you this, trying to get so many millions in this city to stay off of the roads, that was a huge feat, and we have definitely made big progress in this city of heeding that advice. So thank you so much to Houstonians. Also, breaking news, we have an 18-wheeler overturned. LaPorte police indicating that the Fred Hartman Bridge has been shut down in both directions for anyone who has to travel in that direction. We also are seeing lots of rain, so if you can stay off the roads, please stay put, as we've been saying. If not, please remember, if you cannot see the road, then do not drive on it. It's important to remember that just 6 inches of water can cause you to lose control or even stall out. And then when the water gets deeper, it only becomes more dangerous. Just 1 foot of water can cause your car to float, and just 2 feet of water can carry away most cars. One of the most common problems is that people do not know how deep the water is until it's simply too late. We are reporting high water spots, and we will be watching for roads and bridges that are compromised. Drivers, be aware of water splashing from higher vehicles and hydroplaning. You'll want to drive much slower than normal, and it is likely that you will see other drivers with their flashers on. Cheetah?
From here. All right, Jen. Yeah, thank you for all of that. You know, we're still monitoring Hurricane Beryl, and it's still a Category 1 hurricane, even well inland. We're waiting for the next advisory that's going to come out in 5 minutes. I was going to see if the National Hurricane Center did that a little ahead of time. They're issuing these advisories now every single hour. So again, Hurricane Beryl, still a Cat 1, maximum sustained winds at 75 miles per hour. What I'm expecting, though, is to Beryl to gradually weaken, still remaining as a tropical storm through lunchtime, and then through the afternoon and evening, that's when it kicks well north of us and it is out of here. So we are not expecting Beryl to stall, but this has been a really long morning. Live look at the radar. This is the big picture. I mean, we have a Category 1 hurricane basically draped all across all of our counties here across southeast Texas. So everyone feeling the effects from Beryl right now. Now, in the deeper red there, those are the bands that are producing those heavy downpours, and that is blinding torrential rain. Those are those big rainfall rates, 2-3+ inches per hour. Now, center of circulation, I've been watching this Eyewall, and it's starting to become rain wrapped. That is an indication of some weakening. I say that. We're still tracking, though, moderate to heavy rain across Harris County, big portion of Brazoria County. Gulf Freeway, we're still tracking moderate rain, but it's just been on and off throughout the morning. Are you noticing this counterclockwise circulation? And you notice how this is, I've looped the radar over the past 6 hours. Watch how the center, the eye, starts to wobble back and forth, and then it basically becomes rain wrapped. So I'm waiting for that 9 a.m. update to see the weakening, and if it's no longer considered a hurricane. Again, that's going to happen momentarily. But either way, it's pulling all this deep tropical moisture. When all this energy moves out of the Gulf and it moves on land, there isn't anything to stop it. So once it becomes introduced to land, there's a lot of friction in the atmosphere, and then that can cause spin-ups. We've seen that off and on all morning with these tornado warnings. We also have 3 different active flash flood warnings. So I'll take you through Matagorda County, Brazoria County, high water spots expected at this point, draped across the area. 3.4 million people under this flash flood warning that's in effect for Brazoria, Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris County. You can see, I mean, we're talking the Med Center, West KHOU, Hunters Creek, almost everywhere seeing that active flash flood warning. That's the amount of rain that we've been tracking here. And it's just been this morning, you know, even just over the past 6 hours, we have plenty of areas that have seen over 7+ inches of rain. So rain alone is serious. Looking at our live flood gauges, we are partners with the Harris County Flood Control District. So we went from about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, everywhere was green. And now look at these flood gauges. They're all populating with that moderate to the potential of flooding. So this is going to become pretty serious all across the area. I'm taking you to Buttermilk Creek near Spring Shadows. This is also often an area that we can see water come out of its banks, which is the case. Spring Branch Creek, this is an area that's usually a concern, and that's the case right now. Keegan's Bayou, same thing across this entire area. Southwest Harris to Fort Bend County. Notice near Sugar Land, we are pretty much seeing water spread everywhere at this point because of the amount of rain that we're picking up. So as far as the coastal impacts, now between noon, so it's almost 9 a.m. this morning, it's the storm surge and the wind. Some of those wave heights in the storm surge could have been up to about 7 feet, so you need to seek higher ground. Now, as far as the impacts inland, notice how I've extended the timeline through 2 o'clock this afternoon. Remember, as Beryl is moving northward, the time is going to be tracking a little bit later. The main primary threats, flooding, and of course the wind. We're still tracking tropical storm and hurricane force winds. So you want to keep all your devices, if you can, charged. But I know, you know, with nearly 2 million people without power, this is going to become, you know, a widespread serious event even as Beryl shifts north. And it's going to be an extensive time with these power outages. All right, 10:30 this morning, notice a bulk of the energy wants to lift northward as the center of circulation pulls north. However, 2 o'clock this afternoon, rain becomes a lot more intermittent. I think winds will start to die down, but it's not completely over. You know, where these feeder bands set up this afternoon may continue a little further east or west. So we're going to continue to watch Beryl move out of here probably through about 4 or 5 o'clock, and then I think we'll lose a big part of the energy across the area. So that's the good news. Now, as far as our wind gusts, Hobby Airport, look at this. Over the past 30 minutes, getting a peak gust at 84 miles per hour. Category 1 hurricane is at 74. We have hurricane force winds right now at Hobby Airport, and same at IAH, 79 mile per hour gusts there. 55 in Tomball, 54 in Conroe. I mean, it is extensive how far these tropical storm and hurricane force winds are. Now look, Future Track still shows the tropical storm and hurricane force winds. I'm going to quickly leave you back though with this track. I want to see if we have any updates with the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, because as this event continues to unfold, and a big part of this is power outages, I want to see that 9 a.m. update. It's 9:01 right now. It's a lot of data that the National, here we go, that is pulling into our computer system. So 9 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. No, we are staying the same. Maximum sustained winds at 75. It's still a Category 1 hurricane. Wow, it has moved north at 12 miles per hour, but basically you have a Category 1 hurricane sitting over western Harris County, right through Fort Bend, portions of Waller County. So think how long it has sustained itself inland. I mean, this made landfall at 3:55 in Matagorda County. So really an incredible event unfolding here across southeast Texas. Okay, so I hear that we have a live report. I'm going to go back to Chance. Help me out. Where are we going? We are going to head out to our reporter, Devon Rahming, who has been live in Galveston all morning. Now, Devon, your shots have gone from calm to torrential rain, strong winds. What have you seen over the past 30 minutes since we last checked in with you?
Sheeta, you summed it up pretty well there. We have literally been all over the place as far as Beryl is concerned. We went from, like you said, calm to outright crazy to borderline scary with some of the winds that we were picking up here in this area. But for the most part now, the main story is just the rain and the power outages that are impacting this area. Of course, another aspect to all of this is going to be the flooding. In fact, we just got an alert from the Galveston County Emergency Operations Center that informed us that Highway 87 on the Bolivar Peninsula has become temporarily impassable. They're asking anyone who lives on the peninsula out there to remain in place because of the conditions in that area right now. And that's going to be something that's going to be of great concern for these folks as we stretch into the morning and we continue with this rain, and the high tide is going to be the flooding here on the island. But as of right now, you can see flooding not a big concern, at least not along the seawall here just outside of the San Luis Resort, which is where we have been posted up since 4 o'clock this morning. We've had reports of some of the waves out here just off the seawall reaching anywhere from 22 to 23 feet. And then, of course, you know, the wind blowing these palm trees back and forth here all morning long. Luckily, none of them have snapped, but we have seen some branches fall off, and we've also seen some of the paints from some of the awnings here that have fallen off. Some of that coating has peeled off and landed scattered about on the property here. But that's basically what we've been witnessing here. Again, it's been an off and on pattern of windy and rainy, but right now it seems as though we are getting a little bit of a break here before any more powerful winds and rain move in through this area. Of course, we're going to stay on top of this here for the next few hours here in Galveston. Of course, once things calm down, we will try to get out into the streets and get into some of these neighborhoods to really get a feel of what Beryl's impact has been this morning, and we will bring that to you live right here on the air. For now, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Yvonne. All right, just got a text message from someone saying they have a court appearance today. I think it's safe to say you might need to be in court at some point, but it ain't today. All right, 'cause a lot of those things have been canceled.
I would think the judge would understand in that case. All right, so now you've been seeing some of our video, but some of y'all have been sending us pics and videos. Steph Simmons has been sorting through some of that, and people need to do this safely, right, Steph?
Absolutely. It is easy to use our app under the Near Me section. That's the lower right-hand part of our app. And luckily, a lot of people working from home today or simply staying home because a lot of places have canceled classes and they're simply closed because of this hurricane we are dealing with. So I want to show you some of the viewers who reached out to us with our Near Me section, again, on our app, and they were safely able to take video. So this is coming from viewer Karen. This is in the Houston area, and you can see the wind really knocking around those trees. We don't see a ton of debris here, but it's a different story in other locations. This is Memorial Drive, which, by the way, another viewer had already sent in some video, and parts of Memorial Drive near Memorial Park are flooded. You can definitely see why. We have from Santa Fe, this is really bad. This is where we have a lot of debris. In fact, if I was watching this earlier, we have right here, you can see that car got some damage, was not in the garage. And then in Humboldt, where unfortunately we did get reports, Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo did confirm one person lost their life, and it was weather related up in that area. So still very dangerous as we're dealing with those very strong winds. Now, once again, if you are home and you can safely do so, please send us any videos or photos that you may have in your area. And you can do that by clicking on our app and going to the Near Me section. It's the bottom right-hand side there, and you can see it up on our graphic now. All right, we want to go back out to our Katira Winfrey, who is joining us live from the Buc-ee's in Katy right now. Katira, when we checked in with you an hour ago, it was really crazy. Seems like things have gotten a little bit safer for you now.
Yes, they have. They've gotten a lot more calm. As you can see, my hat is finally off. But people are watching us. We're giving folks valuable information. I've had about 3 people come up to me since we've been staying here saying, hey, we were tuned into your coverage and we saw that Buc-ee's was open and we saw the calm. We saw that it was calm for a little bit, so they decided to come over. So compared to when we were here an hour ago, the parking lot is getting packed. We spoke to one man who's actually driven from San Antonio, and now he's on his way to Opelousas, Louisiana. So some people are getting on the road, but as always, it's probably best to just stay at home right now. But we've had a lot of people come by saying they wanted to get in here really quick, get some last minute items. But as we mentioned earlier, that rain was coming down like sheets, and then the wind was so strong, it was pushing it sideways. Being on the highway was really, really scary in terms of the wind and making it hard to see through the window. But also some of the highways that are lined with trees, we saw some trees that had flipped over into some of those far lanes. But as of right now, there is a calm in the air, and you can tell by the amount of people that are coming out now to try to see if they can get their hands on some things while they can. But of course, as Cheetah mentioned before, this might be just a bit of calm before it picks all back up. But of course, we're going to stay out here and keep monitoring conditions and hopefully give people information that are tuning in so they can make sure that they stay safe. But Cheetah, I'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Katira, I'm just looking at your live shot right now and how calm it is. And take a look. Center of circulation, that eye is really right over Katy. Now, with that being said, Katy under this active flash flood warning. This is in effect through 11 a.m. So that green outlined box there, again, that is including Katy. That shows where Katira is. Even though you're catching a break now, notice all that rain, the heavy rain that's wrapping around the center of circulation. But yeah, there is the eye. Now, even though it looks a little rain wrapped, like it's weakening, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center at 9 a.m. still has this classified as a Category 1 hurricane, max sustained winds at 75, so not much has changed in the last hour. And the National Hurricane Center is now advising us every hour, so we'll get those latest updates and pass those on to you. Broad view. All right, so Beryl, as it lifts northward, not stalling out, but it feels really slow. It's only moving around 10 miles per hour to the north. So it's pulling all this deep tropical moisture, wraps it around. That's that counterclockwise circulation. But notice where the heaviest bands are lining up right now. It's areas east of the center, and that's to be expected when we're tracking these landfalling tropical systems. It's the northeast quadrant that's going to see the heaviest rain. Where is that lining up right now? Right smack dab in the center of Harris County. So inside the loop, inside the Beltway right now, this is pulling from even Liverpool, Alvin, areas that do not need any more rain. And then I take it a little further east from the Bolivar Peninsula, right towards Mont Belvieu. Again, look at the red. We were seeing earlier this morning these active tornado warnings start to fire on and off. We haven't seen them. We've stayed relatively quiet. However, when we see these tropical downpours and when we see the red on the radar like that, it's capable of producing some spin in the atmosphere. Yeah, I've explained that all this tropical moisture has a lot of energy to it. And when it pushes on land, there's friction with that, and that creates the spin in the atmosphere. That is why we can have some weak tornadoes. It's very common with these landfalling tropical systems, so an E of 0 to an E of 1. We have no confirmations of that this morning. We'll have to wait for, after the storm passes, and then we'll get that full, the observations from the National Weather Service. But again, that may be a threat. We're under a tornado watch over the next hour. Active flash flood warning for Matagorda, Brazoria. This is through 10 o'clock this morning, so another hour. Inside Harris County, Fort Bend, big part of Harris County and Galveston, I should say, through 11. I'm sure that will be extended. Okay, high water is very much a threat. You've seen all of our images from our reporters. I mean, lots of flooding going on, flash flooding because of the amount of rain that's falling in a very short period of time. So, okay, let's talk downtown Houston to West KHOU, Bel Air, Hunters Creek, towards the Med Center, right through Hawthorne Place. I'll take you out eastbound on I-10 to Channelview. These are all areas that have seen a lot of rain. I mean, we're talking 2-3 inches of rain per hour over the past several hours. So plenty of spots are reading above 7 and 8 inches of rain. I think when all is said and done, there's going to be a lot of areas to pick up over a foot of rain today. A lot. And think Beryl is moving. It's not even stalling out. Then I'll take you north. This was the latest flash flood warning that was issued. Now it's including areas in Montgomery County, northern Harris. So even from Spring to Conroe, Pinehurst, including Cleveland, even down to Chambers County. So again, guys, a category 1 hurricane draped basically all across the area. I put this into the latest track from the National Hurricane Center. We are expecting Beryl to weaken, but not right now. I mean, we're still packing winds at 75 miles per hour. Now, tomorrow morning at 1 a.m., so it's that overnight transition, it is well out of here. We have a big change for tomorrow. It actually turns back into the heat, humidity, and with these extensive power outages, that will then become kind of the threat and the concern. Right now, though, deteriorating conditions in Galveston. We've been showing this live shot, and it kind of goes back and forth. Visibility right now actually looks a little bit improved from what it did about 2 hours ago. But look at these waves, the amount of water that's pushed all inland here. I mean, that's completely covering the sand. Look at the palm trees, completely sideways. So really strong winds still draped across the area. I'll put this into future track. I want you to get an idea, over the next about hour to 2 hours. This is 11 a.m. timestamp with our future track. Beryl is moving. So you'll take some of the biggest energy and the heaviest tropical downpours, and you'll continue to push those northward. It's not dry at 11 o'clock. Take a look at our southern counties. They're still seeing rain because that's that wraparound moisture. 2 o'clock this afternoon to 3 o'clock, it's intermittent, and I think that's when winds start to weaken. By 4, 5 o'clock, late afternoon, early evening, it's basically out of here, and then we say so long by 7, 8 o'clock this evening, and again, we really get a break. So today, we're under that weather impact alert. We are feeling the strongest and most severe impacts right now through about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Starting tomorrow, big turnaround. Temperatures are still into the 90s. That takes you through the end of the week and the upcoming weekend. But I'll leave you with one last look, guys, at the radar, just to get a broad view and gain some perspective when we're talking about Beryl. I mean, really, when you think about this, we have a category 1 hurricane that is packing hurricane force winds, torrential rain, basically all across the entire area here. Even though it made landfall at 3:55 over Matagorda County, it is still a Category 1 hurricane. I mean, really an incredible event that's unfolding across the entire area.
Yeah, 5 hours after making landfall.
Yeah, almost 2 million people without power.
All right, thank you so much, Cheetah. All right, to Humble now. You just heard earlier from Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo confirming that there was a death from Hurricane Beryl. This is video from the scene on Heather Grove Court. As you can see here, the tree fell on the home at some point during the storm. According to Harris County deputies, a man was trapped under the debris. We're working to get more information on that tragedy there in Humble.
All right, our prayers go out to that man's family. We're sitting right here in the studio, and to the left of us is that glass door, and you can hear the wind is howling. It is so strong. Okay, right now that wind is causing a lot of problems in terms of our power. We have about 1.7 million people out of power. And Grace, correct me if I'm wrong, that's about 700,000 more people than the last go round.
That's right, Deb, Ron, these numbers are just incredible. This is the largest number we've seen this morning. Around 3 a.m. we were just under 50,000. Now the number of people waking up without power, 1.7 million customers this morning in our area. Just incredible. We know it's a very difficult situation as the sun rises to realize you do not have lights on in your house. I've been getting texts from family and friends saying they do not have power. We know a lot of people are in this situation this morning. Centerpoint is monitoring it. They tell us they have a command center set up. They were pre-positioning crews ahead of Beryl's landfall. They tell us they will be working throughout the day, but boy, is it going to be a big project in terms of restoring power. They tell us they'll work on critical infrastructure first, then those neighborhoods where they know they can get crews in and restore power the fastest. But again, right now, as we stand, 1.7 million people without power. Sherman, we'll send it out to you. Ron, Deb, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Grace. 1.7 million customers without power. Centerpoint saying that they have learned some lessons since the derecho and what that did to the power grid here.
Yeah.
So hopefully, we can get power back at a much quicker pace than we did a couple of months ago.
Yeah, we spoke with them about a number of frequently asked questions, and one of the biggest ones is like, why am I out of power? My neighbor across the street is lit up like a Christmas tree. Well, one thing, they may have a generator, so make friends with them fast, but the other thing is that they say sometimes it's just a matter of where the problem is on the grid or where they are on a grid. They may be connected to a hospital or a critical business like that as well. So sometimes it doesn't seem like it has any rhyme or reason, but that's their job right now, is trying to figure out the rhyme or reason, where the issue is, and how quickly they can get to it.
And meanwhile, the storm rages on. The storm rages on, still a Category 1 hurricane. Okay, so where are we going next? Let's get back to Cheetah Craft and the latest on this storm that won't let up.
You know what's interesting? Deb, Ron, you guys were talking about losing power and transmitters. We're dealing with that too. I've been communicating with a lot of our radio partners, and a lot of them have completely lost all their power lines as well. So we've been having to deal with different communication. We're dealing with the same thing in-house as a station, trying to communicate with our different units as well. So, I mean, this is a serious event across the entire area. Okay, so we're all dealing with it. I mean, almost 2 million people without power at this point. I mean, it's extensive. Okay, and speaking of, when we're looking at the scope of Beryl, still a Category 1 hurricane, notice how this extends west of our counties and then further east, even into the Texas-Louisiana border. In fact, this is a brand new active tornado warning. Now, this is just east of Liberty County, but I want to, so if you're familiar here with Hardin County. So this is radar indicated. These are the type of spin-ups that will be possible on and off pretty much throughout the mid-morning and into our midday, not directly impacting our viewing area, but I want you to keep in mind this is very possible as we continue throughout the morning. So, and then I'll leave this again on a broad view, a big scale of what is still Hurricane Beryl across the area. That active tornado warning just east of Liberty County, pushing more into Louisiana, but very possible in these strong feeder bands. These tropical downpours, they have so much energy packed with them. Think they're producing winds in some cases of upwards of 70 plus miles per hour inland. That can create a spin in the atmosphere. So we are going to be monitoring for any potential tornado warnings. If we get those, we will pass those along to you. Right now, though, I would say the heaviest feeder bands are lining up from Chambers County and then right into Harris County. So I'm going to go ahead, zoom on in right into Harris County. Take a look at the eye, first of all. Caught my attention, did it you? You can tell how clear the center of circulation, that is the Eyewall centered basically right over Katy at this point. That's why it's really calm. We just saw our live reporter there, Katira Winfrey, and she said this is the calmest that it's been all morning. So if you're in Katy, it was pouring, you had really strong winds, and now it's calm. That's because the eye is basically right over Katy at this point on I-10 westbound. However, right inside the city, what a very different story. See how red this is? Now, these are the type of tropical downpours that could be capable of producing a quick spin up. So again, if we would have an active tornado warning, of course, I would let you know. These feeder bands are going to continue over the next several hours. We really have to get Beryl to pull northward to remove a big chunk of this energy. Active flash flood warnings from Matagorda to Brazoria. I want you to keep in mind at this point, if you're safely watching us, luckily either still without power or maybe if you're with power, if you're streaming us, if you lost power, high water is almost blanketing a big portion of the area. We're going to talk to Jennifer Reyna in just a little bit, but again, high water is very much a concern pretty much across the area. So Deb, Ron, I'm going to send it back to you. We're still dealing with a Category 1 hurricane, Eyewall right over Katy. I'll let you know if it starts to weaken. Even though it's moving north, it's slow. It's moving around 10 miles per hour. So, on average, we'll probably pick up 7 to maybe upwards of 12 inches of rain in a 12 to 24 hour period.
But that's fast for a hurricane. It's just slow to us.
It is. It feels slow because it made landfall at 3:55. You're exactly right. Yeah.
And Cheetah, of course, another problem is after the storm passes, everyone's like, okay, good. But the problem is with that high level of power outage, we've got warm temperatures coming, hotter than the last time around.
No.
Yep.
That's something for us to look forward to. All right, but we've got a lot of reporters out there throughout the Houston area, throughout Southeast Texas. We had Jason Miles in Pearland. Jason, give us an update on conditions there.
Yeah, we haven't gotten much of a break here in Pearland. Winds still very gusty. The rain has slacked off a bit, and I'll be honest with you, we came over to this area from our first location because I was really in need of one of those famously clean Buc-ee's bathrooms, and this kind of small Buc-ee's here in Pearland. I wanted some coffee as well, to tell you the truth, but there's a big sign in the window, power out, store closed. The Buc-ee's among many businesses, many homes in this area without power, like a lot of the Houston area right now. I've seen reports farther south than in Manville as well, where there are extensive power outages. Obviously, multiple utility agencies, depending on where you live, working to restore those. And to illustrate how rapidly the wind is blowing, you can see these little palms here blowing in the wind. And there are a couple of lagoons or retention ponds here as well. And you can see, for lack of a better word, the surf. Because of the wind, the white caps forming on the ponds themselves. And just to the other side of this building we're standing on, we're kind of in next to a building to shield ourselves somewhat from the wind. One of those carports that you see in a business complex parking lot or an apartment complex that shelter cars from the sun, one of those has been ripped apart due to the wind, as well as a for sale sign on a big piece of property here, easily turned about by these strong winds that we've seen all morning here in Pearland. As of right now, we don't have any reports of injuries or anything like that down here. Most of the people down here, like they have been across the area, heeding the advice of police and others and staying off the roads. The main thing we have seen on the roads are fire engines, ambulances, and police cars. Hopefully those folks responding to non-life-threatening situations. That's the latest from Pearland. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jason. It's good to see that people are heeding the warning and they're staying home and staying off the roads.
Yeah, all right. We were in the Chimney Rock, Westheimer Road area, and that wind is wicked out there.
Oh,
right?
It comes and goes, but it was pretty loud a few minutes ago.
Yeah,
yes.
all right. And Sherman Chow has been out there all morning long, and then she decided to move into the parking garage because I thought that would be easier. It's a lot worse. Sherman?
Okay. Well, we lost her microphone.
Yeah, having trouble hearing her
Yeah,
there. We'll get back to her.
It tends to happen when we're covering hurricanes. Sometimes our equipment doesn't work.
Yeah, I just got a text message from someone in a picture who said that a neighbor called and asked if they could move into somebody else's driveway to go a little bit higher, right, so they could avoid the flood water. He did that. Now there's a tree that fell on his car. So it's just,
oh my gosh,
it's
yeah,
just
the trees are dangerous right now.
Yeah.
I believe we do have Victor Jacobo in
Live,
North Houston right now. Hey, Victor, can you hear us?
Sorry guys.
It's okay. Hey, Victor, can you hear us?
Call in.
Oh, it looks like he's setting up right now.
Yeah.
Victor was downtown earlier, but now he's in North Houston.
Yeah, and of course downtown still recovering with a lot of boards and stuff all in the buildings that recovering from the last derecho. So windows that were knocked out there. All right, let's go back to Cheetah.
Yay, guys! I'm looking at our radar, and we do have. We have some really heavy downpours really right over central Harris County. When I look at this deep red on our radar like this, it makes, over all the rain that we've already seen this morning, it's just going to make the problem worse. So again, right through Harris County, we are seeing some of the most intense feeder bands, notice with the red, and then areas just east of us as well. I believe now we have Victor Jacobo, who's in northern Harris County. Do we have his live shot just yet? I'll send it to him if so, because I know these images out of Harris County here are going to be intense. But again, center of circulation is basically right over Katy. You can see that clean Eyewall, and that's just continued to gradually move north. Now, it's a little rain wrapped, but as of the latest 9 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, it has remained a Cat 1 hurricane. So our status is basically the exact same, how it's been over about the past hour and a half. It is moving around 10 miles per hour, and it feels really slow, right? Even though when I loop our radar over the past 6 hours, it is moving. So made landfall around 3:55 this morning in Matagorda. Watch the center of circulation. Again, I'm going to let that loop again. Watch all of this deep tropical moisture being tugged out of the Gulf. A tremendous amount of energy around a hurricane, and that's basically draped all across all of our counties. And that's going to continue at least probably for the next 2 hours. I think after lunchtime, that's when most of the rain will become a little bit more intermittent. But if you're watching and listening, you stay put. Do not get on the roads. We are dealing with really flash flooding across our entire area. It doesn't matter if you're north or south, east or west, we're dealing with high water. So again, stay put. All of our local officials have said stay put at this point. Now winds, a lot of our sensors have been knocked off, but we are still dealing with the flash flood warning in portions of Matagorda and Brazoria County. And we're still dealing with Harris County, Chambers, a big portion of Fort Bend and Galveston County. Again, 3.4 million people under that flood warning. So that's saying stay off the road, stay put. A lot of our images that Jennifer Reyna has been showing us, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And we really, really appreciate that and keep doing that through at least maybe noon to 2 o'clock if you can. Again, stay put through your early afternoon. I was showing you some of the heaviest downpours, and I was concerned because we're already under this flash flood warning. And in fact, let me go to our live flood gauges. I wanted to show you some of the latest flood gauges that are now starting to be a concern. We started off this morning from 1 to 3 a.m. You know what? We had no problematic areas. And now just a broad view here across Harris County into Fort Bend, Brazoria County, Chambers. Look at the amount of sensors here that are populating red, saying they are over now their banks. It is so much. That's why it doesn't really matter where you are at this point. You're going to be dealing with high water. It's just how much, how extensive it is, and how long this really lasts as far as how much high water. From Jersey Village into portions of Cypress, northern Harris County, some areas are typical. I'll start to zoom in on different areas. This is why, we love being partners with the Harris County Flood Control District, because you can see how many are starting to populate red in specific areas. Now, Old Chigger Creek near Windsor Estates, is an area that typically can have problems. I'll take you a little further east. Here is Clear Creek. Now, this is an area towards Clear Creek that has had a tremendous amount of rain, and they've also been tracking hurricane force winds. Now, you can see why Clear Creek, near Clear Creek Village, is seeing water out of its banks. Jennifer Reyna has an extensive view of all these different cameras draped across southeast Texas. So I want to bring you in. Jen, show us some of your live images. I have seen you show, you know, an 18-wheeler that turned over.
Right. I wanted to go back and forth with you because you're highlighting where all of this rain is happening. And look at this picture. This is a vehicle completely flooded out, 288 at 610. And I wouldn't doubt, Cheetah, we could have had somebody who needed to head to the med center as an emergency responder who needed to be out there. Because I know a lot of times when we see these pictures, people are like, oh, what are those dummies doing out on the roadways? But some people have to be out there. And you see this vehicle not proceeding because it's hard to see, but all of this is just flooded out. You can tell that it is just nothing but a bowl of water. And that driver has halted, you know, it's just stopped there.
And you know what I'm also noticing with your live shot, Jen? Look at the camera just completely bouncing around. You know, I saw some of your live shots when you were showing them earlier. I mean, trees are just completely sideways. I have plenty of people sending me pictures on social media, text messages of trees all around the area that have been pulled down. So that's where our power outages are. And I see that on your cameras.
I saw that too. Somebody tweeted out from Edo. I was like, where do you live? Second Ward. But you're right. It is completely spread out across the area. And the other problem that we're having, obviously, we've been talking a lot about power outages. And Cheetah, you can see a lot of our camera shots are out, which were earlier indications of where that storm really pushed through. And then who knows how long we'll be without power.
You know what's interesting, Jen? A lot of my sensors for our wind gusts, I'll show you the same thing. The sensors have been knocked off. And it just shows you how powerful the winds are. I mean, when the sensors are being knocked off, when your cameras are being knocked offline, that's how strong. You know, we're dealing with hurricane force. Check this out, Jen. At Hobby Airport and at IAH right now.
Unbelievable.
We have wind gusts at 84 miles per hour at Hobby, 83 miles per hour at IAH. Now,
and that's why they're not allowing flights right now. They said, we talked to officials earlier and they said we'd try to get them back in the afternoon. But for now, I mean, obviously everybody's just at a ground stop.
Yeah, anything over 74 makes it a Category 1 hurricane. And we're dealing with, well, I mean, this is a healthy Category 1 hurricane. I mean, we're talking about winds in the mid 80s. I mean, that is really powerful. That's why our sensors and your cameras, you know, are being knocked offline.
And Cheetah, I know you've already covered this, but I'm still getting people saying, okay, when is it going to die down?
After 3 o'clock. I think after 3 o'clock, we're going to notice a big portion of this. In fact, you know, as you're talking, let's see, I'll show you on our future track when we're expecting this. I think now through noon, it's 9:31 right now. Now through noon, it's a really serious threat. I mean, watch the timestamp, 11:30. So we're still looking at tropical storm and hurricane force winds. But getting into about 1 o'clock, notice gradual weakening. I like to see at least along the coast, 26, 38 mile per hour wind gusts. So that means sustained winds even lower. And then watch how these winds continue to weaken. A big chunk of the energy, even by about 3 o'clock this afternoon, is starting to weaken. So that's good news, but it's kind of like the damage has already been done.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. When we see flooding like this, 288. I mean, our highways are built to carry the water back out to the Gulf. So it's supposed to do this, but we never want drivers in the middle of that process. So unfortunately, a car is right now flooded on 288 at 610. And that is not the only high water spot listed along the 288 corridor. If you look at Houston Transtar's map, it is lit up everywhere, but especially on the south side. And Cheetah, you had been mentioning where all of the red was on the map. Of course, where all the downpours were really heavy, stacking up quick inches of rain. That is where it became problematic very quickly.
Very quickly. In fact, I'm going to pull up the latest live look at the radar. And Jen, this is why your cameras are being knocked off. This is why our sensors are. I mean, look at this. I mean, how extensive. You know, Hurricane Beryl is just basically sitting right across all of our counties right now.
And I'll tell you what, you know, we should go to Victor Jacobo because on the north side of your map, I'm seeing a lot of that red swing up on the east-northeast. So, Victor, where are you exactly and what are you experiencing right now?
Yeah, Jen, I'm literally in the doorway of the City of Houston Office of Emergency Management, and you can see it's really whipped up over the last hour or so here. I'm off of North Shepherd Drive, and the downpour, the winds have really picked up over the past hour. My photographer and I were trying to get here. We were not far away from here, but we had to take several detours in order to be able to reach this center where the mayor was scheduled to speak at around 9 o'clock today, but a spokesperson for the mayor's office said that because of high water, the mayor himself has had trouble getting to here for that news conference, and that has been pushed back to 10:15. You're kind of seeing the effect of that wind right now, really whipping that door open. And so what we've experienced throughout this area, we were trying to get across from Tidwell over on the North Freeway Service Road, and that was completely flooded, and we saw a car did stall out, and we had to make our way around, try to find alternative routes that were safe enough in order for us to pass through. But as you can see, earlier we had, really experienced a heavy downpour, but the wind was not as severe as this. But in the last hour here in the north side of Houston, it has really picked up. And we did even see some Houston police vehicles have to contemplate certain stretches of road to see if they were going to pass through because there are many high water spots. And as we said, we've seen some sedans, some trucks really struggle through to get through to those spots. And so again, that word of caution of stay home, and if you're out there, turn around, don't drown. It's really important, as we have seen ourselves, what that has led to. And also seeing emergency first responders stationed along the highway, along the exits and entrances as they respond there. So again, here off of North Shepherd Drive at the Office of Emergency Management for the City of Houston, the mayor was scheduled to speak at 9 o'clock, but that has been pushed back to 10:15 because he has been having to navigate the high water spots in this part of town. But my colleague, Maria Aguilera, is in Richmond, and I'm going to send it over to her to see what she's seeing now.
Yeah, well, here Fort Bend County has been hit really hard by Hurricane Beryl with some really strong winds. We made our way from Sugar Land, now in Richmond. As you can see here, this is some of the damage. This is an apartment complex in Richmond. It's called the Mustang Crossings apartment. And as you can see here, 3 buildings have been affected. This is just one of them. So they had a total collapse of the brick facade, 2 buildings on one side and one of the buildings on both sides, making these buildings uninhabitable for folks. So we spoke with somebody with Richmond Police, and they said that they had to get folks quickly out of these apartments, again, because they are uninhabitable and dangerous. So they have this area blocked off. Some people have been getting their bags, taking their own cars, their own vehicles, and riding to people they know, staying somewhere else. And they've also provided a bus here that left a little earlier because Fort Bend County is providing shelter for these folks at the fairgrounds. This is where they have been taking folks. They said about 45 people have been displaced. So obviously this apartment complex here in Richmond has been hit pretty hard. And as we were on our way here, we saw some high water spots. So there's obviously much more damage than we have seen in Fort Bend County so far. And I did receive a message from Fort Bend County officials. They said that they have several areas with high water. And again, now this apartment complex that had a part of the buildings collapse on the side. Again, we're going to continue to cover all of the damages in the area. Stick with us for more information on what has been going on in this area. For now, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. It is 9:37. We have at least a few more hours to go for the initial impact of this storm. We spoke to County Judge Lena Hidalgo a little earlier, and she said, do not get out there because they are pausing any type of rescue. It's just too dangerous for the crews. I'm getting videos from everybody from Pearland, from Fulshire. There's water above the backyard bench. There's trees down in houses, trees blocking streets all over the place. If you have pictures or video, then please send it to assignmentsdesk@khou.com so we can share it with people.
Yeah, and if you hadn't heard, we have at least one fatality. A tree fell on a house. Someone was killed there. We have 1.7 million people without power, getting very close to 2 million people without power. We hope it doesn't get that
and that's 700,000 more than last time, and last time was catastrophic.
And you thought the derecho was bad. Okay, so you're up to speed on that. It's still a Category 1 hurricane after 5 hours of being 5 hours after landfall. All right, let's get to Devon Roming. Galveston being pummeled all morning long. Devon Roming has been there all morning. Devon, give us the latest from the island.
Well, Ron and Deb, I feel like I can finally let my hair blow in the wind, if you will, for the time being out here on Galveston Island. You know, all morning long I've had this hood up on my head because we've been getting slammed with rain, but that has since changed within the last hour or so, and it's just been the wind that's been the major factor right now here on Galveston Island. There are several locations throughout this island that are without power, including here at the San Luis Resort, where we are standing out in front of, just off of the Seawall Boulevard here. And as of right now, what you can see behind me is the wind that's blowing these palm trees back and forth. They've been blowing all morning, and then those waves out there in the Gulf of Mexico that have just been reaching high levels since this storm moved in. Another thing I want to point out is some of the impacts that this is having on the island directly right now. And I know that Highway 87 on the Bolivar Peninsula has become temporarily impassable. Officials are asking anyone who lives on the peninsula to please remain in place because it is impassable at this point. We haven't been able to venture out too much here in Galveston because of the conditions. We are following orders from officials to kind of stay put where we are and just kind of show you things from here. But once things die down here in the next few hours, we are going to venture out and travel through some of the main areas of the island, go into some of the neighborhoods to see how they were directly impacted by Beryl, to see if there's any damage that we can show you guys here and bring you the latest from Galveston Island. For now, that's what we're seeing here in our neck of the woods. And let's send it back to Cheetah with the latest on conditions elsewhere. Cheetah.
Wow, Devon, we still have your live shot up, and it's the palm trees, it's the wind, exactly like you're saying. You know, I see the visibility has improved. I have a different vantage point, but it's still from the San Luis Resort here over the seawall. And again, visibilities have improved. If I showed you this same shot about 2 or 3 hours ago, you couldn't even see outside. So a couple things that I'm noticing. This is lining up with what I'm seeing on the radar. So your live shot, our overall view there in Galveston, is exactly what the radar is showing. So notice how we don't have any current rain right now. These feeder bands have lifted just to the north, and where the heaviest ones are right now towards the coast is just east of the Bolivar Peninsula. So the seawall is getting a little bit of a break, just like what we saw, but it's the winds. I mean, those winds looked still around 35 to maybe 45 miles per hour. We were looking at gusts about 40 minutes ago, but the sensor knocked off. So I would love to show you those current conditions, but the sensor is down. Still offshore though, do you see the line of thunderstorms? This is some deep convection in these feeder bands that are still offshore. So there's still a chance that we could see some spin-ups, some tornadoes out of Beryl as it still is pushing all this deep tropical moisture on land. Again, this is what I'm watching that will continue to be tugged northward. It does look like it's trending a little bit east, so maybe that would be Chambers County to the Texas-Louisiana border. And notice, just as expected, as these deep pockets of red, these feeder bands packing a lot of energy, are moving in the Texas-Louisiana border. Look where our tornado warnings are popping up, okay? It's in that deepest convection with those feeder bands. Now, right now, the center of circulation, that Eyewall, is moving right over I-10 towards Katy, still a Category 1 hurricane. We will be looking for our next advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 10 a.m. So that'll happen in about 18 minutes. We'll have the latest one for you. Katy right now really getting a break. We've seen these live shots from Katira Winfrey and Katy, and yeah, she said it's been the calmest that it's been. That's because the Eyewall is passing right now. Downtown Houston towards the Med Center, that's where it's really dangerous. That's where I'm seeing the deeper red. That's torrential rain. That is blinding rain. That's where your visibility is near zero, okay, when you're seeing that red on our radar like that. And that's deep convection from Brazoria County towards Harris County and lifting even northward. I'm going to take our radar loop over the past 6 hours. What I want you to watch is how Beryl's lifting north. Watch the center of circulation, so made landfall, then continuing to track northward right over Fort Bend County, then into portions of Harris County and Waller County. So it is gradually moving north. It's just really slow, right? We've already seen really heavy rain from Matagorda to Brazoria, even though they're actually getting a break right now. So 943, the flood advisory that we're actually looking and tracking at is draped across a big portion of Harris, Fort Bend, Galveston County, and portions of Brazoria there through 11 o'clock. This may be extended. We will see. You know, we have area-wide the potential for high water spots. I mean, it almost doesn't matter where you travel at this point. We're looking at high water. Active flash flood warning for these areas impacting 3.4 million people. That has not changed. And then continuing to see these rainfall rates kind of draped across the exact same areas. So keep that in mind. Wherever you are, you stay put. That's the biggest thing that our local authorities want you to do. Do not attempt to drive right now. You stay put. You do not want to handle these roads. We've been looking at these images from Jen, and she's just had a variety of things to show you, but it's all to show you not to get on the roads. Okay, our live flood gauges, I'm going to just kind of walk you around portions of Brazoria County, Harris County leading into Galveston County, though, from Clear Creek near Clear Creek Village. These sensors are showing red. That's where we are seeing water potentially out of its bank. South Maid Creek, this is an area at Greenhouse that we typically can see high water, and that is happening right now. This is really dramatically deteriorated. You know, around 1 to about 3 a.m. this morning, all of our gauges were really looking good across the area. And then right when Beryl made landfall and the heaviest rain pushed inland, that's when we started to see these flood gauges go from green to yellow to red. Near Spring Shadows, this is an area that also can typically see high water. Now look at this, Spring Branch Creek near Spring Oaks. So this is just north of the Katy Freeway. They're getting a break now, but they had torrential rain about an hour ago. Keegan's Bayou, we always keep our eye on this one. And then right into Missouri City as well. I'll step off screen in case you see where an area where you live towards Sugarland. Also seeing the potential for high water there. But again, all across the area, those live flood gauges from the Harris County Flood Control District, they're showing moderate to potentially high water spots. The latest from the National Hurricane Center, maximum sustained winds at 75. We will see what the latest advisory at 10 a.m. if we show signs of weakening, and then this will race northward late this afternoon and evening, and then it's out of here by tomorrow. Tomorrow we will completely shift gears. Last look at our future track, and then I'm going to have some live shots right now. Notice at 11:30 we are still tracking and looking at rain, but the strongest energy is lifting northward. Now in the studio right now, we're hearing transmitters right now. So power outages are going to continue to become extensive. Through 2:30 this afternoon, a big chunk of it's out of here. So let's get to a live look from Jason Miles. He's in Pearland. You've been in Pearland. Okay, I'm looking at your shot, Jason. It looks relatively calm right now. What have you been seeing over the past couple of hours?
It doesn't feel relatively calm, Cheetah. The winds are still very gusty, and I tell you, gusts are making quick work of part of this school here. This is the Shipra School, a Montessori-based school, according to lettering on the front of the building. We saw this building earlier. It was fine, intact, but just within the last, I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes, 45 minutes, part of the ceiling on the carport here has started to be blown apart, as well as part of the facade. And I think the A on the word Shipra on the top of the building may have been blown off as well. In fact, a large piece of this kind of sheetrock material that makes up the ceiling, something that is obviously easily damaged, just fell to the ground here. Fortunately, the school obviously was closed today because of the impending weather, so no one is here, but when they arrive back tomorrow or Wednesday or whenever, they're going to have quite a cleanup ahead of them at this school. Now, as far as structural damage here in the Pearland area, as far as we have noticed, this is all we've seen. We have seen a lot of tree debris, limbs, and that kind of thing scattered on the road, including along the feeders of 288, the South Freeway. and the winds really haven't let up that much. The rain has slacked off considerably, but it's still quite windy here in Pearland, enough obviously to do some damage to this school building here. We'll continue to keep track of things here in Pearland and beyond, where they, like in Houston and other areas, are also dealing with power outages. For now, though, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, hang in there in Pearland. Thank you so much, Jason Miles. All right, now the time is now 9:48 and the rain continues to fall. We're seeing even more of the impact from Beryl.
Yeah, Stephanie Simmons joins us live from the newsroom with some of those images. And Steph, I've got a lot of text messages from people saying, didn't expect all this from a Cat 1. Well, the pictures prove what a Cat 1 can do.
Absolutely. You never know what it's going to cause, what damage it's going to cause, how strong that wind will be. But we are getting a better picture because light finally is starting to peek through some of those storm clouds right now, giving us a better look at some of the damage around town. So our crews, as you've been seeing this morning, are all across the Houston area. Let's take a look at this first video. It's out of southwest Houston. It shows strong wind and heavy rain as Beryl moved across that area. It was taken at Willcrest Drive and Beechnut Street. Now over to the southeast side, this video was taken off the Gulf Freeway near Park Place Boulevard. The sign draped over after wind tore it from the pole. And then here's another sign of the strong wind. This is video that was taken just down the road from that last piece of video. This NTB sign was also ripped from its support, and you can see it draped over that pole as well. That happened near the Gulf Freeway and Ledge Street. And in that same location, our crew captured video of large trees floating in the bayou. Take a look at this. We know trees are downed all over town, which can create, of course, drainage problems, especially as Beryl dumps more rain over the Houston area. Those are just a few videos we're continuing to get into our newsroom. And remember, you can safely capture images as well. We want to see what you're seeing in your neighborhood. Just head to the Near Me section of our KHOU 11 mobile app and send us your photos, any videos you might have, and you might see them pop up during our coverage this morning. All right, now we want to take a minute and send it over to Jennifer Rain to get a quick check of the roads. We know it's been very busy across town.
Hey, Steph, I mean, it has been bad as we could describe it, with the 288 looking more like a river at the 610 corridor. This is for anybody around Pearland making their way into downtown, north and southbound actually at the interchange. And we've also got, of course, Storm Tracker running around town. This is down, I believe, Westheimer, yes, headed back to the station. Wipers are on. It looks like Westheimer is free and clear of any high water spots at this location, but we do have major flooding concerns across the area. And I know a lot of Houstonians have been staying put, which has been so super helpful for emergency crews because it's been very hard for them to reach certain people. We've had even personnel folks having a hard time just getting to work. So this is going to come up to the signal light at Chimney Rock, and I believe that the signal was either out or flashing, and we're going to have a lot of that across town. So it's going to be something that we're going to have to recover from. This is 288. If you can get your bearings, this is at 610, and usually you would see striping and there would be lanes here. It would not look like we're looking at a lake, but that's what it looks like we're looking at on the south part of town. This is actually the HOV lane. You see this vehicle stopped. Well, they stopped purposefully because they knew they could not continue on without flooding out their vehicle. And there was actually the top part. Can you see this right here? That's the top part of a vehicle that did try to come up the 288 corridor and did not make it. So they're flooded out. No word on if the person did get out of the car, or I don't have any information on that particular situation, but I'm hoping that they knew that their car was getting inundated with water and were able to make it to a higher ground. But again, we're looking at 288 at 610. I can tell you the Fred Hartman Bridge is closed. There are other highways closed. That freeway is shut down with an overturned 18-wheeler on the east side of town. You've heard our reporters talk about 87 down in Galveston County being shut down to drivers. So we have a lot of flooding. It's still very dangerous. We are about 4 to 4.5 hours away from clearing folks that need to be on the roadways because that's when the storm will ease up, about 4 to 4.5 hours from now, according to the latest sensors. But this storm really creating havoc in town, and who knows how long it'll take for this sort of high water spot to drain. We just need the rain to quit and then to see how well the drainage system actually does across town. Over to you.
288 looks like a bayou right there.
Yeah, yeah.
That's scary, and that's why you should be staying home right now.
Absolutely. If you get swept off into that can be crazy,
Yeah.
right? It can be fatal. All right. If there's any place I would need to be riding out a storm, it would be a Buc-ee's.
They're well fortified.
You got clean bathrooms, food, light, electricity. Our reporter Katira is in Katy, where she's seeing all kinds of things. The weather seems to come in an ebb and flow fashion in terms of how windy or how rainy it is. But Katira, what are you seeing right now in the Katy area?
Well, we are seeing a lot of people taking advantage of this calm in the weather. As I talked to you maybe a couple of hours ago, it's a total different scene. We had someone who had seen me at my first live shot when the rain was coming in sideways and the wind was pushing it, came and told me I needed a set of goggles. But now things have changed. The parking lot here was totally empty. Now it is packed. Some of the people who've been watching our coverage have been coming in, other folks knowing that this is a safe place to be. But definitely.
All right, we're obviously having some problems with Katira's mic there in Katy outside the
and they've been
Buc-ee's.
out there, for hours and hours right there in the rain, and so there's going to be an impact at some point with some of that. All right, Cheetah.
Well, I
Okay.
have a new advisory. I wanted to show you. We have now a tropical storm. It is weekend. That is some good news.
And we all remember that tropical storm Alan.
No, I don't
Allison,
want to
we
talk
all
about
thought it's okay, right? But yeah,
I know.
It's an improvement.
It is improvement because you know what it's showing? It's showing weakening. So we will take Beryl from a Category 1 hurricane to a tropical storm, but it is still producing torrential rain and damaging wind. So that part has not changed, but it is showing signs of weakening. Remember, we were talking about that rain-wrapped center, and again, that's continuing to weaken. So latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 10 a.m. advisory, even though it's 9:54, so it's slightly ahead of schedule. Moving now at northeast around 13 miles per hour, picking up speed a tad. Okay, it went from 10 miles per hour to 13, so not much, but still moving. Center of circulation, though, still over western Harris County. Now, this is the thing. Now, through this evening, it is going to continue to move in that northeast direction, and that means it's moving away from us. It's going to take a big part of the energy away from us, and then late this evening into Tuesday, it is gone. All right, that is going to be a big turnaround of our weather conditions expected late tonight and into tomorrow. But even though it's a tropical storm, take a look at our current winds. Now, these are sustained winds, so these are not the peak wind gusts. Sustained winds from Hobby Airport at 48 miles per hour, 55 at IAH, Tomball at 33. You can still see that wrapping around the center of circulation there, continuing to push northward. I would love to show you the current wind speeds from Galveston to Pearland. Those sensors have been knocked off, okay, because the winds were so strong. Live shot in Galveston, this shot specifically has actually shown big signs of improvement. Now, the camera is bouncing around. When I say improvement, the rain is not as heavy as what we've been tracking this morning. Look at these wave heights, though. I mean, this is just ripping into the seawall there. So thankfully, adding protection right along the coastline. But oh yeah, that's the storm surge that was forecasted. Look at these palm trees just completely sideways. We've been looking at Devon's live shots and they've gone back and forth. The improvements that I'm seeing, calmer conditions as far as the rain. So in Galveston, getting a little break from that torrential rain, pushed east of Bolivar Peninsula now, pulling and tugging into Chambers County. So then I'll kind of walk you through the radar a little bit. Notice we're still dealing with some deep red bands from Beryl right through Harris County. But we are going to continue to see this gradually pull northward. What that means, as these feeder bands start to pull north, they will wrap around our northern counties. And so we're not completely dry, even for our southern counties. And you're like, well, why? Because if Beryl is moving north, it's going to take all the rain. This is called wraparound moisture. I think the rain will become a lot more intermittent. It's not going to be as heavy. Areas in town and south of, especially once we get more towards like 11 to 12 o'clock, so more towards your lunchtime hour. But we're still going to be dealing with rain. That's the wraparound moisture. Right now, across the loop, inside the Beltway, moderate to heavy rain. That's on top of the heavy rain that we've already been tracking this morning. And again, broad view over the past 6 hours. Center center of circulation is now not only in Katy, but that's now pushing northward, closer into Jersey Village towards Cypress. Maybe you were seeing some really heavy rain, but getting a little bit of a break now. Active flash flood warning draped across Harris, Fort Bend, Galveston, Chambers County. That's going to be in effect through 11 o'clock. And the reason, high water, we're looking at high water almost draped across the entire area. So you stay put. The number one takeaway I've heard from every interview with a local official and what everyone has been saying, stay put. Do not attempt to get out on the roads. We are partners with the Harris County Flood Control District. Now, this is the thing. I'm going to go through these flood gauges and I'm going to show you how many of them, how many of the sensors are showing up red. But bottom line, that's just saying, hey, high water is a threat. It is going to be dangerous to get out on the roads. In north, south, east, and west, they have all started to change these flood gauges. We started off around 1 to 3 a.m. Everything was green, and now that's all changing to moderate to even over its banks. So we'll walk you through those. We'll post those on KHOU.com as well. If you're streaming us right now, want to give you a look at the future track, and this is some hope throughout the day today. 11:30, heaviest rain bands are starting to pull north. I think by 1 to 2:30, that's when it's out of here, but really the damage is done. I want to bring in Grace White. You have been tracking these power outages. Grace, they are extensive. It's heartbreaking to see how many people right now are without power.
It is so difficult, Cheetah, and now we are almost at 2 million people without power this morning. Just a really difficult number to see. The current customers affected, this is Centerpoint customers in our area, 1.9 million people. If you're wondering, ERCOT, we've also been checking on the grid. Here's the latest information for them. They are saying any outages are local in nature and not an ERCOT grid reliability. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on. But right now, again, we're watching these Centerpoint numbers climb continually throughout the morning. 1.9 million customers. We're also keeping an eye on Centerpoint's crews. They are staging and monitoring all of this. They tell us they'll be working throughout the day, and boy, is it going to be a big job to restore power to 1.9 million customers. But they tell us they are watching these neighborhoods and they have people pre-positioned to go ahead and go out into these neighborhoods once conditions improve. But again, we are just shy of 2 million customers this morning in the Houston area without power.
All right, Grace, thank you very much. You know, several years ago during Ike, I actually went out with some crews with Centerpoint, and you got a different perspective. It's hot. It's not nice out there. You know, some people were yelling at them saying, when is it going to come back on? And we know it's tough. But a lot of those people who are actually working to restore the power, they don't have power at their homes as well. And other people are from around the country. Crews were in from Canada. They were away from home. They're trying to get it on as quickly as possible. So a friend of mine just texted me who works in disaster recovery and said, same rodeo, only we got almost 1 million more people than we had at that last rodeo.
Twice as many. It's unbelievable.
This is going to be a tough week.
Now, if you remember Ike, we at least were lucky enough that that storm was followed with a cold front or a cool front. No such luck for us this week. It's just going to get hot.
Upper about 95 or so. And so the tough part about that, humid, 95. And as we know, there's a temperature that you have, and then there's what it really feels like. It's probably going to feel over 100. So that's why it's going to be really important after the storm passes to know where to go to cooling centers or find neighbors and friends and family members who have power to go ahead and let you stay with them. So start working that type of stuff out right now if you can. All right, let's go to Devon, who is in Galveston.
Hey, Devon, can you hear us?
Hi there. Sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you guys. We're good now. So I think I spoke too soon about 15, 20 minutes ago when I went live. I let my hood down, said I let my hair down. Well, that has since changed because the rain is back. And, you know, that's been pretty consistent with what we've been seeing this morning since we've been out here 4 o'clock this morning. We've seen highs, we've seen lows, and now we are seeing one of those highs again as the rain and the wind, which has been a major factor out here all morning, start to pick back up. This is a live look behind me me here on Seawall Boulevard, just in front of the San Luis Resort. That's where we've been hunkered down here through the most of this storm. The waves are still picking up out here in the open Gulf of Mexico. You can see that there are street lights that are still out. Those street lights went out just a few hours ago, and most of this area is without power as of right now. We have seen, though, surprisingly, we have seen some of our lineman trucks that have been going up and down the seawall here. So these folks are out here actively working. When you hear that, you know, Centerpoint has folks that are out trying to restore power to areas most critical, these lineman folks are out here. They are trying to do the best that they can, even now as this storm is still blowing through this area. We haven't been able to venture out to much of the rest of the island just yet, but we are going to eventually make our way through some of the neighborhoods and whatnot here on Galveston Island, just to see impacts of what Beryl has done to areas on this island, and bring that to you once it's clear enough and things start to taper off here on Galveston Island. But for the most part, right now, it is just rain and wind that is picking up here once again as we ride out this storm. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Devon. The time is now 10:03. If you're just now joining us, we're tracking the impact from Tropical Storm Beryl as it tears across the Houston area. We just got this note from Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo. She says winds from hurricanes are stronger than expected. Everyone needs to think about this as if there was a tornado coming your way. Don't just shelter in place, but shelter in place in safe areas away from windows in your homes.
And tornadoes are a risk. The storm also having severe impacts on Houston Airport. So far, more than 500 flights at Bush are canceled. 6 are delayed now. At Hobby, 124 flights are canceled and 5 are delayed. Let's get to meteorologist Cheetah Craft.
Yeah, there's so many components of Beryl. You know, you're talking about the winds. We've also had life-threatening, dangerous storm surge from Galveston Bay to Matagorda Bay. We've had on and off tornado warnings this morning, and then, of course, the torrential rain. Just over the past 12 hours, and most of this would really be over the past 6 hours, but show you over the past 12 hours, look at how many spots are almost at 6 inches of rain. 9 inches of rain across portions of southeast Harris County, over 10 inches of rain right on the border there between Matagorda and Brazoria County, but 5.5 to 6 inches. I mean, that's almost widespread, and we are still tracking these heavy tropical downpours. So to reset this, it is now a tropical storm, so Tropical Storm Beryl. The latest advisory at 10 is the first time that it did weaken from a Category 1 hurricane to a tropical storm. It did make landfall at 3:55 this morning as a Category 1 hurricane in Matagorda County. Now the center of circulation is pushing right over Katy, and that's going to continue to lift northward. I mean, still a tropical storm, packing tropical storm, potentially still hurricane force winds, okay, at peak gusts. So the sustained winds are not at hurricane force, but some of our peak wind gusts, it cannot be ruled out. Again, that center of circulation, it's a little rain wrapped, so it's not going to be as well defined. That's part of the weakening process, why it's a tropical storm as well. But Katy getting a clean break. This almost extends into portions towards the Galleria. What's interesting, I'm located right now in the Galleria. I hear the winds howling, but the rain is not as significant as what it was maybe just about 30 minutes ago, and of course the past several hours. Where the active heaviest rain is falling is from Chambers County and then right along the Texas-Louisiana border. You can still see some of the deep red popping up along eastern Harris County, pushing into areas towards Spring. The active flood warning that was in effect for Matagorda and Brazoria did expire, but there is still a flash flood warning in effect for Harris, Galveston, Fort Bend, Brazoria County in effect until 11 a.m. So I'm going to bring in Jennifer Reyna. Jen, you know, over 3.4 million people under this flood warning right now. That is saying high water spots are to be expected at this point, and it's almost area wide.
Yeah, it sure is. And you've been telling everybody, okay, please stay put in the most serious manner. Sometimes I know when I hear commentary out from folks, they're like, oh, they're blowing it out of proportion or it's no big deal. No, really, Houstonians have done a great job staying off of the roadways, not creating extra havoc for emergency crews. But we've done a great job. We need to continue to do so. We have another couple of hours of getting through the most of this, the torrential rains that are coming down, especially from the downtown area shooting up to the north. This is around IAH up through the Spring area. This would be 99 between Tomball and Spring. Very heavy rain, and of course wind is the other factor. We've been talking about almost 2 million people without power. That means when we get into recovery mode, not only are we going to need to see some of that flood water drain off and get back out into the Gulf, so we'll need to be patient, but we're going to have traffic lights that are out, traffic lights that are malfunctioning. Those will take several days, if not weeks, to fully repair those. So in the meantime, if you're sitting there with your teenage daughter or son, explain to them that they need to sit through those traffic lights as a four-way stop and explain what that means. One person takes its time to get through a signal light when we get back up and running. But we have had very flooded conditions. 288 at 610 looks more like a lake right now, but there are many other high water spots. Ron, Deborah, it is just dangerous. We continue to tell people stay off the roadways, and they've been doing a great job of it.
It's scary, and people should be off the roads. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
All right, but if you are getting out on the road for whatever reason, you know, first responders, they're the ones who have to get out there for sure. Just make sure if you find yourself in trouble, there are several businesses that have committed to staying open so that you could access gas, toiletries, food, and one of them is Buc-ee's in Katy, and that is where Katira is. Katira, you're seeing more and more cars show up.
More and more cars are showing up. People here getting some last minute essentials, a cup of coffee. The wind actually in the last 10 minutes or so has just started to pick back up, but it had been pretty calm for quite a while. And people are taking advantage of this calm because a few hours ago, the rain was coming down in sheets. The wind was pushing it sideways. Totally a different outlook right now, but you can just see just how busy it is. Nearly every parking spot is taken. All of the gas pumps are pretty full, so people trying to take advantage of this break in the weather. But as I mentioned, the wind is starting to pick back up, but overall things are looking okay right now. But we know things can shift, and we'll be staying around and trying to monitor it to make sure we give you those details. But as I mentioned previously, people had been watching our news coverage, saw me here, and decided, okay, I'm going to venture outside and try to come get some items. So people are paying attention and trying to get out while they think it's safe, but after you're done, the best bet is to take it on back home. Guys.
Yeah, that's some good advice there. Katira Winfrey coming to us from the Buc-ee's and Katy that's becoming more popular the more we go to you live.
Yeah, as much as you might love being there, please stay home. Yes. All right, all morning we've been staying on top of conditions all around the area. Now folks inside the loop are still seeing heavy rain and high winds.
Our Victor Jacobo joins us live from North Houston. Victor, what are conditions there? Last time we came to you was pretty rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's those wind gusts kind of come on and off here outside of the Office of Emergency Management, and I'm actually going to let one of the mayor's security detail get through because she's got to work. Folks here have been working around the clock, and the parking lot here has essentially become a pond outside here. We're off of Shepherd Drive. Here on the city's north side, and we were making our way over here, and we were not that far. On your GPS it's going to show something like 5 minutes, but it took us like almost half an hour to navigate our way, especially when we were at the North Freeway Service Road at Tidwell. We saw a car stall out there. We saw some SUVs struggling to get through as it was flooding, and I believe we saw some emergency crews making their way there to address that driver there. But a lot of high water spots and many roads where you have to navigate and try to see, can you get through? And if it's even a question, just turn around and don't try to find an alternative route. And while the winds here are now not as rough as they were the last time I talked to you, even just a little bit with the precipitation causes visibility issues, and those visibility issues when you're on the road and trying to navigate your way and trying to stay in the lane can really cause a lot of issues. And part of those issues are slowing down folks getting, especially the officials and first responders, getting to where they need to go. We were set to come here at 9 a.m. That's when we expected Mayor Whitmire to hold a briefing about the ongoing response to Beryl. That got pushed back to 10:15. That's what I told you last time. Then we further heard that it's going to be pushed to most likely 11 o'clock. And you got to see that wind gust right now. I'm literally holding the door here outside of the Office of Emergency Management. And the mayor spokesperson told me that the mayor's vehicle is navigating high water. And because of that, this news briefing that we're hoping to learn more about the response has been pushed back further and further. Right now we're hearing most likely 11 o'clock. We're going to bring more to that when that does happen. So we'll keep monitoring it and let you know as soon as we know. So I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, safety first, even for the mayor.
Absolutely. You heard Victor say what should have been a 5-minute trip took a half an hour. That is without traffic. So you see how crazy it is. Speaking of traffic, let's check in with Jennifer.
Yeah, Deborah, as the hours pass, conditions on the roads just getting worse and worse. So take a look at this brand new video we just got in. This is up and down Belfort and Wilcrest in southwest Houston. Yeah, high water is causing cars to stall and make roads impassable. That's just one intersection. You can see those poor folks trying to push their vehicle to higher ground. Let's bring in Doug Shoup from AAA. Doug, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you are a team player with us. What is the most important message that you have for drivers this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Jennifer. Thanks for having me on. We just recommend that everybody follow the advice of local authorities and stay off the roads until at least noon. We've heard the county judge recommend people stay off the roads until the midday hour. And that's just because it's just so dangerous. I mean, if you think about the wind gusts that we're experiencing right now, it is very difficult to maintain control of your vehicle, to steer that vehicle in some of these wind gusts. Also, within just the last hour, I'm located here in the Heights, and I saw a large 4-story tree just topple over. Fortunately, it fell over into a vacant lot, but you could just imagine what would happen if it had fallen over onto a roadway. Also, I've seen a large dumpster blow into the lanes of traffic. So there's obstacles out there. You just don't want to be out there. Of course, then there's also the dangers of flooded roadways. And you've been reminding everybody all morning never to drive in water-covered roadways. We don't know what the condition is of the pavement below the water, how deep it is. And so it's just a best tip is to stay off the road. Of course, some people do have to check on loved ones. And so, you know, if you could try to wait until noon, that's the best advice. If you absolutely have to get out there, please go slow. I mean, unfortunately, drivers go too fast for these conditions. And that's when we hear about a lot of these skidding situations and crashes.
You know what I'm surprised of, Doug? We had one 18-wheeler problem that has been reported. That shows you how much even outside of the Houston area that truckers knew better than to come into our area. And then it flipped over on the Fred Hartman and they had to shut it down. Well, what should drivers do if their car is sitting in flooded waters?
Well, if you are encountering a flooding situation, if you encounter flood waters, think about your safety and your passengers' safety first and get to higher ground, especially if it's a flash flooding situation. And as you've been reporting, just a mere foot of water can carry a vehicle off of the roadway. You do not want to be in a vehicle. Best thing is to avoid getting into that situation in the first place. But if you do encounter it, you want to just get yourself to higher ground as quickly as you possibly can. Once the waters recede in your vehicle, if it did experience flooding, you do not want to start that vehicle because floodwater is made up of a lot of dirt, very corrosive materials. And so there may be components in your vehicle that was not damaged by the standing water. But then if you go ahead and start it, it could cause that water to get into the engine and further cause even more damage to the engine. Best bet is to have it towed to a trusted repair mechanic. Take photos once the waters recede, take photos of the damage inside and outside the vehicle so that you can then provide those images to your insurance provider.
If your cell phone isn't underwater itself, right, Doug?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where we hope everybody stays safe. And like you said, maybe the daylight hour helping some of those drivers even catch it before it gets too late and they end up in a high water situation. Doug, thank you so much for joining us. And Doug actually sent us some video himself. Yeah, take a look. All right, well, we will take it out to my colleague Jason Miles, who's on 288. I've been showing you those Houston Transtar cameras where you saw 288 looking more like a lake. I see a car submerged. It's exactly what we were talking to AAA expert Doug Shoup about. Jason, good morning.
Hey, Jennifer, yeah, we're on top of Holly Hall Drive, if you're familiar with that. It's not an exit along 288, but it's an overpass just north of the 610 loop, and you are looking at the northbound lanes of 288, the South Freeway, and you can see that a number of motorists got caught in rapidly rising water this morning, and as you said, it looks like a lake here, parts of 288. People, it looks like they got out of their cars and hopefully made it to safety. On the opposite side of the bridge we're on, the overpass we're on, I see it doesn't look any better, although I don't see as many cars in the water. Other drivers have just stopped before they got to the water and are just sitting there with their hazards on. Now, beware if you happen to get on the roadway, the 288 heading toward Houston, say from Pearland. Hopefully you will not do that. You'll wait till this storm passes. But as we approach this area, several people were coming the opposite way, going the wrong way on the freeway because they encountered the water, decided to turn back and go the wrong way again. So please be very careful, because those situations, as we know in the Houston area, after covering incidents over the years, can be very hazardous. But very impressive sight here along 288, something we saw during Harvey as well, if you'll recall.
Well, let's hope they can get to this man to save him. We can hear some sirens.
Yeah,
out
we
there.
were wondering if first responders had arrived yet, but yeah, there they are right there. This is one of those problematic areas as well.
You know, guys?
Yeah, Jason?
You know, guys, I didn't even notice the guy. He must have been in the car when we first got here. Now I see that he is out of the car.
Yeah, he's in a very precarious position there.
Hopefully he can stay put until they actually...
The wind is really whipping, and it's hard to hear you.
And he's banging on the on one of the doors. Maybe he's trying to help somebody else get out.
Oh, he needs to stay put. Those waters are...
Well, let's hope the first responders can get to him. Because you get in that water...
There's another person there.
It's like the hydraulics of a river. It's just so powerful right now. You don't want to get in that water.
Absolutely. If they can stay there and that water doesn't rise anymore.
Yeah, this is a pretty dramatic scene here. It looks like a pickup truck, right? Pickup truck?
Yeah, we can barely hear you, Jason. The wind is so powerful out there.
Actually, it's I'm gonna actually get into our news unit. That way I can better hear you, and I can put on my glasses so I can see more clearly as well.
Yeah, there you go. We can hear you a lot better now.
Yeah, so people are just joining us. This is 288 near Holly Hall.
So rapidly.
Yeah. This is 288 near Holly Hall.
Yeah, we're on top of Holly Hall looking.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, we're on Holly Hall looking down onto 288 during northbound lanes. This would be the far right lanes, if not the feeder road on 288 approaching the 610 loop. So you take that exit to get on the feeder onto the south loop, if you will. It looks like at least one gentleman is on top of the roof of his pickup. Some fire crews just pulled up on the upper roadway, which is kind of a side street that parallels 288 but is elevated. And you guys say you saw a second individual. I cannot tell from my vantage point whether there is a second individual, but
I can't really tell, but he was
there's
banging.
definitely one male on top of the roof.
Yeah, he was banging on the side, and we thought that maybe somebody was coming out the other side of the window. And I know people are asking, why was someone driving the water this deep? The chances are it wasn't this deep when he first went in, and he just got stuck in probably a foot or so of water, but it started to rise, and that's the thing that will catch you. The good news is the fire crews are there. They see him. They know he's there, and they can hopefully get him without any injury.
Yeah,
I see a fire personnel outside of the truck as we speak, looking down toward there, and I think they're trying to formalize the way they're going to go down and approach this gentleman, because the water, as you can see, has somewhat of a current, even though he's pretty close to the grassy area there.
And this is the exact reason why Judge Lena Hidalgo was saying, please don't get out if you don't have to, because they were all going to be very stressed to be able to get out and help rescue people. The good news is, because she said that would be very limited, the good news is that they are there.
Yes. This is why you should stay home. Houston is, as we know, a city of bayous and a city of many freeways, and sometimes those freeways look like bayous in instances like this one.
And obviously, guys, this water is somewhat high, but even on Saturday when we had that thunderstorm that I guess was somewhat but not really related to Beryl, in my neighborhood in the Greenway Plaza area, part of Richmond, was flooded, and I happened to see someone try to drive through what appeared to be very shallow water, and their car got stuck and they had to push it out, and about 3 other cars got stuck in the water as well. So that illustrates just how little water it takes to really cause you a big headache.
Yeah. All right, Jason, can you back up a little bit? You've been in that area all morning long, and as I mentioned earlier, what may have been like a foot of water just a little while ago is now a lot more water. So when you first arrived in that area, what was the weather like, and what was the water level like, and what changes have you seen that lead to this right here?
Well, we were coming from Pearland to this area because we heard about some stranded or abandoned vehicles or people trapped. We didn't know people were trapped, but we were heading north from Pearland into Houston. When we got to the loop, we encountered several cars heading toward us, flashing their lights, their high beams back and forth, because they had encountered the water, obviously, and decided to turn around to try and go back toward Pearland. Obviously, these people were heading toward Pearland earlier in the day encountered this water. I don't know how deep it was at the time they encountered it, but as you know, water can rise rapidly in a flash flood situation. And these freeways, keep in mind, in many areas are designed to carry water or hold water during a flood situation. And as I mentioned earlier, we saw this exact scenario along 288 during Harvey, and maybe previous floods as well. Obviously, there's been a lot of improvements to 288 specifically, but obviously it's still a problem water-wise, or it's doing its job. It's just you're not supposed to go through it if you encounter this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've lived in Houston for any amount of time, you know that this area of 288 is prone to doing just this.
Yeah, and a lot of it just has to do with, with this is the system we're in. Jennifer Reyna, I mean, they call us the Bayou City for a reason, and that's what happens is that, the water swells up and then goes off into the bayous. When those bayous get full, it has nowhere else to go.
That's right.
So people really need to pay attention to the roadways right now, because it can sneak up on you. We also always hear from neighbors that their streets have never flooded before, and then all of a sudden in a particular storm it does. So you can never really predict fully what's going to happen on those streets.
I know, this is so true. I mean, this construction of the toll lanes in Harris County began back in 2016. So you can just imagine right now they are lowering a ladder, fire crews on scene trying to make this rescue. Again, we're looking at the 288 corridor at 610. Currently a rescue of what looked to be one male driver of this truck. You can see fire personnel walking slowly down the side of the ramp there to get a closer view. More fire personnel about to arrive on the backside of that first responder, most likely with some rescue equipment. That gentleman, you could see when he was outside of the truck, he was rolling up the bottom part of his pants, seemed to be in good health, and I think he was prepping, to make that wet jump from the truck to some destination, and then he realized they were bringing over the ladder truck and that they were going to indeed attempt this rescue. But again, 288 at 610 is one of many spots that are under high water. That is why we have continuously for 6+ hours now told Houstonians to stay off of the roadways. But some emergency personnel and some folks have to be out on the road. So, this man seems to be in a work truck or that type of a vehicle. He's now crawled out of the interior of the cab, and he's on the top of his truck, obviously waiting for those personnel to come down the ladder to make the rescue. Jason, what are you seeing?
Yeah, as you said, that ladder being extended over the pickup truck and the stranded motorist. The question is, how exactly will they decide to try and rescue him? I have seen cases where the person just grabs onto the ladder, or firefighter or other personnel is on the ladder and reaches down and gets the person, or they'll lower the ladder and he'll just climb up the ladder toward the higher ground. I'm waiting to see exactly how they proceed. There was one personnel fire department member on the apron of the concrete apron of the freeway. Now it's just a waiting game to see exactly how they proceed.
Well, it's not going to be easy because it's dangerous for everybody out there. You've got these tropical storm force winds that are blowing right now, and just in the short time we've been on this shot, I can see the water rising.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, it probably didn't drive into anything.
Yeah, it's definitely moving
right?
swiftly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's covering more of his truck now than just a few minutes ago.
If he had stayed in there, yeah, that would have been a problem. We heard, Lena Hidalgo say earlier, our county judge, that rescue crews would be hard pressed to get to anybody today. So it's really good to see that they were able to get out there, because her thought was that no one would get out there and risk their lives right now until it got a little bit easier. So the good news is they were out and able to get to him.
Well, they might have some kind of lifeline with a harness or something like that maybe he can put on.
Yeah.
But
I think they were dropping a ladder earlier.
Honestly, when we first pulled up, guys, we didn't know I didn't know anyone was in the truck. When I was doing my first report, my back was to the wind because it was so loud, and I guess he got out of the truck during that moment, and I think you spotted him before I did. So he was waiting in the truck, I guess, for a while. Maybe he called 911 himself or something.
Well, he's lucky he was able to make it out of that truck. It would have been, it's so hard when you've got that water surrounding your vehicle to try to open a door or even roll down a window.
Yeah, because the water comes rushing in.
The amount of pressure you're talking about
in
is unbelievable. All right, if you're just joining us, you're watching the drama unfold right here on 288 that's turned into a lake. As this man was stuck in his truck. Houston firefighters are trying to retrieve him now. A very delicate process because they're battling with the winds. Look at him trying to battle. It's obviously very windy out there.
And this is an area that's also prone to flooding, but as we were talking with Jennifer Reyna earlier, in Houston, where it's going to flood can change consistently because of just how we even do construction and the runoff of water. And this probably started as something he thought he could negotiate and drive into, and when you get stuck in even a foot or a couple of feet of water and then it starts to rise, that's when you're really in trouble. And when we had zoomed in on that, all of a sudden we see the man come out of the car and climb onto the top of it.
Well, eventually you try to stay calm in this situation, but when the water starts getting into your truck that's a little bit higher of a vehicle, you start making calls and saying, how am I going to get through this? What am I going to do? Are emergency crews going to be able to reach me? How long will it take them? Do I call my wife, or do I call my brother, or do I call emergency crews? There might be a little bit of, sometimes I think, I'm going to embarrassingly, call emergency crews, and sometimes they wait, and when that water really starts to ebb up, creep up the side of the truck, you just have to do it.
There's definitely a sense of panic. I had a sense of panic just driving into about, I had to turn around this morning, so I can imagine what this person's going through right now. All right, Jason, all morning long we've been talking about the fact that there's so little traffic on the roads, but whatever traffic is on the roads, clearly that can be a problem as well. So reset the scene for us as you were driving around this morning. You noticed that there was very little traffic on the road, but you also got reports of some people in trouble.
That's right. We were down in Pearland covering the storm, and someone at the station said you may want to go check out this area, 610 the Loop and 288, where some abandoned vehicles were. In fact, I think Jennifer saw that on Transtar as well and shared some shots from that. It was hard to tell, though, in detail what was going on. And when we got here, I saw this pickup truck, there's another sedan, and maybe one other car stuck in the water. And this guy got out of this pickup. Hopefully no one is in these other vehicles. And as you see, he's sitting on his roof now. HFD has responded, and they are taking their time, as you might imagine, to try and figure out how to safely rescue this guy from the top of his pickup truck. They have a life vest, I should say, as one member of the fire department is heading toward the end of the ladder from the ladder truck, and I assume that he will toss down the life jacket, so at least the guy, if he falls in the water or something, will be floating. Otherwise, they may use a rope or some other apparatus to try and bring him onto the ladder, or give him a life jacket and attach a rope to him or something. That way the folks on the bank can pull him to shore. I've seen it work that way as well. In any event, I know he is looking forward to getting off that truck, and surprisingly, it hasn't shifted that much in the water. You know, it's halfway up the truck, and in many cases it may start floating or something, but we haven't seen that to this point.
Yeah, to your
it looks like
point,
they're getting ready to dispatch that life jacket.
Yeah, to your point, a lot of people think, what would I do if I was in this case? And especially if someone thinks you're a good swimmer, and you forget different water does different things. Swimming in a swimming pool is very different than swimming in the ocean, which is very different than being in floodwaters, not to mention other things that could be in those floodwaters.
Yes, and the power of the water right now, he would have been washed downstream, so to speak.
Yeah, because the point of this is that it's going to drain, right? And if you've ever just even looked at it when you're draining water out of your bathtub, the power that it has to do that.
Okay, we're all praying nothing wrong.
And there's a lot of
here.
debris in this water.
Yeah.
I also wanted to
there's a lot of
comment
debris,
that
tree limbs and things like that.
I also wanted to comment that nearby, multiple other vehicles are also submerged, so wondering how those drivers made it out. But this current rescue of this gentleman, he's staying pretty calm, relatively speaking, by just, waiting for emergency crews as they extend what seems to be some sort of life raft.
Well, I'm sure he appears calm, but
Yeah. Well, I think the sense of calm is that somebody showed up, because
Yes.
that's the worst, if you're sitting there and you feel like nobody in the world knows that you're out there and that you're in trouble. So the fact that they're there is lifted a big burden for sure.
all right, so he's got it.
Yep, he's gotten the lifesaver or the ring, and it's still attached to the ladder, if I'm not mistaken.
And you have to wonder, how many times is this scene going to be repeated today?
You look at the time involved to do it right, to make sure that they save this man's life. But crews can only go so far. There are only so many out there.
And in some areas, it's too dangerous for rescue crews to get to.
Yeah, and it's starting to attract attention. The few motorists that are on the road, those crossing Holly Hall, a couple or 3 or 4 have stopped, pulled over, gotten their cell phones out, and are now watching this rescue as well.
He's now connecting the straps. Make sure you tighten those.
And if you get out there, don't assume there will be somebody who will be able to help you.
I've never been in a situation like that.
No.
I can just wonder what's going through his head right now.
I can tell you there are times that we could have been, because I think a lot of us have taken chances in getting through high water. You think, oh, I have an SUV, I'll be fine. This person's in a truck, it's not fine. And again, the whole point is so deceiving, because once you get stuck someplace in lower water, then you're basically a sitting duck, no pun intended, because that water is just going to rise.
Got lucky. He can replace the truck.
He can replace a life.
Yeah, I had to get back out of the truck for a minute just to get a closer look. But it's so windy, it's hard for you to hear me out there, so I'm going to hop back in as we watch.
Yeah,
hopefully,
I'm sure the firefighters are yelling instructions to the man as well.
So he has a ring around his waist, he has a life vest on around his neck, so at least in case he floats away, he's attached and won't go too far.
It looks like that water has risen since we started with this just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it most certainly has.
Yeah, I've been looking at a phone number. There's a phone number on the tailgate of the truck. It must be a construction business or some other business, and so I've been watching it, and it's gotten closer and closer to that phone number.
But he's literally gotten a lifeline from local firefighters.
So it looks like they're telling him to make a move here.
Okay.
There he goes.
I guess he'll walk his way through there, wade his way through the water, and they've got the line attached to him just in case.
I think what they'll do is they'll start to move the ladder, and the ladder will kind of guide him over, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, they're retracting the ladder. Yep, the ladder is going back toward the truck and or over to the bank.
It looks like he's basically standing in that water, so you can see how high it is, right above his shoulders.
Yeah, hopefully he can get his footing here, and that'll be it.
Ooh.
Slowly making his way.
Oh, there you go. Grabbing of a hand.
Toward the shore. Thank goodness they saved him.
Prayers answered on that one, right?
Yeah, that was quite something. If you guys will forgive me, I may run over there and try to get a word with him.
Absolutely, Jason. Yes, please go do that. Right now, let's go to Cheetah Craft. And Cheetah, this is probably going to be repeated several times throughout the day. And you know, here's the thing: people are feeling this false sense of security. I keep getting text messages. In my area, it's calmed down. So is it going to be okay? Can I go do some stuff a little bit later on? Stay put, right? Stay put. Stay put. Yeah.
Guys, just an incredible video to see there. And yeah, that's just why you cannot risk it. You cannot get out right now. Okay. Wind gusts. You know, as we were looking at that situation, continuing there, some of our wind gusts over the last 30 minutes, take a look at Hobby Airport at 75 miles per hour. So even though Beryl is now a tropical storm, we are still feeling hurricane force winds. These are all the components that they're battling right now. It's the amount of rain. In fact, I went to the Harris County Flood Control District. You know, we are partners with them. Along 288 and 610 near Holly Hall, where that rescue happened, they've received in the past 12 hours over 9 inches of rain. You're talking over 9 inches of rain, and then wind gusts between tropical storm force and hurricane force winds. I mean, just these impacts make it really extremely difficult. That was just a miracle to see that man was rescued there. So anyway, take a look here at our live flood gauges. You know, just between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., all of these sensors were green. Now, most of them are transitioning to that yellow to orange color into the red. That's showing where flooding is actually happening. So right along 288, where 288 meets 610, notice all the flood gauges that are showing moderate to flooded areas. Right along 288 and into Brazoria County, that's still the case. I can take you from portions of Harris County into portions of Galveston County, the exact same. So this is the case across the area. This is another high water. This is the same high water rescue that we were just watching. It was a miracle that they were able to safely get that man and that we're able to show you this happening. You know, this is why all of our local authorities have been saying over and over again, please stay put. But again, miraculously, we were able to see this man who stood on the top of his truck to get help, and they were able to see him through these live images. He was safely rescued there. You know, Jason, can you hear me right now?
Hey, yeah, we're live on the scene here as this gentleman's going to be checked out by paramedics. He looks to be okay, and he nodded at me. Are you okay, sir? Yeah, I'm good. He says he's good, gave me a thumbs up, but they're going to check him out just in case. Obviously, it was a kind of a traumatic experience for him to be stuck on top of his truck and then to get rescued from the swift-moving water on the 288 freeway.
Jason, just in the studio.
He's obviously wet.
No, just in the studio, it was emotional to even watch. You know, Jason, in the studio, we were watching with you live, and it was emotional to watch him being rescued, you know, live. How are you feeling, you know, right now?
Yeah, it was remarkable, and I'm happy that he was rescued successfully and made it out safely. Obviously, in this business for nearly 30 years, I've seen a lot of things in much worse and much more, horrific. But obviously, he stayed calm. He seemed like a really chill kind of guy. Stayed calm, got on the top of his truck, and just waited for help to arrive. Paramedics with the Houston Fire Department and firefighters did exactly what they are trained to do and did it successfully, extending that ladder over the truck, hoisting down a safety vest and a ring to put around his waist, and then guided him back safely to shore. So I'm glad to see it in this way.
Jason, even through your live shot right now, we can hear the winds. They're between tropical storm and hurricane force winds. We hear them through your live shot. Wow, just these live images that are coming right now. We have Tropical Storm Beryl, which did weaken. Remember, it made that landfall as a Category 1 hurricane over Matagorda at 3:55. Continued to remain a hurricane until 10 a.m. Our latest update from the National Hurricane Center did have it weaken to a tropical storm. Still feeling the effects, though, of tropical storm to hurricane force winds. Where it's raining the hardest right now is actually within Harris County on the northeast side. Notice between Spring and Huffman. I'm going to take you down into Galveston. Galveston actually did see a little bit of a break with the rain right now as I'm looking on the radar, but the winds have been relentless. I want to bring in Devon Ramin. You've been live there all morning long. What are the conditions like for you right now?
Hi there, Cheetah. Yeah, we have seen a bit of everything out here this morning, but it's interesting because off in the horizon, you can see the sun is trying to peek out and sort of come out here. Sun off in the horizon trying to come out. So are the people here on Galveston Island. We've seen several people coming out down to the seawall now that the rain has let up for the most part. It's unclear if we'll see more of those rain showers that we've been seeing moving in, but people are starting to come out to take in the sights and see some of the action that we've been witnessing out here. What we've been witnessing this morning has simply just been a lot of wind and again, heavy rain. The wind is still pushing those waves right into the seawall here off of Seawall Boulevard where we are just in front of the San Luis Resort, just under their overhang area out front, keeping shelter from some of the elements out here. But again, as you can see, it's more so now just a wind situation for the folks here on Galveston Island. And of course, as the day carries on, it's going to be a flood issue as well. We already know that there are certain areas throughout the island that are seeing some flooding right now. We know that power is out in various parts of the island. Fortunately, the power in this block where we are has come back on, and we have seen lineman trucks up and down the Seawall Boulevard here that have been working around the clock to try to get power restored to the folks in this area. So again, this is what we're witnessing right now here in Galveston. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for a look at conditions elsewhere.
Yeah, when it comes to flooding and power outages, Galveston is not alone, unfortunately. Okay, we have now Fire Chief Sam Pena. Chief, what can you tell us about the rescue that we just saw? How often is this going on today in Houston?
Look, this is an indication of the good work that our firefighters are doing out here during this storm, but it's also an indication of the risk and the dangers of being out of the streets at this point. We're seeing heavy street level flooding. The bayous are at their max, and we expect some of those that have not already crested or gone over their banks to do so if this rain continues. The safest thing to do is stay off the streets because you expose yourself and first responders to the risk. But as you can see, our firefighters were out there. They did what they needed to do to safely evacuate this individual from a high water situation. But it places everybody at risk.
Yeah, and Chief Pena, I would imagine you don't necessarily have a whole lot of crews to keep doing this throughout the day right now.
That's correct. Look, we're being inundated with live or down wire calls. We're inundated with utilities that have been breached. We're inundated with high water vehicle calls. So if the best thing to do is if you don't need to be out on the street, do not stay home and do not be on these flooded streets, because as you can see, this is a perfect example of the risks that you expose yourself at this time.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's more to come. As we have said over and over again, almost 2 million people without power. It's going to get hot. You'll probably get calls that are heat related as well. You and I spoke a few weeks ago when you explained to me that certain businesses, please get registered, like retirement homes or rehab centers, get registered in advance so you all are aware of what types of situations that they have in their living facilities. But the time to do that is before. So after the storm passes, explain to us what you meant by that.
Well, there's a program from the state. It's the STEER program, and what that does is it registers people that have challenges, whether it's mobility challenges or some other need that would need special care. You can register through the STEER program through the state. It's free to register, and what it does, it alerts us as first responders that these residents are out here in our community, and we can take the additional steps to check in on those people. But look, the mayor has been very vocal about this. If you are responsible for a facility that houses vulnerable population and you lose power or you have other emergency issues, don't just walk away from these people. At least report it to the Office of Emergency Management. We will ensure that we get people out there to monitor and ensure that everybody is being looked out for, and I think that's the biggest message today, is look out for each other, look out for yourself, do the right thing, do the responsible thing, and don't expose yourself to the risk. Yeah,
as you say that, we're watching the TV right now, and there is someone in a truck that is driving through, and I know sometimes that false sense of security is I'm in a big truck, I can get through here. They're driving on the higher side, it looks the higher side of the structure there, but again, it's not worth it. They're going very slowly, but it's not worth it.
It is not worth it. Look, even our trucks, our high water evacuation trucks, if it's beyond a certain point, we will stall out in these high water situations. So it's not worth it for you to take your personal vehicle through any road that is flooded. If you cannot see the road, do not drive over it. You don't know what the conditions are underneath that water.
Yeah. Give us an idea of how many people you have right now that are able to get out there and execute a high water rescue compared to what the calls are that you're getting in.
Look, we have all our units are staffed. We have additional units that are staffed specifically for high water evacuation. We have members of our water strike team that are in position to respond. We've incorporated vehicles from the Public Works Department, dump trucks essentially that have been converted, and they're pre-positioned in our stations to be able to respond to high water situations. So we have units and we have resources out, but it can quickly overwhelm the system if people are out there not doing the responsible thing.
Yeah, and if information, if not for this time, for next time, some reminders of if you do find yourself in deep water like this gentleman did, one of the first things that you should do, people say keep the windows rolled up, others say get out as quick as you can. He got out and got on top of his car because he was able to. That's probably in part what saved him. But just some key advice if you find yourself in the thick of it.
Again, the best advice is don't put yourself in that position, right? But if you happen to get caught up in that, and you can get to the high level of the vehicle safely, then do so. If the water is running, if it's flowing, that adds additional dangers, right? Because it can move the vehicle, it can sweep it away into areas where there is no escape. So it's a dangerous situation. This particular one, it seems like it was a road that was flooded, so it was a matter of evacuating that individual. Our firefighters did an outstanding job, but again, the best advice is don't put yourself at risk and don't put yourself and expose yourself to those situations.
Chief Pena, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the video that we have of the rescue. Just a few minutes ago, you saw it live right here on KHOU 11. We were the only ones broadcasting this live as this gentleman stuck in the middle of 288, which turned into a river, was able to get himself out of the truck, and thank goodness HFD was nearby.
Yeah, you know, Jason Miles was heading over to that area because he had heard there had been a number of stalled cars. He had no idea there was somebody in there. He was, you know, had his back to the car when he was reporting to us initially because the wind was blowing so hard we couldn't hear him. And then all of a sudden we saw this head pop out, this arm pop out, and then this gentleman get on top of the car. And even as the time, it took about 10 minutes, I think, when we first saw him get out of the car until the firefighters showed up. But even in that 10 minutes, we saw the water rise.
The water rising, and that poor man on his truck, and what a great job those firefighters did.
That's what they're trained to do, but they don't want to have to do it, you know, if they don't have to, right?
No, not in the middle of tropical storm / hurricane gusts.
Yeah, and here's the tough part. We've talked about this over and over again when we say, you know, turn around, don't drown. The water can look like it's okay, but you can drive into it, and it probably wasn't that high when he obviously first drove into it because he thought he could negotiate it. But you get in there, you just need enough water to get stuck, and it looks like he got stuck. And then the water just started to rise and rise to the point where he had to get out of it.
Yeah, you can't speculate about why this person was out on the roads. Maybe new to the city, perhaps. We don't know, but the good news is he was saved.
And Ron, I've run into people over the years who just literally, I remember we were out in front of Island Parkway. There was a woman who was in a little Fiat. The 18-wheeler in front of her stalled out, but she thought she could go around him. I'm like, ma'am, if that was an 18-wheeler, that couldn't make it. But what she said was, I'm sorry, I had to be at work, I thought. She didn't look at her text messages where they told them to not come in. But there are a lot of people that, if they're not paying attention or watching the news, feel compelled to go to work. And so in this case, it's not worth it. And almost every employer, unless you're a first responder, unless you're us trying to keep people advised, would never want you to risk your life and get out there to get to work, which is why most offices are closed today.
Right. It's called a cautionary tale, right? And this is why you shouldn't be out on the roads right now.
Even for us, this is our job. This is what we're told to do. This is what we signed up to do. But if we couldn't make it in, no one's expecting us to go ahead and come in.
It was a successful rescue. He was being checked out by paramedics. Let's hope that let's hope he's fine.
Yeah. All right.
All right, now let's go back out to Rosenberg now.
Yeah, Maria Aguilera is joining us live there. Maria, what are you seeing in Rosenberg, which I had a couple of friends say they lived out there, didn't expect to see this much of an impact from that storm?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of impact. First of all, let me tell you that we thought that the rain had stopped, the wind had stopped, and just when we thought it was over, rain picked up again, wind picked up again. But let me just show you some of the impact, because obviously right now it's raining and there's some wind, but there was some really intense wind earlier today, very dangerous as well. Here's some of the impact. We're in a neighborhood here in Rosenberg. This is a tree that fell down. We've seen several tree branches here, tree limbs. And then there's across the street, there is also a fence down. And then the neighbor next door has a tree also that fell in their driveway, blocking one of the vehicles there. So obviously that's a lot of damage. And on the other side of the street, we have also seen here more tree limbs, branches, and lots of debris here in the area. That just goes to show the impact of the strong winds here and the strong winds that were here earlier today, because like we mentioned, I mean, a lot of people didn't expect it to be as strong as it was, and it really came in and hit Fort Bend County hard. We knew that it was going to be one of the areas hit the hardest, and we've also been following and speaking with Fort Bend County emergency officials. They have been responding to multiple little issues across the county. We saw just across the street there is a small fire at an electrical pole that they have been trying to put out and just watching for that. And then 2 miles down there was an electrical burn, and they were able to put that out quickly. Then in Richmond as well, we were there earlier, and they had to displace about 45 residents because at the apartment complex the bricks collapsed on several buildings, leaving people without their homes for now. So the county had to move them into a temporary shelter because they can't stay there due to the unsafe conditions. Now people are just hoping that the wind and the rain stops. I know a lot of us are hoping that in our area, and then after that is when the pickup and cleanup will start to begin. And so for now, I'm going to toss it back to you. These are just the conditions here in Rosenberg. Again, lots of cleanup that's going to be left here for this community.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it's going to get worse before it gets better, because we're still in the midst of this storm. But with all those power outages, think about it. We went through a tough time just a few weeks ago, relatively speaking, or a month ago. It is over twice as many people without power right now.
Twice as bad. I mean, it's like we can't get a break.
Yeah.
All right, power outages across Texas rapidly climbing. Here's a closer look at what we're tracking. Right now in Texas, we're looking at more than 13 million outages. That is statewide. Now let's look at the latest number from Centerpoint. More than 2 million people right now without power. The utility has activated its emergency response plan, which means it's pre-positioned crews so they get to areas quicker to restore power once the storm clears.
Yeah, if you want or need to report an outage, here's the number to call. It is 713-207-2222. Again, that's 713-207-2222. And here's the deal. For the most part, they know that your power is out. They have, you know, the ability to track that. But if you also see a down power line, that is critical to let them know that that down power line is out there, because that can obviously be very dangerous. And if you have a road that's covered with water and that line is laying in that water, that can also be very dangerous. So those are the critical things that they would like to know so they can get to those as soon as possible.
But just like the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the storm came right over the entire Houston area, all of the counties around here, and this is the result so far: over 2 million people without power.
Well, you know, the two things that we always deal with a storm like this, the severe winds and then the water. And so, yeah, you're right. We thought it was tough the last time, but just, you know, Centerpoint Energy says, please, just have some patience. They understand that this is not a convenient situation. In fact, they are in the same boat, like literally. They have many employees who have no power at home as well. They are going to try to get it restored as quickly as possible. And of course, it's probably more important even now than it was, you know, a couple of months ago, because of the fact that the temperatures are going to be much hotter right now. So we're looking at getting into around mid-90s.
Yeah. So, but it's going to be a repeat of what we saw a couple of months ago. You're going to see trees lining streets.
Well, there's still debris laying on the side of the roads that they haven't picked up from the last time around. So.
And then you're going to see the linemen come through your neighborhood, and it's going to be like Santa Claus.
Yeah, everything is just compounded. Yeah.
Exactly. We're going to just have to do the best we can. All right, it's 10:57. This storm made landfall, around 4 o'clock this morning?
Yeah. So, you know, as Beryl goes down to a tropical storm, that's not making such a big difference. We're still seeing the damage out. So we're all seeing the damage that's left behind as the sun has risen.
All right. Okay. So, producers, where should we go now?
Steph Simmons.
Right,
and so, Stephanie, again, I can't tell you how many people have sent text messages to me saying, all this with a Cat 1. Well, yes, all this with a Cat 1, and the pictures certainly prove that.
All right, and you know what, guys, out of the corner of our eyes, we're waiting for a press conference from Mayor Whitmire, so we may cut into that once we see him go to the podium, but right now, no one is there, so just bear with us. Right now, as we've been telling you all morning, we have been getting new video and pictures in of Beryl's destruction. Viewers are safely sending what they're seeing in their neighborhood. So we're going to start in Pearland, where Clear Creek is over its banks right now. Take a look at this. Is incredible. This is a video sent in to us by Jason Barnett near Shadow Creek Parkway, and viewer Melissa Cooper sent in these photos here showing Clear Creek in League City. You can see the progression showing just how fast these waterways can fill up during a hurricane. This darker photo was taken around 5:30 this morning, and then that second photo captured only 4 hours after that, around 9:30. This is just east of Highway 3. Also in Pearland, we are seeing more evidence of that strong wind that area experienced. This is a photo of a tree that was nearly snapped in half. Then over in River Oaks, this is a bird's eye view that was shared to us by Jeremy Humphreys. It shows Buffalo Bayou spilling over onto Allen Parkway. I know that unfortunately gives a lot of people in that area some PTSD there. And we saved the most incredible video for last. Our own meteorologist Pat Kavlin sent us this video from the northwest side showing the eye wall of the storm as it passed right over Houston. Now, if you were asleep this morning and maybe you missed the strongest part of the storm, this video explains and shows exactly why you are waking up to so many downed trees right now. And remember, if you can safely capture images, we do want to see what you are seeing in your neighborhood. All you have to do is head to the Near Me section of the KHOU 11 mobile app. Send us your photos and your video, and you might see them pop up during our coverage this morning. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Kim Castro. Kim, what's the latest?
Well, I'm back. We had power knocked out of our Avenida studios in downtown right as that northeast side of the Eyewall was passing through downtown. Again, something that you don't see often. In fact, the last time we saw this was 16 years ago. So we lost power back, excuse me, right around 9 o'clock, and we just restored it. We were able to get our computers back up and running, and so I'm able to bring you another update on the hurricane that now dropped down to a tropical storm. But look at these sustained winds still out of Bush Intercontinental Airport, 40 miles an hour. That means steady wind streams still coming in with Beryl, even though it has dropped in intensity. The wind gust right now, Bush Intercontinental Airport, 67, about 10 minutes ago was at 82. So 60, 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts still being churned out with Beryl, which just barely under hurricane criteria. So as of the 11 o'clock advisory, it has 70 mile an hour wind speeds. Remember, category 1 is 74. So it's just barely lost that hurricane title, and it continues to bring us hurricane force winds and tropical storm winds throughout the next few hours. So we're sitting at 11:01 right now. I think by 1 o'clock we're going to start to see improvements, but until then we're still dealing with these flooding downpours and the wind that's causing widespread damage across southeast Texas. I mean, no stone unturned, no area unscathed because of the landfall of Beryl. So because it landed just in Matagorda, so in our westernmost portion of the viewing area, the dirty side of the hurricane encompassed all of us. And you'll notice the dirty side is still producing severe components like tornado warnings. This is out of our viewing area. However, we're still keeping a close eye on those outer bands for the threat of tornadoes and certainly for the threat of these very, very strong winds. So taking a closer look at Harris County, the spots that are seeing the most significant impacts right now with these deep reds, this is going to be along 5969. So from Spring pushing into Huffman, Dogwood Acres, Roman Forest. If you live along this swath from Shepherd to Cleveland, you're feeling what we felt about an hour ago here in downtown, which was the brunt of Beryl, the outer wall band from Beryl and the strongest impacts. We're going to take it out live to our Katira Winfrey, who is in Katy, and looking at the radar right now, you're seeing a nice break. So it looks like you maybe have some light rain, Katira. Maybe you have some lighter wind, but the strong stuff right now is directly down the Katy Freeway closer to Cloverleaf. So pushing along the east side of the I-10 corridor. Can you give me an update as to what you're feeling right there in Katy?
Kim, I want to say in the last just 2 minutes, the rain started coming down heavy and strong just again. It was just the wind maybe half an hour ago, but now it's starting to come down with the rain and the wind. Again, we are here at the Buc-ee's, and people have been taking advantage of the calm that we did see for the last couple of hours, but now you can see people have been coming out of the doors, rushing to their cars. But they got a long break from this rain and this wind, but it's starting to come down now. Not too long ago, I saw two, I believe, electrical or you know, those trucks that go and restore the power. I couldn't tell which company, but I just saw two of them pass through the parking lot, and I've talked to a couple of customers around here who have lost power, and that's why they've come by this Buc-ee's to try to get their hands on some essential items, and other people just coming in, I guess, hopefully get out into this storm or try to take advantage of the calm. But it is definitely starting to come down yet again. A lot of cars in this parking lot, a lot of cars on the road around this area. And I know Jen has been monitoring traffic conditions and road conditions, so I don't know how much longer these streets will be calm with this new bout of rain hitting the Katy area. Jen?
Right. Well, luckily, Katira, I am seeing that most of the city is up from the heart of where everything was being pummeled. Right now, don't let your guard down. Roman Forest, Atascocita, you're receiving some very heavy rain showers. And the northeast, you can still see from Eastgate, Dog Dogwood Acres, all the way to the Conroe Panorama Village area. 45, 59, and parts of 99 are still on the dangerous side as far as hitting the roadways. Here in town, we still have 288 flooded at 610 and many other high water spots. So even if you don't hear the rain at your house, you need to hold off driving. Give it another hour and a half, 2 hours. I had some friends saying, hey, there's some water in my bay house. I mean, the water's already there. What are you going to do? Like, don't hit the roadways. You're just going to mess up your vehicle, or it's going to take you a very long time to get there. I also heard from another friend of mine that she had a little bit of water in her interior of the house. That was the southwest part of town. I'm not sure if that was from above, like a roof leak, or coming up from the ground level, but did want to send that information off your way, because it's not going to be surprising that we see folks having to deal with down fences, is what I've heard, debris on the roadway. So we'll want to be on the lookout for that. That is your latest look at traffic for now.
Yeah, Jen, it is extensive. You know what, you're right. A lot of people have been sending us images of downed trees in front of their house, debris all across their neighborhood. So it is going to be days of cleanup, you know, and really not talking about the power outages right now. I know we've got to get through this first, though. Tropical Storm Beryl, we have the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This did come out at 11 a.m. It's 11:06. No significant changes since 10 o'clock. Okay, max sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. So again, it is a tropical storm, but a strong tropical storm at that. Remember, if this said 74, we would still have a Category 1 hurricane. So that's why our peak wind gusts could still be between tropical storm force to hurricane force winds well inland. Notice the eye moving north of the city, and that's going to continue in a northeast direction. Now, through 7 o'clock this evening, the outermost feeder bands could produce rain. It's going to become a lot more intermittent. I'm not expecting as severe impacts for the immediate coastal areas first, and then notice where the energy is driving, though. It's all north. Notice these tropical rain bands producing very heavy, still torrential rain in portions of northern Harris to Montgomery County. These are different areas than what we were tracking early this morning. So the active flash flood warning that's in effect is in effect through 1 o'clock. It includes Chambers, Harris, Liberty, Montgomery County. But notice how this has shifted north. They did take the flash flood warning from Matagorda and Brazoria County out. They lifted that warning. So that was nice to see. I'm taking our radar loop over the last 6 hours. Why? I want you to see the movement and the progression of Beryl. So Beryl made landfall at 3:55 this morning, just before 4 a.m. as a Category 1 hurricane. Continued to wobble kind of back and forth, but that eye did from Wharton into Fort Bend County. Notice that wobble there. That is what pulled all this deep tropical moisture in along areas east from Galveston and into Chambers County. Then that eye crossed near Katy towards the western portion there of Harris County. And now notice where it's centered. It's on the northeast side of Harris. I'm stopping our radar so you can clearly see. Here's the eyewall of Tropical Storm Beryl. It's basically centered right over Cypress along 290. I mean, we still have a tropical storm basically draped across the entire area. Where's the heaviest rain? It's across northeast Harris County, extending now into Montgomery County and portions of Liberty County. So a couple things to note, guys. We are very much still in this over the next couple of hours. Beryl is moving. It is not stalling out, but we are still tracking torrential rain. So still a lot to monitor with Beryl. I'll send it back to you.
Let's get to the mayor now. We understand Mayor Whitmire is ready to talk.
We're experiencing right now the dirty side of a dirty hurricane. Beryl has certainly taken its path, its eye across West Houston, and most of the city is experiencing the dirty side of a very serious hurricane. As I said yesterday when I was asking everyone to be prepared, look out for everyone, that when they went to bed last night, they would wake up to a different environment, a different set of circumstances and weather this morning. Certainly that was an accurate statement. When I turned in at 2 this morning, after riding the streets of Houston with the police chief at 2 o'clock, it had not arrived. And certainly this morning at 6, a new set of weather conditions arrived during the night. Very serious amount of water, in excess of 10 inches across most of our city, approaching 90 miles per hour winds, hurricane conditions. but we prepared for this. We had the department directors with us yesterday when I spoke to the public. Everyone was pre-positioning its resources. And of course, one of our major concerns is always energy, electricity. We have over 2 million in our region without power, over 700,000 Houstonians. What I want to emphasize in this briefing is, please, Houstonians, anyone that can hear my voice, shelter in place. Shelter in place. We're in an emergency. We're in a rescue mode, life safety. We're literally getting calls across Houston right now asking for first responders to come rescue individuals in desperate life safety conditions. We've been in the control room monitoring Houston fire, saving a life on 288 and Holly Hall, literally saving a person's life. We have fires that we're addressing. So shelter in place. We've had individuals show up at the LBJ hospital, residents in the lobby, seeking out safety. We're doing everything we can. These department heads, the first responders. Our airports are not operating right now, but doing everything they can to get operations back. Now, where do we stand? We're in a rescue mode as I speak to you. The National Weather Service says in about 45 minutes to an hour, it should start improving. So we will do an assessment. We will be opening up centers. The Red Cross is in contact with us. We had locations identified, but now we've got to do an assessment. Most of the city multi-service centers, even the George Brown, are without power. We're locating situations where the generators have not been able to function. We know that we have a lot of infrastructure challenges in this city. The bayous, most of them I could name are out of their banks. Certainly White Oak is creating some life-threatening conditions along Heights Boulevard. White Oak is far-reaching as Houston Avenue. Brays Bayou is out of its bank. White Oak. We're actually monitoring Greens Bayou on the northeast side. Our friends in the county, Cypress Creek and others, we're monitoring the San Jacinto River. So all I want to do is urge everyone, I plead with you to shelter in place. Do not put our first responders in further danger. Our first responders are making calls, over 400 911 calls in the last hour. They will likely increase. We are doing everything we possibly can. Stay off the roads. There is debris. I traveled from my home early this morning. The mayor was barely able to get to the emergency center. That's how dangerous our streets. Our traffic lights are out throughout the city. So let me just say I'm going to get some real-time reports from these outstanding department directors, our first responders. But my message to the public is shelter in place, stay off the roads, take care of your loved ones, your neighbors, your pets. Bark. Without power, generator did not kick on. We have a lot to do when we assess things in future days. But right now, it's life safety. All we need to worry about right now is protecting lives. We've been in contact with the county judge. We've been in contact with the state government, and the White House has reached out to us offering assistance. So it's all hands on deck. We literally almost didn't have time for this press conference because we're so busy taking incoming calls for rescue, for public assistance. So all I can say is we've prepared for this moment. We're doing everything we can. In the coming days, we will restore all the resources, the power. Our multi-service centers will be prepared. We hope Centerpoint will continue to do their outstanding job. They're bringing in thousands of additional assistants, line personnel, vegetation personnel. Clearing our streets and lines and getting the power back on is one of our highest priorities. I do not have power. We're all living this together. We're all in this together. Collaboration. with every level of government, with every social agency, with the faith community, and with these outstanding first responders. I'm going to ask our fire chief to come give us a real-time report of his operations and what we can do going forward. Chief Pena.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, well, the mayor nailed it. I don't know, he summarized essentially what we want to communicate to our residents and to our community is stay home, protect yourselves, protect your families. We're in the middle of this. It's going to keep raining. We're going to continue to see street level flooding. But I'm going to report really quickly on our response posture, our focus, our service demand, and our resource status for this operational period. As the mayor mentioned, our focus right now is life safety. The life safety posture is what we're focusing on right now, and we're going to continue this until this storm passes. And then we're going to move into the recovery and consequence management. But for right now, our resources are committed to emergency response. The service demand, we've had one fire fatality that happened early this morning at a house fire in the southeast part of our city. The high water rescue call types and the live wires, the down wires, are our primary service demand. The streets are flooded. We saw video earlier of a fire crew evacuating and rescuing an individual that got stuck in a high water situation. If everybody could see that video, you see how resource intensive those call types are. We cannot continue to service every call type that same way. So we ask that you do the responsible thing. If you don't need to be on the street, stay off the street. If you are on the street, do not drive over flooded roadways. It doesn't take much for your car to be the electrical system to be overcome, and you're dead in the water essentially. So please be cautious, heed the warnings, stay off the flooded roadways. What we're anticipating is widespread power outages. We're seeing that now. Those will continue. If you're going to use your generators, please do so responsibly. Keep those away from your home. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a real concern following these types of storms. Use the 911 system for emergencies only. If you need to report any other service need, 311 or 211 is the appropriate way to do so. Reserve 911 for true emergencies. And again, stay off the streets. Stay off the streets because there is a lot of risk. High winds are still in the area. Street level flooding. The mayor mentioned about the condition of the bayous. If those overflow, we're going to see some structural flooding that will require our response as well. So please do the responsible thing. Don't expose yourself, your family, and first responders to the additional risk. Look out for yourself and look out for each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Judge Pena. The real clear statement is help us help you. By staying in place, sheltering in place, you will assist the community because we need our resources addressing the most severe situations. With that comment, I want to recognize Chief Harden to give us an HPD status report.
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot reiterate enough what the Mayor and Chief Pena have said. As this weather passes, which hopefully it will in the next hour or two, and we begin to or continue to respond to these rescue calls, please help us be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Stay home. Stay home so that we can utilize our resources to help the people who really need it right now. For HPD resources, we have our high water trucks that have been here all night along with our fire partners and Public Works. We so far have made 15 high water rescue calls, rescuing 8 individuals. Our trucks are out and about, coming upon people who don't even have cell service, so they have not been able to call, as well as responding to calls for service. We're co-located with our fire and public works partners, as well as our other partners in the OEM and our EOC, and doing everything we can to respond as quickly as possible. Every single time we have an event like this, we have power outages, you always have a select few of our population that try to take advantage of the situation. Well, let me tell you that we are putting the full weight and force of the Houston Police Department behind helping the citizens of Houston. That includes staffing people and officers that you cannot see at places without power. So we will be in and about our community, both in our high water vehicles, our marked police cars, and our unmarked cars that you cannot see. So please, stay home. Stay home so we can help the people that need it most. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. The emergency center where we're located right now is the nerve center of the city during emergencies. We've been here all night. They've been preparing the last 48 hours. They're the best professional emergency response team in the country. We've done this before, and quite frankly, we're in the middle of an emergency and all hands on deck right here. I would ask our director, Tom Munoz, to come give us a status report and how the public can assist the emergency center going forward. Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate what my colleagues behind me, the mayor, have said. Life safety, that is at the stage we're at right now. Again, want to emphasize the message. Stay off the road, stay at home, shelter in place. We're currently at level 1 now. We're working with state and local and federal officials to ensure the safety of everyone. What we are doing is identifying those vulnerable areas. Assisted living homes, nursing homes. We have already those identified. We'll be monitoring that situation very closely to ensure that people are safe, and again, that the rest of the city, the residents are safe as well. We are going to be working diligently throughout the day and the night till this is over. But one thing that I want all Houstonians to know is that we are working together, have been working for the last 4 days to ensure everyone's safety. Mitigation plans are already set in place. The other thing that we're going to go after, we want people to understand that we are going to be in the recovery phase after the life safety, as Chief Pena had mentioned. So we are paying attention, we're monitoring closely, and again, want to emphasize, stay off the roads, shelter in place. We have the whole city already under the watch. We are paying attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't mind being redundant at this point. Shelter in place, stay off the roads, call 911. Our first responders are responding, fire, police, public works. Randy, why don't you come up and let us know the status of your public works. Our water supply is safe. Our water pressure is strong. Wastewater as well, backed up by generators. So we're monitoring our water supply, and I'm going to let our director give us a real-time report on public works.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, in the interest of redundancy, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to stay off the roads. As the mayor mentioned, the water supply is good. It is safe. We're doing well there right now, although we are still faced there with the same power challenges that everyone across the city is faced with. Most of our facilities are using backup generator power to accomplish that. We continue to monitor things, though, to ensure that we stay above all of the necessary thresholds from a regulatory standpoint. We are well above those thresholds at this point, so our drinking water supply, our wastewater is all operating within the regulatory parameters. As far as our streets are concerned, it's important for everyone to remember the primary drainage mechanism throughout this city is our streets. For better or worse, that is the reality of the situation. And so while we see our streets fill up with water, a lot of that is by design so that it can be conveyed out to the appropriate outfalls and drainage channels that are necessary. When we have an event like this, our streets are going to naturally drain slower than we are used to. And so we ask people to be very patient as they do that, and that's why we'd like you to stay home as long as you possibly can to allow the streets for time to clear. Once they clear of the water, we're going to find other hazards that are going to be there. And so once the storm passes and it's safe for our crews to be able to do so in conjunction with fire and police, we'll be out on the streets. We'll be out there with saw crews clearing debris. We'll be making sure that everything is operational from the right-of-way. You can help us by reporting power outages at traffic lights and intersections that you see, whether it's flashing or the intersection is dark itself. Report that to 311. That helps us make sure that we can get the appropriate priorities there. We'll be working with our partners, of course, at TxDOT, like we did just a few weeks ago, to help restore power to the intersections as quickly as we possibly can. Beware of live wires that may have come down as a result of some of the debris that we find in the city. But most importantly, stay safe, stay off the roads as long as you possibly can.
Thank you, Randy. And after we transition from life safety and rescue We'll do an assessment. We will see where our multi-service centers can open to assist residents. And then we will also be working with the faith community and our social services. What I want to emphasize to everyone is collaboration. We're in this together. If we're united, we look out for each other, we're going to come out of this as safe and sound as humanly possible. We literally have rescues going on as I speak to you right now. First responders are putting their lives at risk, but that's what they're trained for. It's working, but if everyone will help us, help them. Look out for the most vulnerable. We've identified nursing homes, independent living. If you have additional information, certainly call non-emergency calls to 311, emergencies 911. And here's something I know it's very difficult to express, but we have to have patience in these situations. We have to prioritize our rescues and our first responders. So we're there. We're going to be here all day. We'll do an update mid-afternoon. We'll be here all night long, and we will not rest until every Houstonian, every community is served by the first responders, health, public works, and every service that a great city provides. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions. We're just about there. Certainly to our Spanish-speaking residents, I would ask Chief Pena to come give a status report in Spanish.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bueno, miren, les vamos a dar un reporte en español de lo que ha ocurrido hasta este momento. Hemos visto que la tormenta es grave, es seria y ha causado bastantes apagones en varias áreas de la ciudad. También hay casos de inundación en la ciudad. Y lo que el alcalde Whitmire y todos los compañeros que están aquí detrás de mí, lo que estamos recomendando y lo que pedimos a nuestro público es que se mantengan en casa si no tienen que estar en las carreteras. Está muy peligroso el viento, hay muchos riesgos, hay mucho escombro, están las calles inundadas y hay bastantes líneas de electricidad que están abajo en las calles. Es muy peligroso estar fuera ahorita. El alcalde, lo que él le pide al público y es que no se expongan a esos riesgos, no expongan a los socorristas que tienen que salir a los rescates a esos riesgos. Si no tienen que estar en las calles, que se mantengan en casa, es lo más seguro. El alcalde también menciona que después de que pase esta tormenta, después de los rescates, entonces nos movemos a una posición de recuperación. Vamos a estar evaluando los daños que han ocurrido en la ciudad. Vamos a evaluar las partes donde están los más vulnerables, ¿sí? Y para asegurarnos que todos estén recibiendo el servicio que la ciudad pueda ofrecer. Pero por lo pronto, los riesgos siguen en pie, en marcha. La tormenta todavía está sobre nosotros. Los bayous pueden ser que se desborden y que haya inundaciones en las casas. Así es que lo mejor que pueden hacer uno es ayudarse uno mismo, mantenerse en casa, no se expongan a los riesgos y no expongan a los socorristas a esos mismos riesgos. El Departamento de Policía, el jefe Harden, ha dicho que tienen unidades uniformadas y sin uniformes, sí, para que estén evaluando la seguridad de esta comunidad. Si hay negocios, les recomiendan que no hagan algo ilegal, sí, que entren a esos negocios, que estén cerrados, porque hay policías, hay elementos de policías que están vigilando y protegiendo esta ciudad, aunque no estén uniformados. El director, Tom Muñoz, ha dicho que este centro va a estar abierto durante todo el tiempo que esté la tormenta activa y días después para ayudar en la recuperación de estos daños. Así es que con eso le voy a pasar al alcalde otra vez, pero si hay cuestiones en español, sí. Mire, el Departamento de Bomberos ha tenido 49 rescates esta mañana de evacuación de agua alta. Hemos tenido más de 150 llamadas de líneas de electricidad que han caído, que están en las calles. Y como vieron un video esta mañana, hubo un rescate de una persona que se quedó en una troca inundada, una calle inundada. Los recursos que se requieren para responder a estas llamadas son bastantes. No se expongan a esos riesgos. Se exponen ustedes y también a las personas de primeros auxilios, ¿sí? Y lo mejor es que no se pongan en esos riesgos. ¿No? Sí, desafortunadamente tuvimos una fatalidad esta mañana. Ocurrió en un incendio de una casa más o menos a las 5:30 de la mañana. No estamos seguros si fue a causa de la tormenta o fue un problema eléctrico o un accidente. Eso todavía se está evaluando y tendremos más información después. Absolutely. So what I mentioned is that we unfortunately had a fire fatality early this morning. It happened around 5:30 this morning. We still don't know if it was as a result of the storm or if it was an electrical issue or accidental. But our arson division is out there investigating, and we'll have more information as soon as that cause and origin is determined. Anything else? Mayor? Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll have another briefing about mid-afternoon. At that time, we'll have a status report concerning city employees and city services going forward through tomorrow. We're going to do an assessment as soon as we can hit, but at this point, we're doing everything we can. We ask the public for their cooperation. Concerns me, life and safety of every resident and everyone in our surrounding communities. Look out for each other. Allow us to help you by you staying sheltered in place. Stay off the roads. Our traffic lights are damaged. It's going to take hours, if not days, to get them back operational. You can't go through an intersection full speed. You have to stop when there's no lights. Traveling here early this morning, we saw in Shepherd people speeding through 34th Street, 43rd Street. Unacceptable. Stay off the roads. If it's essential travel, go slow. Look out for each other. This is a dangerous situation, and it will be dangerous for several more hours in terms of severe weather. Then allow us to get out and do an assessment and let our first responders, our city employees, public works do their job. But to do our job like you expect, you've got to do your part by staying at home. Only essential workers traveling. We're going to bring in additional resources, county, state, and federal resources, and we're going to get there, but give us some time. We're doing everything humanly possible right now. We're fixing to leave this briefing and go back to the Nerve Center, take calls, collaborate with all of our resources, and make things get better as soon as possible. We all know we want energy. We all know we want electricity. One of our highest priorities, Centerpoint, is recruiting resources as we talk. We've been there before. We know what we're doing. Now we've got to remember, look out for lives, look out for safety, and allow our first responders and city resources to do their job. I urge everyone, do your part by staying at home, listening to the press, hugging your loved ones, and let's go forward like we know how. Thank y'all. Got to go to work.
All right, you just heard Mayor Whitmire and other city officials make it very clear that we right now is hope for the best. They're in the middle of rescuing people as we speak, putting out fires, but they're fighting to get ahead of the needs to come, and those needs include power. They're assessing areas that can be served as service centers and cooling centers, because places that we are used to sending people to for relief, the problem is, like the GRB, for example, has no power right now. So they're in the process of assessing what areas, what churches, what businesses, whatever, can take people in as the storm passes and we start to deal with the rising heat and the number of people without power.
Yeah, Bark also has no power. The mayor's saying that most of the bayous are out of their banks, and so that could create more problems down the road.
And I want to touch on something that Centerpoint made clear to us a few weeks ago, and they said, you know, people have this idea that you can call in and be a person of status and get your power turned back on, and they said that is not true, and the mayor proves that. He said, you know, he has no power at his house as well. So the power outages are kind of like an equal opportunity employer, if you will. You know, it can hit so many people, and there's no rhyme or reason to some of it, but that's what Centerpoint Energy has to do, is figure out that rhyme and reason before we can get the power turned back on.
And last we heard, over 2 million people without power as we speak. Grace White has been monitoring that part of the storm. Grace, what are the latest numbers?
Well, Ron, Deb, this is going to be a big problem, not just for today, but for the coming days. You heard the mayor say one of the biggest concerns now are these power outages, and here's why. Look at these numbers. We've seen them steadily climb all morning. Right now, where we are, 2.1 million customers without power in our region. Those are Centerpoint customers without power. 2.1 million. Just to give you a little bit of context, during the derecho earlier this year, we saw around 1 million people without power. So now we're twice as much. And as you just heard the mayor say, they've got big problems with the city. They've got the GRB without power. They've got shelters they're trying to open, but these multi-service centers don't have power. So this is causing a real issue, and you can bet that this is on the forefront of our city and county leaders' minds. Again, right now where we stand, 2.1 million customers. I also want to give you just a number to call. If you are seeing a downed power line in your neighborhood, you can actually report that downed power line by calling 713-207-2222. Again, 713-207-2222. We have all of this information for you on our website, KHOU.com. You can find everything you need on power outages, and we'll be monitoring it throughout the day. But again, one more look here for you. I'll refresh it just to see, yep, we're still there. 2.1 million people without power. Cheetah.
Yeah, Grace, it's just incredible. You know, I know even with my own neighborhood chat, everybody's saying that they're seeing downed trees, power lines across your neighborhood. You're going to see debris. We've really had quite the event unfold here, and it is still actively going on. So just like the mayor said, shelter in place, stay put, do not try to get out. We still have about 2 hours to watch Beryl lift northward, but I will tell you, the center of circulation is lifting north of the city and more focused towards Spring and pushing into portions of Montgomery County and Waller County and Walker counties. That's the trend that it will continue over the next hour. Flash flood warning. This is the active warning that is in place right now, in effect for Chambers, Harris, Liberty, Montgomery, still impacting, almost about 200,000 people. This is in effect until 1 o'clock today. So you can see a big area where you see that shaded green box there. That's the flash flood warning. But let me put this into perspective. You know, when we're talking about these power outages, the amount of rain that has fallen, the creeks and the bayous out of their banks, I have our satellite and radar loop over the past 12 hours. So even though the center of circulation now is over the city, watch how this initializes. Continues to move north from the Gulf, makes landfall around 3:55 this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. Watch the eye. Remains a Category 1 hurricane through Fort Bend, western Harris County, just at 10 a.m. Did it weaken to a tropical storm? We're still feeling tropical storm force wind gusts. Where's the heaviest rain right now? Well, it's located right along the cusp there of northeastern Harris County, but more into Liberty County and portions of eastern Montgomery County. So a big part of the energy is all lifting northward. I zoom in, put the radar into loop here from Roman Forest, Cleveland. These are areas that first did not experience the heaviest rain bands, but now are. Again, why? The center of circulation of Beryl is moving. We were not expecting this to stall out. It has been moving all morning long, but just, not soon enough, right? Tropical Storm Beryl still with maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. This is the latest 11 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We are now getting these advisories every hour. So at noon today, we'll have a new advisory, still moving north-northeast around 13 miles per hour. But it does look like in the latest advisory, this track from the National Hurricane Center remains as a tropical storm potentially through this evening. Even though it's out of the area, what happens around an area of low pressure, or now Tropical Storm Beryl, you get counterclockwise spin. So it's still going to be pulling up some deep tropical moisture. So the outermost rain bands, not out of the question, could impact us across the area. Let's talk about these winds, current winds. These are sustained winds. We're not talking about gusts just yet. Notice sustained at 45 miles per hour at Hobby Airport, 35 miles per hour at IAH, 29 in Sugar Land. You don't see it Palacios, Angleton, or Galveston or Pearland. The sensors were knocked off. Now focusing on the wind gusts, take a look both airports. 63 mile per hour gusts at Hobby, 68 there at IAH. So still feeling tropical storm force winds. If these winds were at 74, it would be at hurricane force winds. I mean, barely lower than that. So really strong winds, but overall the energy is shifting northward. So we are going to see some relief, let's say for our coastal areas and for areas south of I-10. Live look outside in Galveston. What? Oh, you know what? No, this camera has stalled, so it must be knocked off. Oh, there we go. Now the cars are starting to move. We're seeing these kind of go in and out as to be expected. Wave heights still really high with a live look in Galveston, but the visibility, this has actually improved from some of the shots that we were seeing. We've had Devon Raming out there all morning long, and his have really gone in and out from torrential rain, strong winds to now a little bit better. I'll show you this live shot from the Galleria. So visibilities, you can see the downtown skyline. No active rain. We're getting a break finally, but notice a lot of our cameras have been knocked off. Okay, quick look at our future track. I want you to notice the center of circulation continuing to pull northward. So it's 11:41 now. Timestamp here on future track 12:30. So think an hour from now. Center is basically pushing north of the Woodlands, and then it's out of here by 2, 3 o'clock. But keep in mind it's those rain bands, the outermost bands, because it's all pulling in from the Gulf. That's still going to be circulating through the afternoon into our early evening. Big turnaround expected starting tomorrow through the rest of the week. But it does shift to heat. Deb, you've been talking a lot about that this morning, that, 2.1 million customers without power. We go from, the tropical storm threat by tomorrow, we're back into the mid-90s with high humidity. So I'll send it back to you, but that will be a concern in the coming days.
Yeah, when we say mid-90s, it feels like something even hotter.
Yeah, it's going to be a major problem. Yeah. All right, well, now the time is 11:42, and as Beryl winds down to a tropical storm, we're now seeing all the damage it left behind. And if you're just joining us now, we're starting to see just how much was left behind.
Yeah, just an hour ago, we saw a water rescue on 288 near Holly Hall. We brought that to you. We were the only ones who had that live, plus the strong winds that stormed through Galveston. In River Oaks, this is a bird's eye view that's shared by Jeremy Humphreys. It shows Buffalo Bayou spilling over onto Allen Parkway. We're familiar with that.
Yes, we
over
are.
In Southwest, yeah, right over in Southwest Houston. You can see just how heavy the rain has pouring over the Wilcrest Drive and Beechnut Street as well.
This morning, Gallery Furniture has opened its doors to act as a storm shelter for anyone who needs it. No pets are allowed. Gallery Furniture didn't share when this shelter will be closing.
All right, now let's look at the latest number of Centerpoint customers affected. More than 2 million people right now, about 2.1. The utility has activated its emergency response plan, which means it's pre-positioned crews so they get to areas quicker to restore power once the storm clears. If you want or need to report an outage, here is the number to call. It is 713-207-2222. Let me say it again. That number is 713-207-2222. That will get you to Centerpoint customer service. You can also call to report a downed power line. That's so important. But right now, we are all in the same boat. It is time to practice patience.
Absolutely. As Mayor Whitmire and all of our city leaders said, now is the time to shelter in place as well. First responders are busy helping those who need it right now.
And as the mayor said, these problems will not be solved overnight. It's going to take time to repair the infrastructure. The time now is 11:44, and we want to get back to our reporters live across the entire area.
Let's get to Trayson Bragg. He's joining us live from Southwest Houston right now. Trayson, what is the situation out there?
Well, Ron, I'll tell you, I'm here at the intersection of Anvil Drive and Rustic Canyon Trail. Take a look behind me. Precinct 4 constables here investigating after tragically, they say, a 74-year-old woman was killed this morning when a tree fell into her home. Now, here's what we're learning from investigators. They say at some point this morning, a relative of that woman called in, made an emergency call, letting them know that a tree fell into her grandmother's room. Unfortunately, once Precinct 4 constable deputies arrived here, they were able to confirm that that woman passed as a result of what happened. Now, you can see they have been working. We don't know exactly which home it is, but it is a home there in that cul-de-sac. We are working to learn more. Again, Precinct 4 constable deputies say they are still investigating the scene, working to learn more. You can see that large truck there working to remove possibly the tree and any other debris. I will tell you, on our way here, we saw that this neighborhood was hit extremely hard. I mean, my photographer and I actually witnessed at least 4 large trees down just blocks from here. So this area hit very hard. We're going to work to learn more information, but please, anyone out there, please stay safe, because this is obviously a very serious situation. For now, I'll send it back to you all.
All right, thank you very much, Trace. And how sad, you know, we tell people to hunker down, stay in your home. She was in her home and the tree fell on the house.
Doing the right thing. Yes,
yeah.
so sad. Our heart has to go out to that family.
All right, let's go to Jennifer Reyna right now and check on the situation with traffic. You know, we keep telling people, you know, please don't get out there. They think, you know, there's these spots during the storm that passes through where you kind of think things are lightening up.
When it's a lull.
Yeah, exactly. When there's a little lull and the water's still running. The water's still draining, so that's where people get into trouble.
Yeah, you heard officials say the best thing you can do is get off of the roads, because they need to get somewhere. If you don't have some place to be, or you're just checking on a bay house, come on, we need your responsibility and your cooperation to stay put. I don't know what you're in a rush to do, but things are closed. Most grocery stores, most gas stations, just hunker down for a couple more hours, because that will help emergency crews. We'll also see some of that water drain off. Now, post-storm Beryl, still dozens of high water locations. There's a list on Houston Transtar, over 45, but that's just officially what they have put in the system. There are many, many more that are still underwater. So we ask that you be patient and stay put. Continue to stay home. Hundreds of signal lights will remain out over the coming days. Please do not dial 911. Dial 311 with the location of those lights. Of course, Centerpoint is inundated, so give it some time. We all need to be patient. This is what our current radar looks like. So the city of Houston, 610, you are no longer seeing those heavy rain bands. This would be the Beltway. We are seeing some traffic out there, maybe some emergency crews. You know, crews in our area will be leaving their work to get to the next crew that needs to come in. 99 is also pretty clear. We're seeing a little bit of rain shower over in the west side near Fulshire, and then this is what it looks like as I pull the radar out even further. You can see one of the hot spots right now. I don't want to forget about my northeastern parts like Cleveland, just south of Cold Spring. These are blinding rain conditions, so we're not out of the woods yet. As we've seen, like Cheetah said, the track head north, Shepherd, Goodrich, you're looking at heavy conditions as far as rain. Oakhurst all the way over to Willis, New Waverly, lightens up over to the Huntsville area, but you're still not looking at dry conditions just yet. 288 at 610. This is one of our interchanges that completely submerged underwater. We did see a rescue earlier. You can find those back plays on our Instagram or our Facebook pages. I don't know how these folks did. I did see someone here making a phone call. Oh, yeah, he's right there on the center bottom part of your screen. That person making their way to higher ground, but obviously their vehicle submerged, so tow trucks are going to be needed. Those drivers will be more like emergency crew responders, having to bail out some of these vehicles over the next hours and days to come, so we can clear up the lanes. Once water recedes, of course, then they'll get into their motion of business, and we can start to see at least some improvements being made, but this is going to take hours, days to come. It's about one of our few camera shots that are in operation. Ron, Deborah, you can see everything else. No video streams, over 2 million people out of power. I've seen a lot of my friends text like, hey, are you still at work? I'm like, well, obviously you can't see me. So, you know, we just have a long road ahead of us.
City has taken a major hit with this storm. All right, thank you so much, Jennifer Reyna.
Yeah, all right. You know, the reason why we always tell people before a storm, fill up, fill up, fill up, because there are so many gas stations that will lose power as well.
Yesterday.
That's right, they'll lose power as well. One gas station has not lost any power. Look, people, I know you want a good barbecue chip sandwich. I know you love Buc-ee's, but we keep telling you to stay home. Every time we check in with Katira, more and more cars are showing up, and we know it's tempting, but preferably it would be nice if you just stayed home, even if it is Buc-ee's. All right, Katira, we've gone to you several times throughout the morning, and sometimes the weather has been totally calm, not windy, not raining, and now it looks like the rain and the wind are back.
Yeah, definitely not calm anymore. The wind is picking up, the rain is picking up, and people are taking advantage of the fact that Buc-ee's does have power. The parking lot's full. I went inside to use the restroom, and it is packed. The line is down through the entire center of the building, but the rain has been coming down pretty steadily now, whereas before we had a couple of hours where it was a lull and there wasn't anything happening, just high wind. But now the rain is starting to come back down. Again, the wind is coming back in waves. My entire rain jacket or waterproof jacket is pretty much soaked through. My pants are soaked through. So a lot of the people that are coming here, though, they're telling me they don't have electricity in their homes. And so some of them are coming in here for a hot cup of coffee, as you mentioned, maybe getting a little bit of food, because although the weather has been coming in waves, still a really tough go for folks who don't have any power. You know, that wind I talked about that's been coming in waves just hit me. So people are in here getting some of those items, trying to get in and get out, rushing to the car. But as we've been saying over and over, if you don't have to be out here, stay home. But if you come, go right back home. Guys.
It's just too rough out there.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you so much, Katira Winfrey. Live at the Katie's Buc-ee's.
Yeah, all right. Well, as Beryl continues to bring heavy rain, we want to remind you about staying out of any floodwaters you may encounter. The American Red Cross warns that floodwaters could have sewage, sharp items, and chemicals in them. Might I add an alligator or two? The National Weather Service also says it only takes 6 inches of moving water to knock you off your feet. All morning, we've been staying on top of conditions all around the area. Now people inside the loop are still seeing heavy rain and high winds. We can see it right outside this door to the left of us here, Ron, and we see those bands come through, but at any moment I feel like that tree could actually snap.
All right, yeah, don't get me scared now. Let's get to Cheetah now for the very latest on the storm.
Hey guys, listen to this. So the National Weather Service issued these preliminary storm reports. We're gonna have to wait, for Beryl to completely exit the area, and then we'll get a full list. But I wanted you to take note of this. The University of Houston did clock a peak wind gust at 89 miles per hour. I mean, guys, if that would have been just 96 even, it would have been classified as a Category 2 hurricane. I mean, we had a very strong Category 1 hurricane pretty much rip across the entire area. It is lifting northward. Again, I'm going to get that preliminary storm report and show you some of the highest peak wind gusts and some of the highest rainfall totals. But it is shocking, just a few of the big numbers that I've been watching, and they've been anywhere from Surfside, portions of Matagorda and Brazoria County towards Galveston, but also inland as well. Okay, so the latest with Beryl, it is still a tropical storm. It is lifting northward. You can see a big part of the area is getting a break. Wharton County, Matagorda, Brazoria, a big portion of Fort Bend County saying, thank you. I want you to take note though, around a tropical system or an area of low pressure, you get counterclockwise spin. That does not change. So all of this moisture being tugged out of the Gulf, again, it's going to wrap around in that counterclockwise spin. I want you to take note of that because we're not going to be completely dry. Even as Beryl lifts northward, it's these wraparound rain bands that will still be capable of producing rain across portions of the area. It should be a lot more intermittent. It shouldn't be as heavy, but I don't want you to completely let your guard down. I think after about 3 o'clock, so let's get through about the next 3.5 hours, and then we are going to notice some big time improvements across the area. Active flash flood warning in effect for Chambers, Harris, Liberty, and Montgomery. This is until 1 o'clock this afternoon. I am going to shift this just a little further south because what we have is we have 2 different warnings that are in effect. So notice that one is in effect just north of the city, but that extends through Spring. And then we've got one that also now includes Montgomery County. Why? That's where the heaviest rain bands have been. Putting our radar into this loop, I just want you to take note of kind of what has transpired throughout the morning hours. This is over the past 12 hours. So even though this is lifting northward, it made landfall at 3:55. So we're coming up at noon. We've had to watch all of these rain bands produce just torrential, blinding rain, dangerous rain across the area, combined with those hurricane force wind speeds. And that's what's knocked out all the power. You know, we're dealing rain, the high winds, we were expecting that. Serious storm surge all across portions of the coastline there. And we're seeing that still with those high wave heights as well. Okay, let me zoom in where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now. It is from Cleveland and points north and northeastward. I'll take you in a little bit closer here. So these are still the rain bands of Tropical Storm Beryl. And we can't completely let our guard down for an isolated spin up, so an isolated tornado, even though for most of us that threat has now expired. So we are seeing, as most of the energy pulls northward, this is where we will see the best potential of any severe weather. From Cleveland to Shepherd, that's where we're noticing the heaviest bands right now, getting a break finally at the big airport, finally within a big portion of Harris County. But from Huntsville, New Waverly, so again, northern Montgomery, Walker County, San Jacinto, Polk County, these are the areas that are now just being inundated with that torrential heavy rain. Tropical Storm Beryl, so that advisory is 11 a.m. I was hoping we would get an early update. That would be noon, but we will be waiting for that in the next 5 minutes. Notice the winds have not changed. Maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. Remains a tropical storm. We will see at noon if anything changes with that advisory now that the National Hurricane Center is sending these hourly updates. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to work on these preliminary storm reports. Jen, I want to put those down. I'm going to post those on our social media platforms. But we have had, current winds right now, these are sustained at 37 at Hobby Airport, 28 at IAH.
Right.
But did you hear the University of Houston had a peak wind gust today at 89 miles per hour?
And you said that's just under a Cat 2, right?
That is just under a Cat 2. 96 would have made it a Cat. That's correct.
You know, that just means that tree limbs are going to be down, road debris galore across the area. And post-storm Beryl, of course, we have dozens of high water locations. That's why we ask that you continue to stay home for the duration of today, if at all possible. Hundreds of signal lights will either be out or flashing. And if someone else runs through that light when you're prepared to go through it, you could be sideswiped and easily have a major catastrophe on your hands. So that's why we're asking that even if you simply are going just to the store down the street, it isn't worth it if you can halt your commute off. This is what radar looks like. Cheetah and I have been looking at this storm pull northward. So obviously we have a lot of shutdowns here in town, including 288 at 610 underwater, but there's so many locations that are not safe to drive through just yet. Most of the rain showers currently up in the Cleveland area, still looking at Cold Spring with a heavy cell of rain there, but that stretches out toward the Goodrich area along 59 and Shepherd. Once you get closer to Midline, Roman Forest, the rain is no longer over you, but we have a ton of wet road conditions, obviously. And then that location that is still completely flooded is 288 at 610. You can see some folks that are outside of their vehicles assessing or waiting on help, but this has to recede. Tow truck drivers have to get out there. It's a whole process, so I don't even know that this is going to be looking any better by the end of tonight. It just depends on how the drainage system is working throughout the city. Our roadways are designed to carry such heavy rain out toward the Gulf, but it does take some time. That's why we ask you before the storms to clear your drains so that it helps the entire system pull all of the rain showers back out to the Gulf, which again, they're designed to do so. This is 290 at Gessner, wet roadway conditions. Some of our cameras are working, but out of the hundreds that we have, the majority, I would say, Ron, Deborah, 90% are offline of the Houston Transtar cameras. LaPorte at Goodyear, but the rest of the cameras out toward the east are dead. They are not working, but you can see that some traffic is able to get through, and I-10 here at Highway 6 on the west side of town. We have some drivers that are hitting the roads, but we just need to give the emergency personnel their time and space so that they can get to any emergencies that are currently happening. And that's your latest look at traffic.
Jennifer, to your point earlier, I just got a text from a friend, T-boned because they went through an intersection, and she's yeah, she had to go to work. She's fine. She's like, thank goodness they weren't going quickly. They weren't traveling fast. She goes, but they just didn't know when to stop, right? Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you come to a stoplight or think it's a stoplight and you have to be out there, just use caution. All right. All morning we've been staying on top of conditions all throughout the greater Houston area. Now people inside the loop are still seeing heavy rain and high winds. We're seeing it right outside of our door right here.
Nonstop. Yeah. Victor Jacobo joins us live from North Houston off Shepherd. What are conditions like now, Victor?
Yeah, so you saw me earlier with kind of that significant downpour as well as the wind gusts. Now it is dry, but make no mistake, the wind gusts are still pretty strong, and the effects of that rain is still very much visible. I'm going to step out of frame so you can kind of see. This is outside the Office of Emergency Management for the City of Houston. You can kind of see the parking lot, just a mini lake right there, and that wind kind of pushing it, so you can kind of see that ripple and those moving water right there. And that is also a scene that we have seen on the roadways as we were making our way here. The mayor holding that news briefing a short while ago. He himself had some trouble making his way here because of those high water spots. And his emphasis and the emphasis of leaders for the Houston Fire Department and the Houston Police Department are to shelter in place, stay at home, in order for first responders and the city's resources to not be overwhelmed. Right now, they say they are receiving hundreds of calls for down power lines, for needed water rescues across the city, and that they really need Houstonians to do their part to kind of stay at home in order for the folks who are out and do need help, that they can assist them during this time. They say that right now that is the priority, to address those concerns. He says as this day moves forward and as the system continues to progress, that then they can begin to move into a different stage of recovery and assessment of where the city is at that time. But for right now, here, again, we're off Shepherd Drive on the city's north side, and earlier is we've seen kind of really every iteration of what this storm has looked like, from maybe lighter rain but heavier wind to really a downpour and really causing a lot of those high water spots. But right now, really the gusts are still very significantly strong. Right now, I actually blew my hat off right before we came on. You guys were tossing to me, and I was able to grab it before it flew off. But that just kind of gives you an idea of just how strong it is. And so that's something that they're going to continue to be monitoring. But again, the message from the news conference that just happened with the mayor and Fire Chief Sam Pena and others was to just stay home and let first responders right now take care of the most urgent needs of rescuing people who need that help, and then the city and first responders can move on to assessment and recovery later on. So that's the situation right now. Mayor Whitmire says they'll be holding a mid-afternoon update to talk more about city staff and resources and what that will look like going forward. And I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Victor, and to your point, you're saying you saw a lot of everything throughout the morning, because right now it looks like things are very calm, but that's what our meteorologists keep telling us, is that sometimes you catch yourself between those bands and things can look like it's all over, but again, we're expecting this to go on for about a few more hours. Yes,
that's right, so stay home if you can. Well, obviously Galveston has seen a lot of things this morning, or actually now it's this afternoon. It's officially noon now. Devon Roming is in our weather tracker along the seawall. What can you show us, Devon?
Hey, Ron and Deb. Yeah, so as you mentioned, yes, we have been out here all morning now that we are into the afternoon, and we are driving along Seawall Boulevard here. We finally were able to leave the San Luis resort to get out and kind of see what's been happening around the island as far as impacts from Beryl. And I can tell you that we've seen some areas that have seen some isolated flooding in some of the neighborhoods. Nothing that has been too drastic where people are being rescued or anything like that. Just some subtle flooding in some of the low-lying areas of the island. And then along the seawall here, I'm going to flip the camera around so that you can see, as we've been driving along, we've been seeing some of the businesses along the seawall. Some of their signs have been blown off. When we get a little further down, you'll see like the Kroger down here off of seawall, they lost their sign. And then we've also seen some of the apartment complexes and condos that are along the seawall here. There's one area in particular, I believe it's the ocean front lofts. There were roofs that were ripped off from that complex, and then there were balconies on those apartments that were actually collapsed. There were portions that you saw where people were standing on their balconies, but they had no railings as well. So folks along the seawall here definitely took a big hit, as this storm moved in. But again, we haven't heard of any reports of any casualties or any injuries as a result of some of those impacts from the storm. But we are just making our way around the island right now, just trying to see and get a feel of, what took place here over these last few hours. And in fact, within the last maybe like 15 minutes, we've actually felt the wind starting to pick back up again, as if this storm is kind of regenerating itself out here. We had this lull, which is why we decided to leave, because it felt fine, it felt safe out. But now the winds are starting to pick back up. We've been seeing a lot of people who have been coming out as well. As you can see here on the Seawall Boulevard, that traffic is pretty steady here as people are coming out to get a first-hand look at the aftermath, if you will, of Beryl and what we're witnessing here. But that's basically what we've been seeing right now. A lot of stoplights obviously are still out. There are still tons of people in this area without power, so everyone's sort of using caution as they drive along the streets here, especially here along the Seawall Boulevard. Everyone's kind of taking their time, stopping as needed, making sure that everyone stays safe. But again, this is kind of what we're seeing here on Galveston Island as a result of Beryl and the wind and rain that we saw. Thankfully, the rain has let up, over the course of the last hour. We haven't really seen any rain, but we have been seeing, again, the impacts of the wind, and we've been seeing some of the damage from the wind on some of these buildings with windows busted out. And like I mentioned, that apartment down the road here with those balconies that collapsed and some of the pieces of the roof that are missing. We're going to continue to drive around the island and bring you the latest from here, but for now, that's what we're seeing. We'll send it back to you guys for conditions in other parts of the region.
All right, Devon, before we do that, I'm looking there and I can't tell if it's just the way the video's reading. Is there like literally a break in the clouds and the sunshine trying to peek through?
Yes, there actually is. Good observation there. That's something that we've been seeing for over the course of the last, 2 hours or so. There'll be peaks of, the sun is trying to peek out, and then those clouds will move right back in, and it'll be gray and just windy and cloudy as a result of those clouds covering up that sun. But yes, we have been seeing breaks, periods of breaks with the sun trying to come out, and I think that's what's leading people to come out from their, hotels and apartments and condos, because they see, oh, hey, the sun's trying to come out, that means we can come out. And they're being misled as a result of these winds that are starting to pick back up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how things look on the west end, because we heard earlier that at least one home had been destroyed on the west end of the island. Have you heard anything more about destroyed homes, Devon?
No, that's interesting that you bring that up, because we are actually going to head west here on the Seawall Boulevard to go down towards like Jamaica Beach, that area there, because we have been seeing some images on social media of some destruction that's supposedly down in that area. So we are going to make our way down there right now, slowly and cautiously, obviously, now that all the stoplights are out, and bring you guys the latest from what we find in that area.
Okay, Devon, yes, be safe out there.
All right, you've heard a meteorologist say all morning long how wide, how big this storm is. And so we go from Galveston and the seawall to Trace and Bragg, who was north of Houston near Spring. What's happening up there?
Well, I'll tell you, this is a completely tragic situation here. Neighbors are starting to come out. They're learning what has happened. It's a very sad situation here. You can see Harris County Precinct 4 constables here investigating after they tell us a 74-year-old woman was tragically killed in her home when a tree fell on her home. Now, we are learning that that woman's relative called and made an emergency call this morning saying that a large tree fell into her grandmother's room. Again, once investigators arrived here, they tell us they pronounced the woman dead here at the scene. Again, this is a tragic situation, and I will tell you, we just about 5 minutes ago spoke to a neighbor of that family. They tell us that they heard when that tree fell this morning. They said it is an extremely large tree. Now, they asked not to be on camera just to respect what has happened to their neighbor, but they say this was an extremely terrifying and sad situation here, and I have to tell you all that this neighborhood was hit extremely hard by the storm. There is debris everywhere. There are multiple trees down. So again, this is just one of those situations where you stay in your home and unfortunately tragedy strikes. Investigators are still working to figure out exactly what happened here. Hopefully we will hear more from them soon. But everyone, please stay safe out there, as this storm is obviously not a joke. This is obviously a very serious situation. For now, we'll send it back to you as we work to learn more.
Yeah, that is absolutely horrifying, and some of the impacts that we see from a storm of this strength, just weakening and breaking off branches and trees that, if in the location near a home, can have consequences like that. So incredibly heartbreaking to hear that, and we'll be tracking impacts from Beryl really throughout the day, because it sustained its strength for a very long time. When it made landfall just before 4 o'clock in the morning, it was a Category 1 hurricane. Typically we see upon landfall weakening of the storm. Now, because Beryl was intensifying as it was making landfall, it actually retained its category strength, its criteria, through the 10 o'clock advisory. That is a 6-hour window that it had that hurricane force and hurricane force wind gusts along with that. It also tracked through very populated areas, through the heart of the city. I've been downtown all morning, and I've been watching the havoc that Beryl's been wreaking throughout the day. And this is the first time that we've seen an eye in Harris County since Ike in 2008. So it's been 16 years that we've seen something like this, not just downtown, but throughout the entire area. Beryl impacted all of Southeast Texas. Right now, it is a tropical storm as of the 12 o'clock advisory. It's dropped down its wind speeds 5 miles an hour. So the 11 o'clock had it at 70. Now it continues to lose some of its strength. 65 mile an hour winds within Beryl, and it's moving towards the north-northeast at 13 miles an hour. So with the main energy of the system tracking north, impacts should start to diminish, I think, over the next 2 to 3 hours. If you can stay inside during that time frame, Beryl will be long gone by the time we head into this late afternoon, and certainly by the time we head into tomorrow. Satellite and radar right now showing us the loop of Beryl as it made that landfall. So the eye passed through Montgomery County, and it's the positioning of the storm that allowed for it to have the widespread impacts in Southeast Texas. The dirty side of the storm impacted us all. So it's that flow that came off the Gulf, spun up tornadoes. It brought us wind gusts over 90 miles an hour along the coastline. And right now we're still tracking those outer bands that continue to wrap around. But notice the main energy of the system, at least the heart of it, is passing through Montgomery County, headed up towards Walker. So the areas right now that have the heaviest rainfall, Walker to San Jacinto to Polk, pushing out of Liberty, and again wrapping around and coming back into the I-10 corridor. So Katy is seeing some shower activity right now. It's the wraparound bands. The main energy of the system has passed by. I'll be tracking these storm reports all morning long. Like I mentioned, we've got reports of tornado, a possible tornado that touched down on the west side of Galveston. I know Devon's going to go check that out. And Jen, I know you're keeping a really close eye on the roads. I mean, there's been prolific flooding from Beryl.
I know, and people are really tempted to get out there. Like we had a reporter say, you know, the sun comes out and they want to get out, or they need to run an errand. Hopefully it's a very short errand, because we still ask that you stay off of roadways, because there's a lot of emergency personnel that have to get to where they're going, or people who are trimming trees to get them out of the way. They need their space, and they don't need the extra traffic down side streets. Now, post-storm Beryl, we do still have a lot of high water locations, even and some of the highways that are still submerged right now. We're not talking just regular side streets, but a lot of the bayous, they came as close to out of their banks, if not out of their banks. So we have a lot of side streets that are flooded. We do want you to continue to stay home for the next several hours if at all possible. Hundreds of signal lights will be out for the coming days, so you'll want to dial 311 to report their location if and when you encounter. Now for drivers right now, be really cautious if you are going out, because when the lights are completely out, the signal lights aren't red, yellow, or green, some other driver could fly through that signal light, not even realizing that usually there's a traffic light there. You sort of lose your bearings, if you will. You can go to drivetexas.org as a website, including flood information in the entire region of Southeast Texas. It gives you a general sense of just another resource in addition to Houston TransStar on what to avoid for high water conditions as the night progresses. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. Okay, Grace, when I drove in this morning, about 350,000 people were without power, and every time we check in with you, it seems like more people are without power. Are we still at around 2.1 million?
Okay, we can't
Is your
hear
microphone?
you.
Yeah, is your microphone on, Grace?
Deb, we've been seeing this number go up all morning long. We started watching these power outages numbers around 1, 2 in the morning. It was under 100,000, and then it just kept going and going. And now here we are right now, current power outages in the Houston area, 2.1 million Centerpoint customers impacted. That's an incredible number. And just to give you an idea of how big the job they have ahead of them to restore all these neighborhoods, and really we're getting texts from friends and family. Everybody wants to know, when am I going to get my power back on? As soon as we hear an official estimate, and we are asking, we will let you know what we are hearing in terms of official estimates. We are also tracking the grid though, and I just want to give you a really quick look here. The grid, the ERCOT power grid across the state of Texas is operating under normal conditions. So you see the green lights there, and you can see ERCOT also put out a statement on social media letting people know all of these power outages are local. They're not an ERCOT grid reliability issue at this time. Guys, back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you very much. And of course, that keyword estimate, right? So you got to be patient. That's the other keyword.
So many people without power. Okay, well, right now we're also tracking conditions, not just here in Houston, but across Texas. Let's bring in acting Texas Governor Dan Patrick.
Good morning.
Good morning, Grace. Good morning, Ron. It's been a long time, Ron. We've known each other a long time.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Good to be with you.
It's Deborah. It's been a long time for us, too.
Yes, it has been. It has been, Deborah. It has been.
What is the latest you're hearing about damage across the state, not just in the Houston area, but across the state?
Yeah, so we're getting those reports in now because really people are getting out to assess the damage. I'll kind of start at the coast and work inward. So Galveston took a lot of flooding, and areas like Jamaica Beach, I talked to someone down there that I knew was kind of stranded. The surge, they think it was 8 to 10 feet. So, you know, the water came all the way over the road back to the bay. So the people down there that stayed are kind of isolated. The rain is now tapering off and the wind is tapering off as that storm moves. So you started on the coast with a big surge, a lot of wind, and a lot of rain. And, you know, a lot of people, I think, in the past, and all of us, Deborah and Ron, myself, you know, I've been around for 4 decades. We've been through a lot of storms. You hear Cat 1 and you say, well, it's a Cat 1. But as I was saying yesterday in my various interviews, is that if you're in the middle of Cat 1, that's a strong storm. And so, as you know, in downtown Houston, even just a few hours ago, the winds were up to 80 miles an hour, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. So a big storm for a relatively small area, but it hit in the greater Houston area, Montgomery County, Brazoria, you know, Fort Bend, et cetera. So a big storm, and Houston has a couple of things that they have to watch. So number one, the bayous are starting to flood a little bit. And because of the surge coming up through Kemah, coming up through the bay, that surge coming up doesn't let that water to go down into the Gulf. And on top of that, and I'm doing interviews on TV stations in Tyler and Lufkin and in those areas because they're expecting 6 to 12 inches of rain now. The tropical storm was thought to really be diminished in that area, but they're going to have 30 and 40 mile an hour winds this evening all the way up till midnight. So you're going to have trees down up there. You're going to have flooding north. That goes into the rivers. That comes down to various lakes, whether it's Conroe or whether it's Lake Livingston. And then you have the bayous and you have that surge. So we're going to have continued flooding for a while in the greater Houston area. So that's what we're seeing, and the only tragedy that we've had, and it is a tragedy, where the tree fell through the roof in Atascocita, because my number one goal is acting governor, or if Governor Abbott were in the country, his goal is the same, and that's to protect lives. We have a great management team. Houston is well prepared. John Whitmire and I have talked multiple times. We've been friends for 15 years. We're working well together, but we need the people being that key to stay safe. And for the most part, I think people heeded the word and didn't get out on the roads today. And so far, we haven't had any drowning so far, but still be careful.
Okay, Lieutenant Governor, let's talk about power. 2.1 million people, customers of Centerpoint, without power right now. What can the state do to help?
So the state can encourage Centerpoint to do their job as quickly as they can. They're in charge of that, but totally transparent and candid with you, of course, this is going to be a multiple day recovery for Centerpoint. I literally just had Centerpoint here. I'm in the operations center in Austin. I just met with them to get the answers. So they're bringing in about 6,000 people to help. They're ready, but they can't get out and assess the damage, Ron, until the storm passes. So now that it's pretty much moving out of the way, they can get crews out there. Obviously, they can't get people up in buckets to fix things while the wind's high, but that's all now starting to taper down as the storm moves through, and they can get out there and do their assessments. Secondly, when they repair, it's just common sense. If they have a circuit that has 150 people on the circuit, or 10,000, they're going to fix the circuit that has 10,000, get the most people back. And their other priority before they get to the biggest circuits are where there are hospitals or nursing homes, vulnerable people who don't have power, if they don't have generators, and the state can go in there and help. When they call us, we try to get in there with generators to help as well. We're the backup team, but we've got resources all in the area to help. But this is going to be a multiple day recovery. Some people will get their power back tomorrow. Some people, it will be a couple of days, and we like to think it's sooner than later, but it's going to be a multi-day. Look, over 2 million people without power is extraordinary. And I don't know if you have a report on this, but they have 10 transmission lines down. And a transmission line, it might be just a tree that's an easy fix, or it might be a more serious problem. So you have transmission lines, you have trees all over the place, you have lines down, and 2 million people without power. And since none of those people, Deborah and Ron, can see us or hear us, obviously, unless maybe they're on the internet, everyone who does have power and is watching Channel 11 right now, they need to text, call, or email, and hopefully the people still have phone service and internet, and let them know what's going on, that it will be multiple time. But number one, Centerpoint has 6,000 people. They're calling in the cavalry, just like we go to help other cities and counties and states when they have these problems. So we're bringing everyone in to do it as fast as we can.
Yeah, so many people are focused on what's happening right now. What are the things that they should focus on in the days to come? Because without power, as we all experienced just a little while ago, it's like you start dumping food and the whole bit, you don't have food, it's going to get hot. Make sure you have plenty of water, and even a contingency plan. Is there someplace else you can go?
Yeah, well, and I can remember some storms that I weathered living in Houston. I still live in the Houston area, being without power for a while, and it's a real challenge, particularly with this heat. So take care of the most vulnerable who maybe cannot handle the heat, particularly senior citizens, but anyone who has a health issue. So number one, try to get them somewhere where there's some air conditioning a few hours a day, or maybe there's someone that they can spend some time with, a relative or a friend, someone. So that's important for those who have health issues. Number two, the great spirit of Houston, the great spirit of Texas, people work together. And I've seen it before, whether it's the neighborhood cookouts in the cul-de-sac, whether it's people going to take groceries to other people who have groceries because they have power. People work together, but we will have Red Cross is there to help. We'll have shelters to help. I know the city and the county will also be a lead on that as well. So our job is to take care of the people, and we will do that the very best we can. But this storm was a pretty big storm for a Cat 1. It impacted a lot of people and a lot of power because the winds were bigger than, it didn't get to a Category 2, but it was a very strong Category 1 and a very strong tropical storm. So it's always neighbor helping neighbor, family helping family. The city and the county, they'll step up and do a great job. The state will be here for all the resources that we can do, and we'll get through these couple of days. But I would say, be patient. They can't repair all 2 million, 2.5 million people in a few hours. It will take them a multiple day process, but they're working it hard.
Lieutenant Governor, let's compare this storm to previous storms. Let's look at, like, say, for instance, Ike 15 years ago or so. So many people were without power for like 2 weeks, but we did have the benefit of at least a cold front or a cool front coming in right after the storm. We're not going to have that benefit this time.
No. You know, Rod, it's a great point. In fact, one of my fears on this storm was I saw this storm, coming up through the Caribbean. And when it hit right before the Yucatan Peninsula, which was Monday or Tuesday, I was looking at it and I talked to Nim Kidd, who's our emergency chief and does a fabulous job. And I texted him, I think it was 4 or 5 in the morning, and I said, I'm worried about this storm. It reminds me of a backdoor storm, a little bit like Ike back in 2008 for people who didn't live here then or don't remember. That storm came up and it was predicted to go through Victoria and through Sugar Land. And that was a much more powerful storm. And what happened is, I know I was a senator then, and I had a phone call with the leaders, and they said, this is where it's going. It was about 10 o'clock at night, and I think the newscast then reported, this is where it's going. And overnight, it changed 40 miles or so. And the people on Bolivar who thought they were safe didn't leave, and the storm went to Bolivar. And those people, that entire island was wiped clean except for one house with an American flag on it, and people literally drowned at sea. So I was always concerned about this storm just because every day it inched closer to Houston. And so it turned out it didn't hit Houston directly, but it hit Galveston with a whop. It came into Matagorda County. So that storm was a kind of a different storm. It was more powerful, and it really smashed us big time. But in many ways, this storm is similar in that wasn't as powerful, but the surge coming up through Kima, the ship channel, and all the rain and all the flooding is very consequential. And then, of course, in 2017, the difference between this storm and Harvey is Harvey dropped all the rain and didn't go away. Remember, it dropped the rain another day. It didn't go away. It stayed. This storm is now going to be out of our area. I say out of our area. I'm in Austin, but out of the greater Houston area, by later this afternoon, early this evening, kind of on its way to northeast Texas, but again with a lot of rain.
Yeah, and to your point, we can predict a number of things, but at the end of the day, Mother Nature has the last word. And of course, with Ike, you think, Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a big wind event. It actually kind of changed the way we looked at certain things, and so that was the issue we had there. Right now, we've got wind and we have rain. All right, I've got a couple of questions on this, Lieutenant Governor, and it's one of those things that we think about later, but someone said, we have suffered hundreds of millions of dollars in damage during that derecho. We will have hundreds of millions of dollars in damage possibly here as well. They're asking, how do we absorb that?
So FEMA, who we're working with, and right behind me in the operations center, there's a desk with FEMA from the federal government. They've been here since the beginning. If we have $54 million of damage or more to public and government buildings and facilities, then FEMA, the federal government, can come in and help. If it's a private business or private home, you have homeowners insurance, flood insurance, hopefully, and that gets you from there. But between the federal government, and to be honest with you, I hope the damages aren't over 54 million. That means a lot of damage because the state can absorb and help, and the cities and the counties, and we just work our way through that. But if the numbers go into the hundreds of millions, and I don't know yet, but I don't think so. There hasn't been that much damage. But again, I don't know yet. We'll know that later once we assess the damage. But that's what it takes to get federal money. And look, we just, homeowners insurance, flood insurance, all those things are issues. We love living in Texas, and we love living on the coast, and we love living in the greater Houston area. I've been here most of my life. And but we have a lot of trees in all of our neighborhoods, whether it's the Woodlands or whether it's Memorial or whether it's pick a neighborhood. And when we get winds of 50, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, guess what? Those limbs are going to fall, those trees are going to fall, and that takes down lines. And it is something that Centerpoint is very good at. But I remember, just a quick anecdotal story, if Centerpoint trims all the branches that need to be trimmed and the trees back in Houston to prepare for a storm, it takes them a full year almost to get around the whole city.
Yeah.
A full year.
Yeah.
So it just takes a while, and it comes with the storm, and people need to be understanding and patient with Centerpoint. They're going to get it back up as fast as they possibly can, and we're talking with them every day.
Yeah, and they do have a tree trimming service, and they say, after the storm passes, call them, schedule an appointment.
Yes.
They'll come out and they will cut that for you at no cost. All right, Lieutenant Governor, Acting Governor Dan Patrick, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Deborah and Ron, it's just Dan to you all, and to the Channel 11 audience.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, it's now 12:27. Now that Beryl is a tropical storm, we're now seeing all the damage left behind. And if you're just joining us now, Let's look at some of this damage.
All right, just an hour ago, we saw a water rescue on 288 near Holly Hall, plus the strong winds that stormed through Galveston. In River Oaks, this is a bird's eye view that was shared by Jeremy Humphreys. It shows Buffalo Bayou spilling over onto Allen Parkway, something that we're very familiar with here at Channel 11. And over in southwest Houston, you can see just how heavy the rain was pouring over Wilcrest Drive and Beechnut Street.
And you can see a lot of damage across the area today.
Earlier today, Mayor Whitmire telling the city to stay home.
Please, Houstonians, anyone that can hear my voice, shelter in place. We've been in the control room monitoring Houston fire, saving a life on 288 and Holly Hall, literally saving a person's life.
Mayor Whitmire speaking about that rescue we just talked about, seen on 288, where our crews were first on the scene, capturing every last moment of the rescue. In fact, when they first showed up on the scene, they didn't realize that somebody was in the car. They just thought it was an area that had a lot of stalled cars, and we saw this man crawl out live on the air, and then it was like, my goodness.
Yeah, we saw the drama unfold right live on the air. This morning, Gallery Furniture has opened its doors to act as a storm shelter for anyone who needs it. No pets are allowed. Gallery Furniture did not share when this shelter will be closing.
All right, let's get the latest number of Centerpoint customers affected. More than 2 million people right now. The utility has activated its emergency response plan, which means it's pre-positioned crews so they get to areas quicker to restore power once the storm clears as quickly as they can. If you want or need to report an outage, here's the number to call. It is 713-207-2222. Let me say that again. It's 713-207-2222. That will get you to Centerpoint customer service. You can also call to report a downed power line. That is so important because a lot of those lines could also be hiding underneath water as well. But right now we are all in the same boat. It is time to practice patience because things are not going to clear up quickly, especially when it comes to those power outages and things get hotter.
Right. As the mayor said, now is a time to shelter in place. First responders are busy helping those who need it most right now.
All right. And as the mayor also said, these problems will not be solved overnight. It's going to take time to repair the infrastructure. He's also without power. Time now 12:30, and we want to get back out to our meteorologist, Cheetah Craft. And Cheetah, you know, we say this over and over and over again. Some people have a sense of security because there's like a little peekaboo with the sun down on the seawall. But then we're also looking at right here where we are, you know, Westheimer and Chimney Rock, and it just keeps coming and going and coming and going. But the burst of wind is just still very strong.
It is. You can still hear the wind howling. You're right, just outside of the studios. And yeah, you do still hear some of the waves of rain, those tropical downpours. You know, the reason we have so many reports of downed trees, power lines, debris across the area, because of the wind. So some of our preliminary peak wind gusts from Beryl, this is from the National Weather Service. Take a look. San Bernard from Brazoria County, peak wind gusts at 91 miles per hour. University of Houston, peak gust at 89. Palacios showing 89-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Surfside at 87. Hobby Airport checked in with a peak gust of 84 miles per hour today, and IAH at 83. I mean, a Category 1 hurricane is 74 miles per hour. So this is a strong Cat 1 hurricane, giving us those hurricane force wind gusts. Now, as far as our preliminary rain totals, some of these have varied, but I just took kind of a snapshot of some of our highest ones. Hillshire Village, notice almost 15 inches of rain with Beryl alone. Sugar Land, just over 13 inches of rain. Westview, a little over 11 and a half. First Colony, about 10 inches of rain, a little bit more. Friendswood, about the same, over 10 inches. And Mission Bend, about the same. So widespread areas picked up over 10 inches of rain. Again, mainly just falling today, considering maybe late last night. So that's all the official storm reports with Beryl. Still a tropical storm, but you can see it's really getting disorganized. That well-defined eye, it's not so much anymore. We're still tracking that wraparound moisture. Now, just like Deb said, the reason why you may think everything is done, you may get a break with the rain, but because of this wraparound moisture, so you get counterclockwise circulation, it pulls all this deep tropical moisture. Do you see the line of showers and thunderstorms in the Gulf. So even though this is mainly falling between the Texas-Louisiana border, just think when that wraps around the area of low pressure, can't rule out the possibility of additional showers, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm. But overall, a big part of the energy is moving northward. Okay, we do still have one flash flood warning in effect. This is in effect for Chambers, Harris, Liberty, Montgomery County. It is expected to expire in about 30 minutes. But overall, as I put our radar loop into motion over the past 12 hours, makes landfall before 4 a.m. in Matagorda, then continues to move northward. Notice that eye centered over Fort Bend, portions of western Harris County, continues to push northward over Spring, and there we are now, very loosely defined, but still a tropical storm. So some of these showers, it's just that, it's just rain. Most of that is pretty moderate at this point, light to moderate, I should say even. And then going into Cleveland, portions of Liberty County, we're still tracking some light to portions of moderate rain as well. We're not completely finished from Huntsville, Livingston, Trinity. Yeah, some of those deeper red colors there, they are tapping into some heavy rain. Last look at the official track from the National Hurricane Center. This is that 12 update. Tropical Storm Beryl, maximum sustained winds did not change. We will be watching for the next advisory come 1 o'clock today. Ken, you know, Beryl is not stalling out. We knew that this was going to lift northward. However, you know, it's kind of like the damage is already done across the area. So it's going to be days of cleanup, recovery, extensive power outages, just, you know, everything kind of unfolded very quickly and continued to evolve this morning.
You know what I keep hearing from everybody, Cheetah? I can't believe how long it was a Category 1 hurricane.
Yes.
And it was. You just showed us that landfall just before 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, it wasn't until the 10 o'clock advisory that it lost that hurricane criteria. And barely at 10 o'clock, it had that 70-mile-an-hour wind. So, yes, technically no longer a hurricane. Hurricane force wind is 74 miles an hour, but still a very powerful storm for a long time. Category 1 for 6 hours. And then she just showed us that eye as it passed through Harris County. That was the first time that's happened in 16 years. The last time was with Ike in 2008. Now, again, this is the loop of Beryl and all the damage that it made as it passed through southeast Texas. Those outer bands were really the most impactful, the east side of the storm. That's where we saw the heaviest damage and the most amount of concentrated rain and concentrated wind impacts. So tracking 2 flooded warnings for the time being. One that expires at 1 o'clock, and this includes Chambers, Harris, Liberty, and Montgomery. It's that blob right there. This is impacting around 200,000 people. And then south of there, many more people impacted. This flood warning also goes until 1 o'clock. And it encompasses about 3.5 million people. So this is a Harris County warning, and it extends down the Gulf Freeway towards Galveston. It includes a portion of Brazoria. It includes a portion of Fort Bend as well. So the rain impacts are going to be something that we're watching throughout the day. So I know we're looking at Beryl's bands lifting northward, but this amount of rainfall in a 12-hour span that we saw, 10 to 15 inches of rain, Cheetah showed us those rainfall totals that were really impressive. We saw stalled out vehicles along 288. Those impacts could last us a while for that water to recede. So from now until 2 o'clock, we're watching those bands move out of the way. The impact from flooding will remain for a few hours. So again, at least until 2 o'clock, anybody that's on an essential traveler should stay hunkered down. I'd say throughout the day, just take it easy today. You can resume activity again tomorrow. We'll watch the last of the wind from Beryl as that center that's no longer defined kind of lifts northward. Another question that I've been getting, are we going to get wraparound rain later on this evening? Are we going to get it tomorrow? So let me show you that future track. As I put it into motion, once the center of Beryl moves, so does the rain. Look at this trailing shower band for tomorrow morning. I don't think it makes it into southeast Texas. I think for the most part, rain chances are going to stay low on our Tuesday and our Wednesday. Maybe a run-of-the-mill summertime thunder shower. That's all we can expect. 75 miles an hour, 75 is the temperature right now for Bush Intercontinental Airport. Sustained wind, 28 miles an hour. So it's still pretty breezy out there. And Jen, today is that weather impact alert day throughout the whole day. So I know Beryl's lightening up right now. However, we are still going to see the water impacting our low-lying areas for, I'd say, a good chunk of today.
Yeah, who knows when it will all recede. I mean, we have dangerous driving conditions still in effect. So some of the places where you can find your travel information, obviously our website at KHOU.com. You can also go to Houston Transtar's website. They have over 45 listings of high water spots, but that is not all. That is just what someone who works there has been putting in as an official and confirmed listing, but there's so many other locations that have simply just not been listed. You can go to drivetexas.org. That's another good resource. I know I have some friends that are trying to come and go from Dallas, come and go from San Antonio. They've been texting if it's safe to come to Houston yet, and I've asked them to hold off their commute because it just is not the time to come in. Fly to Houston.com for anyone with airport needs over the next several days. You'll want to check in with your carrier as well. Well, post-storm Beryl, of course, those high water locations can be found, but there are lots of them, especially on the south side of town around the Med Center. 288 and 610 has been one of those locations where we've seen lots of stalled vehicles that were just submerged in water. You'll want to continue to stay home for the next several hours, give emergency crews and everybody who has to be out on the roadways their space. And then once we get back to business, we're still going to see hundreds of signal lights that are out across town. The thing you need to do is note the location where you are, and when you get to a safe location, dial 311, not 911. Save that only for emergencies only. Katie, you're seeing a little bit of rain showers right now out in the Fulshire area just south of I-10, but overall you can see Beryl has been up and out of here. We still have some light rain, but I'm talking the majority of the heavy stuff is no longer an issue. Downtown Houston still have parts of 45 within 610 shut down. You know this is notorious for high water. Same for I-10 right by White Oak Bayou. You do not want to travel there. And we have the East Sam Houston Tollway shut down, and 146 is closed over in Baytown, and this is all due to either high water conditions or an overturned 18-wheeler. Also 288 at 610. Wherever you see the purple, West Sam Houston Tollway at Westheimer is also shut down. Those are the highways that we know that are closed to travelers right now.
All right, Jen, thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, just stay inside if you can't. Stay off the roads. As the mayor said, we got the dirty side of a dirty storm.
Yeah, right. All right, I'm getting so many pictures that are coming in to me, and Steph Simmons, you're curating those pictures. I'm like, don't send them to me. Send them to assignments desk at KHOU.com so you can give us an idea of what's happening throughout the whole greater Houston area.
Yeah, absolutely. Deb, you've been getting so many text messages this morning. I'm surprised your phone even has power. All right, we do want to get to some new video and pictures that we have been getting into our newsroom from viewers of Beryl's destruction. So let's take a look at what we're seeing right now. This video is from Vanessa Guerrero in Needville, and you can see the intense wind. Look at those trees just bending back and forth there. And then we also want to look at Brays Bayou, where we're seeing the impact of all of the rain that fell there in that area this morning. This particular video was sent to us by Jordan Lee. And here's video from the 610 West Loop from earlier this morning. It is a big warning right there for neighborhoods like Meyerland and Bel Air, located right near the bayou. And even though the storm has passed, we are still seeing some strong wind around town. This video was taken near Hyde Park at Vermont and Park Street. One more video, this time in the Heights, so just north of the area we just showed you. A lot of people waking up to this scene right here, flooded backyards from all the heavy rain that fell in such a short amount of time. And remember, if you can safely capture images, we do want to see what you're seeing in your neighborhood. All you have to do is click the Near Me section of the KHOU 11 app and send us your photos and video. You might see them pop up during our coverage today. And speaking of that, we had viewers already send us videos and pictures from their area, so we'd like to share some of those with you right now. This particular one is of rain bands. This is from Francis. So as we take a look at some video as well, this one is from Mike, and it looks like it's coming to us from the Houston area in Garden Villas, just showing us a lot of debris from all of the strong wind and heavy rain that fell there. We've got another one, brand new fence on the patio. Oops, looks like they've got some cleanup, but could always be worse. Safety first. This all can be repaired. And then this is from Horsepen Creek Rising, and this is from Karen. She sent us a couple of videos earlier, just wet all around, and looks like a lot of debris there. So once again, if you'd like to share videos from your area, just click on the Near Me section of the KHOU 11 mobile app. It's very easy to do, but make sure you do it safely. Ron and Deb, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, they can be our eyes and ears in the community.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, now we're going to head back out to Rosenberg.
Maria Aguilera is joining us live there. Maria, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, well, right now it's still raining. It really has not stopped raining. We actually came to a neighborhood to see some of the damage because we have heard that there was a lot of impact from Beryl here in Rosenberg, specifically Fort Bend County. This is kind of the worst we've seen. And we're going to walk down this street here in this neighborhood to kind of show you a lot of downed trees broken in half, some uprooted trees, a lot of tree limbs. I mean, some of them, you know, thankfully not landing on top of people's homes, but here to the right you could see trees on the street, so obviously that's, you know, gonna block traffic when people are gonna try to get out after this is all said and done. But really we've been all over Fort Bend County, specifically closer to this area, all overnight and into the morning, and we have really seen the worst here in Rosenberg. We started off in Sugar Land where Beryl hit with some really strong winds. I mean, it was really intense, some downed trees there as well. City Hall actually had some damage to the roof. And so that was pretty impressive to see. We saw it as it was actually happening. And then we moved on to Richmond where they had some apartment complex that also had some damage. They had some collapsed bricks on several of the buildings, and they actually had to get some people out of those apartment complexes and into a temporary shelter. 45 people were displaced. This is just us showing you some of the damage, just specifically this neighborhood, while we tell you about what we've seen kind of in Fort Bend County. And then we also saw a electrical pole that was on fire. They were trying to control that. I've been communicating with Fort Bend County emergency officials, and they've just been telling me that they have been receiving multiple calls all morning of several different issues. But really the good news in all of this is that they have not reported any injuries, and that's really good news anytime we get a major storm like we did today. I know it was Category 1. They prepared as if it was a Category 2 hurricane, now a tropical storm, but really it came in hard and it really hit this neighborhood and it hit this area. But the great news is the damages are just to trees, possibly some homes that we've seen, you know, an apartment complex. But other than that, people are safe, and that's honestly the best thing that you can hear when something like this hits our area. And of course now really what's next is the cleanup. You see all of the debris all on the ground, people's homes, obviously, you know, that's going to take some repair, and it's going to take some time to clean up if people are wanting to get back to normal tomorrow. Even just driving down the road, you see all of the debris there, you see the vehicle there. We've seen some trees in other neighborhoods on top of vehicles, on top of homes, some completely uprooted. So it's really a lot to see this much debris here, these many downed trees. We haven't seen any downed power lines just from what we've seen in this area, so that's good. But we have seen Centerpoint driving around. We know a lot of people are out of power, and that's going to be something that's next. So obviously right now it feels a little cooler because of all the rain, but once it gets a little hotter, obviously that's not going to be good for people. But again, what's good news of all of this is that no reported injuries here in Fort Bend County from what we've last heard, and now the cleanup begins. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you very much.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way with no injuries there in Rosenberg. Okay, Galveston was hit hard today. Devon Roming is in our weather tracker. Are you out at the west end now, Devon, or what?
Hello, Ron and Deb. Yes, we are on the west end, but we are heading east now, back towards the seawall here on FM 3005. I'm going to flip this around so that you guys can see what we're seeing here in Jamaica Beach. We just heard from the Lieutenant Governor moments ago, who mentioned that there was like an 8 to 10 storm surge in this area. That has seemingly subsided. There are still some isolated pockets of flooding throughout Jamaica Beach that we've seen in the neighborhoods here. But I think the big thing that we're seeing now is the debris that was left from whatever came through here, whatever system came through here with Beryl. We're seeing tons of debris on the side of the road. I don't know if you guys can see that here as we're driving. You see lots of different pieces of furniture and trash cans and whatnot littering the side of the roads. But the other big thing, as you can see, we're coming up here on power lines. These power lines here are snapped in half in this Jamaica Beach region along the island here. here. We've seen several power lines that are actually laying flat in the middle of the road. Can you see those there to the right of your screen there? Can you see just how those are leaning forward? It's going to be a while before folks in this area have power, because this is the scene as we travel down this area. I mean, these power lines are just snapped right in half in some spots as those winds, those strong winds that we saw gusts upwards of 70 to 80 miles an hour in this area. So it's no surprise that we're seeing the extent of the damage that we're seeing as we travel along this highway. We're going to take our time getting back here, because in a couple miles as we're heading east into back to Galveston here, back to the seawall, there are still some of those power lines that are laying flat in the middle of the highway here. But again, we saw sidings that were ripped off from homes, and there were some debris, like we said, coming as we're heading east. There was some debris on the side of the roads. We also saw up on the seawall, we saw apartments that had some of their roofs torn apart, and balconies, complete balconies that had completely fallen off of some of the apartments that are there along the seawall. So definitely some damage from Beryl this morning as it rolled through the barrier island here. There was definitely significant impact that these folks are going to be cleaning up for the next few days, if not weeks, working to repair some of the damages to some of the structures, as well as working to have power restored, as you saw with those power lines that were down. Again, we are seeing some of the low-lying areas that are flooded out still, but it doesn't seem like there were any sort of rescues that had to be performed in this area. We haven't seen any first responders or anything just yet here on the west end, but we are seeing people. There were people that were out at their homes and whatnot, that were walking around taking in some of what was left from Beryl's wrath here. But for the most part, it seems as though the water, that storm surge that we were reporting and were mentioning earlier, seems like that has all subsided, and now it's just the aftermath of the cleanup and then trying to get power restored with these power lines that are snapped. We're still a couple miles out from the Seawall Boulevard there along the seawall, but we're coming up here. There's going to be some more power lines that we saw coming in that were damaged, which is again is going to be the big issue here for the folks living out on this end of the island, is the power. That's the latest from this area. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Devon. Damaged power lines, that's why so many people in Galveston don't have power right now, but they aren't the only ones.
Yeah, absolutely not. We heard the mayor say he doesn't have power as well, but the city is actually assessing right now specifically what areas don't have power, because there are a lot of places that they were planning on being staged as maybe cooling centers or places to help people deal with getting through the process of all the damage. The problem is a lot of those places do not have power. For example,
the George R. Brown.
Yeah, the George R. Brown, for example. All right, let's go to Grace, who has been following along with Centerpoint Energy in terms of what we can expect. And Grace, the number one question on my phone is, when will my power be turned on?
I was just going to ask you guys that. Are you guys getting these text messages from family and friends? I mean, everybody's asking me when the power is coming back. I wish I had the answer. We've been asking Centerpoint that question. As soon as we get some sort of official estimate, we will pass that on to you. Here's where things stand right now. An incredible amount of people are in the dark, are without power right now. Currently 2.2 million customers impacted by these power outages. That's a significant number of people across the Houston area. And this is what ERCOT says. They say the grid is up, and this is not a grid reliability issue. They say these are all local outages. So this is now the job ahead of Centerpoint Energy. You can see their teams here monitoring this emergency situation throughout the morning. They tell us they've pre-positioned crews in specific neighborhoods to try and get ahead of this, to send crews out to restore power where they know they can get to it fastest. They also tell us they have thousands of extra employees coming to help Houstonians restore power in those neighborhoods. So we will start seeing, you should start seeing, hopefully later today, an influx of crews starting to make repairs in your neighborhood. But they also want you to report downed power lines. If that's you, if you see a downed power line in your neighborhood, make sure you stay away. It can be very dangerous, but they do want you to report that. And here's the number, 713-207-2222. I'll say that one more time, 713-207-2222. So again, that's for downed power lines. They want you to report that to customer services at Centerpoint. Guys, back to you.
All right, Grace, every time we go to you, there's more people without power. We're going to stop going to you.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that'll do it.
Maybe that'll work.
That might work.
Yeah. All
work.
right. And then when we say power outages, it's affecting everything. There are cameras that we have across the city that are coming up and going back down, right?
It's going to be a serious problem. It is a serious problem.
There are gas stations that don't have gas that they can pump. So, power outages, you realize how much you rely on power when you don't have it.
Yes. And now we've lost some of our TransStar cameras that we can't go to. Here are some cameras that we can go to. That one's from... where's that one?
That's on the roof.
Is that on our roof?
Up on our roof, right there, looking at back at Transco Tower, toward the Galleria area.
I'm wanting to see some blue, but I don't know if I'm just imagining that.
Well, look, we have some clearing. I see it's not raining right now. That's a good thing. And Cheetah's right around the wall over there. So Cheetah, is that rain pretty much gone for good, or we have more coming?
No, I'm watching the radar. We could still see some wraparound moisture, so it's not completely gone, okay? But the heaviest rain is lifting northward.
But even as the storm leaves, it's got some afterburners in terms of the wind gust and the rain.
It is. That counterclockwise circulation, that's why we can't rule out the possibility through the afternoon of additional showers and some strong wind gusts. But really, again, the bulk of this energy is moving northward as we were expecting.
All right. Thank you very much from around the corner there. All right. Katira Winfrey is joining us live. She has been at the Buc-ee's in Katy, which I can think of no better place to ride out the storm if you're not going to be in the comforts of home. But I have to say, every time we check in with you, we see a different situation. You have been there when it's been relatively dry and not much wind, and it looks like the rain has been holding on the last couple of times we've checked with you.
Yeah, the rain has been slowly coming and going, or there's been times where it's been really fast, but right now it has definitely slowed down, and the people have been taking advantage of those lulls. But even when the rain has been coming down pretty hard, you've still seen quite a few people showing up here to the Buc-ee's. From most of the people that I've spoken to out here, they've talked about coming here because their power is off at their home. So you see people getting coffee, you see people getting ice and other things that may be necessary as they deal with these power outages. And while we've been standing in this parking lot, we've seen several power trucks or power restoration crews parked here. Some have already left. I heard someone talk about just how widespread power outages are, and that's obviously the case here for many people who live in Katy, who are taking the venture out to come and try to get some relief as they deal with it. But yes, the rain and the wind has been coming and going in waves. Thankfully, right now, we're at a calm spot, and we can just hope that continues as we go on through the rest of this day.
Yeah, Katira, I think a lot of people are going to have to do what they did a couple of months ago and go stay with other friends or family who do have power.
Yeah. And then she mentioned, people coming in to get ice and things like that. Just a tip that I learned, in the next day or so, dump the ice out of your freezer. Otherwise, you're left with this big tub of water. And then when your power comes back on and you didn't check it, you get a big tub of just a frozen ice block. All right, just something to know. Yeah. All right, let's check in with Kim Castro. We talked about different areas of town that lost power. Our Avenida studio lost power at one point. And Kim, we know some other people down in the downtown area, the GRB, which you're right inside of, basically.
I am inside the GRB, exactly. Yeah, we lost power for about an hour and a half or so. Back up now, but I know a lot of people will be waiting days and potentially weeks on the power restoration. Here's a recap of Beryl. Made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane right around 4 o'clock, maintained hurricane strength for 6 hours until the 10 a.m. advisory, and it passed through Harris County, the eye, which hadn't happened since 2008 with Ike. Here's a look at satellite and radar, the looper of the last 12 hours. You'll notice we went from everybody seeing prolific rain and hurricane force winds to now the outer bands exiting the area, and we're just dealing with that wraparound moisture. As of the 1 o'clock advisory, Beryl continues to weaken, so it is now churning 60-mile-an-hour winds, so continuously losing steam. We're expecting this finally as it's starting to exit southeast Texas, so just having to deal with these outer rain bands for the next 2 to 3 hours, but then still keeping track of the residual impacts like the flood concern. Wind gusts recorded with Beryl, 91 for San San Bernardino along Brazoria, University of Houston, 89 miles an hour. In addition to the strong wind gusts, especially as we saw these outer bands clock in here with landfall and pushing inland, we saw quite a bit of rainfall. Right now, Katira, we saw the live shot near Katy with rain tapering, which is great. West of Brenham's, a couple more wraparound showers turning for the next hour or so, but otherwise the main energy right now finally exiting San Jacinto County, pushing out of our area. Still watching a couple of feeder bands for Chambers County, but the majority again pushing east and pushing north, and finally seeing some good considerable breaks in the shower activity. Tracking a couple of other areas with severe potential east of us. So now the flash flood concerns have exited southeast Texas. The warnings are now pushing east where those outer bands are. Live look at satellite and radar warnings, and there are none, which is great. But look at how much rain came down over this 12-hour span, a swath right over Houston. So from Walker County down to Montgomery, Harris, and Brazoria, rainfall totals anywhere between 10 to 14 inches of rain. So that is going to be something that we watch really carefully as we start to kind of peek our heads outside once Beryl is out of here. Exercise a lot of caution anywhere you go, and I'm going to advise that you postpone travel until tomorrow.
That's a good idea, Kim. That is a very good idea. Hey, right now we have crews working across the city to see the full impact of Beryl.
Yeah, there is more to come for sure. For now, we will have a live update at the top of the hour every hour. Then our team coverage will continue starting at 4. Stay connected online at KHOU.com and inside the KHOU 11 mobile app. And I just want to say a message that came from somebody that said, thank you guys for being awesome, being on the air, braving the weather, and keeping us protected. All right. Stay connected online at KHOU.com and inside the KHOU 11 mobile app. We'll leave you with a montage of videos from across our area this morning. Stay safe.